Chapter 1. What the hell? It's the real golden legend. Everything is in chaos. The world is completely messed up. Chen was lying on his bed playing games when he suddenly saw his teammate sending this message. He twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly typed on his keyboard. That's right, everything is a mess. Jungler is sightseeing in the jungle. Support is sleepwalking the whole time. ADC is taking a bath in the fountain. And that guy bought 6 pairs of shoes. Do you ride a horse with? Shoes? With a sound of defeat. The game interface turned blood. Chen casually tossed his phone aside, running his hands through his hair, looking quite frustrated. Can you guys keep it down upstairs? What does it mean to change girlfriends every day? But the noise from upstairs not only didn't decrease, it turned into heart-wrenching screams. At the same time, outside the window, car horns were blaring, emergency brakes screeching, and there were even loud crashing sounds that Chen became increasingly puzzled. He recalled his teammates' words, and an ominous premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but lean out of the window. Chen had just graduated from university, and as a young man about to enter society, he had already been slacking off in his rented apartment for 3 months. To save money, he rented a place on the street, and the floor was not high. Looking out, the situation on the street was immediately laid bare. What the hell? That uncle is bold. He's openly harassing a young girl. No, he's going in for a kiss. Stop it, beast. This girl should be with me. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. The young girl was twitching all over, and the next moment, that uncle looked up and actually bit a huge chunk of tender flesh from her neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. The vivid red stimulated Chen's nerves. What the hell? Is there a murder happening in broad daylight? No, this isn't an isolated incident. A bespectacled office worker was being chased by a dozen burly men, and then he was knocked to the ground. In just a minute or two, the burly men stood up, leaving behind a pile of broken white bones. White bones. Chen felt his stomach churn violently. He had read plenty of post-apocalyptic novels, and these crazed people were just like mutated zombies, weren't they? He had even fantasized, in a somewhat naive way, about how he would handle things when the apocalypse came. But now, desperate screams, rotting flesh everywhere, bones. Blood flowed along the ground, leaving long streaks of crimson. All of this made Chen tremble uncontrollably. Bang! Suddenly, the door to his room was knocked on it exactly knocked, but violently slammed. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of banging melded into one. Chen felt like a startled bird and cautiously walked toward the door. His door was a bit strange. It didn't have a peephole, but there was a small door at the bottom that could be opened, seemingly for small pets to come and go. To see what was happening outside, Chen could only lie down and open that small door. His heart started racing, and he even held his breath. Outside was a pair of feet, no doubt about it. They were covered in blood, and 3 dark red bite marks were visible on the feet. This is bad. Chen quickly covered his mouth and backed away. But in a moment of carelessness, he accidentally knocked over the broom behind the door. He sensed that something was wrong. The small door hadn't been closed yet. He hurried forward to shut it, but it was already too late. A zombie suddenly lunged at him from the ground. A bloody head suddenly appeared in Chen's view, or rather, the head was not complete. The lower jaw was missing, leaving only a row of blood-stained teeth, and one of its eyes was also gone. What the hell? What the hell? Chen cursed as he retreated. Adrenaline surged rapidly, and he even jumped up from the ground. After a brief moment of panic, Chen froze. Wait, only the zombie's head had made it inside. Its body was completely stuck outside, and there was no need to worry about the zombie biting him. After all, this zombie only had a row of teeth. He slowly clenched his fists. This zombie! It was practically delivering itself. Chen stared at the zombie, which seemed to sense the smell of a living person and was looking at him with its one remaining eye. Zombie, what are you looking at? Chen, what about it? After a moment, Chen did a lot of psychological preparation. The streets were in chaos, and his teammates had said that the world was in disarray. Those teammates came from all over the place, and it was unlikely they were in the same city. This proved that this was not a small-scale outbreak of the apocalypse. Even if it were, what of it? Just leave this zombie here, ignore it, and hunker down at home waiting for rescue. Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He picked up the broom on the ground, broke the broomstick, and pointed the sharpened end at the zombie. Die. Chen shouted, also cheering himself on. The wooden stick pierced into the zombie's eye socket and into its head. But the zombie was still struggling, and Su-chan could only keep pushing forcefully, pushing harder. He didn't know how long it had been, but both Su-chan and the zombie eventually collapsed. Finally, killed It'd, Su-chan gasped for breath. Adrenaline's sharp rise made him feel utterly exhausted. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing a zombie, earning 1 point, and activating the Super Apocalypse Legion system. Activation successful. Points have been credited. Please check. The system's effects have been transferred into the host's mind. Please check it out. Su-chan nearly jumped up from the ground again. He looked around, confirming that he was the only one in this small apartment. A system? A golden finger? What the hell? Suddenly, he felt as if something had been added to his mind. He closed his eyes to digest it, and after a long time, slowly opened them again. The Super Apocalypse Legion system, as the name suggests, allows one to earn points by killing zombies, and these points can be exchanged for soldiers of one's own. And when the number of soldiers accumulates to a certain amount, it becomes a legion. There are also 2 ways to obtain soldiers: spending points to recruit or drawing fragment from the shop to synthesize. The quality of soldiers recruited through the former varies, while the synthesized soldiers are super tough in both looks and abilities. Most importantly, the default gender of Legion members is female. He can't recruit any males. Hey, that is system limitation. Those who understand will understand. What a pity. In the future, Su-chan can only lead countless beauties to fight in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, tears uncontrollably flowed from the corners of Su-chan's mouth. Verify the system's authenticity. Su-chan aimed his palm at the zombie stuck at the door. Recruit. Ding dong. Insufficient points. Recruitment failed. First time activation of the system. Please open the novice gift pack first. What the hell? Why didn't you say there was a novice gift pack earlier? Su-chan immediately whispered, "Open novice gift pack." The next moment, a large gift pack suddenly appeared in Su-chan's line of sight, with a line of text floating above it. Reward for activating the system. Novice gift pack. Open it to see the legend. Then, the gift pack automatically unwrapped. A beam of golden light suddenly pierced Su-chan's eyes. Damn, truly a golden legend. Chapter 2. First Recruitment, a maid with explosive combat power. Congratulations to the host for opening the beginner's gift pack. Personal panel activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Maid Combat Uniform 1, 10 points, 3 lottery draws, and 1 small supply of Apocalypse resources. A total of 4 items. What a ridiculous system. The golden light emanated from a small backpack. Overall, the backpack was glittering gold, quite tacky. As for the maid combat uniform, it looked no different from an ordinary maid outfit. However, when Su-chan shifted his gaze to the maid combat uniform, a line of text jumped out again. Maid combat uniform. After wearing, defense 1, stamina 1. Note: after wearing, gain maid trait. Su-chan felt this was just like game equipment. As for the trait, he hadn't figured it out yet. The previous recruitment failure was due to insufficient points. Su-chan checked, and suddenly, a virtual panel popped up. Su-chan. Lone Commander. Defense, 0.8. Stamina, 1.1. Mentality, 1. Note: adult body comprehensive characteristics reference attribute is 1. Recruitment level, 1 recruitment points, 10. Recruitment count, 10. This should be the personal panel. Su-chan was quite satisfied with his stamina. He often exercised. During college, his 8-pack abs were very prominent. But unfortunately, after 3 months of slacking off, they were gone. Otherwise, the stamina value would have been a bit higher. Among these 3 attributes, defense is self-explanatory. Stamina affects strength, speed, and endurance. As for mentality, he still didn't understand it. With enough points, he was considering recruitment. The zombie stuck at the door, though ugly, at least looked like a female from her attire. When he shifted his gaze to that zombie, a line of text jumped out again. Zhang Xiao Xiao. Dance athlete. Body flexibility allows for wide combat movements. Worth recruiting. Damn, Su-chan didn't expect this person to be Zhang Xiao Xiao. She was his neighbor, living at the end of this floor. Su-chan had seen her a few times. Zhang Xiao Xiao wasn't a stunning beauty, but she had a nice temperament, a tall figure, and a pair of long legs that could last for a year. Recruit. He initiated the recruitment without hesitation. Wide combat movements were secondary, mainly because he was kind and wanted to save her. Actually, he was a bit anxious. This zombie was already dead. Recruitment in progress. Death time not exceeding 30 minutes. Can recruit, detoxify zombie toxins, restore consciousness. A stream of white flowing light enveloped Zhang Xiaoxiao. Soon, a whimper came as Chen looked down. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face had mostly returned, but her jaw was still missing, preventing her from making any sound. The system's recruitment would help the zombie revert to human, but to truly heal injuries and enhance strength, more points would need to be spent. Moreover, the recruitment target wasn't just zombies, it could also be people, and if it was a person, there was a chance of recruitment failure. Once recruited successfully, loyalty was guaranteed 100. Xiao Xiao, can you understand what I'm saying? Zhang Xiao. Are you polite? Xiao, if there are no zombies outside. Knock once. If there are zombies, you run fast. After Chen said this, there was a knock on the door that, as Chen secretly thought he was silly, Zhang Xiao had already returned to human form, and if there were zombies, there would definitely be chaos outside. He immediately opened the door, but at that moment, 3 zombies staggered towards the end of the corridor. Upon seeing Chen and Zhang Xiao, they immediately quickened their pace and charged over with a roar. Chen was curious to test Zhang Xiaoxiao's abilities that he promptly handed her the maid outfit to put on. Zhang Xiaoxiao knew time was of the essence and quickly donned the maid outfit. At this moment, the 3 zombies were already very close to them. Zhang Xiaoxiao took the broomstick that Chen handed her, paused for half a second, then charged out. Chen nodded secretly. Her obedience was good, no wonder it was a 100 loyalty. And next came the combat power. Chen watched. He saw. Zhang Xiaoxiao jumped, performing a split in the air, her legs forming a straight line. Then she crashed down heavily. The heel of her high heel shoe instantly pierced into the zombie's eye socket. As the other 2 zombies closed in, Zhang Xiaoxiao used her momentum to twist her waist and swept out, kicking the 2 zombies away. The 2 zombies fell to the ground and hadn't gotten up yet when Zhang Xiaoxiao finished them off with a broomstick. Chen was stunned. The maid combat uniform increased certain attributes, but Zhang Xiaoxiao's inherent combat power was beyond doubt. As for the broomstick, he had no idea where it had gone. The panel appeared again. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Maid. When the host has 3 maids simultaneously, increase maid combat power by 20, 5 maids increase base attributes by 100, 7 maids, the host will be very happy. Dancer. Flexibility 3. Simultaneously having 3 dancers with flexibility 2, 5 dancers with flexibility 5, 7 dancers can unlock more poses. Damn! Chen understood that the so-called traits were likely similar to the bond effects in auto chess. Bond effects influence the host. I have to say, this system understands the host well. Chen stroked his chin and thought in this building, there were indeed 3 or 4 small internet celebrities who live-streamed dance, so he could gather a set of bonds. While he was contemplating, Zhang Xiaoxiao walked to Chen's side, slowly knelt down, and lifted Chen's foot, placing it on her long thigh and gently tapping. This action made Chen's thoughts quite lively. I must gather a complete set of bonds. Currently, there were 4 points left, which wasn't enough for recruitment anyway, so he chose to help Zhang Xiaoxiao recover. He found the Legion interface, called up Zhang Xiaoxiao's profile, and clicked recovery. A burst of white light once again enveloped Zhang Xiaoxiao, and soon, her missing jaw visibly restored at a rapid pace. Fully recovered, Zhang Xiaoxiao looked much prettier, no longer as hideous as before. Master, are you satisfied with Xiaoxiao's service? Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of eagerness. Chen couldn't handle it and chuckled. Are there any other services? Yes. Please enjoy, Master. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood up and leaned towards Chen. Damn, who could withstand this? Chen was a vigorous young man, but at that moment, howls echoed outside and chaotic footsteps sounded again. Help. Is anyone there? They're all crazy. Just as the words fell, with a bang, Chen's room door was knocked on. Chapter 3, we learn to meow together. Meow. Chen was also a bit dissatisfied. It was almost at a restricted level, causing chaos outside. He felt helpless. He couldn't just stand by and watch. After all, the woman's voice outside was quite familiar. Xiao, get ready to fight. Be careful. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded slightly at his words and directly went forward to open the door. A graceful figure rushed into the room, shouting loudly, Help! There are crazy people outside. Quickly close the door. It was too late. 4 or 5 zombies surged in, crowding at the doorway. Zhang Xiaoxiao kicked one zombie away, temporarily blocking them outside. But more zombies began to close in again. Upon a rough glance, there were at least 10 zombies. Su-chan couldn't help but secretly curse this woman for being so adorable. She must have attracted the zombies with her loud shouting, but the fact that she managed to run here is also a stroke of luck for her. Zhang Xiaoxiao was dealing with the zombies, guarding the room door, so for the time being, she was actually fine. Su-chan suddenly remembered there was a supplies package and immediately opened it. Inside, there were not only medicines and food, but also a trident, which was a great find. He quickly took out the trident and called out Xiao Xiao. With the trident going in and out 3 times, 3 zombies fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the terrain, Zhang Xiaoxiao managed to deal with quite a few zombies. However, in the end, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands, and Zhang Xiaoxiao gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Su-chan was a bit anxious. He suddenly thought, why hasn't that woman screamed? He turned his head and saw that the woman's eyes were bloodshot, and her whole body began to tremble. Damn, she's turning into a corpse. Save me, save me. It's not that she didn't scream, it's just that her voice was stuck in her throat. Su-chan glanced at the woman's attributes, his eyes lighting up. After thinking for a moment, he slowly bent down. I can save you, as long as you can save me. I'll do anything you ask. The bones creaked ominously. Su-chan didn't hesitate, and the 10 points he had just earned returned to 0. Recruitment in progress, no resistance. Can be recruited, reversing corpse transformation, detoxifying. Recruitment successful. Bai Lin, internet celebrity maid, meow meow dance teacher. Bai Lin stopped the corpse transformation, slowly got up, and looked at her body with some curiosity, then glanced at Su-chan. Ah, top brother. Su-chan? Why has the address changed again? Is there no normal way to address me? Su-chan handed over the remaining half of the broomstick with an awkward smile and said, go help out. Okay, Oni-chan. Bai Lin did not take the broomstick, but instead walked towards the zombie horde with a cat-like stride, fighting side by side with Zhang Xiaoxiao. We learned to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. Su-chan? Zhang Xiaoxiao. Bai Lin waved her cat paw, dodging flexibly, surprisingly managing to navigate through the zombie crowd with ease. However, her lethality was almost 0. Su-chan looked at the battlefield and knew that he could no longer stay in this building. This building has only 17 floors, and most of the residents are office workers. Today is not the weekend, so there won't be too many people at home. He has already killed more than 20 zombies, so there probably aren't many zombies left in this building either. Su-chan decided to take Bai Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao on a rampage, searching for a new place to live. He had roughly figured out the system's functions. Zombies that had been dead for no more than 30 minutes could be recruited, and if he wanted to recruit humans, they could not have any resistance. The best method was to recruit them during the transformation process after being infected by the zombie virus, just like Bai Lin. Otherwise, if the recruitment failed, the points would still be deducted. When looking at zombies or humans, it seemed there was a detection function that displayed a line of simple information. This information included characteristic descriptions. For example, Bai Lin was a popular maid, so she had maid characteristics and the meow dance, which also classified her as a dancer. That was why Su-chan recruited her without hesitation. As for the maid combat outfit, it wasn't expensive. It only cost 3 points in the shop. Su-chan's plan was to gather all the bonds first. He headed straight to the top floor, searching every room along the way and collecting supplies together. Meanwhile, in the community surveillance room, there were 7 or 8 people, 3 of whom were dressed in security uniforms, holding iron rods and looking quite fierce. The remaining 5 were all women, disheveled and trembling in the corner. The surveillance footage showed Su-chan wandering in the hallway with 2 women, clearly visible. Brother Zhou, these 2 ladies are really something, especially this one, with a slim waist and a curvy backside. It must be quite enjoyable to have her. I really like that little internet celebrity. I used to send her gifts, but she never acknowledged me. The 3 security guards murmured, their eyes filled with eagerness. The leader, Brother Zhou, raised a gun. It wasn't a real firearm, just an air gun that shoots plastic bullets for scaring people. However, Brother Zhou had secretly modified it to shoot steel bullets. With this air gun, he was able to successfully kill zombies and save these women. TSK, TSK. I wanted to enjoy you right away, but it seems like such perfect women have come to us, so you'll just have to wait in line for our favor. Brother Zhou chuckled and leaned in closely to one of the women, taking a deep breath. Then he left the surveillance room with the two security guards, locking the front door from the outside with a chain. Just then, one of the women acted strangely. She kept her head down, and drops of saliva dripped onto the floor. At this moment, Su-chan was searching the 8th floor. Suddenly, the elevator dinged and stopped at the 8th floor. Su-chan was taken aback. Zombies can take the elevator? The elevator doors opened, and 3 men in security uniforms slowly walked over. "Hey, little brother, I saw you on the surveillance, and I came over specially to rescue you," Brother Zhou said with a smile as he approached. The two security guards beside him were instantly captivated when they saw Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Lin. Up close, the two women were even more alluring. One had a cute style, and the other had long legs. They were practically drooling. Su-chan frowned slightly, wondering why he felt that Brother Zhou's walking posture was a bit stiff this week. He heightened his vigilance. Soon, Brother Zhou and his companions walked up to him. Brother Zhou still wore that cheerful expression, seemingly very amiable. The two security guards couldn't help but get anxious, their target clear, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Lin. They approached with intentions to grab, but Zhang Xiaoxiao swiftly swatted their hands away. "This security guard," before Su-chan finished speaking, Brother Zhou raised his air gun and aimed it directly at Su-chan. Chapter 4. Characteristics of Workers Activate Overtime Skills. Su-chan frowned, raised his hands, and said with a smile, "Big brother, let's talk nicely. Why do you want to mess with this guy?" Brother Zhou sneered and said, "At least you know how to be sensible, kid. What I have in my hand can kill zombies." Boom! Brother Zhou fired a shot directly, and the steel bullet hit the ceiling, instantly creating a small dent. Su-chan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. In the apocalypse, people are scarier than zombies. The apocalypse has just begun, and this group of people has already disregarded social order. Before Su-chan could say anything, Brother Zhou started mumbling to himself. "In this world, it's better for there to be fewer men. That way all the women will be ours." Su-chan was taken aback. What a delusional statement. What has this guy been watching? But who told him to have a gun? Right. What the big brother said is correct. Brother Zhou sneered and said, "Kid, drop the supplies you've collected and give them to me. As for you, just wait here in the corridor to die. I am indeed here to save people, but, well, I only want women." Su-chan smiled and said, "Isn't that a coincidence? I only want women too." Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Lin immediately sprang into action, knocking away the 2 security guards beside them. Brother Zhou reacted quickly and shot at Su-chan without hesitation. Bang! The moment the sound came, Su-chan had already dodged to the side, but it was too late. The bullet grazed his thigh, leaving a trail of blood. The pain hit Su-chan, causing his leg to buckle, and he fell to the ground. He finally understood. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. "Kid, you don't want to drink the wine offered, but you want to drink the wine that's forced on you." "Master, are you okay?" Bai Lin immediately stood in front of Su-chan, while Zhang Xiaoxiao remained vigilant beside her. Seeing this, Brother Zhou couldn't help but laugh. "Master, this young man sure knows how to play. It seems these 2 women are devoted to you." Bang! Brother Zhou shot at Su-chan again without any hesitation. Su-chan was taken aback. The gun was aimed at him, but the expected pain did not come. It was then he realized that Bai Lin had taken a bullet for him. Anger, an indescribable emotion, suddenly surged within him, with no enmity or grievance. He had been quite polite, so why did Brother Zhou do this? "You 2 stop playing dead, take that kid out, and these 2 women will behave." As long as they captured Su-chan, they could make these 2 strong women hesitate to act. Brother Zhou fired a couple more shots, each aimed at Su-chan. Bai Lin again took a bullet for Su-chan. At that moment, Su-chan could no longer hold back. "Kill, Xiao, kill." He placed his hand on Bai Lin, consuming 8 points. A flash of white light appeared, and the bullet was forcefully expelled from Bai Lin's body. "Kill." Su-chan Xiaotido Arcedi. Bai Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao rushed out from the left and right, while Brother Zhou hurriedly stepped back and took out a steel bullet. But before he could load it, a triangular stab came and pierced his heart directly. Zhang Xiaoxiao acted decisively and efficiently. Even Su-chan began to doubt if Zhang Xiaoxiao had some hidden attributes. Bai Lin dealt with the 2 security guards. After a set of cat punches, the 2 guards were left bruised and battered. "Big brother, spare me, spare me." By the way, we have 5 women in the security monitoring room. Each one not bad. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Lin's palm swept across his neck. Blood marks appeared, and the 2 security guards slowly collapsed to the ground. Su Chen watched all of this and couldn't help but gag. Although it wasn't his hands that did it, it was indeed his command, and he still couldn't bear it psychologically. But suddenly he understood. Humans are scarier than zombies. The most important thing the system gave him was loyalty. Bai Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao both looked a bit pale. They clearly had their own consciousness, but they still prioritized Su Chen's orders. Soon, the 3 security guards turned into zombies, and Zhang Xiaoxiao acted again. Su Chen leaned against the wall, surrounded by the chaotic battlefield, with lifeless bodies lying on the ground. Outside, the lights of thousands of homes had not yet turned on. The bustling streets were filled with wandering zombies. Occasionally, a sharp scream would pierce through the air, fleeting and brief. This world has truly changed. Su Chen slowly got up, his backpack, and took the keys and air gun from Brother Zhou. He looked at the air gun and couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't use this thing. He could only choose to destroy it. Otherwise, if someone else got their hands on it, it would be a threat to him. Thank you, Bai Lin. In the future, you don't need to call me master. Just call me Su Chen. That's an order. Brother Zhou's situation also made him understand that calling someone master could easily expose him. He couldn't just think about his own pleasure. Well, secretly, it was still okay to call it that. Su Chen looked at the key and decided to settle in the monitoring room tonight. He had seen the monitoring room when he went to the property center. It was on the 2nd floor of the adjacent building, secured with an iron door and good protection. Su Chen was not in the mood to continue searching. The key point was that as it got darker, the screams of the zombies became increasingly piercing, as if they had become more active. Along the way, he had killed quite a few zombies again. Combined with the kills during the day, Su Chen had already accumulated 65 points. This was after spending 8 points to help Bai Lin recover from her injuries, so the points could have been more. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the monitoring room. Hearing low growls coming from inside, he became a bit alert. He unlocked the chains and slowly opened the door. Once inside, he saw only one woman standing, while the other 4 women were lying on the ground, trembling continuously with their bodies twisted. Su Chen was taken aback. This woman had turned into a zombie, and the other women had been infected and transformed as well. Damn, isn't this a great gift? He quickly glanced at the few women, and a new feature suddenly appeared. Worker. 3 workers provide a 10 points bonus and 10 durability. With 5, the bonus increases to 15 and durability to 15. With 7 hosts, ruthless suppression can be executed, and overtime skills can be activated. What the hell? Su Chen was speechless. Moreover, all 5 of them had the traits of working-class people. This directly completed a whole set. While he was contemplating, Zhang Xiaoxiao had already made her move, swiftly and decisively using a 3-edged dagger to end the battle. Su Chen still decided to recruit. He currently has 10 vacancies and many more to fill. Recruiting, reversing corpse mutation, clearing toxins, recruitment successful. Points -50, points -15. As for the latter, Su Chen purchased 5 sets of made battle uniforms. Half an hour later, Su Chen sat in the monitoring room. The door was tightly closed. Behind him, 2 maids were attending to him, one giving a shoulder massage, the other providing a cool breeze, while 4 others were massaging his legs and arms to relieve the fatigue he accumulated throughout the day. The bond attribute truly does not deceive me. Gathering 7 will indeed make the host very happy. Currently, the bonds consist of 5 workers and 7 maids, with the additional 1-point attribute from the battle uniforms. Everyone's attributes are basically around 3 points. The maid bond increases the basic attributes by 100, but that is just the originally inherent attributes. This team of his is starting to take shape. Chapter 5. The bond of 7 maids is established, and Su Chen's happy life begins. Su Chen rested for a night. With 7 maids around, he didn't need to lift a finger. Some were boiling water, others were cooking with the collected supplies, and even someone was helping to wash his feet. The life of ancient kings was nothing like this. Among the 5 newcomers, the leader was named Li Jia, who was a little supervisor. She originally wore black stockings and a short professional skirt, giving off a mature vibe. She had been hosting a gathering at home with a few young girls from her department when the apocalypse broke out, and some mutated. The The 5 of them managed to escape, but ended up encountering those 3 scumbags led by Zhou. Chen also researched the surveillance and found that there were cameras in most hallways and important roads of the community. He figured out where the zombies were concentrated and where their numbers were smaller. In the following days, Chen began to clear out the zombies in the community while checking information on his phone. Among the 7, the strongest fighter was still Zhang Xiao, as her aerial splits were not something just anyone could do. After clearing out most of the zombies, going outside meant facing the streets, where zombies could number in the hundreds or even thousands, which was not something a few people could handle. Ding dong. A special talent has been detected. Please check it out, host. Chen was taken aback. A new prompt had appeared in the system. Help me. A voice entered Chen's ears, and he looked up to see a woman in a white coat standing by the window on the 3rd floor. Doctor, 3 units increase virus immunity. Self-healing speed 10. 5 units increase virus immunity. Self-healing speed 15. 7 hosts can unlock new variations. He ignored the inappropriate prompt. The self-healing speed was quite good. After all, if every injury cost points, it would be impossible to accumulate them. However, to fight, points must be spent. Virus immunity was crucial. Previously, a young girl under Li Jia had been bitten by a zombie during a battle, and clearing the virus had cost 10 points. If it was just an external injury, having a doctor to help would also be beneficial. Chen walked up, and based on the position of the window, he determined the room. The door was opened by a short little girl dressed in a white lab coat, the hem of which dragged on the ground. Her hair was messy, looking like a bird's nest. The white lab coat on her looked as if it was meant to be wrapped around something shiny and slick. You little girl, you're quite unique. Who are you calling a little girl? I'll have you know, I'm already 21. The little girl stared wide-eyed as Chen brought in 7 people dressed in maid outfits, her mouth twitching as she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, scumbag. Chen looked at the little lowly, but his expression changed slightly. Night spirit, biologist, doctor, genius. It was the first time he had seen so many traits. Before, he had only seen a doctor attribute. Night spirit. Your name is Night Spirit, right? Wow. Graduation photo from the youth class. PhD in basic biology, master's in microbiology. Li Jia exclaimed. Chen looked around and discovered that the walls were covered with certificates, and there were thick books marked with foreign languages on the bookshelf. He couldn't understand a single one. The system is really reliable, and this little girl is truly a treasure. Night Spirit, why don't you join Uncle's team? Uncle will bring you a lot of good things. Chen wanted to deceive some night spirits. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was seen through by the night spirits. You look very lewd like this, and you still want to fool me. Chen immediately felt awkward standing there, his toes tapping out a rhythm on the floor. Fortunately, Li Jia came out just in time to defuse the situation, taking Yiling aside to chat. As the sky gradually darkened, Yiling's home was quite spacious, and Chen had chosen this place as his resting point for the night. He watched the setting sun and murmured, "It's about time." He raised his phone, and suddenly, a message bypassed the phone's system and popped up. The message stated that this disaster was a global catastrophe, with 90% of cities in Longhua having fallen. Citizens were advised to ensure their safety while waiting for rescue or to head to the nearest shelter. The signal began to falter, and the audio and the video gradually weakened. Finally, a map of Longhua appeared, marking 10 red dots. Chen is in Jianghai City, which is a second-tier city and has no shelters at all. When the disaster broke out, there was no further information apart from this news. When will the rescue arrive? Chen has been thinking a lot these days. With the system in hand, he can completely establish his own base. Each recruited soldier has their own traits, and these traits form bonds, making their combat power absolutely not weak. Biologist, 3 biologist research bonuses of 1, 5 research bonuses of 2. This bonus is relatively small, but that's not the point. The fact that even these attributes can provide bonuses proves that the system he possesses is an all-around type, not just limited to combat. So now, he needs to choose a suitable place for the base. Is there such a place in Jianghai City? Just then, Li Jiao walked over. Master, oh no. Chen, I have convinced Yiling. As long as you take her to find her sister, she will bring her sister to join your army. Chen was taken aback. It was so simple, and it was even buy one get one free. Where was her sister? Li Jia glanced at Su Chen and pondered for a moment. The Starry Night Laboratory. This was a cutting-edge biological laboratory located in the western suburbs of Shanghai City. The owner, Yimu Gu, is a renowned top biologist in the country with 3 degrees, mainly researching vaccines and the pharmaceutical industry. You actually didn't know? There was a hint of surprise in this last sentence. Yimu Gu. Upon hearing this name, Su Chen immediately pictured a person. Long black hair wearing glasses. Standing in the sunset, the afterglow casting on the woman's lab coat. She was hailed as the youngest and most charismatic biologist in the Dragon Country. How could he have forgotten? The main reason was that this little lowly, how could she possibly be related to Yimuga? Most importantly, that cutting-edge biological laboratory even had a certain armed force, with high walls, located in the suburbs. This was undoubtedly the best choice for establishing a base. However, with his current strength, he clearly lacked the ability to go to this place. He still needed to improve. Su Chen looked at his personal panel. Level 1 recruitment. 500 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Current recruitment counts 710. He had enough points as he hadn't used any recently. As for the recruitment count, there were already a few candidates that could fill it up. He began to feel a bit excited. After the upgrade, it would surely unlock some new effects. At this moment, Night Spirit also looked over at Su Chen. All right, I promise to take you to find Yimuge. But you'd better keep your word and join my legion with your sister when the time comes. Night Spirit's eyes flickered, not revealing what she was thinking. After a long while, she nodded and smiled. Okay, it just happens to let me observe you for a bit. Chapter 6 Morning Wake-Up Service. Su Chen discovered that this Night Spirit little girl was indeed not simple. Every time he said this, he could never regard the Night Spirit as a 21-year-old adult. He already had a rough outline of a plan in his mind. He aimed to increase the number of members to 10, unlock the next level of recruitment, and see if the system would unlock new features. A night without conversation. The next day, Su Chen woke up to Bai Lin's soft humming. Even before he was fully awake, a warm towel was gently wiping his face, which instantly made him feel more alert. Sitting up in bed, he noticed breakfast had already been served on the small dining table. 2 girls dressed in maid outfits were present, one massaging his shoulders while the other fed him, their roles clearly defined. Seeing the scene, Yiling felt like she might faint on the spot. She covered her forehead and questioned her own decision. Why did I ask him to take me to find my sister? While having breakfast, Li Jia stood at the foot of the bed. Based on her observations from the night before, the streetlights that should have automatically turned on were still dark, confirming Su Chen's suspicion that the city was experiencing a power outage. She had gathered some power banks earlier, so there was no need to worry about the phone's battery for the time being. However, the signal was intermittent. The Long Kingdom official had issued several statements regarding the weaknesses of zombies and guidelines for personal safety. As Li Jia was a manager by profession, Su Chen entrusted her with the tasks of management and information gathering, which she performed excellently. As for the weaknesses of zombies, they were primarily their heads, and they became sluggish during sunrise. At night, zombies became exceptionally active, with enhanced strength and speed, and they were more bloodthirsty. Their other characteristics included acute hearing and diminished vision. What's the situation over there in Building 3? Su Chen asked. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. He hadn't done nothing in the monitoring room. He had found some suitable candidates for recruitment. In Building 3, there was a short-haired woman who could kill zombies with swift movements, as if she had trained before. This short-haired woman was someone Su Chen had to recruit. After recruitment, due to the maid, combat suit, and bond relationships, the combat abilities of the people around him were not bad. However, there were indeed differences. He understood that after recruitment by the system, it could help them overcome psychological factors to kill zombies, but it wouldn't enhance their inherent combat abilities. Therefore, he urgently needed a general who could charge in a battle. That short-haired woman was the best candidate. Su Chen immediately made a decision. Let's go to Building 3 and clear out the zombies along the way. He then looked at Yiling, and after a moment of thought, said, I can't find your sister in the short term. If you're willing, you can come with me, and I can guarantee your safety. Su Chen hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Yiling. I'll go with you. Building 3, 4th floor, 408. Ling Xiao leaned weakly against the wall. In the living room, a girl was bandaging her wounds. The 3 sisters were housemates who usually got along well. But the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse caught them off guard. Ling Xiao was a black belt in Taekwondo and even a coach skilled in combat. However, she still couldn't break through the encirclement of zombies. I was wrong. I thought I could protect you, but I still let her. Today, it was the three of them who rushed out of Building 3, but unexpectedly, one of the roommates had become zombie food. At that moment, the girl's face was pale as she forced a smile. Sister, it's not your fault. We're the useless ones. We clearly learned self-defense from you. I've seen movies. If a zombie scratches me, I will also mutate. Ling Xiao, promise me you'll live well. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao shook her head furiously. After 2 years of sharing a rental, she had already regarded her 2 roommates as her own sisters. How could she abandon her family? I will find a way to save you. Hold on, and I'll try to break out. Ling Xiao slowly clenched her fist. As long as she could find medicine, there was hope. Perhaps, at the official shelter, there would be a chance for a cure. She never gave up any bit of hope. Sister, I can't hold on any longer. You must live well. The girl insisted. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The 2 inside immediately became alert. Hello, I'm here to help you. A clear voice rang out, sounding quite pleasant. Ling Xiao cautiously leaned toward the peephole and saw a handsome young man standing outside the door with a brilliant smile. Beside him were several girls dressed in maid outfits. At least, they weren't zombies. Ling Xiao opened the door, curious. 7 girls in maid outfits and 1 little lowly? It seems I arrived just in time. I can help you and your friends, Chen said with a smile. He noticed the injured girl in the living room and had initially prepared a pitch for recruitment. But now it was unnecessary. Before Ling Xiao could refuse, Chen stepped inside and casually closed the door. Yi Ling hadn't been recruited yet. He couldn't let her discover his secret. Chen walked into the living room and sat down by himself. Were you bitten by a zombie? Chen asked. The girl nodded. Ling Xiao was also fearless. As a black belt in Taekwondo, she wasn't worried at all about a man trying to pull any tricks in front of her. You said you have a way? Chen nodded slightly and said, however, you need to join my team, and there must be no resistance in your hearts. Ling Xiao immediately sneered, impossible. Chen remained silent, watching the girl with great interest. The girl's face was pale, but her eyes were filled with blood vessels. Her breathing began to become labored, and her hands and feet twitched involuntarily. I can save your roommate, but you don't have much time to think. After all, she is about to turn into a zombie. Of course, you can refuse, and I will still save her, but she can only go with me, and you will be left behind. Additionally, if you join my side, you will become stronger. Chen raised his head, his eyes meeting Ling Xiao's gaze. He showed no sign of avoiding eye contact. Ling Xiao, martial artist, merchant. Martial artist. 3 people grant a 10 battle power increase and a 10 attribute increase. 5 people grant a 15 battle power increase and a 15 attribute increase. 7 people. Once the host is caught in an awkward situation, they may be beaten up. Merchant. 3 people daily score increases by 1. 5 people daily score increases by 2. 7 people. The host can enjoy immense wealth. This martial artist bond really does enhance battle power, but Chen has only encountered one so far. As for the merchant, it feels like saving points and earning interest. Chen thought both of these bonds were quite good. Time passed slowly. Ling Xiao looked at the struggling girl and slowly clenched his fists. Chapter 7. How could I hit the master? I just want to be the master's sparring partner. Ling Xiao treated the girl as family, and at this moment, there was no hesitation in her heart. All right, I will join you, but you must save her first. Chen raised his hand to recruit the girl without any hesitation. Recruiting, reversing the transformation, cleansing toxins, recruitment successful. Soon, the girl looked at herself in confusion, and even the scratches on her body healed. Ling Xiao was completely stunned. Having received a scientific education, she had never witnessed such a fantastical event. What was that beam of white light? Ling Xiao looked at Chen and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Chen smiled and said, "Chen, a person with special abilities, you don't need to be surprised. The outside world is already the apocalypse, right?" Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. "That's true. People can turn into zombies and kill everywhere after they die. So what's so strange about it? Can I ask why? Because my ability has limitations, so you can't resist. Once you resist, it will hurt you. Do you have limitations on me?" "Yes, absolute loyalty, that's all." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao slowly closed her eyes. She relaxed her tightly clenched fists and stood quietly in place. Seeing this, Su Chen initiated the recruitment again. Ling Xiao had indeed given up resistance, and the recruitment was very successful. Ling Xiao opened her eyes again. Feeling that Su Chen in front of her seemed to have changed, she genuinely wanted to be loyal to this man. She slowly bent down and said softly, "Master." Su Chen exchanged for maid battle outfits again and handed them to the two. Once they changed, it would be easier to deal with the zombies. Ling Xiao was taken aback. With her personality, she didn't want to wear such clothes. But because it was Su Chen's order, after a brief hesitation, she accepted it. Soon, the two maid warriors appeared before Su Chen again. "By the way, Ling Xiao, if I were to act lewdly, would you hit me?" Su Chen suddenly laughed, but for some reason, that smile seemed a bit annoying. Ling Xiao lowered her eyes and said softly, "How could I hit my master? But Master's combat ability should be lacking. I need to practice with you." Su Chen awkwardly said, "No need to call me master, just call me Su Chen." As he walked out the door, there were 10 girls with different styles behind him. While not every one of them was stunningly beautiful, they were certainly above average. They were all dressed in maid outfits. That's right, even Yi Ling had been persuaded by Su Chen to wear a maid outfit. But since she wasn't a member of the Legion, she didn't benefit from the bond effect. Walking down the road, Su Chen didn't need to lift a finger. With a fire axe and a homemade iron rod hammer, the maid warriors beside him were absolutely wreaking havoc. Along the way, Su Chen spotted a female zombie and effortlessly defeated it for recruitment. Current points, 866, recruitment count, 1010, upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade to level 2 recruitment? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Yes. Congratulations to the host. You've upgraded to level 2 recruitment. Unlocking new features. Please check the host panel." Indeed, there were new features, and Su Chen quickly opened the system panel. Su Chen, 10 Captain Defense, 0, 8 Stamina, 1 Spirit, 1 Recruitment Level, 2 Recruitment Points, 20 Recruitment Count, 15 Successful recruitment can randomly increase 1 basic attribute. Current Legion members, Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Li. Current bonds, made 10 people, combat power increased 20, basic attribute increased 200, dancer, 3 people, flexibility 2, worker, 5 people, points increased 25. Endurance 15, skills, exploration points, 366. It turned out that the dancer bond was triggered. No wonder Zhang Xiao had been getting better at doing splits lately. As for the new skill, exploration, triggered once daily, detects available talents within a 5,000-meter range and marks them. Su Chen stroked his chin, thinking that this skill was quite good. But what if he couldn't find it? Would he have to wait until the next day? Now the number of recruits had increased to 10 again, and the reason the maid's basic attributes had increased by 200 was due to the increase in bond quantity. Now with 10 people, there are also bond attributes. Su Chen pondered that as the recruitment level increased, the number and attributes of the bonds would gradually improve as well. The attribute bonuses provided by the maid were indeed good and worth cultivating, especially since the maid's combat outfit was not expensive. Those who have played auto chess know that having too many bonds is not necessarily better. If it's too chaotic, gathering a bunch of bonds may not yield good actual bonuses. Among the 3 bonds he currently had, each attribute was indispensable. Without any new bonds appearing, he had 2 decisions: to gather the doctor attribute to increase the team's survival rate, or to focus on the worker attribute to increase point income. Suddenly, a helicopter rushed by in the sky, and the loud roar interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. The surrounding zombies' growls suddenly intensified, clearly stimulated by the helicopter as well. Su Chen is Gazi Shotbund. It was a rescue helicopter from the Dragon Country. It seemed that rescue operations had indeed begun. But how many people could the helicopter actually save? It was likely that priority would still be given to those in higher positions. Su Chen smiled lightly and didn't pay much attention. Put in some effort, and we'll soon reach Jianghai No. 1 Primary School, where there's a school bus that can serve as our vehicle. Thinking about the vehicle, Su Chen suddenly had a new idea. Can we find a few mechanics to modify a vehicle? However, in the car repair industry, even if there are women, aren't they all tough girls? Su Chen was just thinking. In the suburbs of Jianghai City, the sound of gunfire was continuous. A wave of zombies was quickly suppressed by powerful firepower. A middle-aged man in a long military uniform stepped out and looked around. They had rescued a portion of people. But unfortunately, compared to the number of survivors in the city, this number was minuscule. Long Zaiqian picked up the walkie-talkie. What's the situation at the Xingya laboratory? Report. A large number of zombies have gathered around the Xingya laboratory. At least 5 companies of troops are needed to break in and rescue people. Long Zaiqian scratched his head, feeling quite anxious. Have you contacted Yimuge? She said she would only come with us if we found her sister. And she also said that we are hypocritical and garbage. Long Zaiqian snorted coldly, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly and crushing it. Damn Yimuge! Are we hypocritical? Do these people really know what the situation is globally? According to satellite monitoring, at least 90 of the global population has turned into zombies. Out of 8 billion people, only 800 million are left, which seems like a lot. But compared to the global population, there are still 2 billion zombies. Not to mention those animals, as well as the inconspicuous rats, stray cats, and stray dogs in the cities, which have also turned into zombies. The number of zombies is enough to crush anyone. This is a conservative estimate. In just a few days, society has collapsed, civilization has regressed, and a large group of the upper class has also turned into zombies. Currently, there are only a few people who can make decisions. The fate of Longhua can only be controlled by these few people. How much pressure must they be under? Chapter 8. How to choose between a master and hundreds of students and teachers, Long Zaiqian pondered, when this pressure and power are in his hands. It could drive him to collapse. He had to consider how many people could survive now and also think about the future. Therefore, an elder stepped forward. He issued an order to prioritize the rescue of special talents. On the day this order was issued, he recorded a video, took on all the blame, and committed suicide. It wouldn't be long before this elder's video would be released online. Perhaps people would no longer be able to see this video. But ordinary people who did see it would be angry and resentful towards this elder, without exception. Long Zaiqian took a deep breath and took out a new walkie-talkie. Attention all teams, while searching for special talents, rescue ordinary civilians whenever possible. Furthermore, I have only one command. Every life is important. Especially take good care of yourselves. He silently noted this in his heart. These people were armed and well-equipped, but could they guarantee their safety? Meanwhile, on Latin Street, a 10-person team advanced rapidly, only killing the zombies that got too close. They tried to minimize gunfire, as these creatures were too sensitive to sound. Leading the group was an impressive female soldier. As zombies charged, she drew her military knife from her waist, sidestepped, and stabbed the knife into the zombie's temple. Her movements were quick and decisive. Zhou Dong dealt with the zombie, misstepped, and quickly adjusted her direction to charge forward. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped and quickly made several hand signals. The others immediately rushed into a nearby shop and pulled down the roller shutter. Not far from them, hundreds of zombies came rushing in, stirring up clouds of dust. Zhou Dong sat in the shop, opened a map. It was a rescue signal from Jianghai Primary School No. 1, where over 100 students and teachers were still alive, and those were all children. She gripped the map tightly, crumpling one corner of it. Captain, our target is Teacher Liu from Jianghai Secondary School No. 2. He holds a master's degree in biology. Hearing this, Zhou Dong suddenly stood up. A master and over 100 children. How can you ask me to choose? The team members fell silent. They too could not make a decision. Change the destination to Jianghai Primary School No. 1. At the entrance of Jianghai Primary School No. 1, in a small convenience store, Su Chan looked out of the second-floor window at Jianghai Primary School, his lips twitching. The zombies in this place were truly unique. There were many child zombies, but their movement speed was unusually fast. The strangest thing was that 20 child zombies were loosely standing in a line, still doing calisthenics. Their movements were deformed, making them look somewhat comical. Yet they performed the exercises with great seriousness, again and again. There was also a group of child zombies tearing books apart and roaring loudly. Su Chan couldn't help but exclaim, "This group of elementary school students is really hard to handle. Even after turning into zombies, they're still so unique. Coming here to find a school bus is indeed a good idea, but unfortunately, the difficulty is too high. I must strengthen the members of the Legion, and also, I wonder if Chun Jiai is still at this school." Su Chen came here not just to look for the school bus. Chen Jiai was one of the campus beauties during their university years. They met in their freshman year and have always been good friends. The relationship between Chen Jiai and him is somewhat ambiguous, and he cannot deny that he has some feelings for her. Su Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He opened the system all. The reason he had never equipped firearms was due to two reasons. One was that the regulations in Long Country were strict. Encountering officials might lead to conflict. The other reason was that firearms were simply too expensive. A handgun required 150 points, and that only came with 100 bullets. Along his journey, plus his previous points, he only had 666 points. Moreover, most members of the Legion did not know how to use firearms. This idea had to be put aside. Now, after upgrading to level 2 recruitment, there was an additional enhancement option for the original Legion members. He clicked on Ling Xiao's panel. Ling Xiao defense, 1, 1, 3, 2, stamina, 1, 4, 3, 8, spirit, 1, 2. The maid combat suit added 1 point, and the maid's attributes increased by 200 of the base attributes, resulting in the current stats. The other members' attributes were similar. The option at the back was the enhancement option. Su Chen activated the panel, and a line of options appeared before him. Basic attributes. Special skills. Basic skills. Basic attributes refer to physical abilities, with 1 point of basic attributes requiring 50 points of credits. Special skills also require 50 credits to comprehend, and the comprehension options are randomly assigned based on personal traits. However, Ling Xiao provides random predictions. One of the options is barehandedly twisting off a lid. Barehanded lid twisting. Twist off the crown of the head with bare hands. Upon seeing this skill, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. What if he accidentally twisted his own? Additionally, there are basic skills such as combat, shooting, driving, etc. Each also requires 50 credits to comprehend and can be freely chosen. If he wants to enhance the combat power of others, combat and shooting are undoubtedly the best choices. As for shooting, it is not limited to just firearms. Automatic crossbows are also included. The points required for an automatic crossbow in the system shop are significantly lower. Su Chen immediately had an idea. He stroked his chin and looked at his maid army. Can you not look at these sisters so lewdly? People like you would definitely be disliked by my sister. Yiling couldn't help but mumble. Su Chen glanced thoughtfully at Yiling's chest, then looked at her maid army. Treating everyone equally, Li Jia is still the best. Li Jia is truly the big sister. Li Jia, you are the team leader, commanding the 5-member range team. Ling Xiao, you are also the team leader, leading Xiao Xiao and Bai Lin. At this moment, a delicate girl pointed at herself, looking full of anticipation. Su Chen spread his hands and said, "You help me massage my shoulders." Oh, actually that works too. Yiling rolled her eyes directly and went downstairs. Little did she know, Su Chen actually needed Yiling to leave. Su Chen laughed and immediately distributed the points. Including Li Jia, there were a total of 6 people in the remote team, consuming 600 points. 50 points were for basic skills, 50 points were needed for the automatic crossbow, with each person contributing 100 points. The combat targets were assigned. Su Chen's expression was quite serious. He briefly outlined his plan and warned everyone to pay attention to safety. They would rush into Jianghai one middle school to establish a defensive line in the teaching building. Su Chen knew that this battle was the most difficult one they had ever faced. They had always dealt with scattered zombies. At the entrance of Jianghai No. 1 Elementary School, there were at least 500 zombies, which was no small number. Chapter 9. Never forget elegance. Ariel split after resting for a night. The next day, Ling Xiao and the others rushed out of the convenience store, and zombies immediately surrounded them. Ling Xiao led the way with a fire axe in one hand. Zhang Xiao still held a military dagger, maintaining her elegant demeanor while charging forward, occasionally going wild, performing an aerial split, and directly stepping on a zombie with her high heels. Bai Lin, well, it was like waving a magic wand, still somewhat lethal. Li Jia's team, carrying a crossbow, quickly moved out. They shared the pressure of the zombies along the way, rushing into nearby shops to find a high ground. The nearby shops were all 2 stories high, with windows facing the street outside, suitable for being used as a vantage point. Soon, everyone took their positions. Su Chen was observing from the 2nd floor, with Ying and the little lowly standing beside him. Ing sighed, opened a bag of melon seeds, took out the seeds, and handed them to Su-chun. The little loli looked helpless, wondering how she ended up with Su-chun, this big shot. However, she was also curious about where Su-chun got those crossbows. She knew that if she asked, Su-chun would just distract her, so she chose to stay silent. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. One crossbow bolt after another flew out, and the zombies fell in response. The broadcast exercise zombies were on the move, mumbling incoherently. For some reason, Su-chan felt like a BGM was playing in the background. Loving you while walking alone in the dark alley. Loving you in a way that doesn't kneel. Come on, ABC. Ling Xiao and her two companions were deeply entrenched in the zombie horde, their steps never faltering. Their purpose for going out was to attract the zombies, which would then be picked off by the long-range team. Su-chan stared intensely at the group of zombies ahead and couldn't help but stand up. Fortunately, the fire axe swept through and the three of them charged out again. However, their speed was noticeably slower this time. At this rate, they would be surrounded by zombies. Su-chun immediately opened the panel for the three people. Each of them gained 1 point in stamina. In the next moment, the three of them increased their speed again and rushed out. The crossbow bolts quickly followed, taking care of the zombies trailing behind them. Su-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Physical fitness affects stamina, strength, and speed. High-intensity combat consumes stamina rapidly, and this increase in physical fitness has also given them more endurance. Su-chun assessed the situation and then waved his hand, shouting, "Once the long-range crossbow arrows are used up, switch to close combat and quickly support the Ling Xiao team." Voices of agreement came from the shops around. Su-chun also handed a stick to Yi Ling and said with a smile, "Let us go. Help out." Yi Ling had tried to kill zombies, but unfortunately, without the psychological resilience bonus, her combat power was just weak. Although she was delicate, she wasn't afraid of killing zombies. It was just that the little fool often got hurt. Soon, Su-chun rushed out to join Ling Xiao and the others. Even so, the situation was still grim. Picking up the pace, it would be much better once they reached the teaching building. Su-chun also picked up a hammer and joined the fight. Su-chun saw more zombies closing in from the front. His brows furrowed into a shape. "This is not good. I think I underestimated the situation. There aren't enough crossbow bolts. I should have been doing guerrilla warfare." Just as he thought this, a scream was heard. A girl on the flank was dragged away by a zombie, and before she left, she threw her weapons and automatic crossbow to her companions. Recruitment count 910. Su-chen's heart tightened. Someone had died. Once recruited, they could not be recruited again. The maid army did not have the ability to resist the virus, and once infected, it meant there was no hope. The only way to save them was to clear the toxins before they turned into corpses. Unexpectedly, there was still a mistake. Without time to think further, Su-chun let out an angry roar and swung his hammer to strike the zombies, venting his frustration. The death of a teammate stimulated everyone's combat power to soar. Soon, they charged to the entrance of the teaching building. Fortunately, the main door of the building was not locked, and a large iron chain had fallen nearby. Clearly, someone had tried to lock it, but was attacked and killed by zombies, failing in their attempt. Su-chun quickly rushed in and picked up the chain. The others immediately pulled up the iron fence outside the teaching building after entering. Su-chun closely followed, locking the main door with an iron chain, and using his own hammer to secure the chain. The zombies were blocked outside the iron fence, continuously banging against it. Su-chun let out a breath, but now he was facing a problem. The collective attributes had decreased. With 10 maids, the base attribute was 100, but because of the deaths, that attribute was gone. He could only recruit new members within this context. He felt guilty, always thinking he had considered every possibility, but in reality, the battle plan was not perfect. He could sweep around and eliminate scattered zombies to boost everyone's attributes, or he could fill the team to the full 15 members before charging in. With more crossbow bolts, he could engage in guerrilla tactics and take down the zombies in batches. Any plan would be better than his previous one. Li Gik stepped forward, embraced Su-chun gently, and patted him on the back. "Master, you have already done very well. There's no need to blame yourself. Without you, we would have already died when we turned into zombies." Su-chun felt like he had plunged into a warm pillow, a double-sided pillow that completely enveloped his head. However, gradually, he began to struggle. Yeah. When Li Jia noticed something was wrong and let go of Su Chen, he had already started rolling his eyes. Everyone rushed to save him again. Fortunately, with this interruption, Su Chen's emotions improved significantly. Ling Xiao walked over to him and patted his shoulder. I also saw my sister die at the hands of those monsters, and I still haven't moved on. Perhaps I can't comfort you, but I can only tell you to live and move forward with strength. Su Chen nodded and murmured to himself. He reached out and slapped his face to wake himself up a bit. Something was off. Why were there no zombies on the first floor? The main door was wide open, and with zombies wandering around, some would surely have come in. But in reality, the first floor was just too quiet. Su Chen made a hand gesture to everyone. Ling Xiao took the lead and walked towards the second floor. Still no zombies. Third floor, none. Fourth floor, none. Su Chen took a deep breath. This teaching building only had 5 floors. The 5th floor had several large classrooms. Could it be that they were all gathered upstairs? Be careful, Ling Xiao, you're fast, go take a look. Meow. Su Chen was taken aback, just about to tell Bai Lin to stop messing around. But the next moment, he saw a furry paw coming down the stairs from the 5th floor. It was a cat. But Su Chen was shocked. Was this a cat or a tiger? From the head, it looked just like an ordinary tabby cat. But why did this tabby cat have a body the size of a tiger? Meow. Chapter 10, Killing the Tabby Cat. Su Chen hurriedly led everyone to retreat, as fighting at the staircase was not appropriate. However, the only open space was in the classroom. Su Chen rushed into the classroom, instructing everyone to push all the desks and chairs aside. Soon, the tabby cat walked in again, strutting gracefully and casually. Su Chen carefully observed. His eyes were blood red, and he had rotten wounds on his body, likely indicating he was a zombie. Can animals also mutate? From the looks of it, the tabby cat had not lost its sanity. It charged forward at the first opportunity, clearly different from ordinary zombies. Could it still retain some habits from before the mutation? Li Jia exclaimed. Her words were exactly what Su Chen was speculating. Be careful, Ling Xiao, you have to take the lead. Ling Xiao agreed and cautiously ran towards the tabby cat. The tabby cat licked its paw, not taking Ling Xiao seriously at all. As Ling Xiao approached within a certain distance, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly sped up. 3 bloody claw marks suddenly appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen didn't think too much and immediately stepped forward, reaching out to press on Ling Xiao's chest. A white light appeared. 3 blood marks cost 12 points, and clearing the zombie toxin cost 10 points. Just one treatment cost a total of 22 points. Su Chen directly changed the strategy. He exchanged for 50 crossbow bolts. There was no choice, the points were running low. 50 crossbow bolts cost 25 points, leaving him with 25 points remaining. In ranged skirmishes, he tried to avoid getting injured as much as possible. Su Chen's tone was serious. Everyone nodded and dispersed immediately. The tabby cat remained in place, licking its paws, which still had Ling Xiao's blood on them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of crossbow bolts was fired. The tabby cat suddenly leaped up, its claws gripping the ceiling, hanging upside down and avoiding the attack. Damn! Su Chen didn't know what to say. The tabby cat attacked again. Ling Xiao suddenly charged out, discarding her fire axe, and with a swift hand strike, she deflected the tabby cat's paw, then quickly crouched and jumped away. Everyone quickly raised their crossbows, and the bolts shot out, hitting the tabby cat this time. Blood flowed profusely. This clearly enraged the tabby cat, which accelerated sharply and darted out. Everyone simultaneously fired to suppress it while retreating. Su Chen suddenly thought of something and called Zhang Xiao and Bai Lin, who didn't have crossbow arrows, to run to the side. Then, the 3 of them lifted those small desks and stools and smashed them down. Su Chen lost his strength after 2 attempts, his eyes rolling as a plan formed in his mind. The classroom had front and back doors, and they all retreated to the area near the back door. Su Chen immediately moved the tables and stacked them together. Li Jia also instructed the team members to help Su Chen, and soon a defensive line was formed. This height was nothing for the tabby cat, which could easily jump up, but as it leaped, a crossbow bolt came flying, sending it tumbling away due to inertia. It crashed into the table, which Su Chen and the others were using their bodies to shield. The width of 4 or 5 tables was about 3 to 4 meters, and the tabby cat leaped into the air. However, while still in the air, its belly was exposed. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he took the fire axe. Charging out fiercely, he slid across the desk while raising the fire axe above his head. Bang! The tabby cat landed on the desk, toppling it over and causing blood to flow. Everyone showed no mercy, shooting one after another until there were no more crossbow bolts. Congratulations, host, on your first kill of a mutated creature, gaining 100 points and a reward of 300 points. Please examine the body of the mutated creature carefully, host. Su-Chen was somewhat curious. However, he still chose to believe in the system's words. This time, after the kill, his points skyrocketed, gaining another 425. Fortunately, the subsequent battles were guerrilla tactics, and everyone only sustained minor injuries while dodging. To avoid any zombie toxins, Su-Chen quickly helped everyone recover from their wounds. Night Spirit was left in a daze. She had too many questions but couldn't voice them. Immediately afterward, Su-Chen took the fire axe from Ling Xiao and, according to the system prompt, split open the tabby cat's head. A small object, resembling a marble, rolled onto the ground. Su-Chen didn't care about the filth on it and carefully examined it in his hand. This marble was still glowing? Evolution energy detected. Confirm absorption. Absorb it. Su-Chen issued a somewhat uncertain order. Points 500, simultaneously points minus 500. Open the superpower system for all members. The host can awaken their superpower for free once. Do you want to awaken? Superpower? Wow. Su-Chen was so surprised that he almost jumped up from the ground. He finally stood up. Awakening, decisively awakening. After all, it was free. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the ability awakening. Current ability level 1. Points can be spent to upgrade ability level. Ability. Lightning domain. Can release lightning around oneself and control lightning to launch attacks. Ability level 1. Skill. Lightning strike. Su-Chen was taken aback. Is that it? Awakening superpowers is supposed to trigger a phenomenon in the world, with 9 dragons appearing and thunder rumbling, right? The system didn't want to say too much. But the host is just too much of a fantasy enthusiast. Please watch less of these fantastical things. Su-Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Wait, did the system just talk to him? Could it detect his thoughts? Well, it seems to be a Sunder's system. However, it was indeed a bit embarrassing to be teased by the system. He opened the ability panel. Ability level 1, 100 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Anyway, he just received 400 points, so Su-Chen unreservedly allocated all of them to upgrading. Ability level 4, 100 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Skill, lightning strike. Su-Chen was taken aback. No changes? Just at that moment, he suddenly saw on the system panel that his mental state had increased from 1 to 5. 3, a total increase of 4. 3, this was no small number. 1 point of mental state was equivalent to the baseline for an adult, so his current mental state was equivalent to the total of 5 people. He could confirm that this increase was due to his special ability. But now was not the time to experiment with his abilities. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single zombie in this teaching building. He was filled with the desire to do something, just like the line that elementary school students love the most. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Yes, that's it. Wow. The elementary school student was spouting nonsense. At that moment, a slender hand reached out and tapped the elementary school student on the head. Teacher, look, that big spotted cat is dead. Wow, that big spotted cat was so powerful. How'd you guys manage to take it down? Impressive. The elementary school student was jumping up and down excitedly like a monkey. Then, a girl in a floral dress with long braids walked out. She tucked her hair behind her ear and curiously looked into the classroom. At that moment, both of them froze in place. Chen Jiai? Su-Chen? Chapter 11. Late-stage male chauvinism. No cure. Chen Jiai took a couple of steps, but then stopped again. She glanced at the maids following Su-Chen, her expression stunned, but after a moment, she returned to normal. Wow, Teacher Chen's old lover. The elementary school student immediately started to make a ruckus. Chen Jiai reached out and gently tapped the elementary school student again, but did not refute him. Did you come to find me? Oh no, I still need to find the school bus. As soon as this was said, the maids behind Su-Chen all made gestures of face-palming. In fact, Su-Chen had a clear goal, which was Jianghai No. 1 Elementary School. Yes, only Jianghai No. 1 Elementary School had a school bus, and it was said to have cost millions to purchase, regardless of performance or... Su-Chen hadn't finished speaking when Li Jia stepped forward and interrupted him. Chen Jiai, seemingly lost in thought, allowed a soft "oh" and turned to leave. "Follow me. It's not safe here." "But wait, that big tabby cat has already been killed by you guys. It should be safe now," Chen Jia muttered to herself as she walked further away. Su Chen was followed by several maids, scratching his head nonstop. Did he say something wrong? Why were the maids looking at him like he was an idiot? He suspected that the system's 100 loyalty had some issues. On the 5th floor, in a large classroom, a tall, muscular man, nearly 9 meters, was crazily showing off his muscles in front of the teachers. The teachers were quite speechless. This was the school's PE teacher, who had been saying he would help them find a way out, but they had been trapped here for several days. They couldn't expect any so-called rescue. A sense of despair was gradually spreading. Would Mr. Chen, who had been gone for so long, run into trouble? It had long been said that none of those troublesome kids in Mr. Chen's class could be relied upon. Something was bound to go wrong. In this chaotic world, taking care of oneself was already a challenge, let alone those kids. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open. Chen Jia walked in holding a child and looked at the teacher who had spoken. They were not a burden. Besides, it was safe here. Chen Jia knew what that teacher wanted to say. With nearly 80 or 90 kids, they were of no use at all. Even their parents might not still be alive. And as teachers, they were struggling to take care of themselves, let alone these dozens of kids. What else could they be but a burden? The PE teacher quickly approached, looking incredulous, and said, "How is that possible? That big calico cat is very strong. Could have run away?" Just then, Su Chen walked in with his maid army. A middle-aged teacher stood up and immediately said, unhappily, "Chen Jia, I'm not criticizing you, but this place is already crowded enough, and you brought more people in, taking up resources." Chen Jia frowned, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward and said, "We are just here for the school bus. Once I get the keys to the bus, I will leave." He looked around and noticed that there was only one girl whose attributes he could see. That girl had a doctor attribute, making her suitable for recruitment. As for the others, Su Chen would have to call them Andy. Among them, there was a chef attribute and a teacher attribute, both of which were not suitable. Additionally, anyone willing to come with me can do so. I will only take a 3-hour break. Su Chen finished speaking and pulled Chen Jia aside, signaling her to talk privately. At that moment, the group of teachers were still murmuring, unsure of what they were saying, but their gazes were all fixed on Su Chen. "Su Chen pul Chen Hiedi Saif. Actually, I came to find you too. After all, we are good friends, but you also know what this world has become, right?" Su Chen wants to recruit Chen Jia, not to bind her, but because only in this way can he protect her. The soldiers under his command can be taken care of by the system, using points for healing and strengthening, which will also give Chen Jia the ability to protect herself. As for the issue of absolute loyalty, Su Chen believes that even without the system, Chen Jia would not betray him. This is the tacit understanding and trust built over 4 years of being together. However, I need to place a mark on you, and you cannot resist me. When Su Chen said this, he was still a bit nervous. "I promise you, if you can kill that big tabby cat, you will definitely become different from before. However, I have a condition." After saying this, Chen Jia turned her head toward the group of children. Su Chen was silent. He knew what Chen Jia's conditions were, but he really didn't want to take this group of troublemakers with him. "That's fine. I'll take care of myself," Chen Jia said with a smile. Then, she turned around and left. Su Chen stood still, letting out a helpless sigh. He hadn't anticipated this situation. At that moment, "Teacher Chen, it's not what the principal said. Look at that group of people with weapons. They've even come to the school. They must have some power, right?" The principal showed a kind smile and took Chen Jia's hand. "Our idea is to let the kids stay here and hide well. You go talk to your acquaintance and have them protect us to a safe location. Then we can find the authorities and the military to rescue these kids. There's food stored here. These kids will definitely be fine." Chen Jia was taken aback and looked around. It was obvious that everyone had the same thought. Only the PE teacher muttered, saying he could also protect everyone well. Seeing that Chen Jia wasn't speaking, everyone immediately began to persuade her earnestly. The principal spoke with great seriousness. "Teacher Chen, you're still young. You need to listen to us elders. If not, you could take me talk as well." But then they saw the school doctor being taken away by Su Chen's people, surrounded and seemingly discussing something. Soon, the The school doctor nodded. The principal ignored that and continued to persuade. But at that moment, gunshots rang out. The principal was extremely excited and immediately pushed Chen Jai away. The military is here to rescue us. Teacher Chen, you didn't go talk, but look, it seems you don't need your friend after all. Several teachers rushed to the corridor outside, opened the windows, and began to shout loudly to those below. Su Chen felt a bad premonition in his heart. Before long, a piercing scream was heard. How could there be zombies? The situation instantly became chaotic. The teachers rushed together, while the children ran wildly in the hallway. Li Jia and the others raised their crossbows but dared not shoot easily. In just a few minutes, a strong smell of blood filled the corridor. Damn it, those brainless idiots. Prioritize saving the children and be careful. If they have injuries, just give up. Su Chen saved the child just for Chen Jai. He rushed to the corridor, and it was indeed in complete chaos, with people rushing down. However, there were already a few zombies charging up the stairs. Could it be that the door below was broken? Chapter 12. Thunder Ability, Shattering the Darkness with Lightning. Su Chen didn't have time to think too much. He squinted his eyes, just in time to try a lightning strike. Electric currents slowly emerged on his palm, and the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. The people nearby were instantly stunned. Discharging electricity with bare hands. Is this still human? Su Chen locked onto a zombie and waved his hand. Electricity instantly surged out, almost immediately blasting the zombie's head apart. Su Chen felt a bit tired, but for the sake of the experiment, he still used lightning strikes once again. The maid army had already rushed into the crowd, each fighting on their own. This small-scale zombie battle no longer required them to gather together to act. Su Chen used lightning to deal with several zombies again, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. Perhaps his abilities were still too weak. After using them 7 or 8 times, he felt tired and needed a rest. Taking advantage of this moment, he looked down. Boom! Flames soared into the sky. A team of armed soldiers rushed in, dressed in camouflage combat uniforms and well-trained. Perhaps seeing Su Chen on the 5th floor, someone in the team nodded at him. Su Chen glanced over, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In this team, there were quite a few recruitable individuals. This group basically had only 2 attributes. Soldier, 3 people increase combat synergy, 5 people increase team strength by 5, 10 people increase team attributes by 5. The other attribute was surprisingly martial artist. To be precise, it was military combat skills, but it was also categorized under the characteristics of martial artists. Martial artist. 3 people increase combat power by 10. Attribute increase by 10. 5 people increase combat power by 15. Attribute increase by 15. 10 people unlock mastery of combat, currently. There was only Ling Xiao in the team who was a martial artist. This squad needed to be persuaded, and they all possessed firearms. Su Chen immediately ordered, consolidate the team and go down to provide support. Ling Xiao and the others quickly broke free, leaving 2 members from Li Jia's team to assist. The situation stabilized significantly. 2 people were enough. Chen Jai followed closely beside Su Chen and tugged at the corner of his shirt. Su Chen was silent for a moment. I will protect you. He immediately led his men downstairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, he instructed Li Jia and the others to find tables and chairs to create obstacles and block the way. He himself only took Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao with him as they went down. 1st floor. Gunfire erupted. That group was clearly caught in a tough battle. Over here. This way. Su Chen hididis chautif. Immediately, several zombies turned around and rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand again, and the electric current shot out instantly. This time it had penetrating power, passing through several zombies lined up. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao also rushed out, standing at the door, killing zombies on the left and right. Before long, Li Jia came down with another person to help. With the addition of an automatic crossbow, the situation in the battle stabilized significantly. After using Thunderstrike a few times, Su Chen felt a bit exhausted. Fortunately, that group of people had decent combat skills and had already fought their way through, rushing towards him. Just at that moment, a cat's meow caught Su Chen's attention. He saw 3 zombie cats, each the size of a tiger, leap out. With a swipe of their claws, they directly bit off the heads of the zombies and began to chew on them. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Dealing with one zombie cat was already difficult. And now there were three? The zombie cat suddenly leaped up and pounced on that team member. Su Chen was angry. Damn it, that was a martial artist. He glanced at the points. He had previously reached level 4 of his abilities, and now he had to add more. Points minus 100, ability level 5, skills, Thunder Strike. Thunder Chain. Did he comprehend a new skill? Su Chen was taken aback. Host, during the process of leveling up your abilities, in addition to increasing your mental attributes, there is also a chance to comprehend skills, making the use of abilities more convenient. Please level up more, host. The system prompted again. Su Chen didn't have time to think about much. He surrounded his hands with electricity and pushed it out. The current struck the first zombie, then spread to the next one. It spread to 5 zombies before finally stopping. He roughly understood the principle of the lightning chain. Hitting one would cause it to spread randomly to a few nearby ones. He struck again, this time aiming the lightning chain at a zombie cat. The zombie cat was fast and responsive, but the current was faster. In an instant, the zombie cat let out a howl. The team member immediately raised his gun and shot, finally breaking through the encirclement. Perhaps seeing the electricity, the other 2 zombie cats seemed a bit wary and retreated. Su Chen felt helpless. He was truly drained, with not a drop left. Turning around, he saw Chen Jiai still clutching the hem of his shirt, seemingly lost in thought. However, he could tell that Chen Jiai was trembling. The young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Zombies are here. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiai immediately left Su Chen's embrace. Su Chen glanced at the speaker with some dissatisfaction. It was a short-haired girl with a spirited demeanor. However, her face was covered in blood, making it difficult to see her exact features. As soon as Su Chen saw her, he realized she had been bitten. What a great opportunity. Let's go move forward. The crowd began to fight while retreating. They reached the 2nd floor, which was filled with tables. Upon seeing Su Chen and his group come up, the members of the Legion station here began to push the tables down the stairs. Su Chen hurriedly called everyone to bring more tables. Soon, the hallway was blocked by tables, and the zombies were temporarily out of sight. Not long after, in the classroom on the 5th floor, there were originally 80 to 90 children, but now only a little over 20 remained. The physical education teacher was still talking about protecting others, while he had been cowering in the classroom from the start, trembling and being criticized. As for the teachers, the losses were severe, with only the principal still present. Su Chen also learned that the team that arrived was a rescue unit from Longhua, and Zhou Dong was the team leader. At that moment, they were discussing something outside. Captain, no, we won't give up on you. Damn it. The Xingya laboratory created the virus. They must have the antidote. We need to find them. Shut up. Who told you to leak this confidential information? What kind of secret is this? The Xingya laboratory has cut off communication with the higher-ups. How many of our comrades have bravely tried to rush into the laboratory? How many have died? Shut up. Suddenly, the voices outside quieted down. It was obvious that this was not feigned. Perhaps Night Spirit also didn't know what the Xingya laboratory was primarily researching. The Xingya laboratory, was this intelligence really true, given that it came from the Longhua rescue team? The credibility of this information was very high. Then this place would have to wait a bit longer before they could go. Su Chen secretly noted down this information. Moreover, it wasn't the right time to ask. Captain, safe travels. Su Chen was taken aback and hurriedly rushed out. Damn it, what do you mean by safe travels? Wait. Chapter 13. Research video from the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen rushed out the door and saw Zhou Dong tied up with 3 other people, 2 men and 2 women. The other 3 showed signs of mutation, but only Zhou Dong was still holding on and staying awake. Fortunately, these people were hesitating, otherwise Zhou Dong would really be shot dead. In fact, Zhou Dong's death would make recruitment easier, but a living Zhou Dong was more useful. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I can save people, but I can only save 2. The next moment, a gun was pressed against Su Chen's head. Save people. I command you to save them in the name of the rescue team. Su Chen looked at the man with the gun and sneered. My way of saving people is not the so-called antidotes and vaccines, but if I die, they won't survive either. After saying this, Su Chen crossed his arms and watched the 4 with great interest. Zhou Dong looked at Su Chen, his eyes flickering. The man had just discharged electricity from his hands. Definitely not ordinary. He had heard that the Xingya laboratory had previously created a batch of powerful warriors, even possessing special abilities. Could this person in front of him be related to the Xingye laboratory? Roar! A growl came from nearby. Let them. Before he could finish, the man who had raised the gun fired. Bang bang. Brother, safe travels. Two men were shot dead instantly. Captain, you can't die, and my two brothers are men. They should give the chance to survive to you girls. Zhou Dong was furious. His eyes quickly filled with blood, becoming frenzied. I said, regardless of gender, men and women are equal, you bastard you. However, the man with the gun turned his head, holstered his pistol, and slowly bowed his head. Please, save them. Su Chan took a deep breath. This person has guts. All right, you dog. Su Chan pulled Zhou Dong and the female soldier, turning to enter a room. Zhou Dong's consciousness was already hazy, and the female soldier had begun to growl. Su Chan did not hesitate and directly initiated the recruitment. Recruiting, reversing the corpse transformation, clearing toxins, recruitment successful, points -40. After the recruitment level increased, the required points doubled, but it allowed for a random increase of 1 attribute point. One female soldier increased her mental attribute, which was completely useless, while Zhou Dong increased his physical stamina by 1 point. Zhou Dong, military combat skills, martial artist, soldier, commander defense, 1, 8 stamina, 3, 1, 1, mental, 1, 6. These are Zhou Dong's base attributes, and the only increase is that 1 attribute point. He then looked at another female soldier. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Zhou Dong's, it was still quite absurd. Su Chen thought for a moment and realized that the other 2 female soldiers might not be recruitable. Since they were already here, adding these 2 could activate the martial artist bond. Martial artist, 10 combat power bonus and 10 attribute bonus for 3 people. You mentioned the Starry Night Laboratory before, right? Can you tell me a bit about it? Su Chen asked. Zhou Dong's face showed some struggle, and he nervously said, this is a top secret matter, but since the master needs it, I will speak. This kind of loyalty is really impressive. The Starry Night Laboratory is dedicated to human gene research. They analyze human gene sequences, compare them with ancient human gene sequences, and even modify the sequences. It turns out that the reason the Starry Night Laboratory has been making progress is due to their research on gene sequences. The laboratory has received a massive amount of investment and is currently in the spotlight. However, just before the outbreak of the virus, videos surfaced showing the Starry Night Laboratory conducting genetic experiments, which reached the higher-ups. Those who were subjected to the research turned into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters, and some of the creatures even exceeded human capabilities. The higher-ups sealed the information, but unexpectedly, while they were still discussing how to handle it. The global zombie virus outbreak occurred. Now it's not just Jianghai City. The Starry Night Laboratory is breaking through its objectives worldwide. As Zhou Dong spoke, he couldn't help but clench his fists and slammed one into the ground. Su Chan stroked his chin and started to think. It turns out that the Starry Night Laboratory is a global organization. He was just a university student before and had no access to such levels. But the system, the abilities, and the evolutionary energy mentioned by the system, are these things within human reach? Regardless, the Starry Night Laboratory is Su Chen's goal. That place is the most suitable location for establishing a base in the entire Jianghai City. Zhou Dong, after going out, you still need to follow your superior's orders. This is the reason why Su Chan wants Zhou Dong to stay alive. If Zhou Dong's teammates were to kill her before recruiting her, it would indeed keep Zhou Dong by his side, but it would waste Zhou Dong's identity. In the early stages, he still needs the support of rescue teams, and even the higher-ups of Long Country. Zhou Dong is a line that goes upward step by step. Zhou Dong and that female soldier nodded. After going out, Zhou Dong and the female soldier returned to normal, and even the wounds on their bodies healed. Su Chen didn't explain much, but handed the task over to Zhou Dong to explain himself. How about my suggestion? Su Chen looked at Chen Jiai. I'm still saying the same thing. What about the child? Chen Jiai's eyes were red, clearly having cried before. There are rescue teams, and they will take the child outside the city. Hearing this, Chen Jiai nodded. Then I'll follow you. Immediately, Chen Jiai threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Don't move. Good friend, let me hold you for a moment. Su Chen patted Chen Jiai's back and initiated the recruitment. Recruiting, no resistance, recruitment successful. Points minus 20. Mental 1. Su Chen's score dropped to a single digit in an instant. Su Chen still bought a maid outfit for the school doctor to wear, thus gathering a total of 10 maid bonds. Previously, he had 10 people, lost 1, and then recruited 4, leaving 2 spots remaining. Su Chen accidentally gathered the martial artist bonds, and his current thought is to recruit the remaining 2 doctors. The maid is the main bond, dressed entirely in maid outfits. They stand in front of him. "Master, please take a rest." That feeling is incredibly satisfying. Su Chen thought of this and chuckled. Report. There are signs of zombies breaking through the defense line below. This immediately made everyone in the classroom stand up. Su Chen squinted his eyes. The zombies weren't a problem, but the focus was on those 2 zombie cats. Moreover, he didn't know if there were other mutated zombie creatures in the school. So, Su Chen made a decision. Let them break through, and in addition, use his phone to play music to attract the zombies to the teaching building. "The rest of us, let's go to the rooftop." The previous gym teacher suddenly jumped out. "What are we going to do on the rooftop? Jump off together to give the zombies a feast." Chapter 14. One-on-one. What a waste of my energy. Su Chen glanced at the PE teacher disdainfully. Useless, with no voice. The PE teacher immediately got angry, pointing at Su Chen's nose. "What are you? A useless person relying on women for protection." Su Chen crossed his arms, with Ling Xiao and the others standing in a row behind him. They said in unison, "We voluntarily protect Su Chen. Do you have any objections?" The PE teacher was instantly speechless. Why did Su Chen have so many beautiful women surrounding him? He had a good figure and didn't look bad. So why couldn't he win the favor of these women? If he had the ability, let us have a one-on-one fight. Su Chen suddenly laughed, raised a hand, and electricity slowly emerged. The PE teacher was taken aback and began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Chen walked up to the PE teacher and patted him on the shoulder. Instantly, the PE teacher jumped up, startled like a frightened bird. "One-on-one. I don't want to waste my energy on you at all." Su Chen walked past the physical education teacher without even glancing at him. A mere clown, too timid to be worth his time. Zhou Dong also issued commands and coordination. Everyone took their belongings and headed to the rooftop. There was an iron door on the rooftop that had been closed. Fortunately, the director had the key, so there was no need for a violent break-in. After settling on the rooftop, Su Chen gathered the maid squad, leaving the school doctor and Chen Jiai behind, as they had no combat capability for the time being. He then moved aside with Zhou Dong, under the guise of discussing tactics. In reality, it was just Su Chen presenting the plan while Zhou Dong refined it. Zhou Dong's team had 8 remaining members, but there were still 18 submachine guns and 34 magazines left. Li Jia's team had 45 crossbow bolts remaining, but as long as they killed zombies, Su Chen could replenish the number of bolts. However, it was not easy to do so in front of so many people. As for Ling Xiao and the others, they were still engaged in close combat. The group was divided into 3 batches. The entire teaching building had 2 stairwells, but the other stairwell was a safety passage, and only the one they had previously used was open. The safety passage did not require guarding. Starting from the 2nd floor, scattered zombies broke through the desk defense line. Zhou Dong's team and Ling Xiao's group fought in close combat to eliminate the zombies. An hour later, the 2nd floor defense line was breached, and a large number of zombies appeared. Li Jia's team used their crossbows to support Ling Xiao and the others, allowing them to retreat to the 3rd floor. At the same time, they placed mobile phones on the 2nd floor, setting alarms to ring every half hour. On the 3rd floor, everyone continued to push desks down to block the massive number of zombies. They engaged in close combat. 2 hours later, the defense line was breached again. They placed the phones once more and retreated to the 4th floor. Su Chen looked at the night sky. Fortunately, it wouldn't rain in Jianhai City today. After dinner, the children were all coaxed to sleep. Chen Jiai leaned against the rooftop wall and patted her thigh at Su Chen. "What are you staring at? You need to rest well for tomorrow's battle. I'll be your pillow." Su Chen smiled and walked over, leaning against Chen Jiai's thigh. Chen Jiai seemed to often lull children to sleep, gently patting Su Chen's back while softly humming a lullaby. The effect was indeed good. Within a few minutes, Su Chen fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the corner, the PE teacher gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Chen Jiai was the goddess of all the male teachers in the school. Why would she rather be a man's cushion than look at him even once? Useless trash. They were all useless trash. You bunch of people, you all deserve to die, deserve to die. Most of the maid corps had walked over, leaning beside Chen Jiai. A dozen maids surrounded Su Chun, who was sleeping alone. The PE teacher was even more furious. He looked at a soldier on duty, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Useless trash, wait to die. He approached with a flattering smile. Bro, I know you have to fight tomorrow, and I can't help much here, so why don't I take your shift and you can go get some sleep. The soldier frowned and glanced at the PE teacher. Can you handle it? The PE teacher scratched his head and smiled. I can't help it, I'm naturally timid, but I'm very alert. If there's any noise, I'll wake you up right away. The soldier looked at the PE teacher skeptically, seeing his fawning expression and feeling even more disdain. He thought about the tough battle they would face tomorrow, as they had already retreated to the 4th floor. Stay alert and do this well. I will protect you to a safe place. After saying that, the soldier walked a short distance away and leaned against the wall with his gun. The PE teacher stood motionless at the rooftop door. After a long while, the soldier finally relaxed and fell asleep. Late at night, everyone breathed evenly, deep in slumber. The PE teacher slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a fierce look. What safe place? This world is over. If I turn into a zombie, I can be with them, and I won't have to fear them anymore. The PE teacher quietly opened the door and left the rooftop. A few people seemed to hear the sound, glancing at the rooftop door half awake, but paid little attention. Time slowly passed. Su Chun turned over and slowly opened his eyes. I have to say, this place to sleep, the area where his head rests, is soft. But this nap left him with a sore back. Surrounded by maids, with thigh cushions, this life. Su Chun turned his head and glanced at the rooftop door. Almost instantly, he woke up. Damn it, everyone be on guard. He saw 3 or 2 zombies push open the door and stumble in. Su Chun jumped up, electricity surging in his hands. Thunder chain. He quickly ran over, intending to close the door. Unexpectedly, a large number of zombies heard the noise and immediately went into a frenzy, rushing out of the rooftop door. Gunshots rang out. Zhou Dong's team immediately entered combat. Li Jia's team was a bit late, but they still charged up with their guns drawn. Su Chen's expression darkened. It was still night, and the zombies were unusually active. But damn it, who opened the rooftop door? Moreover, the phone alarm would attract the zombies to wander in the corridor. The sound of gunfire mixed with the cries of children. Su Chen looked around in annoyance and suddenly realized that the gym teacher was missing. He seemed to have guessed something, and his expression turned cold. His decision was wrong again. In this apocalyptic world, human nature was the most terrifying. What was he thinking to let go of someone who showed hostility toward him? People like that should be killed in advance next time. Chapter 15, An Unexpected Change. Zombies stormed the rooftop. Su Chan felt that luck was on her side tonight. As the zombies just came up, he had already woken up. If he had still been asleep, not to mention a total defeat, they would have lost quite a few people. The battle plan was disrupted. Su Chan took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fist. The important thing now was to calm down and command the battle. Zhou Dong's team, Li Jia's team. Withdraw half of the firepower and let some zombies out. Follow my orders. Cease fire. Su Chan shouted angrily. However, no one in Zhou Dong's team stopped. For now, let's listen to Su Chun. The entire plan was formulated by the two of us. Zhou Dong shouted quickly. Soon, Zhou Dong's team ceased fire. The rooftop door was not large, allowing only 3 or so zombies to come in at once. Ling Xiao and the others quickly surrounded them to deal with the zombies. Don't just stand there, reload your magazines, and get ready. Su Chun raised his hand, and electricity gathered in his palm. Seeing the released zombies, Su Chun directly unleashed the lightning chain. Move! The gunshots rang out again, but it only took 3 or 4 people to suppress the rooftop gate. Seeing this, Su Chun also reduced the firepower again and allowed more people to engage in close combat. As for Chen Jiai and the others, they took the children to a corner of the rooftop and huddled together. Su Chun stood with his back to the children, electricity crackling in his hands. He had to maintain the current at all times to provide them with light. Fortunately, sustaining the current was not physically demanding. At this moment, all the children turned their gaze to Su Chun, their emotions stabilizing significantly. Big Brother is amazing, shattering darkness with thunder. Brother Sikong, Brother Sikong. Su Chen helplessly turned his head and said, "Shut up, my last name is Su. Olate, Brother Su Fin. Go to hell." Su Chen was speechless, but it wasn't the time to dwell on such things. He commanded the battle, sending wave after wave of enemies to their end. Soon, the entire rooftop was littered with corpses, and even zombies were rushing towards Su Chen. However, they were all taken care of by him. This made the group of elementary school students behind him look at him with even more admiration. Those who inspire admiration are heroes. The battle continued, though he didn't know for how long, until dawn. The entire rooftop, including the corridors below, was filled with zombie bodies, piled up thickly, making it impossible to step down. Moreover, with the zombies stacked together, who knew if there were any that hadn't fully died, suddenly raising their heads to bite at the feet? It was still Team Zhou Dong who stepped up. They used the rooftop's cables to jump to the 4th floor, tore down the curtains in the classroom, and with the nylon rope and military knife they carried, they wove the curtains into a simple escape passage. 2 people held down below, and one by one, the children slid down the escape passage to the 4th floor, making their way down. The corridor was filled with zombie corpses. Su Chen glanced at the score, 952. Although there was a bonus from the workers' bond, the number of kills was still a frightening figure. After several hours of intense battle, everyone was exhausted. They reached the 1st floor. Meow. 2 zombie cats blocked the way. Su Chen coldly smiled and said, "You 2 beasts, we've been waiting for you to gather your strength." He showed no signs of politeness. With a thunder strike in his left hand and a lightning chain in his right, after just one encounter, the zombie cat was shot into a sieve by the crossbow. Su Chen nodded at Ling Xiao and then led everyone towards the school bus. Ling Xiao deliberately lagged behind, and after the others had left, he took out the beads from the heads of the 3 zombie cats. Since the system referred to it as evolution energy, Su Chen also called it the evolution core. Soon, everyone gathered at the school bus. There was only one school bus, and the driver was dead in his seat, so the keys were not a problem. Su Chen waved his hand and gave the school doctor a driving skill. There was no other choice. The school doctor had no combat ability, so driving was the most convenient option. Zhou Dong and the others came by car, which had enough space for 20 people. But currently, they were all kids, so it was fine to squeeze in. Su Chen stood in the school bus. "Our school bus will set off early, and at that time, we will deliberately lead the zombies on the street away, so when you leave, it will be much safer." Zhou Dong walked in front of Su Chen and slowly bowed. "Thank you, this is my walkie-talkie. I'll leave it for you. It's also a way to keep in touch." The 2 of them were deliberately putting on an act to find an excuse to exchange contact information. Zhou Dong's team members had no doubts, as Su Chen's team's combat abilities were well known. Soon, Zhou Dong's team members got off the bus. The school doctor started the bus and left Jianghaino, one elementary school. All the way, they honked the horn, attracting a large number of zombies to chase behind. Although the speed couldn't be too fast due to traffic congestion, the zombies couldn't easily catch up. Li Jia found a reason to pull Yi Ling into a chat, while also trying to gather intelligence about the Xingyi laboratory. Su Chen ran to the back and absorbed 3 evolution cores, totaling 1,500 points. In addition to the previous 902 points, he earned 800 points by killing the zombie cat. After this wave, Su Chen's points reached 3,202. He had firearms, as Zhou Dong left behind the guns before leaving. Su Chen also exchanged for a crossbow and crossbow bolts. However, firearms are obviously of higher value. With firearms, the price of ammunition is much cheaper, 100 points for 150 rounds of ammunition. Of course, comparatively, the crossbow bolts are still cheaper, with 100 points yielding 200 bolts. Su Chen exchanged for 12 sets of maid outfits. The previous maid battle suits were tattered after numerous battles. The white stockings had big holes, and the short skirts were in tatters. Points, minus 36. He spent 500 points to exchange for 300 rounds of ammunition and 600 crossbow bolts. He pondered the strengthening direction of the Legion. Bai Lin, Ling Xiao, and Zhang Xiaoxiao were all part of the melee team, along with Zhou Dong and that female soldier, making 5 of them. He immediately chose to spend 100 points to give Bai Lin and Zhang Xiaoxiao both the fighting mastery skill. The martial artist bond for the 5 of them was activated. Martial artist, 5 people total combat power increase of 25, attribute increase of 25. Unfortunately, skills like medicine and scientific research were not included in the basic skills. Otherwise, they could have formed relevant bonds directly. However, it didn't matter. Chen thought about going to the hospital nearby to explore skills. He needed to fill the team to 15 members to raise the recruitment level, currently lacking 2 people. He still had over 2,500 points left. He called over the members of Li Jia's team to use the automatic crossbow to deal with the zombies trailing behind. As for himself, he sat in a chair and slowly closed his eyes. He opened Chen Jiai's panel and then took another look at Chen Jiai. He had promised to help Chen Jiai improve her strength using the system. Awakening supernatural abilities required 500 points for each person, which seemed to be equivalent to the energy of an evolution core. Chen opened the panel for Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao again. After comparing, he made a decision. Zhang Xiaoxiao was the first to be recruited, which held special significance, so she must be strengthened. System, let Chen Jiai, Ling Xiao, and Zhang Xiaoxiao awaken their abilities. Chapter 16 Ability Awakening. Battle power doubled. Points minus 1,500. Ability Awakening in progress. Congratulations, host. Ling Xiao has awakened the ability Beast Transformation. Tiger. Current ability level 1. Skill. Frenzy. Congratulations, host. Zhang Xiaoxiao has awakened the ability Wind. Current ability level 1. Skill. Windblade. Congratulations, host. Chen Jia has awakened the ability Telepathy. Current ability level 1. Skill. Mental Net. Chen's eyes lit up. All 3 of them had awakened their abilities? The system had previously indicated that awakening abilities could fail, but it seemed he was lucky this time. Ling Xiao's ability was relatively simple, while Zhang Xiaoxiao's additional Windblade was truly impressive. Zhang Xiaoxiao really liked to perform aerial splits and kicks, and with the additional Windblade, she could probably slice a zombie's head in half with 1 kick. As for Chen Jiai's ability, it was even more useful. Mental Network. Connect with 1 person for consciousness dialogue within a 100-meter range. The effectiveness increases with the level of the ability. This was equivalent to creating a group within the range, allowing everyone to send messages with their consciousness. Currently, it cost around 1,000 points, but this ability was quite valuable. Chen directly began to upgrade. Ability level 9. Connect 5 people within a 500-meter range for consciousness dialogue, with effects increasing as the ability level rises. Connecting 5 people plus Chen Jia herself makes it 6 people. It's equivalent to a level increase, enhancing the effect by 50 meters and 0. 5 people. Chen Jia. Chen called out. Chen Jia immediately walked over, as if she had also sensed her enhancement. Is it you? Chen Jia asked softly. Chen smiled and said, of course, I told you that as long as you were recruited by me, I can help you grow quickly and gain the ability to protect yourself in the apocalypse. I wasn't lying to you. Chen Jia smiled and closed her eyes. She was very smart and knew why Chen had called her. In fact, whether it was Chen Jia, Ling Xiao, or Zhang Xiaoxiao, they all had information flooding into their minds. They knew they had awakened their abilities and had gained enhancements. However, they all remained composed and only glanced at Chen quietly. Connecting. Me Ling Xiao Li Jia Zhang Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia slightly furrowed her brows. After a while, a voice suddenly appeared in Chen's mind. All right, everyone, just speak in your hearts, and all 5 of us can hear you. It was Chen Jiai's voice. I have awakened the Beast Transformation ability, and I feel my physical qualities have improved a lot. I can feel my thoughts are clearer, as if I can sense the flow of the wind. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao's voices chimed in. Only Li Jia tentatively said something trivial. The group began to discuss in their minds. After a while, Chen felt it was enough. Everyone, I pulled you into this group to tell you that you are the ones I want to cultivate. My goal is to establish a legion. Since it's a legion, there will inevitably be positions like captain and general, so don't think I'm being biased. Even if Chen didn't make this point clear, the others wouldn't think that way. Their loyalty was absolute, and they wouldn't question Chen's decisions. Of course, Chen Jia was the first to be cultivated because she was Chen's friend, which was indeed a bias. Zhang Xiaoxiao was silently fighting, Ling Xiao was the combat powerhouse, and Li Jia had good leadership and organizational skills. Su Chen must have made the decision after observing and comparing the attributes. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao will be the vanguards, and with Bai Lin, there are currently only the three of you. Li Jia, you will lead the range team, while Chen Jiai, your ability is suitable for rear assistance, coordinating the whole situation. Su Chen continuously reminded himself of his thoughts on building the future. When passing by the hospital, he deliberately stopped, allowing everyone to enter the battle here. Even Night Spirit was no exception. Why didn't I need to fight before? Night Spirit expressed her dissatisfaction. She ran to Su Chen's side, hooking her arm around his and acting cute. Brother. Su Chen smiled lightly and said, I can push you into the horde to fight. Li Jia stepped forward and said, Don't be like that. She needs some time to adapt. I'll take her and start from a distance. Li Jia was clearly playing the role of a peacemaker. With this, Yi Ling reluctantly followed Li Jia, preparing to go kill zombies. Su Chen sighed. If possible, he really didn't want it to be this way. He had already decided to recruit Night Spirit under his command. Originally, Su Chen didn't want to force Night Spirit, and even after fulfilling his promise, he might not necessarily recruit Night Spirit and Night Muge. But ever since he learned that the Starry Night Laboratory might be the mastermind behind the zombie outbreak, his thoughts changed. Even that sports teacher, a trivial and timid waste, could put his team in crisis. Night Spirit is a genius. She personally witnessed Su Chen reverse the zombie virus, pulling out crossbows and bullets as if by magic. These are all secrets. Su Chen cannot expose himself, nor dares to. Don't think I'm ruthless. Recruiting you brings more benefits than drawbacks for you. It can even be said that as long as you don't betray, there are no downsides at all. Su Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. System. Activate detection skill. Buzz. A strange wave quietly spread out, this time appearing somewhat obvious. Su Chen quickly selected two suitable candidates for recruitment, a chief surgeon and a chief physician. According to the system's identification, both of these directors had turned into zombies, and their exact ages were indiscernible. However, Su Chen didn't mind. It was essential to have doctors in the team. After experiencing the battle at Jianghai No. 1 Elementary School, the team was now well-stocked with ammunition and firearms. The entire team was methodically clearing out zombies. Su Chen occasionally made a move, and it was quite leisurely. After more than an hour, the surroundings were filled with corpses. Su Chen's score was only over 200, but after one battle, it reached 742. The two doctors were also recruited into the team. With the addition of the school doctor, the doctor bond was activated. Doctors, with 3 in the team, virus immunity is increased, and self-healing speed is 10. Current team immunity increased, with a 20 chance to not be infected by the virus when immunity is triggered. System treatment will not deduct points. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. There are currently 14 people in the team, and the Night Spirit has not been recruited yet. With Zhou Dong and that female soldier, there are already enough people to make 15. To level up for recruitment, 1,000 points are needed, which is temporarily insufficient. Suddenly, a gasp was heard. The Night Spirit was knocked down by a zombie, and the people nearby quickly rushed to rescue her. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Li Jia's execution ability was indeed strong. Had she already put Yi Ling in danger so quickly? Hurry, there are too many zombies. After saving Yi Ling, get in the car and leave. Su Chen gritif. The crossbow bolt shot out and embedded itself in the zombie's head. Yi Ling suddenly jumped up, crying as she ran towards the car, and there was a faint bite mark on her palm. Chapter 17 Recruitment Level 3 5 Lottery Chances. Li Jia looked guilty. It's my fault. I didn't expect there to be a zombie under the car that suddenly pounced on Yi Ling. In fact, Li Jia had intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, at the moment of the pounce, that zombie would have already fallen to the ground. Yi Ling's face was pale, and she hurriedly hid her palm. No, it's not a zombie bite. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. Su Chen wanted to say something, but Night Spirit ran to the back of the car alone. He thought for a moment. If Night Spirit mutated, he could recruit her, and it would be more convenient. But currently, the number of recruits was insufficient, and they needed to clear the zombies as soon as possible. With zombies following closely behind, everyone should work together to sweep them away. Su Chen's Xiaotif. In the team, only the school doctor was left to drive, while the others carried firearms or automatic crossbows, starting to eliminate the zombies. Night, abandoned construction site. Chen and the others parked their car and settled here. There were a few scattered zombies on the construction site. Not many. The building was only half constructed, with concrete walls, well-ventilated surroundings, and extremely rudimentary. There were also quite a few zombies on the building, as well as dead zombies lying on the stairway, without handrails. Chen searched around and found a few people hiding on the top floor. He didn't disturb them, but chose to rest on the fourth floor. In the apocalypse, human nature is the most terrifying. Besides his own maid army, Chen didn't want to interact with anyone else. Chun Jiai was still leaning against the wall, patting her thigh. Come, bilo. Chen chuckled softly and lay down. From this angle, Chun Jiai looked beautiful. She had a slender neck, a little red, cherry-like mouth, and long eyelashes. Chen closed his eyes as he watched. Two soft, seemingly boneless little hands pressed gently on his temples. In his consciousness, he asked, Li Jia, how is Yi Ling doing? Does she really show no signs of mutation? According to observations after being bitten by a zombie, one would spasm and convulse within 1 or 2 hours, but Yi Ling only has a fever. Chen frowned slightly. Night Spirit was bitten, and everyone saw it. There was no way it could be wrong. It's been almost half a day. Why hasn't Night Spirit mutated? She's just running a fever, and I'm taking care of her. Don't worry, Master. Li Jia, you also need to be careful. If she mutates, tell me immediately. Chen was unable to cut off the consciousness communication. With Chun Jiai's mental network, it was indeed much more convenient. Many secrets could be spoken without worrying about leaking. After a while, the surroundings gradually quieted down. Chen was actually closing his eyes to rest and was not asleep. Points 1235, points full 1000, recruitment quantity 1515, confirmed to upgrade recruitment level. Confirm upgrade. Chen said in his mind. Congratulations, host, recruitment level upgraded to level 3. Recruitment level 3. Recruitment points 30 can randomly increase 2 attribute points. Recruitment quantity 1525. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 3 recruitment. Rewarded with 2 chances for the mall lottery. Current lottery chances accumulated to 5 times. Host. Can you remember this better? Chen was taken aback and almost opened his eyes. System prompts were usually quite normal. Why did they suddenly change after awakening his powers? Well, it really was a proud and aloof system. As for the lottery in the shop, he had completely forgotten about it. The newbie gift pack had already given him 3 chances, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Lottery draws were just a way to stimulate adrenaline, a thrilling thing. Nowadays, with beautiful women in his arms and long legs serving as pillows, not to mention the wake-up service with whispers in his ear, who still needed that. Chen mentioned that the lottery interface in the mall should be opened. The interface is divided into 2 parts, Hero Unit Lottery and Item Lottery. Hero units refer to the special recruitment mentioned by the system before. Fragments are collected through the lottery. Hero units come with special skills, basic skills, and their ability levels are all above level 30, with at least dual ability skills. If one is drawn, it would be a huge profit. Chen took a look and decided to give up. He clicked on the props lottery, which had various weapons, vehicles, and even a combat base. This was practical. 5 prop lotteries redeemed, spinning the wheel. Thank you for your patronage. 3 Chen's mouth twitched. This lottery really has the style of the Goose Factory. If it happens again, thanks for your patronage. Thanks for your patronage. Go to hell. Chen jumped up in place, wishing he hadn't been reminded about the lottery. Suddenly, the virtual lottery interface burst forth with golden light. Wow, a golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 3 combat vehicle, upgradable. Please release the combat vehicle in a place without people. Level 3 combat vehicle carries 20 people, with 1 main driver and 2 co-drivers, must be equipped with driving skills. Co-drivers can use the combat vehicle's weapons. On the virtual interface, a combat vehicle resembling a tank appeared before Chen's eyes. At just one glance, Chen fell in love with this combat vehicle. The entire vehicle gleamed with a metallic sheen, with a shell made of steel plates, and the only movable part was a glass window, which seemed to be made of bulletproof glass. The front of the vehicle was equipped with 4 wheels, while the back had 6. There were 2 machine guns mounted on top, aimed at the front and rear, and it also had radar equipment. With this combat vehicle, if there were zombies blocking the way ahead, It could directly crush them. With this combat vehicle, they wouldn't have to search for a place to stay every day. Su Chen thought again about the map that Zhou Dong had given him before. 8 kilometers away from the Starry Night Laboratory, there is an art exhibition hall. The exhibition hall is equipped with bank-level security measures, and the security personnel are allowed to carry firearms. The entire outer layer of the exhibition hall is made of heat-resistant, high-strength, bulletproof materials. There are 2 exits, both with 3 centimeters thick steel doors, which can effectively block access, making it difficult for zombies to break into such a place. Before his strength develops to a certain level, this place can definitely be used as a temporary base. Of course, in the end, the most reliable base is still the Starry Night Laboratory. At this moment, Chen Jiai stood up and patted Su Chen. What's wrong with you? One moment you're going crazy. The next moment you're laughing. You wouldn't understand. I suddenly saw something good. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and did not elaborate further. Master, come quickly and take a look. It seems that there is something off with Night Spirit's condition. Su Chen hurried over upon hearing Li Jia's words. He saw that Yi Ling had already fallen into a coma. Sister, no, I don't want to inject this thing. Sister, Yi Ling kept murmuring. Her entire face flushed red, looking like a monkey's bottom. Su Chen touched his forehead. Yi Ling's body temperature was extremely high, even feeling a bit hot to the touch. Damn, there isn't even a thermometer nearby. But what is going on? What about her wounds? Let me take a look. Chapter 18. Recruitment of Yi Ling failed. So-called deity? Su Chen hurriedly checked the wound on Yi Ling's hand. It was indeed a bite mark, and it was somewhat inflamed, with the entire wound appearing a bit swollen. The doctor came over and examined it. Given her condition, it was very likely that the fever was caused by an infection in the wound, and she needed to take antibiotics to reduce the fever. Su Chen pondered for a moment after hearing this, and said, Actually, it's not that complicated. I'll try to recruit once, and if successful, I can directly help her recover from her injuries. He immediately called the system to attempt the recruitment. Points -30, recruiting, resistance detected, strong resistance, recruitment failed. It actually failed? Su Chen didn't believe in evil and tried several more times. He spent a total of 120 points, but still didn't succeed. Logically, Yi Ling should be unconscious by now, in a state of no awareness. As for the system's virus detection function, it is ineffective against ordinary people and only works on Su Chen's own maid army. Su Chen was helpless. They had previously collected some antibiotics. He immediately ordered the doctors to take care of Yi Ling while observing her specific condition. By late night, Yi Ling's temperature rose again. Her heartbeat quickened, and she looked as if she had been cooked, sweating profusely. The doctors had no resources and could only use oral saline to bring down Yi Ling's temperature. Perhaps due to the fever. Yi Ling began to talk in her sleep again. Sister, we are all scientists. We must believe in science. How could there possibly be deities in this world? Please, sister, don't make the same mistake again. There won't be any deities in this world. There won't. If you continue like this, I won't help you anymore. I will leave the Xingya laboratory. I can survive on my own. Yi Ling shouted, suddenly opening her eyes wide. She weakly glanced around and found the doctors and Li Jia carefully taking care of her. Yi Ling opened her mouth but fell back into a deep sleep. Strangely, her skin was noticeably less red than before, and her temperature seemed to be gradually decreasing. Master, heart rate slowing, temperature normal, breathing steady. She is asleep, the doctor reported. Su Chen squinted his eyes and asked in a deep voice, Check the wound again. Are you sure it was a zombie bite? But at that moment, the doctor was also uncertain. It seemed to be just a regular wound infection, and it was improving due to the antibiotics. There was nothing wrong. Su Chen is also unclear about the specific situation, but from the words of Yi Ling, some inferences can be made. First, Yi Mugu injected Yi Ling with some unknown substance. Second, Yi Ling mentioned that it was to help Yi Mugu. Does this imply that Yi Ling has also been involved in virus research? However, this assumption is based on the premise that the virus was indeed spread by the Starry Night Laboratory to the whole world. Finally, there is the so-called deity. Hearing the word deity from the mouth of a biologist is indeed thought-provoking. What they believe in is evolution, not that a creator made humans. Su Chen remained silent for a while, then waved his hand and said, Everyone go rest. Remember to leave someone on duty. Chen Jiai was the first to pull Su Chen up and walk to the corner, once again acting as a pillow. Bai Lin, who was nearby, wanted to say something, but ultimately just stomped her foot and turned to leave. Seeing this, Chun Jiai's lips curled up slightly. She lowered her head and carefully stroked the bangs on Su Chen's forehead. Su Chun, oh Su Chun, it's great to see you again. And there are so many more people around you. If only we could stay in school forever. As the school beauty, there are very few who can compete with me. Do you know how happy I was when you said you were looking for me? When you asked me to come with you, I didn't hesitate at all. Chun Jiai murmured to herself. Her gaze gradually firmed, as if she had made up her mind. She felt Su Chen's breathing steady, looked around, bent down, and lightly kissed Su Chen's cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. She raised her head, glancing around nervously, as if she were a thief. Time slowly passed, and 5 days later, Su Chen chose not to deploy the combat vehicle, as the night spirits had not been dealt with yet. The school bus was unable to continue on its way, so they had no choice but to get off and proceed on foot. It took them a full 5 days to arrive near the exhibition hall. Su Chan raised his hand and used his ability to kill a zombie. The situation at the exhibition hall is unclear, but the security personnel are armed, so it's best to avoid a direct confrontation. For now, find a nearby place to observe. Su Chen looked around and focused on a hotel. The hotel doors were wide open, and zombies were aimlessly wandering inside. Su Chen, our supplies are running low. There should be stored food in the hotel. We must go in, Li Jia suggested. Su Chen nodded slightly and said, I think the same way. The crowd immediately moved towards the direction of the hotel. This used to be a famous 5-star hotel in Jianghai City, with a total of 27 floors. Su Chen, as a recent college graduate, would normally never be able to check into a 5-star hotel. Now, however, he confidently walks in. Zombies swarm in, but they are blocked by the maid army. The first floor is the lobby, which is the place with the most zombies. Su Chen quickly looked around and saw the sign for the emergency exit not far away. He couldn't take the elevator now and could only go up through the emergency exit. Passing by the front desk, Su Chen hurriedly rushed in, rummaged through the drawers, and found an employee handbook. Without even looking at it, he stuffed the handbook into his pocket and dashed out again. The door to the emergency exit was closed and seemed to be locked from the inside. Su Chen frowned slightly, called Ling Xiao over, and directly activated the frenzy mode to violently break the door. The door opened a crack, only to find that it was secured with an iron chain. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's fire axe was still there, and after several strikes, the chain broke with a sound. Once inside, there were no zombies. The ranged team covered from the back, using automatic crossbows to suppress the zombies, and finally managed to lock the security door again. The chain had already broken, so they could only wrap it with the rope they carried, not knowing how long it would hold. Su Chen squinted his eyes. The door was locked, which proved that there were indeed people in the building. The owner. It doesn't matter as long as there is no conflict. This is just a temporary resting place. Su Chen immediately led his team upwards. However, after only a few floors, a dart gun barrel emerged and was pointed at Su Chen's head. Su Chen immediately raised his hands. He saw several men in camouflage uniforms walking down. They looked at Su Chen and then at the woman behind him, their expressions indifferent. Did you break open the door below? The leading man asked. Su Chen helplessly spread his hands and said, There's nothing I can do. I didn't expect someone to be involved in this. Chapter 19. However, I want to get the first blood. Su Chen's words were clearly unconvincing. The leader scanned the maid army with his gun, frowning slightly. Since there were chains, there must be someone, but it didn't matter. With the chains, have your people lock the door properly. The leader put away his gun and did not continue to make things difficult for Su Chen and the others. However, there were still people around him holding guns. Remaining vigilant, Su Chen and the others were taken to the 6th floor, where there were about 10 people armed with guns and wearing camouflage uniforms. It seemed they belonged to the same rescue team as Zhou Dong. The number of team members was quite large. Perhaps it was 2 small squads? Su Chen quickly analyzed the current situation. Take off your clothes, someone suddenly said. Su Chen frowned and said, Why? Check if you have any wounds on you. Also, rest assured, we will have female team members to check your people. I am Su Dagua, currently serving as the temporary leader of the assembly team. What you see here are only some members of our rescue team. The remaining members are upstairs. Su Dagua nodded to several female team members while speaking. Su Chen also nodded to Li Jia and the others. Jia, establish a connection and inform everyone to cooperate for the time being. And also do not cut off the connection with me, Su Chen said in his mind. Soon, Su Chen was taken to a room for a checkup after taking off his clothes. After confirming that there are no issues with Su Dagwa, he has become much kinder. You must have rushed over from the zombie horde below, right? Su Chen was taken aback by the words and asked back, there are no zombie hordes below. How long has it been since you last observed down there? It's impossible. Su Dagwa quickly took out the walkie-talkie to call for help. Su Dagwa directly left Su Chen and ran out of the room, instructing his teammates to take care of Su Chen and the others. When Su Chen came out dressed, some members of the maid army had already completed their inspection. However, there was a problem during the inspection of Yiling. The scar on Yiling's palm couldn't be explained, which raised some suspicions among the group. But Yiling had always been normal. If there were going to be any mutations, they would have happened long ago. Su Chen could only sigh. Perhaps it was heaven's way of preventing him from putting Night Spirit in danger. During these 5 days, he hadn't let Night Spirit participate in any battles, instead taking good care of her. While waiting, Su Chen also utilized his social skills to engage in conversations with the team members. Their temporary team had gathered a total of 8 members from various rescue teams. Each rescue team was comprised of 20 people, but due to heavy casualties, there were only about 50 people left here. Su Chen couldn't help but feel the horror of the number of zombies. They had suffered injuries multiple times on their journey, but thanks to the presence of a doctor and the system's healing functions, they had not lost any members. However, this was ultimately a cruel apocalypse. Given that even well-equipped team members faced such injuries, one could imagine how dire the situation was. Su Chen also knows that the team members rescued quite a few people, who are all gathered in the hotel. They are managed separately. This group consists of about 80 people, but among them are many elite talents. Su Chen directly activated the detection. Sure enough, the system highlighted and locked onto about 20 potential recruits in red. However, it was clear that he couldn't directly recruit them. Su Chen and the others were taken to the 13th floor, where there were indeed some people present, and some were even dressed in suits, looking very neat and tidy. In contrast, Su Chen and the maid brigade looked like a group of scavengers who had just come out of a garbage dump. Su Chen exchanged for maid outfits again and distributed them to everyone. They also got a chance to take a shower. The building itself had a water circulation system. There was a huge water reservoir at the bottom of the building, and there were water tanks on the roof. Although there was no hot water, taking a cold shower was already extremely luxurious. Just as Su Chen was still rinsing off, there was a knock on the door. Aiken, it's Chen Jiai's voice. Su Chen was taken aback and said, I'm taking a shower. But the next moment, the bathroom door was opened. Before Su Chen could see clearly, Chen Jiai had already jumped into his arms. Feeling the contact of their skin, Su Chen almost instantly fell for her. Ah Chen, I know you're not lacking women around you right now, and I can't stop you from finding more women, but I want to have a taste of blood. After saying this, Chen Jiai leaned in for a kiss. Su Chen had an inexplicable affection for Chen Jiai. During university, Chen Jiai was the goddess in the hearts of countless people, including many rich second-generation heirs. Su Chen himself knows very well that apart from being a bit handsome, he is worthless in every other aspect. He is mediocre in studies, an orphan with both parents gone, and has no background. Perhaps he hasn't even realized that he is unconsciously feeling inferior. Su Chen took a deep breath, turning passivity into initiative. In the bathroom, the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. When everything was over, Su Chen came out holding the exhausted Chen Jiai, who had fainted. The water washed away that trace of blood. He smiled bitterly and said, Silly girl, who really took whose blood? Su Chen took out the maid outfit and placed it by the bed. After covering Chen Jiai with the quilt, he walked to the door. As he reached out to open the door, 4 or 5 people fell in with a thud. Li Jia and Bai Lin were the first to get up, sharing an awkward smile before turning to leave. Su Chen felt helpless again. Goodness, they were eavesdropping, and there were still so many people. Was the noise that loud? The members of the Sudan national team did not restrict Su Chen and their freedom. The 10 rooms nearby all belonged to Su Chen and their team. Su Chen found a suitable window and took out his binoculars to observe. It was indeed safe here for the time being, but for him, the exhibition hall was his ultimate goal. The main entrance of the exhibition hall was tightly closed, and there were hundreds or even thousands of zombies wandering nearby. Some zombies had been lingering in front of the window of the exhibition hall. From this point, it was very likely that there were people inside. Su Chen also saw the steel door, which indeed looked impenetrable. He was quite satisfied. Closing the door created a turtle shell. But now, how should he attack and get inside? At that moment, Su Dagwa walked up to Su Chen's side. There was no need to look further. When the apocalypse broke out, it seemed that the exhibition hall was transporting a batch of valuable artworks and had hired a team of 30 people for the transport, who were armed. When the apocalypse broke out, this team acted decisively, shooting the zombies and closing the main door of the exhibition hall, hiding there ever since. Su Dagwa smiled, but his eyes were somewhat cold. Su Chen put down the telescope. The other party suddenly said so much to him, clearly with a simple purpose. Captain Su, we are of the same family, so let's not beat around the bush. What do you want me to do? Chapter 20. Su Dagwa leaves. Shedding burdens as soon as these words were spoken, Su Dagwa chuckled awkwardly. They were all rough people, indeed not suited for those convoluted matters. We gathered here for two reasons, the zombie horde and the Xingya laboratory. Now that the zombie horde has dispersed, we have our own tasks at hand, and you and your people are able to advance in the city. This courage and strength should not be underestimated. After Su Dagwa finished speaking, he gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand, as if he understood Su Dagwa's meaning. They had a mission, and it was inconvenient to bring the people from the hotel with them. He hoped to stay behind to protect the people in the hotel. Come on, Su Ge, with my limited strength, how can I protect so many people? Su Chen directly refused without any hesitation. Why? Su Dagwa said with a look of astonishment. Are you saying that in times of national crisis, we should help each other, and since I have the ability, I should do more? Su Chen retorted. Su Dagwa was about to say something, but when his gaze met Su Chen's, he seemed to understand Su Chen's thoughts. Most people are struggling to protect themselves, so how can they care about others? Su Chen's refusal is understandable. Su Dagwa remained silent for a long time, but couldn't help but say, the exhibition hall is indeed safer, but that group of people inside is very dangerous. This place is also quite good. After Su Dagwa finished speaking, he saw Su Chen still looking indifferent. After thinking for a moment, he chose to turn and leave. However, just as Su Dagwa reached the door, Su Chen smiled and said, if you see Yimu Ge and she doesn't contact you, you might as well tell her that you saw her sister Yiling. The mission of the Starry Night Laboratory is confidential, so why does Su Chen know? Perhaps this is the reason why Su Chen brought a group of female soldiers to this place. Su Dagwa has left. At least Su Dagwa was right about one thing. This hotel is not bad. On the third day of staying at the hotel, Su Dagwa came to say goodbye. They had prepared a convoy. There were plenty of nice cars under this hotel. The group was divided into two parts, with 15 people escorting around 30 people out of the city, while the remaining individuals were preparing to head to the Starry Night Laboratory. As for the hotel, there were still about 50 ordinary people left, almost all of whom were forcibly handed over to Su Chen. Su Chen felt helpless. Once the rescue team left, the remaining 50 people started to let loose. Su Chen didn't want to pay attention, but those men shouldn't have targeted his maid army. Fida fida. Electricity roamed, and 3 charred bodies appeared on the ground. Su Chen surveyed the scene with cold eyes. This was the 15th floor, the hotel restaurant. All 50 people had been summoned, and the 3 who were to be executed had attempted to harm the maid army, even threatening Su Chen with a kitchen knife. After the incident with the gym teacher, Su Chen had decided that one must be ruthless. Don't think that just because the rescue team has left, it means you can do whatever you want. From today on, you will go upstairs. The 25th floor and above are your territory. Apart from meal times, no one is allowed to come down. Additionally, anyone who dares to waste food will face the same fate as these 3. Su Chen said coldly. Immediately, a man in a suit stood up and pointed at Su Chen, saying, "What the hell are you? I didn't see you being so arrogant when a rescue team was here. This is the apocalypse. What we do is none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, a current suddenly flashed and struck in front of the man. "You also said, this is the apocalypse. There are no rules in the apocalypse. It's just that I'm stronger than you," Su Chen said. The man was stunned. Everyone fell silent. In their eyes, Su Chen, who could wield lightning powers, was like a deity. Additionally, I am not completely heartless. If you want to join me, you can register your skills with Li Jia. There's only one prerequisite to join. You must kill zombies. After Su Chen finished speaking, he took Chen Jiai's hand and turned to leave. Once he left, the entire restaurant began to whisper among themselves. Why does he deserve that? Just because he has special abilities? In this apocalypse? It's definitely because of the benefits gained from killing zombies. There is indeed that possibility. If we also kill zombies, we can gain special abilities. I'm joining. Me too. Most of those who want to join are strong men who are not convinced that Su Chen should be in charge. When the rescue team was present, they were treated well. However, Su Chen does not consider himself a savior. So how could he show any goodwill towards these people? Yet, some chose to watch from the sidelines, while others walked up to Li Jia. The 50 survivors were divided into 3 groups. A dozen strong men were looking for weapons, planning to kill zombies. Seeing this, Li Jia instructed the 2 female members beside her, keep an eye on them. If anyone gets injured because of a zombie, or if the situation goes awry, kill. Li Jia's expression also turned cold. If the zombies break into this building, they would have to deal with the aftermath. Besides, this group of people opposes their master. How could Li Jia let them off easy? Among those who approached Li Jia, there were 4 women and 2 men, only a small portion of the group. After registering, the 4 women indeed showed no special abilities. Su Chen had indeed detected a number of talents with his detection skills earlier, but unfortunately, this group of people was taken away by Su Dagua. In the evening, in the room, Li Jia was reporting the situation to Su Chen. Among the 4 women, 2 were from the hotel lobby front desk, and 2 were in sales. The 2 men were mechanics. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. Front desk, sales? However, it's not completely impossible to train them. As long as they're obedient and willing to join, spending an additional 50 points to upgrade their basic skills would also provide decent combat power. You can ask Ling Xiao if he wants to join the team and add people. If he does, he can choose to take in these 4 individuals. Su Chen waved his hand. He was a bit helpless. Chen Jai had accompanied him for 2 days, and for some reason, she suddenly said she was going to sleep with Zhang Xiaoxiao today. It seemed he would have to spend the night alone, unable to sleep. Li Jia looked at Su Chen and slowly walked up behind him, resting her hands on his shoulders. Master, it seems Jai can't resist anymore. Let's draw lots to decide. Tonight, it will be me accompanying you. As she spoke, Li Jia's hands had already unbuttoned Su Chen's shirt. Su Chen was taken aback. He had gotten used to the maids giving him shoulder massages, but he didn't expect Li Jia to launch a sneak attack tonight. Li Jia exhaled softly, her warm breath brushing against Su Chen's ear. This woman was igniting a fire. Chapter 21. The sudden message from the walkie-talkie, a night of turmoil. Li Jia's appearance could only be considered above average, but she was the type of a strong woman with a great aura. Moreover, her figure was definitely the best among the maid brigade. Most men couldn't withstand Li Jia's overwhelming advances and could only float like a lonely boat amidst the waves. In the time that followed, Su Chen ordered the maid army to go out in batches to kill zombies, retreating to the hotel when they got tired. However, after several consecutive days of hunting, the number of zombies seemed to show no signs of decreasing at all. Su Chen also understood. The permanent population of Shanghai City is in the tens of millions, and not to mention that the outbreak occurred in October during the peak tourist season. The population is likely to have risen to a terrifying number. The number of zombies should also be in the tens of millions. But how many have Su Chen and the others killed? Probably only about 1,000th of that number. Li Jia reported the situation while holding a small notebook. The biggest problem is that the generator has been damaged, and the cold storage has completely lost its effectiveness. The meat inside has already rotted to the point of being inedible. Moreover, our people have strong physical qualities, so the amount of food they need to consume is not something ordinary people can compare to. Su Chen held his head in frustration. As a leader, there were indeed too many issues to consider. The hotel naturally had generators, but Su Dagua hadn't mentioned that the generators were damaged before. When Su Chen found the generator, only one was usable, and it could only supply the restaurant to ensure the food wouldn't spoil. Now the last one was also broken. They should throw a party, look for what can still be eaten, and consume it today instead of waiting for everything to spoil and waste. Additionally, how was that group of people doing? Su Chen's words naturally referred to the burden left by Su Dagua. Among the 50 people, Su Chen recruited 6 women, adding 4 to the melee team and 2 to the range team. The newly recruited melee team due to lack of experience, suffered the loss of one member during a zombie siege. As for the 50 people, only 7 men joined us. I selected some strong mechanics. That left only 8 individuals. Ligias Nadat. The previous group of men wanted to hunt zombies to gain superpowers, overthrow Su Chen, and gain freedom. Unfortunately, the moment they saw the zombies rushing in, they were terrified and, while shoving each other, suffered heavy losses. Those who truly dared to pick up weapons and fight were also injured because of their incompetent teammates. In short, that team was almost entirely wiped out, with only one surviving member who joined Su Chen's group. The remaining 8 people were in a state of giving up. Right? Su Chen asked. Li Jia paused for a moment, but couldn't help but nod. Su Chen sighed and said, let's observe a bit longer. If they really give up on themselves, then don't expect anyone to lend them a hand. After Li Jia reported the situation, she reached out and lifted Su Chen's chin, raising an eyebrow at him. Su Chen was taken aback. Li Jia licked her lips and smiled. Bai Lin is also eager to eat the master. But we think the master should take a rest. Su Chen? Men can't say they're incapable. Okay? I can, no need to rest. Li Jia laughed heartily and then turned to leave. Su Chen felt a bit helpless as Li Jia provoked him and then turned to leave, which made him feel somewhat lost. Xiao Su Chen was almost awake, but just at that moment, a rustling sound came. This walkie-talkie was military grade, with a signal range that was very far and capable of receiving most frequencies, and it was left to Su Chen by Zhou Dong. Su Chen adjusted himself, and his voice gradually became clearer. Eagle Team 15, Su Dagwa here. I have been infected with the zombie virus, and so far, there are no signs of mutation. This is due to an experiment at the Starry Night Laboratory, from which I just escaped. The story goes back a few days. After Su Dagwa and the others left, they planned to storm the Starry Night Laboratory. Their combat skills were indeed impressive, with a team of over 30 people. They managed to divert the zombies near the laboratory through 3 days of guerrilla warfare. After successfully breaching the Starry Night Laboratory, they were captured by the security personnel. From the very beginning, Yi Mu-ge had no intention of negotiating, even going so far as to execute people on the spot. The Starry Night Laboratory is indeed a traitor to all humanity. I proposed using Night Spirit to save my life, after which Yi Mu-ge subjected me to torture. When I was reluctant to say more, he injected me with a drug. I turned into a monster, but I still retained my consciousness. All members of Eagle Team, please note, this mission can be abandoned at your discretion. Don't. By the end, Su Dagwa's voice had turned into a roar. Su Chen adjusted himself again and wanted to ask Su Dagwa what had happened. However, on the other end of the intercom, the previous message was repeated. The purpose was to warn the Eagle Team. It seemed that the Eagle Team was the collective name for the teams executing the rescue plan and the operation to infiltrate the Starry Night Laboratory. Eagle Team 15? Long Country had not given up on Jianghai City and had actually dispatched so many teams? Perhaps it was because this was a necessary route to the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen's team had already encountered members of the Eagle Team multiple times. Su Chen squinted his eyes. This Yi Mu-ge was completely different from what he had imagined. In that photo, with the sunset glow casting on him, he still couldn't forget the tranquility and harmony conveyed by that picture. This perception was gradually shattered as he learned more. Yi Mu-ge, Yi Ling. Su Chen found that his curiosity was acting up again. Apocalypse outbreak? Starry Night Laboratory? System? So-called deities? All of these were driving Su Chen to want to delve deeper. Perhaps it was time to have a good talk with Yi Ling, Su Chen murmured. At night, the fire escape on the 6 floors below was locked and blocked off. Su Chen and the others brought food to the hotel rooftop, where they held a barbecue party in the apocalypse. Most of the meat had already spoiled, and the remaining pieces were only at a level that they could eat without getting stomachache. Su Chen even had someone bring out the wine, red wine, which he was still a bit unaccustomed to. Eating meat heartily and drinking beer was the right way to go. Su Chen laughed heartily. He walked over to the Night Spirit, who was awkwardly holding a wine glass. Chapter 22. Scumbag, you're scheming against me. The Night Spirit glanced at Su Chen and snorted coldly. Scumbag, why are you looking for me instead of your maid sisters? Su Chen glanced at the maid outfit on Yi Ling and chuckled. Can I take that as you being jealous? Yi Ling was frustrated. She knew very well that she was wearing a maid outfit, but there was nothing she could do. Let's play a game. If I win, you tell me a secret of yours. If I lose, I'll tell you a secret of mine. If you don't want to share a secret, we can just drink. How about that? Su Chen smiled. Yiling turned her head, but she indeed felt a sense of loneliness. Since childhood, she had always felt this sense of being out of place. Her sister once said, "Don't mind it because we are too smart. Our perspective on the world is different from ordinary people, so we will be lonely." This sense of loneliness became even more pronounced after leaving the Starry Night laboratory and after the outbreak of the apocalypse. She saw zombies merely as mutated bodies infected by some virus. Ordinary people viewed zombies as bloodthirsty monsters that must be killed. But if they're just mutated bodies, perhaps they can be cured, can't they? All right, I promise to play the game with you. Su Chen smiled slightly at the words. A genius is indeed a genius. But they are also easy to fall into traps. Perhaps apart from the system's hints, he had never seen Yiling show her genius side. The two played rock, paper, scissors. In the first 3 rounds, Su Chen lost. But gradually, Su Chen gained the upper hand. Yiling lost 10 times in a row, getting so angry that she stood up and stomped her feet. You scumbag. You're cheating. You must be cheating. In fact, it was simple. The pattern of your moves is very easy to read. Scissors, scissors, rock, rock, paper, then repeat. Yiling was taken aback upon hearing this. She didn't expect Su Chen to have such observational skills. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Come on, I don't believe you can win again." But the next time, she still lost. Why? I specifically avoided your pattern. What are you thinking? You have no pattern at all. I was just making it up. You took it seriously. Last time I played scissors, this time you definitely avoided scissors, so I played paper. The worst outcome for me would be a tie with you. As soon as Su Chen's words were spoken, Yiling was stunned in place. After a long time, Yiling sighed and said in this regard, "I have indeed lost completely." All right, now there are 2 questions. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. The first question, you were bitten by a zombie, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Yiling's expression clearly changed. She stammered, wanting to find an excuse, but when she looked up, she met Su Chen's sharp gaze, as if all her little actions had been seen through. Yiling paused for a moment and nodded. "Why won't you mutate? Is it because you have antibodies in your body?" Su Chen asked again. Yiling's breath caught. Su Chen suddenly stood up, his eyes turning cold. "It seems I was right after all. The Starry Night Laboratory, Yimu Gu, are the culprits who harmed all of humanity. That is billions of people. You even developed the antibodies in advance. What is this human threat elimination plan?" Su Chen's words completely provoked Yiling. Yiling suddenly stood up and splashed a glass of wine directly onto Su Chen's face. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Su Chen, then shook her head wildly. No, you don't understand anything. You just believe whatever outsiders say." Her sister was right. The feeling of loneliness is because we are too smart. I shouldn't have tried to fit into any group. With that, Yiling smashed the wine glass and turned to leave. Su Chen stood still, lowering his head and remaining silent. The maid army hurriedly stepped forward to help Su Chen clean the alcohol off his body and face. This was just a minor incident. "Everyone, don't worry, continue." Su Chen smiled. He then gestured to Chun Jiai and turned to walk to the edge of the rooftop. In his mind, Ling Xiao, Chun Jiai, Zhang Xiao, and Li Jia joined the conversation. "Master, such a blunt provocation will push Knight's spirit away. She is a good trump card for us," Li Jia said with a hint of helplessness. "I did it on purpose." Su Chen squinted at the sky. "If she is hiding something, this provocation will definitely make her explode. This matter is far from simple." Zhou Dong said that the higher-ups received a video indicating that the Starry Night Laboratory was conducting experiments. So they pointed the source of the apocalypse towards the Starry Night Laboratory. But this time, Night Spirit said things were not like that. Night Spirit had never asked Su Chen anything from the beginning and did not participate in his discussions. However, the information she controlled was far beyond Su Chen's imagination. The maid army did not inquire why the maid combat suits increased physical attributes or why their ammunition and crossbow bolts were endless. This was because of the system's 100 loyalty constraint. They absolutely trusted Su Chen. Yet, Night Spirit observed all of this and could suppress her curiosity, which is her greatest uniqueness. Su Chen suddenly had a realization this afternoon. After receiving the message on the walkie-talkie, an indescribable curiosity almost overwhelmed him. making him eager to explore. He couldn't help it, and most people couldn't either, but Yi Ling could, and the genius trait defined by the system was definitely not a false name. Ling Xiao, you, and Zhang Xiaoxiao currently have the strongest combat abilities. Even when separated from a team, you have only one task: keep an eye on Yi Ling, Su Chan said in a deep voice. That night, most people got drunk. They indulged in meat and alcohol, reveling in the sounds of zombies roaring. After the apocalypse broke out, a feeling of oppression filled everyone's hearts. The bloodthirsty and cruel zombies. The severed limbs scattered all over made the city look like it had endured decades of deterioration in just a month. Everything was released tonight. As dawn broke, a small figure with a backpack and tied with a rope jumped down from the sixth-floor window and gradually made its way to the ground. The sunlight slowly appeared, shining on this person's face. She was Night Spirit. Sister Li Jia, Sister Bai Lin, Sister Chen Jiai, you have all taken good care of me, but unfortunately, I do not belong to you. The sister was right. I see the world differently from you. Night Spirit took out a button-like object from her bosom, pressed it gently, and a white light lit up from it. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the button. Night Spirit nodded and put away the button. She quietly hid near a wrecked car, and soon half an hour passed. In the distance, a team of people rushed over quickly. Chapter 23. The Starry Night Laboratory arrives. Night Spirit leaves. This group was well-trained, making little noise during their movements. When encountering zombies blocking their path, some immediately dispersed to deal with the zombies without affecting the advanced speed of the main group. On their chests, there was a pentagram made of silver-white metal, which reflected colorful light when the sun shone on it. Starry Night Laboratory. Night Spirit walked towards this team. The leader took out a device and scanned Night Spirit. Then he frowned. Miss Night Spirit, you were infected with the zombie virus? That was an accident, Night Spirit replied. The leader raised his hand, and a fireball slowly emerged. He glanced at the hotel, sneered, and threw the fireball. In the next moment, the fireball exploded, and flames soared into the sky. The zombies were attracted, burned by the flames like moths to a flame, turning to charcoal within minutes. In the corner, two people slowly walked out. Master, Night Spirit has been taken away. Indeed, most people were drunk last night, but there were exceptions. The people from Starry Night Laboratory released the fireball before leaving, which was clearly a demonstration of power. Suchen Fronith. Suchen did not choose to level up. After all, with the maid army around, he basically had no need to kill zombies himself. However, the destructive power of a level 10 ability was far from being as strong as what this man could do effortlessly. Suchen inferred that the man's ability level was at least above level 20. Chen Jiai stood by the side, her brow furrowed, feeling the pressure brought by the man, just like Su Chun. In terms of physical fitness, neither Chen Jiai nor Su Chun could match Ling Xiao. However, their ability levels were the highest among everyone. Their sensitivity to abilities was also the most pronounced. Master, as the voice fell, Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. That group of about 15 people moved extremely quickly, faster than I could run at full speed, and their physical fitness was not lacking. Additionally, their equipment was of very high quality. I could tell it was superior to that of the Flying Eagle team's firearms. Ling Xiao reported the situation. Su Chun felt the pressure. What exactly is the Starry Night Laboratory that can cultivate such an armed force in Dragon Country? No wonder Yi Muge can ignore the rescue team, and even the military department of Dragon Country. And this is just one branch of the Starry Night Laboratory. Not wanting to think too much, starting tomorrow, he would center his operations here and hunt zombies. He needed to be careful not to come into contact with the people from the exhibition hall. They would only come out of their shell when they felt safe. Su Chan squinted and looked down, which was the direction of the exhibition hall. The hotel they were in was only 2 streets away from the exhibition hall, but there were at least 10,000 zombies on those 2 streets. It seemed that they needed to make good use of the structure of this hotel. Su Chan took out the employee handbook, which was the same one obtained at the front desk. It recorded the entire structure of the hotel, including emergency exits, elevator shafts, and so on. Su Chan already has an idea. In short, the hotel is not a long-term place to stay. He doesn't know what the group of people in the exhibition hall is like, but in the apocalypse, there is no morality. Su Chan felt no guilt about occupying the exhibition hall. However, he did not want to damage the outer structure of the hall. leaving himself with potential risks. He could only wait for the people inside to come out. According to Su Dagua, there were about 30 of them, and they were armed with firearms. Su Chen was secretly calculating in his heart. System, upgrade recruitment level. Current points, 3,248, 1,500 points needed to upgrade to the next level, current recruitment, 2025. Conditions for upgrade met. Previously, it was necessary to fill all positions to upgrade, but starting from this level, upgrading the recruitment level does not require filling the recruitment numbers. Points minus 1,500, recruitment level 4, recruitment points 40, successful recruitment allows specifying an increase of 2 random attributes. Recruitment quantity 2035. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the recruitment level. Reward 1 upgrade scroll. Upgrade scroll can upgrade a specified item by 1 to 3 levels. Su Chen only has one piece of equipment, which is the combat vehicle that has never been used. Now that Night Spirit has left, the combat vehicle can finally be taken out. Su Chen immediately used the upgrade scroll on the combat vehicle. His luck exploded, directly raising it by 3 levels. Level 6 combat vehicle, consisting of 1 main and 3 auxiliaries. The auxiliary can use the weapon system and requires basic driving and shooting skills, with a capacity of 40 people. The overall vehicle body added a pair of wheels and became much wider. The upper machine guns were upgraded to 3. Su Chen secretly thought it was cool. This combat vehicle, once deployed, would completely crush the nearby zombies. However, using the machine gun would definitely consume a lot of ammunition. Let's go to the underground parking lot, Su Chen said, and then took Ling Xiao and the others towards the underground parking lot. The zombies near the hotel had been mostly cleared out. Moreover, due to the use of automatic crossbows, the noise was relatively low, so the wandering zombies nearby did not gather around. Su Chen arrived at the hotel underground parking lot. There were luxury cars parked here, but they were all covered in dust now. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao were carrying plastic buckets to drain the fuel from these luxury cars. The combat vehicle's attributes showed that it had a 300L fuel tank, and they would probably need to drain all these luxury cars to fill it up. Su Chen directly released the battle vehicle. Compared to the icon displayed in the system, he truly understood what the steel beast meant when it appeared before him. The vehicle was over 10 meters long and as wide as 2 cars. Overall, it looked just like a tank. It was quite troublesome. The roads outside were full of vehicles, and driving the battle vehicle out would likely result in a path of chaos. Su Chen smiled. He wasn't worried at all. This combat vehicle was just like a tank, with a full metal steel plate exterior that was not afraid of collisions at all. Su Chen got into the car, which wasn't equipped with good facilities. There were 2 rows of seats on either side, resembling benches. In the driver's compartment ahead, there were various electronic instruments that made one feel dizzy at a glance. No wonder it required driving skills to operate this thing. Su Chen has set the target, and is still the school doctor who will take the main driving role. Additionally, 3 people from the remote team will be equipped with driving skills, allowing them to perfectly control this combat vehicle. Master! Suddenly, a startled exclamation echoed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That was the sound of automatic crossbows firing. Chapter 24. The Zombie That Can Raise Pets. Su Chen hurriedly rushed out of the combat vehicle. He saw 5 zombie dogs appearing in the distance, surrounding Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao. Chen Jia was carefully shooting with an automatic crossbow nearby. These zombie dogs were similar to the zombie cats, but their size had been greatly enlarged, and they were even larger than the zombie cats encountered before. Their mouths were filled with 2 rows of sharp teeth covered in flesh, looking extremely fierce. The overall degree of decay also appeared to be higher. Su Chen raised his hand, and a dense sound of electric current rang out. Cooperate with me and strike. Ling Xiao, Frenzy, Xiao, Windblade, and Jia formed a mental network. The mental network used consciousness to communicate, allowing for faster transmission of commands. Su Chen raised his hand and unleashed a lightning chain, with the current spreading directly to the 5 zombie dogs. Ling Xiao's eyes turned blood red, and her arms seemed to bulk up significantly. She charged forward, even shattering the concrete ground beneath her feet, shooting out like a cannonball. The beastification ability already enhanced her physical attributes, and with the berserk mode providing a percentage boost. Ling Xiao's current physical prowess was astonishing. Swinging the fire axe, she cleaved open the head of a zombie dog. The evolution core dropped and was easily picked up by Ling Xiao. Su Chen unleashed the lightning chain again, combined with a lightning strike, quickly dealing with the zombie dog. Previously, a zombie cat had caused him a lot of trouble, but now everyone's strength had improved significantly. However, at that moment, the zombie dog let out a howl and slowly began to retreat, burying its front paws and head into the ground. Su Chen frowned, thinking that the zombie dog was about to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, from the shadows, footsteps echoed again. After a moment, Su Chen's eyes widened. He saw a tall zombie emerge, standing at least over 2 meters tall, with 2 long tentacles trailing behind it, covered in barbs, looking quite disgusting. Most importantly, there was an even larger zombie dog following behind this tall zombie. Damn! Su Chen could only describe his mood with the essence of the country. How long has it been? He was still immersed in the idea that zombies were those howling, mindless monsters outside. Reality gave him a harsh slap. Are they already starting to raise pets? He saw a tall zombie patting a nearby zombie dog. The zombie dog let out a howl and charged forward, its massive paws hitting the ground with such force that it felt like the ground was shaking. After entering a frenzied state, Ling Xiao became somewhat irritable. With a roar, he brandished a fire axe and charged forward. Zhang Xiaoxiao waved her hand, adding a wind blade to the fire axe. This wind blade could not only be applied to herself, but also to weapons or allies. The next moment, bang! In just one encounter, Ling Xiao was sent flying. However, the fire axe in her hand also left a long gash on the zombie dog. The tall zombie let out an angry roar, and the tentacles behind it whipped the ground, making a crackling sound. Su Chen furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao, be careful, stay calm. He raised his hand and unleashed the lightning chain, the powerful current causing the zombie dogs and the towering zombie to stop in their tracks, convulsing all over. The lightning chain was more like a control skill. Thunderstrike. A fierce current struck the tentacles behind the towering zombie, severing them with a crack, and they fell to the ground, quickly drying up as if dehydrated. Su Chen used the same trick again, working together with Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao's abilities. The zombie dog was completely dealt with. The remaining tall zombie kept roaring, but Ling Xiao and the others also took out their crossbows, fighting while retreating. After nearly an hour of fierce battle, the zombie finally fell to the ground. Su Chen looked at the 7 evolution cores in his hand, with 2 being slightly larger and the other 5 being of similar size. He directly let the system absorb them. Points 2,500. Points 1,400. The first 5 smaller ones gave him 2,500 points without any issue, but Su Chen didn't expect the 2 larger evolution cores to yield 1,400 points. It seemed that the larger the evolution core, the more points he gained from absorption, adding in the kill rewards and the remaining points from before. Su Chen felt like he was simply a wave of fat. Current score, 6887. This was still the highest score he had ever achieved, almost breaking 10,000. But just at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came. Su Chen was taken aback, only to see a large group of zombies rushing into the underground garage. Recalling the howls of the tall zombie before its death, his gaze sharpened. Could it be that these zombies would seek help? If they had some basic awareness, it would prove that zombies were still evolving. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, if they could awaken their abilities and enhance their physical qualities, why couldn't zombies evolve? But now is not the time to think about that. Su Chen immediately called everyone to get ready to leave. The previous plan was now ready to be implemented. Jia Yi, connect with Li Jia and tell her that the plan we practiced before is about to start. Su Chen opened the system panel and quickly purchased an automatic crossbow and crossbow bolts. He also had all 20 members of the Maid Army replenish their shooting skills. This cost another 1,000 points, but Su Chen was feeling wealthy and didn't have many concerns. Meanwhile, the people upstairs began to take their positions. Everyone who joined Su Chen's team was equipped with weapons to prepare for the upcoming zombie horde. The previously closed fire escape door was reopened. Members of Li Jia's team used ropes and techniques learned from the rescue team to create an escape route using bedsheets. Su Chen's plan was simple. Most buildings need to be equipped with 2 emergency exits, and this building was no exception, although one of the exits was relatively narrow. Soon, the operation began. One of the emergency exits was opened to attract the zombies. 5 members of the maid army, armed with crossbows, waited in the exit for the zombies to arrive. Before long, the zombies roared as they rushed up the stairs, and the moment they saw people, they went into a frenzy and sped up. The maid army fought while retreating, guiding the zombies into the corridor, using the narrow passage to eliminate them with their crossbows. After a while, several members of the maid army appeared on the 3rd floor, making noise to attract more zombies. The zombies were thus diverted, with some heading towards the 2nd floor corridor and others drawn to the 3rd floor. The maid army on the 3rd floor guided the zombies into the corridor, employing the same tactics again. This cycle continued. When they could no longer hold out, they used the other emergency exit or entered a room to escape to the upper floors using ropes. During this battle, Chen continuously connected the members on each floor with a mental network. Using ropes, she delivered crossbow bolts to each combat floor. The ordinary people were dumbfounded. They had thought the maids were merely decorative, but they were fierce in battle. They tightened their grips on their weapons, feeling that as a big man, they seemed to be of no use at all. They had agreed to wait for battle, but even now, they had not seen a single zombie. Chapter 25, Prolonged Battle. Chen moved through each floor. As soon as a zombie dog or zombie cat appeared, he would immediately take action. But even so, there were still casualties. Maid Corps has fallen. Current recruitment 1935. One has died. Chen immediately thought of a girl in his mind. He sighed, with no time to feel sorrow. He directly activated the system's detection skill. Unfortunately, the only special talents that were locked in were just 2 types of doctors. Chen felt helpless. Doctors, after all, are also a constraint, and they can enhance antiviral capabilities. Chen chose to find these 2 doctors and initiate recruitment. At the same time, he immediately killed the strong female zombie and dragged the body away for recruitment. It cost 40 points each time, and Chen directly replenished the number of recruits to 35. However, the situation was tense, and there was no time to have each member change into maid outfits. Eventually, that group of ordinary people encountered zombies. Compared to the maid army, the combat quality of these people was simply terrible. To say it was terrible would be an insult to terrible. In a panic, they even pushed their companions into the mouths of zombies to buy themselves a chance to escape. Chen's blood pressure soared, and in his anger, he killed someone on the spot. As for the group of people who hadn't joined before, they were nowhere to be seen now. They probably ran to the top floor to hide a long time ago. Chen once said that if one gives up on themselves, no one can lift them up. The number of zombies has suddenly surged, continuously increasing. Chen looked down while using the rope to go up and down the building, and saw that the entire exterior of the hotel was packed with zombies. Damn it, that tall zombie must have summoned all the nearby zombies. Cursing aside, Chen knew that rushing down now wasn't appropriate. He could only continue to attract zombies upstairs, using the safe passage and long corridors to disperse them. Damn it, this group of people could only be a hindrance. Li Jia, take them up to create an escape route, and we need to connect the outside with ropes. We can't hold them off down here anymore. We need to retreat upwards. Chen hurriedly ordered. Li Jia responded and took the 3 shivering survivors upstairs. When they reached the 14th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a few frantic survivors. Li Jia frowned. However, before he could take action, these crazy survivors actually smashed the window and jumped down. Die, die, the apocalypse is here, no one can survive. They shouted. This further stirred a wave of despair. The 3 people Li Jia brought with him collapsed to the ground, murmuring to themselves. Useless. Li Jia snorted coldly, ignoring them, and followed Chen's instructions to lay down a backup plan for everyone. Time slowly passed, until late at night, Chen and the others were still in the midst of fighting. Chen took a moment to glance out the window and unexpectedly saw an eagle flying by. It looked at the window for a moment before flapping its wings and leaving. He was somewhat puzzled, but didn't pay much attention to it. On the other side, the exhibition hall. Chen had longed for this place, but now it was filled with excrement. In the corner, a dozen naked girls, covered in scars, crouched on the ground, shivering. Around the table sat 8 men. The leader, with a beard and a muscular build, was extremely robust. Zhao Chong, carrying a rifle, looked at a man next to him who wore glasses. The glasses-wearing man opened his eyes. Boss, damn it, it's all women, at least 30 of them. Most dressed in maid outfits, and there are several real beauties among them. The glasses-wearing man was thrilled, standing up, with a noticeable change in one part of his body. Zhao Chong grinned and said, "Not bad. This batch of women has gotten boring. They're all a bunch of middle-aged so-called noble women, loose and lacking any feeling. With no new goods, you little brats will have to contribute." The several subordinates at the table turned pale upon hearing this, feeling a tightness in their behinds. Saviors. Those women are truly saviors. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Chong was the head of this transportation escort team. However, after the apocalypse, his true nature gradually revealed itself. Not only Zhao Chong, but most of the transportation escort team lost control and indulged in unrestrained pleasure. Those who came to the exhibition hall were either rich or noble. But now, they had to look at the faces of these workers, even becoming playthings. Once high and mighty, now they weren't even worthy of a single piece of clothing to cover their bodies. Of course, not everyone was like this. Unfortunately, anyone who didn't share the same ideology was killed by Zhao Chong. By the way, how was the combat strength of that group? Zhao Chong suddenly asked with a serious expression. The glasses-wearing man chuckled. Zhao Ge, even if their combat strength is strong, so what? After this fight, who isn't exhausted? Besides, all the zombies on these two streets have been attracted elsewhere. Just wait. Even if they aren't killed by zombies, they'll be utterly worn out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong couldn't help but pat the glasses-wearing man's shoulder. A metallic sheen gradually appeared on him. They had abilities too. If they were lucky, the zombies they encountered, like the zombie cats and zombie dogs, weren't that strong. Among the 8, 3 had awakened abilities. But you have to keep an eye on it. Don't let this batch of women fall into the hands of the zombies. I haven't had fun in a long time. Zhao Ge. There are several women inside that suit your taste. All 8 men laughed. Inside the exhibition hall, shattered plaster statues were everywhere, and famous paintings lay scattered on the ground, all covered in footprints. Time slowly passed. Su Chen's eyes were filled with exhaustion. After nearly a day of fighting from day to night, it was now already well into the morning. They had retreated to the 25th floor, but the zombies had mostly been cleared out. Su Chen opened the system panel. Current points, 12580. Among the zombies, there were quite a few zombie cats and zombie dogs, which provided a lot of evolution cores. There are even some evolution cores that hadn't been collected yet. The crowd gathered together. Su Chen looked around. The previous recruitment had reached 35 people, but now there were only 24 left, with 11 casualties. However, the elders had not sacrificed anyone. This shows the importance of the maid combat uniform in battle. The later recruits hadn't even had the chance to wear the maid combat uniforms. Those who were injured, treat your wounds. Those who were hurt by zombies, come to me immediately. Su Chen gave a reminder. Just at that moment, a gunshot rang out. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Just as he stood up, he saw a group of people rushing in. The leader among them was Zhao Chong. Damn it, there are really so many top-notch individuals. He immediately focused his attention on Chen Jia and Li Jia, his eyes filled with fervor. Who are you? Su Chen said in a deep voice. Chapter 26, Ability Enhancement. Thunderbolt. As soon as Su Chen started to speak, a rifle was pressed against his forehead. Kid, I'm your grandpa. Zhao Chong sneered, raised his hand, and a metallic sheen appeared on it as he punched Su Chen in the stomach. Su Chen was curled up from being beaten, his entire stomach cramping, and he kept gagging. Zhao Chong sneered and threw another punch, knocking Su Chen to the ground. At that moment, Ling Xiao shouted angrily and raised a crossbow, aiming it at Zhao Chong and firing. Ding! The crossbow bolt struck Zhao Chong and bounced off, even sparking a little. Seeing this, Ling Xiao swung a fire axe and charged at Zhao Chong. But just then, a cabinet in the room flew up and directly smashed into Ling Xiao. Exhausted, Ling Xiao collapsed to the ground from the impact. Zhao Chong stepped forward, grabbed Ling Xiao's head, and slammed it down onto the floor. Z. Kid, you also have powers? Then you can't be left alive. You must die. Suddenly, 2 men walked out next to Zhao Chong, pointing guns at Su Chen with cruel smiles on their faces. Zhao Chong then dragged Chen Jia and Ling Xiao, one in each hand. Awesome, 2 beauties. One is hot, and the other looks like she just graduated from college. I love student girls the most. Zhao Chong laughed maniacally. Su Chan forced himself to stand up and said coldly, "Let them go. What's wrong? Are you going to come at me?" Zhao Chong sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around burst into laughter. The maid army was simply too exhausted. After an entire day of fighting without rest, they could barely lift their arms. Even Su Chen's own abilities were completely drained. His eyes were bloodshot. Yet he couldn't gather any electricity. "You have no grievances with us. Is this really appropriate?" Su Chen's gaze turned cold. With two guns pointed at his head, he showed no fear and slowly stepped forward. At the same time, in his mind, he communicated with the system. Upgrade ability level. Points -200. Ability level 11. No new skills learned. Continue. On the surface, Su Chen remained calm and slowly approached Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong waved his hand, completely dismissing Su Chen. In the apocalypse, suddenly losing all control and restrictions, along with the power from awakening abilities, can lead one to become lost and arrogant. Zhao Chong was in such a state. "Kid, what are you planning to do? I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, I'll take your women right in front of you, again and again." After Zhao Chong finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force and charged at Su Chen like a cannonball. As a member of the transport team and a former underground fighter, he could easily overpower the exhausted Su Chen even without using his abilities. Punch after punch, Su Chen was beaten until he spat blood. "No, spare the master. I am willing to do anything." "Stop. Wait until I recover, and I will be the first to kill you. Scum, only taking advantage of others' misfortunes. What are you?" Suddenly, a girl sprang up, grabbing a crossbow bolt and stabbing it into the neck of a man beside her. But in the next moment, crossbow bolts automatically flew up and pierced into this girl's body. In an instant, the girl was turned into a porcupine, blood flowing everywhere. This person was Ling Xiao's roommate, the one she had always cared for, like a younger sister. Ling Xiao erupted in fury. "I want you all dead." She charged out fiercely, but after just 2 steps, she fell to the ground. A man walked out with a sinister smile. The furniture from before and the current crossbow bolts were all controlled by this man. He had awakened the telekinesis ability. Bang, bang, bang. The bedside table flew over and crashed into Ling Xiao until it shattered completely. Ling Xiao coughed up blood, lying on the ground with weak breathing. Su Chen was also lying on the ground, covered in injuries. Zhao Chong, who awakened a metal ability, could significantly enhance physical strength and defense, resembling a beast transformation. "Kid, did you see? What can you do? You're useless." Zhao Chong grabbed Su Chen's head. But at that moment, Su Chen smiled, blood streaming down his face, yet a smile blooming at the corner of his mouth. "You all come and see. This kid actually wants to resist." Zhao Chong dragged Su Chen, displaying his arrogance in front of everyone. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ability level 21. 400 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Ability level 22. Congratulations, host. New skill Lightning Strike learned. Lightning Strike greatly increases lightning strike speed. Targets become 3. The next moment, the sound of electricity crackled. Almost as soon as everyone heard the sound, a feeling of numbness filled their bodies. With a significant increase in ability level, Su Chen's previous weakness gradually disappeared. He was indeed injured, but abilities were related to the mind. He acted out of rage. In an instant, the glow of electricity filled the entire room. A current shot out from Su Chen's hand, splitting in midair into 3, directly locking onto Zhao Chong and 2 others. Ling Xiao, Xiao, take revenge. Congratulations, host. Ling Xiao's ability level 18. New skill Tiger Claw learned. Congratulations, host. Zhang Xiao's ability level 16. New skill Wind Whirl learned. Ling Xiao supported herself with her hands on the ground, and sharp claws emerged. Zhang Xiao surprisingly conjured a small tornado, pulling 2 people into it. Zhao Chong's body shimmered with metallic light as he raised his rifle, but the current struck again, knocking the rifle to the ground. Damn it, attack. They also have 3 people who awaken abilities, but it was already too late. As Su Chen and the others' abilities increased, everything was too late. The situation turned in an instant. The automatic crossbow activated, and everyone except Zhao Chong turned into hedgehogs. Seeing the situation was not good. Zhao Chong actually knelt on the ground, raising his hands high above his head. "Spare me, big brother, I beg you please. It's all that glasses guy's fault. He brought me here. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have messed with you big brothers and sisters." Zhao Chong began to plead for mercy, completely different from his previous arrogance. He buried his head deeply into the ground with a fawning smile. "Ling Xiao," Su Chan said lightly. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red, and she walked up to Zhao Chong, dragging him towards the outside of the house. Outside, piercing screams rang out, one after another. She walked toward her sister, who had been turned into a hedgehog, with a face full of sorrow. Su Chan was at a loss for words. Ling Xiao had joined in order to save this girl, but now she was dead. Once recruited, she could not be recruited again. With her dead, Su Chan had no way to help. He sighed and stepped forward to pat Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Chapter 27, Recruitment Level 5, Binding Skills. Ling Xiao said nothing, only stood up and threw herself into Su Chen's arms, weeping bitterly. Li Jia, seeing this, waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave and clean up the battlefield. They had retreated to the 25th floor, with 2 more floors available for shelter. The lower floors were filled with the corpses of zombies and were no longer habitable. The maid brigade cleared out rooms that were livable and also found 4 people hiding in a corner. They were considered lucky, having not been affected by the battle. However, they looked lost and dazed. The maid brigade paid them no mind, simply driving them up to the rooftop. Their survival was not something they needed to consider. 3 days had passed since that battle. Su Chun and the others also took a full 3 days off. Every morning, there was a maid to provide wake-up service. And when they woke up, someone would help them wash up. Su Chun felt that this was not the apocalypse, but rather heaven. However, when he stood on the rooftop, observing below with binoculars, the countless zombies still reminded him that this was indeed the end of the world. Moreover, recently these zombies seemed to have a purpose. They were no longer wandering aimlessly, but were gathering in one direction. Su Chan was a bit confused, so he could only take out the walkie-talkie and adjust the channels. This walkie-talkie hadn't been used for days, and the battery was quite durable. "Su Chan?" Suddenly, a voice came through. Su Chan recognized the voice. It was Zhou Dong. "It's me. I've finally contacted you. Our Eagle team has regrouped with 8 squads, preparing to attack the Starry Night laboratory. This time, it's a real attack," Zhou Dong said solemnly. She then briefly outlined the general plan. Because Zhou Dong's rank was not high enough, the information she had was limited. She only knew that the higher-ups seemed to be angered by the Starry Night laboratory. Satellite thermal imaging confirmed that the remaining people in Jianghai City were gathering in batches. The higher-ups also learned about the method to awaken abilities. There are 18 people in our team who have awakened their abilities, but the zombie horde is converging on the Starry Night laboratory, which is not a normal phenomenon. The gathering of zombies near the Starry Night laboratory poses a significant obstacle for us. Zhou Dong relayed everything she knew to Su Chun in one breath. Su Chun couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the Starry Night laboratory could control zombies? Soon, he dismissed his own guess. It was incorrect. Zombies have relatively sharp hearing, and by releasing sounds, they can also gather, but it can't be said that they can control zombies. Unfortunately, Night Spirit didn't play this trump card well. Su Chin squinted and asked, "When is your operation scheduled?" "Not yet determined. The higher-ups are still gathering weapons and equipment. There are multiple Starry Night laboratory branches across the country that need to be breached, and Jianghai City is just one of them. We still have a lot of preparations to make for our operation. However, you should be able to see our Eagle team members around recently. They won't initiate any attacks, and the Eagle team won't attack unless provoked." As Zhou Dong spoke, his voice gradually became quieter. Su Chin glanced at the walkie-talkie and saw that it was out of battery. He almost smashed it to the ground. Just a few minutes ago, he was praising its durability. However, Zhou Dong mentioned satellite thermal imaging, proving that the satellite was still operational. Perhaps a mobile phone might still have a signal. Additionally, the operation to break into the Starry Night laboratory was definitely not something that could be accomplished in the short term. The preparatory work should be focused on clearing the zombies. Just then, Li Jiao walked in with a group of people. "Master, these people are from the exhibition hall. They are all slaves of that group," Li Jia said slowly. Su Chan turned to look at the 13 people, and there was no spark in their eyes. Attributes flashed through Su Chen's mind. Among this group, there were no talents in combat, but there were teachers, doctors, and an engineering student specializing in architecture. Architectural engineer, 3 people increase building strength by 10. 5 people increase building strength by 15. 10 people can upgrade buildings comprehensively. Increase building strength? It might be a bond attribute used for constructing bases. If the building strength is high, it should be difficult for zombies to break through. Chen looked at the group of blank-eyed individuals and shook his head. Initiate recruitment. Congratulations, host, minus 400 points. Recruitment successful. Chen guessed that he would be successful in recruitment. This group of people had dull eyes and surely lacked strong resistance. He decided to upgrade the recruitment level. The reason for not recruiting all of them was simply because the recruitment quantity had reached the maximum. Current points, 2887. 2,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Would you like to upgrade? Confirm. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level 5, recruitment points 50. Can specify an increase of 3 points in basic attributes. Recruitment quantity 3550. 50 people can be considered a small group. Chen immediately made up his mind that these 50 people were the current limit. In short term, he only planned to enhance these 50 individuals as an elite team. Congratulations, host. The detection skill effect has improved, allowing you to obtain more information about recruitment candidates. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 5 recruitment. The bond effect has increased, and the current maximum bond number is 25. Specific attributes can be checked by the host. Congratulations, host. Binding skill unlocked. Binding. Bind 2 people. While enhancing the members of this legion, you will receive a 20 attribute feedback. If the bound personnel die, the host will suffer severe attribute penalties. Chen let out a light, thinking that this skill was quite good. The system could enhance Chen's abilities, but unlike the other members of the maid army, it couldn't improve basic attributes or learn driving skills by consuming points. In his previous battle against Zhao Chong, his shortcoming was his physical fitness, and he almost got beaten badly. However, this severe punishment was a major issue that needed to be approached with caution. Chen considered for a moment and decided on 2 candidates, Ling Xiao and Chen Jia. One would enhance physical fitness and a small portion of defense during the upgrade, while the other would increase mental abilities through the enhancement of supernatural powers. This would comprehensively boost Chen's attributes. Moreover, he would ensure that neither of them would die. Binding Ling Xiao and Chen Jia. Confirming binding subjects, Legion members Ling Xiao and Chen Jia. Reminder, binding is successful and cannot be undone. Confirm binding? Confirm. Please proceed with the binding ceremony. Immediately, a piece of information entered Chen's mind. Chen was taken aback. This binding ceremony was so inappropriate. System, what are you doing? Host, it's not like this hasn't happened before. Why be shy? This is a strong connection from body to soul, and the binding ceremony is necessary. Chen's mouth twitched. Indeed, it wasn't the first time. When comforting Ling Xiao, he accidentally went a little too deep. Chapter 28, Binding Ceremony, the 2 together. Chen never expected that Ling Xiao was actually a first love. However, at that time, the 2 of them were like dry, kindling, and fire, and it happened naturally. Now, the situation is a bit awkward. Chen didn't think much and found Chen Jia. Jia, accompany me tonight. Chen finished speaking and awkwardly turned his head away. Chen Jia, however, stood with her hands behind her back, shaking her head, and said, "Not at all. I've already taken my share of blood. I can't just hold on to you." She quickly ran to Chen's side, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a kiss, then turned and left. Chen felt helpless. Why couldn't Chen Jia do it either? It seemed that the binding matter would have to be postponed for a while. In the coming days, Chen and the others began searching for supplies nearby and transporting them to the exhibition hall. While clearing out the zombies, they also cleaned the exhibition hall again. The exhibition hall has its own water tank and water circulation system, but it requires electricity to operate. Chen could only call out the combat vehicle. He had Li Jia take some people to a nearby gas station to get a bit of diesel. When everything was over, Chen sat in the exhibition hall, the lights above him casting warmth on his body. He didn't keep track of time. However, it felt as if the outbreak of the apocalypse had happened a long time ago. Now that he had secured the exhibition hall, He temporarily had a place to settle down. Su Chen intentionally activated his detection skills nearby and found many people who had turned into zombies. By using recruitment, he brought these zombies under his command. The construction engineers have already reached a bond of 3 people, and the doctors have reached a bond of 5 people, forming a logistics team. Minor injuries do not require system recovery at all. The logistics team can handle them on their own. The antiviral capability has increased to 35, significantly improving the chances of immunity to the zombie virus, and the MAID core can now operate farther in combat. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. Su Chen finished a busy day. The bed warming service had already been activated in advance. As the weather turned colder, the MAID army voluntarily offered bed warming services. Su Chen walked to the bedside and pulled back the blanket. Suddenly, he froze. Ling Xiao Jai? Ling Xiao turned her head away and snorted lightly. The master has been looking for me and younger sister Jia before, and we came together today. Chen Jia buried her head directly in the blanket, saying nothing. Together? Su Chen completed his transformation in 1 second and jumped onto the bed. He felt that paradise was nothing more than this. Ling Xiao had a wild flavor and always wanted to take the initiative. Chen Jia was subtle, but always had a feeling of being unable to let go. A whole night of binding rituals. Su Chen looked at the rising sun, with 2 dark circles under his eyes particularly noticeable. Binding successful. Attribute feedback received. Please check the personal panel. Su Chen. 10 Captain Defense. 8 Stamina. 12 8 Spirit. 29 Recruitment Level 5. Recruitment points 50. Successful recruitment allows for a designated increase of 3 random attributes. Recruitment quantity 4750 current Legion members. Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia. Current bonds, sleight skills, exploration, binding abilities. Level 24, Thunderstrike, Thunderchain, Thunderbolt points, 33-36. Su Chen's title of 10 Commander hasn't changed, as the number of Legion members is still in double digits. However, his overall physical fitness has greatly improved, especially his stamina and defense, which have almost increased tenfold. Hey, are you still okay? Ling Xiao asked, covering his mouth. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, a man can't say he can't do it. Once the physical ability improves, it will be an overall enhancement. In the end, Ling Xiao will only beg for mercy. Even Chen Jia has already fainted with a happy smile. Su Chen embraced the 2 women and contentedly fell into a deep sleep. Outside the door, Li Jia quietly left. She murmured to herself, both of them can't resist the master's strength anymore. Should I join in later? That little girl Bai Lin has always been instigating Zhang Xiao to share the master. Why not let the 2 of them? Li Jia truly lived up to being Su Chen's right-hand woman. If Su Chen heard this, he would probably cry out of happiness. Li Jia is really considerate. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Zhanghai City, a line of abandoned cars has formed a steel wall. The Dragon Country's military operations center is established here. Compared to before, Long Zaiqian looks much more haggard, having lost a significant amount of weight. His body is wrapped in bandages, and his face is pale as paper from excessive blood loss. Damyinge Laboratory. Damyimuge. How is the Eagle team doing? Long Zaiqian roared. In the video, zombies have gathered into a massive sphere, rolling like a mountain of rotting flesh. Extremely disgusting. A grenade was thrown in, but it didn't explode. The machine gun fire could only take down some zombies on the periphery. When a zombie ball exploded, zombie cats and zombie dogs rushed out, causing huge losses to the Eagle team. Damn. Long Zaiqian clenched his fists, and the bandages on his body gradually soaked through with blood. What did the higher-ups say? Can't they bring the tank over here? No. Captain Long, you know that the upper cities, Kyoto and Longzhong City, are all severely affected areas. An important firepower is concentrated in these 3 cities. Long Zaiqian kept clenching and then loosening his fists. After a long time, he could only sigh helplessly. The entire Dragon Country has only established 10 shelters, hoping to quickly find a solution to the zombie problem. It's not just the Dragon Country. The United States, Bear Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Cherry Blossom Country are all in a huge crisis. The Xingye Laboratory holds a significant position in these countries, but now it has become the greatest villain for all humanity. Damn Xingye Laboratory. After the video was leaked, they quickly cut off external communications, and no one knows what they're hiding and doing. It is said that they still have antibody vaccines, but how can we get our hands on those? Long Ziqian felt a sense of helplessness rising within him. Several countries united, facing a laboratory organization, yet feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, the tablet vibrated. Commander Liu. Long Ziqian immediately stood up and saluted. Also, along, I'll be straightforward with you. The higher-ups hope you can establish a Jianghai shelter and prepare for a long-term confrontation with the Xingya laboratory. Long-term confrontation? Long Ziqian was taken aback. He never expected such a result. This means he needs to gather more survivors and build his own team with them? Commander Liu, please clarify the task. The task is, this is the last. Wish you success. The communication abruptly stopped. Chapter 29, Communicating with Long Ziqian. Cooperation? Long Ziqian looked at the tablet, and the signal had already been cut off. He suddenly had a bad premonition. What did Commander Liu mean by that last sentence? The last what? At that moment, Zhou Dong approached with a group of people. Among the crowd, some were dressed in suits, while others wore thick glasses. They were wealthy businessmen, researchers, teachers, and doctors, all of whom once held considerable status in Jianghai City. Zhou Dong looked at this group of people, his face filled with disdain. Captain Long, what do you mean? You said you would send us to the shelter, but how long has it been? Last night, zombies almost broke through the defense line. This place is no longer safe. We are all talents needed for the country's construction. You can't just send us away without guaranteeing our safety. Do you hear? This group of people came up and started complaining, their faces full of arrogance. Exactly. What a terrible place. I haven't showered for 3 days. Shower? What do you call a shower? Just splashing cold water. There's a generator, but they won't let us heat water. The people on duty are all useless. I even saw them sleeping before. If they were my employees, I would fire them immediately. The crowd murmured. Yet they did not notice that Long Ziqian's expression had started to show impatience. Why did the communication suddenly cut off again? Listening to the buzzing discussions around him, Long Ziqian suddenly stood up. Enough, get out. With a furious roar, the murmurs ceased abruptly. But soon, anger appeared on the faces of the group, each one pointing fingers at Long Ziqian. They didn't dare to go too far. After all, Long Ziqian was still part of the military. They had status, but it was still not comparable to the Dragon Country's military. After muttering a few words, the crowd dispersed. Zhou Dong, don't go. Long Ziqian called out to Zhou Dong. You mentioned earlier that you encountered a team full of women, led by a man during the rescue. Zhou Dong's heart tightened. The task assigned by his master could finally be carried out. However, it still did not attract Long Ziqian's attention. Yes, I left them a communication device. But without the captain's order, I dare not contact them easily, Zhou Dong said in a low voice. After pondering for a moment, Long Ziqian said, Tell me the intercom frequency. I'll try to contact them. Zhou Dong was taken aback and hurriedly told Long Ziqian the intercom frequency he had given to Su Chen. After a while, Long Ziqian held the intercom, adjusting it to a frequency. Soon, a young man's voice came from the intercom. Zhou Dong, it's been a while since we last communicated. I am Long Ziqian, Zhou Dong's direct superior. Hello, Su Chen. There was silence on the other end of the intercom, and after a while, Su Chen's voice finally spoke again. Commander Long, what can I do for you? I just want to ask you one question. Are you afraid of trouble? Long Ziqian's mouth curled slightly. He seemed to have already found the answer. Not afraid. That's a good thing. Some matters he had only received hints from Commander Liu, but had not been implemented. He couldn't go too far yet. But if someone else were to do it, then it would be no problem. Meanwhile, in the exhibition hall, Su Chen put down the intercom in his hand. He squinted his eyes. Long Ziqian was looking for him. The situation was very simple. He wanted to establish a shelter in Jianghai City, with Long Ziqian and Su Chen at the helm, but within the two, Su Chen would take the lead. At first glance, it seemed that Long Ziqian wanted to submit to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Li Jia and the others, smiling. What do you think? Li Jia immediately replied. It must be complicated. How could we receive such a large amount of support out of nowhere? Chen Jia nodded slightly and said softly, Long Ziqian is from the military. Perhaps there are some things he can't do? As for Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao, they were responsible for the physical aspect, and they couldn't make a decision on this kind of brainstorming. Su Chen turned his gaze to the last person, a wealthy woman. Li Meiling. Before the apocalypse, she was a senior executive in a corporation. However, after the apocalypse, she became a plaything for Zhao Chong and the others, nearly breaking down mentally, and it was only after Su Chen recruited her that she gradually began to recover. Jia Yi had guessed correctly to some extent. There were certain things the military could not do, constrained by their identity. However, considering everything Long Zhaitian had said, their inclusion was temporarily beneficial for us. And we could also use them to truly build this place. The scarcity of special talents is currently our biggest challenge. Additionally, Master, your deduction of the zombie evolution theory, after I collected data and analyzed it, indeed indicates that zombies are evolving. Li Meiling's analysis was quite thorough. In this respect, Li Jia is indeed not as good as Li Meiling. However, Su Chen would not give up on Li Jia because of this. Li Jia is still a key candidate for his training. With the system's 100 loyalty restriction, Su Chen dared to allow Li Meiling to enter the decision-making level immediately after recruiting her, but that was all. In summary, as zombies grow stronger, we need more powerful forces to arm ourselves and also require more intelligence regarding how the higher-ups of Long Country are handling the zombies, among other things. After speaking, Li Meiling glanced around and slightly nodded before sitting down again. Su Chen admitted that what Li Meiling said was indeed reasonable. Moreover, with the recruitment feature, he might gradually infiltrate Long Zhaitian's Flying Eagle team. Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie again. Captain Long, I've carefully considered your proposal, and it is feasible. However, we have a few conditions that we hope you can agree to. Speak. You came to me, so you must have something you want me to do. I need compensation. Help me train my people. Su Chen said in a deep voice. There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a while before a brief good was transmitted. Additionally, intelligence sharing. Within the scope of what I can reach. Intelligence sharing. Su Chen smiled and said, all right, happy cooperation. I will be waiting for your arrival at the exhibition hall. If you need assistance, I will send my people. All right, let's stay in touch. The communication was cut off. Su Chen stood up. Since he was going to cooperate with the military, it was inevitable that more outsiders would come. He needed to make some preparations. He cleared out a room to serve as a warehouse, which was filled with crossbow bolts and ammunition. These items could no longer be taken out casually. Su Chen could only prepare a sufficient quantity all at once. Additionally, since Long Zhaitian's team was armed with firearms, he prepared even more ammunition. He waited quietly for Long Zhaitian's arrival. Chapter 30. Long Zhaitian arrives. Su Chen strongly suppresses time slowly passed. Long Zhaitian contacted Su Chen again after 8 days, stating that he was already near the exhibition hall. Su Chen was not surprised by this. He had maintained contact with Shou Dong all along. Su Chen dispatched Li Jia and Ling Xiao in a combat vehicle to pick up Long Zhaitian and the others. However, Su Chen did not expect that when Long Zhaitian's main force arrived, 3 armed tanks were the first to reach the front of the exhibition hall. The long barrels almost touched Su Chen's face before they finally came to a stop. Su Chen stood quietly like this. Soon, a burly man got off the tank and walked toward Su Chen. Su Chen stared at the man in front of him. He felt that this was the dragon in the dragon team. The dragon in the sky took the initiative to extend his hand. Su Chen paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and extended his hand, saying, Captain Long, what a show of power. I also have to see if you have the guts, kid. Long Zhaitian looked at Su Chen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The two shook hands, marking their official meeting. Long Zhaitian brought many people, including special talents and ordinary survivors, totaling 300 individuals. With Long Zhaitian's own team of 200, there were a full 500 people, 10 times the number of Su Chen's team. However, the exhibition hall itself was large, so having 500 people wasn't a big problem. Soon, the convoy arrived. A group of people got out of the cars first, with members of the Eagle team providing protection nearby. Their faces were filled with expressions of dissatisfaction. Damn it. I need a shower. That zombie's flesh splattered all over me. Quickly arrange a place for me to stay. I've been on the move the whole way and haven't rested at all. A group of people got out and immediately began chattering, examining the entire exhibition hall with scrutinizing eyes. Su Chen directly activated the detection skill. Sure enough, there were quite a few good talents among them. The Falcon Squad was previously engaged in rescuing special talents, and now everyone had gathered together. Chen now understands that it's not enough to just be able to kill zombies if he wants to establish a base. At this moment, Long Zaiqian walked over to Chen and put his arm around his shoulder. Everyone stop. From now on, we will join Chen's team. I mentioned before that everything will be led by Chen, and you will all be under his care. Long Zaiqian laughed heartily, glancing at Chen's expression out of the corner of his eye. Chen looked at the group of people in front of him, and he seemed to suddenly understand. When Dagwa left, he didn't say a word and just abandoned everyone, saying he wanted Chen to take care of them. In fact, it was because Dagwa was a member of the Flying Eagle team, and they had a responsibility to protect the safety of the survivors. So it wasn't convenient for them to leave the survivors behind. However, by handing the survivors over to Chen, they were fulfilling their duty of protection. Now, what Long Zaiqian was doing was no different from what Dagwa had done. At that moment, a group of people filled with a sense of superiority came before Chen. So now it's your responsibility for us. Huh? Hurry up and arrange accommodations for us. This kid probably doesn't even know who I am. Chen's face turned completely dark. He raised his hand and slapped each person who spoke, directly knocking their teeth out. Blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, looking extremely disheveled. Long Zaiqian was taken aback for a moment, secretly thinking it was satisfying. On the surface, however, he slowly clenched his fist and said, Chen, don't go too far. He threw a punch, but the speed of the punch was very slow. Chen seemed to understand as well. With a surge of electricity in his hand, he knocked Long Zaiqian to the ground with a single slap, and the current coursed through him, causing Long Zaiqian to tremble all over. Lying on the ground, he twitched at the corner of his mouth. This kid really showed no mercy. This scene stunned a group of people. No matter what your identity is, this is the apocalypse surrounded by zombies. Your status means nothing at all. If you want to take a shower, fine, contribute. If you want food, fine, still contribute. If you want a place to stay, we will arrange for you to build your own accommodations. Chen looked around, electricity crackling around him, intimidating everyone. For a moment, some people turned their heads, wanting to leave. The maid army immediately rushed forward, slapping 2 people down to the ground. The members of the Eagle Squad seemed to have received orders as well. Some pretended to faint on the ground before they even made a move. The maid army quickly took control of the group of survivors, while most of the Eagle Squad were restricted in their movements, curled up on the ground with their heads in their hands. Am I being clear enough? Li Jia, Li Meiling, there should be acquaintances of yours among them. Record what they can do and assign them to each position. Those who are useless or unwilling to cooperate should be thrown out to reason with the zombies. Chen finished speaking, then grabbed Long Zaiqian's collar and walked into the exhibition hall. As soon as they reached a deserted area, Long Zaiqian quickly jumped up, chuckled to himself, and sat down in a chair. Well done. I've been annoyed with this group of people for a long time. Captain Long, I've done what you asked me to do, but I really don't like this way of meeting. Chen said. Long Zaiqian's smile froze on his face as he stared at Chen for a long time, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have underestimated this young man. In this young man, he saw a kind of adaptability. He had adapted to the collapsed social order after the apocalypse and had not lost himself in this feeling of being unrestrained. After a long silence, Long Zaiqian took out a tablet and handed it to Chen. Chen took the tablet, and a series of photos appeared on it. The photos showed a 6-story building with a metallic pentagram symbol on it. When the photos were taken, the pentagram symbol was emitting colorful lights. Starry Night Laboratory. However, what caught Chen's attention the most was that near the Starry Night Laboratory, there were things that looked like fleshy balls. Upon zooming in on the images, he discovered that these fleshy balls were actually filled with zombies. There were also some towering zombies, some resembling the lickers seen in movies. They were all surrounding the Starry Night Laboratory. Chen gasped in surprise. It turns out they were just playing around, and even these special zombies were rarely encountered. Moreover, there was actually a zombie tiger in the photo. The exact size wasn't clear in the picture, but in reality, this zombie tiger was as big as a nearby small car. Chen fell silent and handed the tablet to Long Zaiqian. Long Zaiqian put away the tablet, and I thought that a major change would come soon. In fact, our contact with the upper levels had already been cut off, and my superior had given me a vague task, preparing me for a long-term confrontation with the Starry Night Laboratory. Chapter 31. Winter is coming. Su Chen and Long Zaiyan talked for a long time. He came to a conclusion. The Starry Night Laboratory, which was originally beneficial to society as a whole, suddenly became the enemy of all humanity and the main antagonist. The once contributing Starry Night Laboratory developed many drugs and even made significant breakthroughs in genetics. Now, all those achievements have turned to dust. The information I know has been told to you. From now on, this base is in your hands, until I receive further orders. You are my superior. Long Zaiyan dropped his last sentence, then placed the tablet on the table and turned to leave. This is a military tablet that can receive satellite signals, but currently, the signal is very weak, making it nearly impossible to communicate with the outside world. However, this tablet contains a large number of images captured by drones. Su Chen sat in his seat, reviewing the content on the tablet one by one. In the end, he came to a conclusion. If the zombies at the Starry Night Laboratory were to suddenly break out, the first place to be affected would be the exhibition hall, which was not far from the laboratory. He chose this place as his base, uncertain if it was the right decision. Su Chen slowly got up. At this moment, enhancing the combat capabilities of the Legion was the most important thing. Now, he was only 3 recruits away from reaching the quota of 50, but the new recruits had not undergone any enhancements. The individual strengths within the Legion had gradually begun to show a disparity. Master. Just then, Li Jia and Li Miling walked in. The 300 people brought by Long Zaiyan have been settled, and I have also organized the skills they possess. I haven't imposed too much control over the remaining team of Long Zaiyan, Li Miling said, handing Su Chen a notebook. Su Chen took a look at it briefly. In fact, there is information about the Long Zaiyan team recorded in the tablet, which shows their sincerity. Among their team, there are quite a few who have awakened special abilities. Su Chen carefully flipped through the notebook and already had some ideas in mind. Currently, gasoline and diesel are the scarce resources we have, and we also need to stockpile remaining supplies like food. Additionally, with the weather turning cooler, we need to prepare for winter supplies. I have a feeling that this winter will be very cold. Su Chen looked out the window. In just a few days, the sky had turned gloomy. It rained yesterday, causing a sharp drop in temperature today. Warm clothing and supplies are urgently needed. Li Miling, you are good at management. So arrange those 300 people into their work positions. Find a few talents in construction to reinforce the walls around us. Additionally, let's build a steel factory. I see you have talents in that area in your documents as well. Su Chen said as he handed the tablet to Li Miling, which contained information about the Long Zaiyan team. Their team was not composed solely of combat talents. There were other skilled individuals as well. He believed that Li Miling could coordinate and manage them effectively. Immediately after, Su Chen turned to Li Jia. Li Jia, even though Li Miling is here, I won't forget your contributions to the team. It's time for you to awaken your abilities. Su Chen finished speaking and called out to the system in his heart. Points minus 500. Li Jia is awakening superpowers. Awakening successful. Current superpower level 1. Superpower kinetic energy skill. Kinetic acceleration. Su Chen was taken aback. Kinetic energy? This ability seemed quite advanced, and he didn't know how to use it. Kinetic energy. The energy produced by an object in motion. Fundamentally manifested as an increase in the object's acceleration or a decrease in the object's acceleration. Su Chen frowned. However, Li Jia should have more information than he did. Currently, the people who have awakened their abilities are Chen Jiai, Ling Xiao, Zhang Xiao, and Li Jia, except for Chen Jiai, whose awakened ability is supportive. The other 3 have abilities that enhance combat power. He immediately called the 4 of them over. Jiai, I want you to lead the team as the captain. As for your side, Su Chen tentatively asked. Chen Jiai, however, smiled generously and said, of course, Su Chen, I am now your subordinate. Su Chen waved his hand and said, what subordinates? You 4 are different. I regard you as family who share hardships together. In fact, I have been an orphan since I was a child. Jiai, you might not even know this, but I really look forward to having family around. Zhang Xiao helplessly replied, they're all family and call you husband. What about me? Her tone had a somewhat sour feeling to it. Su Chen suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Jia hurriedly leaned over and whispered in Zhang Xiao's ear. After a while, Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a big apple. She glanced at Li Jia and then at Chen Jiai and the others. Is this okay? Why not? Li Jia retorted. Su Chan helplessly said, All right, why are you still whispering in front of me? Li Jia smiled and leaned closer, whispering in Su Chen's ear. Then I'll just say it directly. I asked Zhang Xiaoxiao to have the master eat as well. Then wouldn't we all be one family? Su Chen was taken aback. What's up with Li Jia? Is he afraid that he doesn't have enough women around him? He looked at Ling Xiao, hot and proactive. Li Jia was captivating. Chen Jai was a bit green and shy. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who spoke less but was like an older sister, often taking care of him. For girls. For different styles. Su Chen hurriedly coughed and said, Let's get down to business. You four are the team leaders, so each of you can choose your team members. Each team should consist of 5 melee fighters, 5 ranged fighters, and 1 doctor, who can serve as logistical support. When the time comes, we'll divide into 4 teams and search for supplies separately. Li Jia, you, and Li Miling should coordinate and manage everything together. Su Chen waved his hand and issued orders. He had no interest in confronting the Starry Night Laboratory, but if he wanted to survive in the apocalypse, he needed to think long-term. Yes. The 4 women responded and turned to leave. Long Zaiqian, knowing that Su Chan had sent everyone out to look for supplies, also actively cooperated to gather personnel to guard the exhibition hall. As for the 300 people, those who disobeyed would be dealt with severely. After all, it was clear that Su Chan was the boss now, and everyone just needed to follow his orders. After a few days, those 300 people settled down. Those without skills began to do hard labor, exchanging their labor for resources to survive in the Starry Night Laboratory. Those with skills worked on building the outer walls and renovating the exhibition hall, contributing as well. The entire exhibition hall was steadily developing into a prototype of a base. As time passed, the weather gradually became colder. Su Chen looked out the window. He didn't know what month it was, but it snowed today. His physical fitness was not bad, yet he still felt cold even while wearing a down jacket. Jianghai City had never been this cold. At that moment, the sky suddenly flashed with shooting stars. Chapter 32, Meteor Shower in Broad Daylight. Su Chen widened his eyes. It wasn't unusual to see meteors streaking across the night sky, but it was daytime now. Moreover, these meteors had bright tails of fire, seemingly having entered the atmosphere. Long Zaiqian rushed in, holding a radio communication device. Listen. Long Zaiqian's expression was somewhat grim. They could hear a serious voice coming from the radio. This is the Dragon Kingdom Military Headquarters, Upper City Shelter. We have discovered that global satellites have suffered an unexpected electronic pulse attack, causing damage to 90 of the satellites worldwide. The deactivated satellites are now affected by gravity and are about to crash. Survivors outside should be cautious of the dangers posed by falling satellites. Lastly, this winter, extremely cold weather has appeared, with temperatures in Upper City dropping to -10 degrees. In some already cold northern cities, temperatures may drop even lower, and it's possible they will continue to decline. To everyone outside, take care of yourselves and stay warm. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom has 11 shelters, and their specific locations will be announced shortly. In this apocalyptic world, the only hope is to survive. Wishing everyone a reunion in the coming spring. The radio communication from Upper City ended here. The tone of the speaker was extremely serious, tinged with a hint of sorrow. The suddenly dropping temperatures and the omnipresent zombies posed a huge test for the survivors. So, you can still communicate with the military? Su Chen suddenly asked coldly. Long Zaiqian scratched his head, but he had already shaved it bald, making the scene look somewhat comical. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, Yes, but the connection is intermittent. The 11 shelters were also reported by me, including the Jianghai City shelter. Su Chen squinted his eyes and stared at Long Zaiqian without saying a word. Long Zaiqian felt a bit awkward and took out a new tablet, saying, Information sharing. Information sharing. In the video, a man in a white lab coat was sitting. The gods are about to appear. The enhancement of superpowers and physical abilities. Will it be good or bad for all of humanity? The scene suddenly shifted. In what was once a prosperous city, vines and plants were everywhere, and large patches of weeds covered the ground. Do you see? Humanity has polluted Blue Star. The gods have brought this opportunity for evolution to remind humanity and to lead Blue Star towards a more prosperous future. those who have awakened their superpowers. You will become even stronger, to the point of ignoring conventional weapons. You are the new humanity. Chen snorted coldly and directly turned off the video on the tablet. He didn't understand what Long Zaiqian meant by suddenly showing him this. Did you see that? A bunch of madmen. Do you know what the Starry Night Laboratory is doing? Promoting a plan, the new human evolution plan, aimed at eliminating the weak old humanity. To put it bluntly, with these videos as evidence, the Starry Night Laboratory is definitely the mastermind behind this apocalyptic disaster. Long Zaiqian's eyes flickered with rage as he slammed his fist on the table. Chen quietly watched Long Zaiqian, not saying a word. After a while, the anger on Long Zaiqian's face completely disappeared. He felt somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, and said again, "Isn't there anything here that can stir your emotions?" Chen smiled. The fate of all humanity, the mastermind behind the apocalypse? What does it have to do with him? He admitted he had been curious, but as the living conditions worsened, how much could he think about it? He had to take care of his own legion, those 47 maids who risked their lives for him. As for the others, he couldn't care less. For him, the apocalypse had only one main theme: survival. Long Zaiqian sat there in silence. After a long while, Chen stood up to leave. At that moment, Long Zaiqian murmured, "This base will be handed over to you. If you do well, the higher-ups will grant you a military identity, and you'll be the master of this Jianghai city shelter." Chen paused for a moment, then quickened his pace and left. Long Zaiqian sat for a long time, looking out the window, unable to help but let out a sigh. Chen walked in the exhibition hall. Nowadays, there's an outer wall coated with steel around the exhibition hall, and there is no need to stay inside. He can move around outside. He walked to the factory. Although it was called a factory, it was more like a small workshop. In the absence of gunpowder, this small workshop produced mostly crossbow bolts for automatic crossbows. The automatic crossbow had become the mainstream weapon of the base, and about 80% of the people in the base could use it. As for the materials, most of them came from the scrap cars on the road. In the past, people needed to spend hundreds of thousands to buy a car, but now, the car was just a metal shell. Behind the exhibition hall, there were plots of land that had not yet been sown. When spring came next year, seeds could be planted and food could be harvested. Electric currents swirled in his hand and shot out in an instant. Zombies outside fell to the ground, their bodies charred. Meow. 3 zombie cats rushed over, and Chen glanced at them sideways. The electric current split into 3 paths, striking the zombie cats, and after 2 hits, the zombie cats could no longer move. Immediately, someone jumped over the wall and, under the protection of others, collected the evolution cores and handed them to Chen. "Boss, it's been a while since I've seen you come out to kill zombies." This person was a squad leader under Long Zaiqian, and after a long time together, everyone had become familiar with each other. Chen nodded and smiled, not taking the evolution core. "You and your teammates haven't awakened any abilities, right? Let's absorb it and see what abilities we can awaken." Chen finished speaking and turned to leave. The little team leader was immediately ecstatic, taking the evolution core to flaunt it to his teammates. The Starry Night Laboratory, the virus data, ultimately remains a threat. Will they survive? Chen murmured to himself. His gaze turned to the distance, in the direction of the Starry Night Laboratory. If he wanted to help, he had to give himself a reason. After coming out this time, he found his reason. Just take a look. Chapter 33, Recruitment Level 8, Heroic Units. The next day, Chen woke up, and Chunjai lazily poked her head out, wrapping her arms around Chen's neck. Did they stay up so late last night and still not get a good sleep? Chen smiled and kissed Chunjai's forehead, saying there are still things to do. Chen paused for a moment. Besides surviving, he also wanted to hold onto this moment. Chen took Chunjai out of the room and came to the outside of the exhibition hall. There, they saw that Li Jia and her team had already gathered and were ready to take a break. The moment they saw Chen, the 3 of them rushed over and each gave him a bear hug. The men nearby were stunned, all showing envious expressions. One man cautiously approached a member of the maid team. "Shally, look at how happy the boss is. Shally glanced at the man and said, "The boss is so handsome and capable. My heart belongs to him, but I know I'm not worthy of him, so don't go meddling." After speaking, Shally looked at Chen, her eyes sparkling, and stood there in a daze. A few men who heard this felt as if they had been hit by 1,000 points of damage. Chen is truly the boss. All the women in the base want to be close to him. Compared to the boss, these men are nothing. They feel bitter inside. Chen was not aware of all this. He led everyone into the house, and soon, they gathered again in the conference room. Chen stood in front. Li Meiling, you are in charge of everything big and small at the base. Starting tomorrow, the base will be completely sealed off. No one is allowed to go out. And we must not attract zombie attacks. When killing zombies, we must minimize noise as much as possible. Inside the base, workshops will stop working, and the generator will be set to the lowest power. Li Meiling took notes, recording Chen's orders one by one. She thoughtfully raised her head and looked at Chen, saying, Master, is the reason for reducing noise from the base because the armed forces are leaving? Chen nodded slightly and said, This is the second thing. I want to take away 20 elite members of the Legion, but I will supplement some Legion members to guard the base. Chen said as he looked at Ling Xiao and the others. The group immediately understood and stood up to receive the orders. Go, pick out the elite members from your team, not just based on strength, but also on their ability to respond. Also, make sure to rest well. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others agreed and left one after another. After giving the orders, Chen sat alone in the conference room. System, upgrade the recruitment level. Current points, 39,985. To upgrade to the next level requires 500 points. Do you want to upgrade? Confirm. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level, 6. To upgrade to the next level requires 3,000 points. Recruitment points, 60. You can specify an increase of 3 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment count, 5070. Continue. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level, 7. To upgrade to the next level requires 500 points. Recruitment points, 70. Randomly increase 4 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment count, 5090. Congratulations, host. Current recruitment level, 8. To upgrade to the next level requires 4,000 points. Recruitment points, 80. Specify an increase of 4 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment count, 5110. Congratulations, host. Detection skill upgraded. Obtained hero-level unit Flying Swallow. Can be synthesized for later recruitment. Chen looked at a series of system prompts, momentarily lost in thought. Hero-level units? Previously, you could only draw fragments in the shop lottery. But this time, they directly rewarded a hero-level unit. This reward is quite good. He immediately checked the attribute panel of Fian. Fian, swordsman, martial artist defense, 4. 7 stamina, 45. 8 spirit, 6. 6 super ability, blade chi skills, draw blade slash, Fian slash. Chen exclaimed, What the hell? This truly is a hero-level unit. A presence akin to a trump card. However, its attributes are still not comparable. This Flying Swallow is completely focused on achieving extreme output, with such strong physical abilities, plus 2 skills that are clearly attack skills just from their names. It also comes with supernatural abilities. This hero-level unit is very powerful. Chen couldn't wait to synthesize Fian and then summon her. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Fian, dressed in a sailor suit, walked out from the white light. Fian looked around, knelt on one knee, and said solemnly, Master, Fian reports for duty. Chen hurriedly helped Fian up and looked her up and down. An airport. What a pity. If only it were a bit bigger. The next moment, a flash of white light zipped past Chen's ear, cutting off a strand of his sideburns. Master, Fian is saving you fabric. Isn't that a good thing? Fian said with a smile, her long knife slowly sliding back into its sheath. Chen smiled awkwardly. He was just joking. This Fian seems to have quite a temper. But with the constant mention of Master, her loyalty should be unquestionable. It seems that the white light before was Fian's ability, a blade of energy. Nowadays, there are at least 40 to 50 people around him who have awakened their powers, but each person's ability is different. Some are strong, some are weak. There's even someone whose ability accelerates the production of fertilizer. Well, that person guards the septic tank, which is also an important position that most people truly can't handle. Chen rubbed his chin. Having Fian with him was also a good trump card, making this trip more secure. He immediately took Fian and left, partly to increase the recruitment numbers and partly to test Fian's strength. The uniform of all female maids was also a striking sight. As soon as they entered the base, a series of wolf howls and whistles erupted around them. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Chen keenly noticed that there were significantly fewer people around. Li Miling stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Master, Long Zaiqian took a team of about 40 people and left in tanks." Just as Li Miling's words fell, artillery fire erupted in the distance. Chen secretly thought that he was a fool. Going out at night can help avoid attention, but the zombies are also more active. I'd already told this big fool before that the zombies are evolving, yet he just wouldn't listen. Chen felt helpless. He immediately waved his hand and called Ling Xiao and the others over. Once the team was organized, we were ready to set off. Chapter 34. Don't rush to seek death. Chen doesn't want Long Zaiqian to die. She is carefree but has a meticulous mind and can keep secrets. Chen had long regarded Long Zaiqian as an important part of the base. He walked to the front of the combat vehicle and removed the tarpaulin covering it. The team had already assembled behind him. The logistics team filled the fuel tanks and transported boxes of crossbow bolts and ammunition onto the vehicle, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, outside the Xingya laboratory, hordes of frenzied zombies were attacking the tank unit. Long Zaiqian stood at the forefront on the tank, continuously firing at the zombies with his submachine gun. The tanks roared, forcefully blasting a path through the mass of zombies. As he approached the Xingya laboratory, he noticed something strange. The zombie horde showed no intention of getting closer, remaining at a distance of 1,000 meters from the laboratory, almost as if they formed a wall to protect it. The searchlights of the Xingya laboratory swept around continuously, and the entire building was brightly lit. From the side, solar panels and a few wind turbines were visible, clearly indicating it was a small power station. This was completely different from the exhibition hall, where the electricity supply was intermittent and came from generators. "Charge in, and there will be no problem," Long Zaiqian shouted. After losing 7 or 8 men, they successfully broke into the outer perimeter of the Xingya laboratory. At this point, the zombies seemed to be wary of something and dare not approach, letting out a roar before quietly dispersing and continuing to wander aimlessly. Long Zaiqian surveyed the surroundings and saw several unknown iron barrels. A team member approached one of the barrels, and immediately a loud banging sound came from inside, startling the member into kicking it. In the distance, a few figures appeared abruptly, standing atop the tall barrels without making a sound. Long Zaiqian frowned and asked, "Are you from the Xingya laboratory?" "I am Major Long Zaiqian from the military." Suddenly, 2 of the barrels nearby began to shake. C-55, C-56 thawing, program activated, imminent release, please pay attention. The next moment, the barrels abruptly opened, and 2 towering zombies emerged. 8 tentacles extended from behind them, waving around menacingly. The large zombies wore massive iron masks that enveloped their heads, appearing quite fierce. On their left hands, it seemed they had undergone some kind of surgery, merging with a long blade. Program activated, extermination plan for intruders, commence. In the next moment, the towering zombies moved, each heavy step causing the ground to tremble. As the tentacles whipped around, they knocked 2 team members away, blood flying everywhere. Ding, ding, ding. The team members opened fire, bullets hitting the iron masks and creating bright sparks. Long Zaiqian's arms suddenly became thicker. Strengthened arms double the power. Long Zaiqian also had a special ability of the enhancement type, and he had only managed to enhance certain parts of his body. He charged in front of one of the towering zombies and ripped off several tentacles. Then he jumped onto the zombie's back, trying to pull off the iron mask. However, the other towering zombie went berserk, rampaging around with tentacles shooting out like machine gun fire, capable of piercing through team members' bodies. Long Zaiqian felt anxious and did not notice the blade raised by the zombie. Pucci. Long Zaiqian was stabbed clean through, falling to the ground, blood gushing out and staining the grass red. The surroundings were filled with the team's anguished screams. The C-55 and C-56 zombies were like cutting through vegetables. Only team members who had awakened their abilities could resist for a moment, but even that just delayed their death for a bit. "Damn it! I am a military major. I command you to stop, stop!" Long Zaiqian kept shouting, but his threats were powerless. The figures standing on the barrels remained silent and indifferent. Just when the entire unit was about to be wiped out, several figures suddenly appeared on the tank and then dove into it. Da-da-da. The sound of concentrated machine gun fire erupted, and large numbers of zombies fell in response. Boom! A shell flew in and directly struck C-55. The resulting shockwave sent Long Zaiqian flying. The cold electronic voice sounded again. Alert! Alert! C-45, C-46, C-47 thawing. Extermination of intruders. 3 more barrels opened, and similarly towering zombies emerged, stepping heavily forward. In an instant, lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings. Are you dead? If not, take your people to control the tank and hide inside for remote fire support. Long Zaiqian struggled to lift his head, only to see Su Chen wearing a teasing expression. He cried out in pain, slowly standing up and surveying the area. He saw about 10 people dressed in maid outfits rushing out to fight against the 5 towering zombies. Moreover, they were all just ordinary combat team members. Ling Xiao and the others rushed toward the figures standing on the barrels. Long Zaiqian did not expect that the girls under Su Chen were tougher than one another. The towering zombies treated his team members like cutting through vegetables. But they struggled greatly against the girls in maid outfits. Even when knocked away by the zombies' tentacles, they would spring back to life and charge forward again. In the distance, several crossbow bolts shot accurately, providing long-range support. The combat capabilities of this team were even stronger than those of the elites in their military. Only the assault team members in the military could compare, right? You little brat, hiding your strength, huh? Long Zaiqian said, then spat out a mouthful of blood. A doctor hurried over to help Long Zaiqian with his injuries. Meanwhile, more barrels opened. These zombies all had designations starting with C followed by 2 digits, displaying extremely strong abilities. Damn it, the Xingya laboratory is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Previously, we received intel that they only had advanced weapons and possessed ability users. But now they've even developed biological weapons. Long Zaiqian's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Chen immediately snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. A figure dressed in a sailor suit, wielding a long knife, charged out at an incredible speed. The long knife in her hand seemed taller than her, dragging a long section on the ground. With a flicker of white light, almost instantly, the head of a tall zombie fell to the ground. The one who struck was Fian. With a cold snicker, Fian lifted her long knife, ready to charge again, but at that moment, the tentacles behind the tall zombie began to move again. Chapter 35. Wait a moment, I'm going to make a last-minute effort. The tentacles moved with great speed. Be careful, Long Zaiqian shouted. With a series of splashes, tentacles broke apart. However, the tall zombie still raised its hand, fused with the knife blade, and swung it towards Fian. Fian was taken aback, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Can't even decapitate it? In an instant, Fian sprang into action, her long knife dancing, white light weaving into a net. By the time she jumped past, the tall zombie had already been reduced to a pile of minced meat. She picked up the evolution core, which was about the size of a pigeon egg. Casually, she threw it in the direction of Su Chen. Meanwhile, a group of C-type zombies had gathered, with at least 10 zombies charging towards Fian. The ground shook as they ran. Fian took a deep breath and sheathed her long knife. The next moment, she opened her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Draw the knife and slash." A crescent-shaped blade of energy instantly cut through the air. Fian slashed. The speed at which Fian drew her knife was astonishing, the long knife continuously sheathing and unsheathing, with waves of white blade energy gathering together, flying out with a cry like a bird's call. Su Chen looked at Fian, his eyes filled with admiration. Blade Master. One person increases blade speed by 50, enhances the sharpness of blade energy by 50. If the number of Blade Masters increases, the bond becomes ineffective. This bond has only one person. It seems to be specially prepared for Fian, truly worthy of a hero-level unit. The treatment is indeed different. The strength enhancement it brings is also astonishing. It is important to note that the current recruitment level is 8, and a maximum number of bonds for maids reaches 30. But the contribution to combat power does not reach 50, only 45. While Long Zitian was lost in thought, the ground was already piled high with severed limbs. Fian slowly sheathed her blade, pointed at the corpses on the ground, and turned to run. Su Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, "All right, I guess I'll become the logistics department now." The other members of the Maid Regiment were completely entangled with the Type C zombies. Su Chen used points to boost the defense and stamina of this group of people by 20 points, but the automatic crossbow in his hand couldn't break their defenses. Ending the battle was not that simple. However, the Maid Corps was not foolish. Realizing that the automatic crossbow was ineffective, they drew their Tang swords and charged forward. They also used swords, but their bonds were completely different. Sword users. 5 people increase blade sharpness by 15, 10 people increase slashing power by 15, 20 people increase base attributes by 30. They had not yet gathered enough for the 30-person bond, but this group of Maid Corps was indeed elite among elites. Driving skills, shooting skills, combat techniques, and basic cold weapon skills. All these basic skills required a total of 200 points, not to mention the enhancements and attributes. A large number of points were invested to achieve the current combat power. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already engaged in battle with a group of people standing on the iron barrel. The consciousness connection was established. Chun Jiai quietly poked her head out of the tank and gave Su Chen an okay hand gesture. "How's it going with that group of people?" Su Chen asked in his mind. "The ability is very strong. My ability level is currently level 28, but I can't compare to the person in front of me. Fortunately, I have combat skills," Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao has the highest ability level among everyone. Su Chen felt that he needed to improve his physical abilities, so enhancing Ling Xiao's skill level was particularly important. Roar. The sound of a tiger's roar echoed. Hearing the roar, Su Chen was momentarily lost in thought. This was also one of Ling Xiao's beast transformation skills, newly awakened, and it had a heart-stirring effect. In short, it was a control-type skill. Damn, this person's ability might be regeneration. The speed of his wound recovery is so fast that I can't finish this quickly. Switch out, switch out. What kind of plastic ability does this person have? My knife just sank into his body. In their minds, everyone was rapidly exchanging information. A single thought could convey a large amount of information without distracting from the battle, switching opponents, and suddenly coordinating. In an instant, that group of people had already fallen into a disadvantage. Just then, a loud shout came. "This group is tricky. Release B12. Huh. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression became serious. The C-type zombies were already very strong, and this sounded like it had reached another level. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a huge container was making continuous crashing sounds. Su Chen's eyes widened. Containers? Iron barrels? These are not even on the same level. As Su Chen finished speaking, he turned and headed towards the container. "This B12 is up to me. Master, it might be a bit dangerous. Wait a moment, we'll go together. What are you worried about? Is it really that hard to make a last-minute effort?" Su Chen opened the system panel. Su Chen, Centurion Defense, 12, 8 Stamina, 22, 8 Spirit, 35 current recruitment level 8, need 4,000 points to upgrade to the next level, recruitment points 80, designated to increase 4 basic attributes. Current recruitment number 102, 110 current Legion members. Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia. Current bond, slight skills, exploration, binding superpower. Level 30, Thunder Strike. Thunder Chain, Thunderbolt points. 33365. With over 30,000 points, it's not a big deal to make a last-minute effort. Come on, let's upgrade together. Su Chen's binding skills have 3 slots, and he has bound Li Jia to the 3rd slot. Li Jia's abilities are quite comprehensive, enhancing both mental and physical capabilities. At this moment, points minus 800, Ling Xiao's ability level increased to level 30, 800 points needed to reach the next level. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 attribute feedback. Ability level 0. 6, points minus 2,400. Chun Jiai's ability level increased to level 30, 800 points needed to reach the next level. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 feedback. Ability level 1. 2, points minus 2,400. Li Jia's ability level increased to level 30. Comprehension of kinetic energy deceleration. 800 points needed to reach the next level. Feedback received. Ability level 1. 2. Chen directly upgraded his ability by 3 levels, with an overall attribute increase of 3 to 5 points. Continue leveling up. Points minus 800. Ability level 1. Points minus 800. Ability level 1. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new skill. Lightning activation. Suddenly, a large amount of electricity emanated from Chen's body, and his base attributes increased by another 20. In the next moment, the container opened. A zombie tiger slowly walked out. Chen took a deep breath. He had seen in the photos. This was what they called B12. A zombie tiger the size of car. Come on, with so many points invested, I should at least have a big payoff. Thunderbolt, lightning chain. As Chen raised his hand, electricity streaked across the sky, illuminating it. At that moment, Chen seemed to understand what it meant for thunder to shatter the darkness. Damn, such blinding lightning surely wouldn't be dark, right? Chapter 36. The Tigress, also a female. The next moment, the zombie tiger charged wildly. The current striking its body felt like a mere tickle. With the zombie tiger so close, Chen rolled to the side to dodge. Thunderstrike. The single-target electric strike was even more powerful, but the zombie tiger did not dodge or evade. It only charred a patch of its body, not affecting its movements. Damn, Chen exclaimed. He had intended to show off once, but unexpectedly, the zombie tiger showed him no mercy at all. After all, he was now a level 39 ability user. Could at least show some respect for his ability level? Chen could only keep dodging, his eyes flickering. The zombie cat and zombie dog had gained tremendous enhancements, their sizes increasing dramatically. The tiger, originally the king of beasts, was clearly even more powerful after the mutation. This mutation only turned humans into zombies, but seemed to be more friendly towards these pets and wild animals. The zombie tiger roared, its speed increasing once again. Oh no, I can't watch anymore. The host activates detection. The system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Chen was taken aback and immediately activated the detection skill as prompted by the system. Soon, a line of information appeared on the zombie tiger's head. Zombie tiger, female, non-human. Tiger clan, non-human. One ability that allows the host to overcome racial barriers and communicate deeply. Tiger clan. One ability that has a certain suppressive effect on mutated felines. Chen was taken aback. That female trait seemed to be more interesting, but as for non-human, what the hell kind of trait is that? Crossing racial barriers? Is this really the kind of crossing we're talking about? Chen was distracted and was knocked away by the zombie tiger, feeling his internal organs churning in midair. The strength of this zombie tiger should not be underestimated. But since it is a female, does that mean it can be recruited? Recruitment initiated. Points minus 80 has resistance awareness. Cannot be recruited. Recruitment failed. Chen quickly retreated, wondering if this zombie tiger still had a certain level of consciousness, and that he could only recruit it after defeating it. Suddenly, he saw a flickering red light on the zombie tiger. Chen had a sudden flash of inspiration. Program. Unfreeze. Execute command. The so-called consciousness of resistance should be some kind of program added on. It doesn't necessarily require killing the zombie tiger. As long as this program is resolved, there is a possibility of successful recruitment. I need to ride on it to make it happen. Chen smiled twitched. Does he still have to straddle the zombie tiger? Lightning activation. Physical enhancement means an all-round improvement in speed and strength. Chen was charged with electricity, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He jumped to dodge and landed on the back of the zombie tiger. He drew 2 daggers and plunged them directly into the zombie tiger's back, gripping the daggers tightly to stabilize his body. The zombie tiger kept jumping and shaking its head, trying to throw Chen off. Chen grabbed the dagger, and although it was shaken and swayed everywhere, he did not get off the zombie tiger. He saw strange wires connecting to the top of the zombie tiger's head, where there was also a special device. Chen pointed with his finger, and a current flashed by, striking the special device. Bang! The device sparked, and the flickering red light suddenly disappeared. Warning, warning, the program has been damaged, rebooting. An electronic voice emitted from the zombie tiger's head. Chen was taken aback. It seemed that destroying this device was not enough. There must be more sophisticated instruments inside the zombie tiger's body. Otherwise, it would not be able to control the zombie tiger's behavior. Roar. The zombie tiger let out a furious roar, and the intensity of its body movements suddenly increased. Chen couldn't catch the dagger and was thrown away. He flipped in the air and landed steadily on his feet. However, the zombie tiger did not attack Chen. Instead, it began to charge wildly. With the zombie tiger causing chaos, Ling Xiao and the others could not continue fighting and gathered around Chen. The group from the Xingye laboratory was the same. The zombie tiger stood between the two groups, thought for a moment, and then charged towards Chen and the others. Damn, what bad luck. Chen nodded to the crowd, and everyone immediately understood and dispersed. The zombie tiger lunged at empty air, then turned and charged towards the people from the Xingye laboratory. Chen noticed the situation and roughly understood what was happening. The program was malfunctioning, causing the zombie tiger's behavior to be uncontrollable. But it hadn't completely eliminated the zombie tiger's resistance awareness. The current wasn't enough. He needed to continue. The zombie tiger now only wanted to hunt and would instinctively pounce in the direction of its prey. Chen and the others dispersed, and the zombie tiger naturally gave up on them. Chen took the opportunity to sneak beside the zombie tiger, continuously releasing currents of electricity to strike the device on top of the zombie tiger's head. Sparks flashed one after another. The electronic sound, which was clear at first, had now turned into garbled noise. Suddenly, boom, a loud explosion was heard, and a large hole suddenly blew open on top of the zombie tiger's head, which then collapsed to the ground. The people from the Xingye laboratory held a remote control, their expressions indifferent. With the zombie tiger down, both sides fell into a stalemate. Chen, however, had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. This was a good opportunity. Recruitment, activate. Points -80, recruiting, no resistance, recruitment successful, brainstem damaged. Body unable to move. Please host repair as soon as possible. A number flashed before Chen's eyes. Current recruitment, 112, 110. The number of recruits actually exceeded the limit. Chen clearly remembered that his previous recruitment number was 102, which means that this zombie tiger recruitment directly occupied 10 recruitment slots. Hint: the recruitment number exceeds the limit. Please upgrade your recruitment level as soon as possible, or clear the current number of recruits. Chen didn't have time to think about that. The people from the Starry Night laboratory had already approached, and the leader was the man who used fire earlier. He walked in front of Chen and scrutinized him. Chen never expected that the other party would actually know him. Could it be that Yi Ling leaked his information? Impossible. The first thought that flashed through Chen's mind was this. The person who occasionally calls him a scumbag, clearly 21 years old, yet behaves like an underdeveloped little girl. That little girl who talks in her sleep when she has a fever. It's impossible for her to leak his information. Chen had previously tricked Night Spirit once, causing Night Spirit to be bitten, but ultimately the recruitment failed. He still felt a twinge of guilt towards Night Spirit. As Night Spirit left without saying goodbye, this guilt quietly dissipated, and by now it was no longer a concern. The person spoke again. By the way, I am Night Madness. You guessed right. I am a family member of Night Spirit and Night Muga. Night Madness smiled slightly, revealing an intriguing smile. Chen squinted his eyes. Family? What does Yikwang suddenly mean by this? Chapter 37. A familiar person or a zombie? Chen pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "What if I don't want to go to the Starry Night laboratory with you?" Yikwang took out a tablet and manipulated it for a while. The electronic voice sounded again. B10, B09 thawing, program starting. Before long, 2 iron barrels opened, and this time, 2 tall zombies emerged. To his surprise, the tentacles were wrapped in metal. The tentacles waved, scraping against the iron barrels and sparking flying embers. After the tall zombies stepped out, they stood quietly motionless. On their chests, there was a pentagram flickering with red light. Chen looked at one of the tall zombies, his gaze gradually turning cold. So that will? Previously, the first message Chen received on the walkie-talkie was an audio recording made by Su Dawa, who had mentioned that he had turned into a monster. It seems that everything is true now. Su Dawa was injected with a certain drug by the Xingye laboratory, transforming him into the tall zombie he is now. Without an iron mask on his face, Chen was able to recognize Su Dawa at first glance. However, this also means that this tall zombie is even more dangerous. If the previous iron-masked zombie wore the mask to guard against the weakness on its head, Then the current zombie without the iron mask raises the question. Does this mean that the head is no longer a weakness? Has the advantage of being able to act, even after being decapitated, been amplified? Su Chen didn't understand. But this is a Type B zombie. And the zombie tiger is also a Type B. Yi Kuang said again, his gaze toward Su Chen filled with impatience. The two tall zombies slowly approached, seemingly putting pressure on Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand and pointed his sword to the sky, and currents of electricity spread out in all directions. He proved his decision through his actions. Yi Kuang stared at Su Chen with a fixed gaze, and after a while, he sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, the two tall zombies accelerated their speed. Su Chen reacted immediately. Repair the Big Flower Cat. The Big Flower Cat, also known as the Zombie Tiger, had its name decided by Su Chen in that very second. Naming successful. Repair Big Flower Cat. Points minus 800. Points minus 400. Points minus 600. In an instant, 1,600 points disappeared. A flash of white light appeared on the Big Flower Cat, and with a leap, it stood in front of the two tall zombies. The tall zombies swung their tentacles, leaving bloody marks on the Big Flower Cat. However, it continued to struggle. Clearly, the Big Flower Cat could no longer assist Su Chen. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Kuang regained control of the tablet. The program was damaged, meaning B12 could no longer be controlled. But why was B12 helping Su Chen? Missy was right. Su Chen had many secrets. Yi Kuang quickly tapped on the tablet. One by one, iron barrels opened, and an electronic voice continuously sounded. Thunderbolt. Su Chen's cold voice came through. He didn't know when he had appeared not far from Yi Kuang. The electricity split into three and struck the flat platform and Yi Kuang. The platform exploded directly. Warning, warning, program malfunction. Program reboot, reboot failed. Roar. The zombies that broke out of the iron barrel went completely berserk, shattering the iron barrel that had previously contained them in an instant. Damn it. Do you know what you've done? It's over. We're doomed. Yi Kuang suddenly pulled out his submachine gun. But before he could take off the safety, a hail of bullets suddenly came rushing in. Flames soared into the sky as Yi Kuang and his team members quickly dodged. Bang! The tank fired, and the shell exploded not far from Su Chen. This is bad. Zombies are coming towards your direction. We will come to support you immediately. There are too many zombies. We must break through. In his mind, Chen Jiai's anxious voice sounded. Su Chen looked around. Previously, the zombies wouldn't cross that line. But now they were all rushing forward at an accelerated pace. A large group of zombies was crowding together, densely packed. The zombies at the front had already reached Su Chen and the others. The electricity flickered. Ling Xiao and the others quickly took action, killing the zombies. Su Chen looked around and thought to himself that it was not good. Looking at Yi Kuang and the others, they had already disappeared. Let's go retreat first. The tank came over, and everyone jumped onto it. The combat vehicle cleared the way ahead, unstoppable, with 3 machine guns barrels turning red and emitting white smoke. Zombie bodies got stuck in the tank's tracks, and the tank couldn't advance. Damn it. Long Zaiqian, abandon the tank, get on a combat vehicle. We can't let them take advantage, blow up the tank. Su Chen roared and was the first to jump from the tank to the combat vehicle. The maid army also jumped onto the combat vehicle with Long Zaiqian's people. Once inside the combat vehicle, which has a capacity of 40, it now felt a bit crowded. Long Zaiqian lowered his head, looking dejected and lost in thought, creating an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Su Chen was also holding back his frustration. He spent nearly 30,000 points for this operation. Unexpectedly, those evolution cores were not taken away. Only a portion was brought back. The only thing to be thankful for was that he managed to collect the Big Flower Cat. Sudawa. Why is Sudawa also among them? Among those zombies? 3 are my subordinates. Long Zaiqian suddenly said. The members of his team also lowered their heads, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. The combat vehicle has more than a dozen wheels, and when it shows its power, there is simply no zombie that can withstand it. Su Chen had the big tabby cat lead the way, and only then did they break free from the encirclement of the zombies. Time passed. Even the people he brought along appeared quite dejected. Su Chen had no choice but to decide to talk to Long Zaiqian. He walked up to the door of Long Zaiqian's room and suddenly heard voices coming from inside. Commander Liu, they're all my brothers. Even if they become zombies, they're still my brothers. but they have been treated as tools, turned into such monsters. How can you expect me to stay calm? Chapter 38. The youngest colonel in Long Country. Su Chen remained silent for a moment, then pushed the door open without knocking. Commander Liu? That should be a high-ranking official from the Dragon Country's military, and he needed to have a detailed conversation with this official. Long Zitian was a bit surprised to see Su Chen enter. He wanted to turn off the radio communication, but ultimately shook his head, sat down, and gestured for Su Chen to proceed. All right, Commander Liu, the boss of Jing Haishi is here. What tasks do you have for him? Long Zitian lay back a bit dejectedly, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. Is that you, Su Chen? A voice tinged with a sense of weariness spoke up. Su Chen steadied himself. He felt that he had truly grown a lot since the outbreak of the apocalypse. After all, the person on the other end of the radio was a real big shot from the Dragon Country, a figure at the commander level, someone he could only see on television before. And now, he could actually talk to the commander without feeling the slightest bit of nervousness. It's me, Commander Liu. Su Chen greeted him. Very good. From your voice, you sound quite young. Although this apocalypse is a chaotic time, it is in chaos that heroes emerge. I heard you established the Jianghai City Shelter, which currently has a scale of 1,000 people. Commander Liu did not hold back his praise. Su Chen glanced at Long Zitian, clearly realizing that Long Zitian was exaggerating. His base was far from reaching a scale of 1,000 people. Flattery, Commander Liu. What's the current situation in Long Country? Su Chen had no intention of beating around the bush. Commander Liu was silent for a while, seemingly choosing his words carefully. He cleared his throat and said, currently, both the satellites and the base stations have been damaged to varying degrees. The Starry Night Laboratory seems to want to sever communication among humans, but it hasn't completely succeeded. In the space station, it appears that only the satellites of the Starry Night Laboratory remain. Little Su, let me give you a heads up. Humanity has regressed at least 50 years in technology due to this apocalypse, and the only entity that hasn't been affected is the Starry Night Laboratory. Among their remaining satellites is the Star Dragon No. 3, which is equipped with the Sky Eye system. After conversing with Commander Liu, Su Chen finally understood what a colossal entity the Starry Night Laboratory truly was. It was not merely a research institution with significant achievements in biology. It also had multiple laboratory branches under its umbrella, boasting world-leading technology. The Tianyin system could monitor the entire Dragon Country. Previously, under certain regulations, the Tianyin system could not be easily mobilized. However, now that the apocalypse has erupted and civilization is collapsing, regulations are no longer a concern. The Tianyin system not only monitors the Dragon Country, but can even observe the entire Blue Star. This means that as long as one is in an open area, Su Chen's every move will be monitored by the Tianyin system. It was understandable that Night Crazy immediately called out Su Chen's name and mentioned that he had secrets. It was surely because the Tianyin system had seen something. Su Chen has used the system's recruitment function multiple times while outside. He quickly recovered from injuries and resurrected zombies back into humans. All of this has been recorded by the Tianyin system. Su Chen felt cold sweat streaming down his body. His secret had truly been discovered. He couldn't help but tremble. But at that moment, Long Zitian reached out and patted Su Chen's shoulder. It was just a simple pat. Yet Su Chen suddenly calmed down. It wasn't a secret exposed. Xiao Su, are you listening? Commander Liu said again. Su Chen nodded, let out a sigh, and then said, I'm listening. Little Su, in times of national crisis, you are a hero, and people like you are extremely rare in this apocalypse. I have discussed with the higher-ups, and Little Su, you will hold the rank of colonel, becoming the youngest colonel in the history of Long Nation. Commander Liu suddenly became excited, his tone high-pitched, giving a very stirring feeling. Su Chen was stirred by these words. The youngest major general in Longhua. What an honor that is. Joining the army and achieving merit. What does that mean for a man? Su Chen kept taking deep breaths again and again. It is worth noting that the dragon in the sky, which is responsible for the rescue operations of the city, only holds the rank of major. Su Chen smiled. Commander Liu, your conditions are very tempting, but I refuse. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Zitian widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that in this information-rich society, Su Chen didn't understand what the rank of colonel meant. Young people just love to save face. With the colonel's rank on his shoulder, once he stood out, countless soldiers would salute him. Those wealthy businessmen and rich second-generation heirs would have to step aside. And even the fathers of the rich second generation would have to treat Su Chen with courtesy. However, Su Chen refused. Commander Liu, what is my small base compared to your cities, the Kyoto shelter or the Longzhong city shelter? It's nothing. The only reason I can think of for this honor you're giving me is that you want me to deal with the Xingya laboratory, but I'm sorry. I can't handle them. I just want to preserve myself. Su Chen finished speaking and directly cut off the radio communication. Long Zaiyin was left speechless, pointing at Su Chen, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Suddenly, Su Chen crouched down, holding his head. It's over, I called the general. Will he directly launch an armed attack on our base? Are intercontinental missiles on the way? Long Zaiyin slapped Su Chen on the forehead. Then, he could only give a thumbs up. He took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and tossed another one to Su Chen. Su Chen thought for a moment and then lit a cigarette. In fact, he could smoke. He just didn't have a craving for it. Under the swirling smoke, the two men stared at each other. Long Zaiyin sighed. Su Chen didn't care about this. As for the supplies, he could exchange them for points in the system mall. However, accepting this honor also meant accepting the responsibility that came with it. Well, although he wasn't a scumbag, he did enjoy the thrill of being irresponsible. Putting that aside, he came out to take a look. The base had new tricks in the past few days, Su Chen said, pulling Long Zaiyin out of the room without further ado. They arrived at the center of the exhibition hall, where hundreds of people were gathered, holding glow sticks in their hands. On the stage, a girl dressed in a white wedding gown slowly walked out. She picked up the microphone and softly began to sing. In an instant, the atmosphere of the hundreds of people was ignited. Wow! The cigarette in Long Zaiyin's mouth fell to the ground. He looked at Su Chen and, after a long pause, finally managed to blurt out, "Is that the big superstar from before the apocalypse, Core?" Chapter 39, The Singer. Inspiring hearts, Su Chen spread his hands, revealing a non-committal smile. He actually didn't expect to recruit Core. Before the apocalypse, Core was a shining star, wherever she appeared. It would surely cause waves of screams. Even the cheapest concert ticket was resold at sky-high prices by scalpers. And her fan club could stretch from Shanghai City all the way to Kyoto. Su Chen unexpectedly discovered a new bond while using the detection skill. Along with Core, there were also several of her good friends. Although they weren't very famous, they also had the qualities of singers. Next to Core, two graceful girls stepped forward and softly hummed a tune to accompany her. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao appeared on stage with 4 or 5 girls dressed in maid outfits. Let's not forget, Zhang Xiaoxiao has the traits of a dancer, which can increase flexibility. The atmosphere quickly reached its peak with difficult moves like the splits and backbends. Su Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, and some inappropriate images resurfaced in his mind. Her flexibility is really good. She can unlock high-difficulty moves. Su Chen directly pulled Long Zaiyin into the crowd. The sounds of laughter and joy blended together, accompanied by barbecued meat and beer. This was truly a grand celebration. Long Zaiyin seemed to have had too much to drink and rushed onto the stage with a bottle of beer, insisting on interviewing Core with the beer bottle. In the end, he even wanted to sing a duet with her. A song. How many lives did it take? What would have happened if we had been together back then? Would we still? Long Zaiyin's performance was a cacophony, and the crowd below started to look disheartened, with some even throwing their shoes at him. Core covered her mouth and chuckled to herself from the side, looking quite charming. Su Chen was laughing heartily. In the apocalypse, one cannot always be under pressure. A grand gathering is enough to make him the leader everyone looks up to. In the end, Su Chen was lifted by a crowd and brought to the stage. Holding the microphone, he felt a bit awkward for a moment. From today onwards, the Shanghai City base has truly been established. Everything done before was just preparation. Labor is exchanged for survival supplies. Order still exists in our hearts. We are never afraid of the struggle between us and the zombies. Su Chen spoke passionately and gradually became more at ease, his heartfelt words resonating with everyone. The gathering came to an end. Everyone returned to their respective tasks, but this time, smiles were on everyone's faces, filled with vigor. Sister Myling, I had a new idea while I was in the restroom. We could reinforce the walls to better resist zombies. I also have a new idea. The exhibition hall is so large, we could reorganize the space utilization. I would like to go out to look for supplies. I used to work at a gas station, and I think there might be a place with a fuel tanker. Everyone gathered around Li Meiling, who was jotting down each person's requests in her notebook and addressing them one by one. The entire base was filled with a sense of thriving prosperity. Chen blushed and seemed a bit drunk. He leaned close to Ku and whispered, "Your ability can be inspiring. Just think, if I were with Jia, and the others and you sang outside the door, it would be quite tempting." Ku playfully pouted and gave Chen a light slap, saying, "Master, I'm not talking to you anymore." And she pointed out, "Look, the master is drunk." The maid army then parted and formed two rows. The maid battle outfits increased attributes, and more than 100 people under Chen were almost all wearing maid battle uniforms. Everyone bent slightly, wearing gentle smiles. "Master." Li Jia stepped forward. The maid outfit seemed a bit small. The buttons at the chest were straining, and the deep cleavage nearly overwhelmed Chen. Chen walked towards the room, surrounded by numerous maids. Night. It seemed that people near Chen's room heard a series of ethereal songs coming from inside, giving an inexplicable feeling of restlessness. That night was a night for most of the men in the base to reward themselves. The next day, Chen woke up, and it was already past noon. Li Jia and Zhang Xiaoxiao were lying beside him. His face turned red. It seemed that he really got drunk last night. How could he have blacked out? He had forgotten everything that happened last night. How could he forget? Chen knelt on the bed, unable to hold back a wail. This startled Li Jia and Zhang Xiaoxiao awake. They both sprang up and assumed a fighting stance. However, they weren't wearing their maid outfits. Chen took a glance and sighed, once again falling into temptation. Time always passes quickly when one is indulging. Conference room. Chen sat in the front with two dark circles under his eyes. Chen Jai connected everyone's consciousness. The attendees included not only the Maid Legion, but also Long Zaiqian and the Special Talent Representative, Chen Duo. Chen Duo was a well-known real estate tycoon in Jianghai City, but he was not the type of big boss who was just rich and foolish. He held 2 master's degrees in engineering. "Bosu, I've already got the blueprints for the base reconstruction, but the zombies have been too crazy lately, so you'll need to deploy combat troops," Chen Duo said with a hint of helplessness. Li Meiling, on the other hand, took out a notebook and handed it to Chen. "Recently, we found many survivors. Some of them have awakened special abilities, but they still feel like small groups and struggle to integrate into the base." Chen flipped through his notebook for a long time, unable to help but frown. They've been doing well outside before. If they really couldn't integrate, they should be driven out. Li Meiling nodded at this and put away the notebook. Then there were some miscellaneous matters regarding the base, which Chen patiently handled one by one. Only then did he look at Long Zaiqian. "We clearly angered the Starry Night Laboratory last time. It's been over 10 days. What's the situation over there?" Long Zaiqian shook his head and sighed. He took out a tablet to check and said, "The zombie hordes near the Starry Night Laboratory are dispersing nearby. We often have battles here. We're the primary target of the zombie attacks. However, the drones captured some footage. The Starry Night Laboratory has been capturing live zombies. I wonder if they are up to something with biochemical weapons again." Chapter 40. "I can also set off fireworks for you." As Long Zaiqian spoke, he tossed the tablet directly to Chen. They had some military drones, but they didn't dare to get too close to the Starry Night Laboratory. Such precision equipment could break down, and no one would be able to fix it. However, in some of the footage, they did see people from the Starry Night Laboratory capturing live zombies. In one photo, Night Fury even looked up in the direction of the drone. A simple action, yet it already indicated that the drone had been detected. But Night Fury showed no signs of movement. Was this a sign of confidence? Chen flipped through the photos again and suddenly froze. The images captured by the Starry Night Laboratory were all of female zombies. Although the level of decay in the zombies had deepened over time, it was still possible to distinguish the differences between male and female zombies. Chen suddenly had a feeling. The Starry Night Laboratory must be capturing this group of female zombies. They must be trying to compete with him for business, knowing that he can only recruit women. So they're capturing female zombies to weaken his strength. This is something to be wary of, since he has made an enemy of the Starry Night Laboratory. They will not let it go easily. He fears that they are building up their strength, waiting until they are strong enough to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Long Zaiqian said this, and then excitedly stood up. Su Chen raised his hand to signal Long Zaiqian not to get excited. The Xingye laboratory had to be cautious, and I thought it would be best to find an opportunity to talk. Su Chen is confident that the Starry Night Laboratory will definitely talk to him. Now that his base has grown to a scale of thousands after the addition of survivors, although their cohesion is lacking due to the large influx of survivors. At least the number of people with special abilities has exceeded 200. As for the big tabby cat, it naturally relies on its Tiger Clan characteristics to suppress the zombie cats in order to harvest evolution cores. Otherwise, how could the base have so many awakened individuals? Anyway, it's good that you have ideas. The Chen family, the Yi family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family were all once powerful figures in the well-known financial groups of the Dragon Kingdom. And now it is revealed that they have been funding the Starry Night Laboratory all along. Internationally, many financial groups have also invested substantial funds into the Starry Night Laboratory. Long Zaiqian flipped through his tablet, retrieved the information, and handed it directly to Su Chen. He might also be gradually integrating into this base. If it were in the past, he would never have disclosed such confidential information. Su Chen glanced at the tablet. The consortiums, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions or even trillions, are significant forces. There are as many as 18 consortiums supporting the Starry Night Laboratory, not only from the Dragon Country, but also from foreign entities. No wonder the Starry Night Laboratory can conduct so much technological research. It turns out they have substantial financial backing. The information Commander Liu sent me a few days ago indicated that the Zhanghai City branch is supported by the Yi family and the Chen family, making this Starry Night Laboratory branch extremely important. Long Zaiqian seemed a bit anxious and cautiously glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen did not pay attention to Long Zaiqian mentioning Commander Liu. Some concepts are deeply rooted, even though Long Zaiqian is trying to integrate into the base now. He is still a major in the military, and after years of service, it is not surprising that he still has contact with Commander Liu. Su Chen carefully looked at the materials. Just at that moment, Chen Jiai stood up and said with a smile, "I'm feeling a bit bored. The consciousness connection can cover the entire exhibition hall, so you all continue." After saying that, Chen Jiai really turned around and left the conference room. Once outside, Chen Jiai looked up at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. The meeting continued late into the night. Su Chen and Long Zaiqian jumped onto the city wall at the same time, looking at the howling zombies, and lit a cigarette. "Come on, it's the apocalypse. Are you still thinking about how smoking is harmful to your health?" Long Zaiqian retorted. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. There was nothing wrong with that statement. The two fell silent. Just past midnight, Su Chen immediately activated his detection skill. The recruitment level was 8, but the maximum bond number remained unchanged at 30. However, Su Chen's recruitment count had reached 110, which meant he needed to continue searching for more bonds to maximize the attributes of his legion. Of course, skills that enhance flexibility and overtime skills were also quite necessary. Flexibility, well, those who understand know. The overtime skill can be activated after reaching 10 workers' traits, allowing those with a worker trait to fully immerse themselves in their work, even going an entire day without rest. In the post-apocalyptic world, work probably mostly involves killing zombies. With the addition of point bonuses, it also makes for a decent bond. Martial artist, singer, worker, maid, swordsman, dancer, doctor, these are the important bond bonuses for Su Chen at the moment. The instant the detection was activated, dozens of female zombies were marked. Su Chen observed for a while and shook his head in disappointment. They are the most characteristics of a working person. He suddenly felt a bit sorry for those contemporary corporate slaves. "Have you thought about how to contact the Starry Night Laboratory?" Long Zaiqian suddenly broke the silence and asked. Su Chen smiled and said, "They won't be able to resist coming to find me. I'll just deal with them as they come." Long Zaiqian was left speechless and couldn't help but light another cigarette. "Don't look at me like that." Su Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "They're capturing female zombies, so they will definitely come looking for me." What secret does the Starry Night Laboratory hold about Su Chen? Isn't it just the ability to resurrect female zombies and have them fight by his side? The Starry Night Laboratory is also capturing female zombies. Su Chen doesn't believe there's no connection at all, so he is certain that the Starry Night Laboratory will come looking for him. At this moment, Chen Jiai walked over. Su Chen, Long Zaitian, seeing this, jumped down from the city wall, turned his back to Su Chen, and waved his hand. Chen Jiai replaced Su Chen's side. Chen Jiai leaned in, wrapped her arms around Su Chen, and rested her head on his shoulder. Do you think what the Starry Night Laboratory said is right? Look at the sky. When can Jianghai City see so many stars? Indeed, after the apocalypse, the pollution in Jianghai City seems to have lessened significantly. But that doesn't mean that the Starry Night Laboratory's plan to eliminate humanity is correct. He could never understand these so-called noble beliefs. It's New Year's Eve. It would be great if there were fireworks, Chen Jiai continued. Su Chen was taken aback. He hadn't kept track of the time and didn't realize that today was New Year's Eve. Su Chen pulled Chen Jiai into an embrace and said with a smile, "Although there are no fireworks in the sky, I can put on a show for you." With a mischievous grin, he leaned in closer. However, Chen Jiai seemed uninterested and pushed Su Chen away. "You naughty boy, I see your stamina is getting better and better." After a moment of silence, Chen Jiai suddenly said, "Su Chen, actually I have something to tell you." Just as she was about to finish her sentence, Su Chen turned his gaze in one direction. Chapter 41, Jianghai Restaurant, Apocalypse Banquet. Not far away, a silver-white drone flew over and stopped in front of Su Chen. Immediately, an ethereal voice came from the drone. "Hello Su Chen, you ame yemuge, yelin sister." The Jianghai branch of Xingya Laboratory sincerely invites you to be our guest at Jianghai Restaurant. Scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. The members attending the banquet include Yi Ling, Yi Kuang, Chen Mu's son, Yi Mu Ge, and the former mayor of Jianghai City, Wu Cheng. Su Chen was about to say something when the silver-white drone took off again and quickly disappeared from his sight. Jianghai Restaurant? Visiting? Before the apocalypse, Jianghai Restaurant was one of the few star-rated restaurants in the area, hosting all kinds of banquets and serving as a gathering place for celebrities. But the word visiting in the context of the apocalypse sounds strangely out of place. Chen Muzin, Wu Cheng, Su Chen murmured. Chen Jiai paused for a moment, buried her head in Su Chen's embrace, and softly said, "Wu Cheng is the mayor. You should know this. Chen Muzin is the chairman of the Chen Group. You have heard before that the Chen Group is one of the most famous conglomerates in the entire Hai Province. Jianghai City is just a city under Hai Province." Su Chen frowned slightly. The attendees of this meeting were all big shots. "By the way, what were you about to say to me?" Su Chen suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiai shook her head, smiled, and leaned against Su Chen's shoulder, counting the stars one by one. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Jiai finally fell into a deep sleep. Su Chen kissed Chen Jiai's forehead and smiled. Little fool. He picked up Chen Jiai and walked towards the room. That night, he did nothing but hold Chen Jiai and sleep soundly. The next day, in the conference room, Long Zaiqian looked at the map and couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Jianghai Restaurant is located in the city center of Jianghai, and it's obvious the place is full of zombies. It must be a trap. No need to go there. Long Zaiqian snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. The exhibition hall and Xingya Laboratory are both located near the outskirts of Jianghai City. Even so, there is still a considerable number of zombies in the vicinity. The Jianghai Restaurant, that's right in the city center, the number of zombies there is surely in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. At least it's a horde of 1,000,000 zombies. Su Chen smiled. He looked relaxed, seemingly not taking the 1,000,000 zombies to heart at all, though he definitely shouldn't go. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that the Xingya Laboratory is really holding a banquet at the Jianghai Restaurant and inviting all the big shots over. What if they poison them? Those useless things. It was clear that Long Zaiyan was genuinely worried about Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward and patted Long Zaiyan on the shoulder. "Yes, they're all big shots. Has he, Su Chen, unknowingly become a big shot in Jianghai City?" Chairman of the Chen Group, Chen Muzin, Chief Scientist of the Jianghai branch of Xingya Laboratory, Yi Mu Ge, representing the well-known consortium, the Yi family, the former mayor of Jianghai City. Someone who had nothing to do with Su Chen before the apocalypse is now going to meet together? Since they are big shots, how could they fear such obstacles? Go, they must go. Su Chen's tone was relaxed, yet it carried an undeniable weight. Long Zaiqian pointed at Su Chen, unable to say a word for a while. He looked at the map, his expression serious. Let's plan a route. Going through Jianghai Avenue definitely won't work. We can cut through the community and use the buildings as cover. In a short time, Long Zaiqian had mapped out a reasonable path for Su Chen. He was already integrating into the base, and everything he did prioritized Su Chen's safety. In the afternoon, for some reason, Chen Jia said she was very tired and didn't want to participate in this operation. Su Chen did not force Chen Jia, taking Li Jia, Ling Xiao, and Fei Yan. They set off towards Jianghai Restaurant. The banquet is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so they must arrive a little earlier, otherwise they will definitely be late. The combat vehicle started. The machine guns cleared the way, and Su Chen directly exchanged for 20,000 rounds of ammunition, tossing them carelessly in the compartment. The sky was darkening. Su Chen and the others sat in the combat vehicle, with the Jianghai Restaurant right ahead. They arrived 12 hours early, turned off the engine, and took a good rest. Su Chen ordered. The Jianghai Restaurant is located on Jianghai Avenue, which was the most prosperous street in Jianghai City before the apocalypse. The street is densely populated with zombies, and at a glance, the entire street is filled with them. Fortunately, when parking, the maid army was equipped with automatic crossbows to kill the zombies. The zombie bodies piled up together have instead become a natural defense line for the combat vehicle. However, zombies are sensitive to sound, and everyone gathered in the combat vehicle made very little noise. Suddenly, the zombies in the distance began to gather in one direction. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he made a gesture to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao understood and took out a pair of binoculars to hand to Su Chen. It seems that we are not the only ones who arrived early, Su Chen whispered. In the distance, after going crazy for over an hour, the zombies suddenly stopped. A team of about 40 to 50 people rushed in, entered a nearby building, and closed the door. The distance was too far, so Su Chen could only get a rough idea. This group was well equipped, armed with automatic crossbows and cold weapons, killing zombies efficiently and moving quietly. This time, it was a group of people dressed in white combat uniforms, each with a star on their chest. Su Chen squinted his eyes. These were the people from the Starry Night Laboratory. He saw Yi Muge, who was even more beautiful and captivating in person than in the photos. Walking in the middle of the group with her arms crossed, her long hair flowing, and her cold gaze giving off an Ice Queen vibe. Next to Yi Muge was a dazed little lowly, who was none other than Yi Ling seeing Yi Ling again. Su Chen felt that this person had changed. The once lively and cheerful Yi Ling, who sometimes acted a bit silly, now had lost the sparkle in her eyes. The Starry Night Laboratory was formidable. They had almost forcefully broken through, completely disregarding the zombies attracted by the noise of the battle. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jianghai Restaurant, the people from Starry Night Laboratory suddenly threw out a smoke bomb, which surprisingly emitted a blood-red smoke. The zombies were instantly drawn to the smoke bomb, ignoring the people from the Starry Night Laboratory altogether. They strode confidently into the Jianghai Restaurant. Su Chen took a deep breath, gaining a new understanding of the strength of the Starry Night Laboratory. Aside from the biochemical weapons, the combat capabilities of the laboratory itself should not be underestimated. The main character also arrived early. Sleep well. Tomorrow morning, we will attend the banquet. Chapter 42, The Irritable Brother, Online Table Flipping. The next day, the sky gradually brightened. Su Chen and the others did not have any timing tools, so they could only wait for everyone to act. Soon, the previous group of about 40 to 50 people approached the Jianghai Restaurant. Seeing this, Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Leave 15 people to guard the battle vehicle, ready to assist at any time. The rest follow me." Su Chen said this and was the first to jump off the battle vehicle. One by one, figures jumped down in an orderly manner, moving very quickly. The sound from the automatic crossbow was very quiet, and Su Chen and the others deliberately kept their movements minimal. Soon, they entered the Jianghai Restaurant. Inside the restaurant, a red carpet was even laid out, and there was no trace of zombies to be seen, although bloodstains still marked the surrounding walls. The previous group of 40 to 50 people leaned against the sides, their eyes warily watching Su Chen and his group. Quickly, the crowd parted, and a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle walked towards Su Chen. Su Chen remembered this person, Wu Cheng, the former mayor of Jianghai City. Wu Cheng extended his hand and smiled, saying, "This young brother looks like a dragon among men. May I ask how to address you?" Su Chen also extended his hand and said calmly, "Su Chen." As the two exchanged pleasantries, a group of people rushed in from outside. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with an imposing demeanor. His eyes scanned the entire restaurant, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. The people around him spread out, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Seeing this, Su Chen felt a bit helpless. He had been somewhat self-satisfied before, thinking that those invited by the Starry Night Laboratory could cross 1,000,000 zombies to get here. Proving their strength was indeed impressive. Each person's combat ability was not weak, and their vigilance was quite high. However, this group had one major flaw. Su Chen's little brother was indeed lucky, surrounded by top-notch beautiful girls, and they all seemed to possess considerable strength. "But your outfits do have quite a style, Wu Cheng," that old fellow said with a smile. The 4 or 5 dozen people he brought looked at the maid army beside Su Chen with wide eyes. Then, he immediately walked over to the middle-aged man, still wearing a cheerful expression, to greet him. This middle-aged man was Chen Muzin, the chairman of the Chen group. Chen Muzin glanced at Su Chen and then shifted his gaze to chat with Wu Cheng. In this hall, filled with hundreds of people and 3 factions, Su Chen was the most eye-catching. Among a sea of men, there stood a dozen or so individuals dressed in maid outfits. How could that not attract attention? At that moment, the icy beauty Yi Mugu emerged with a dazed-eyed Yiling. Su Chen stared at Night Spirit for a long time. But Night Spirit seemed to be completely oblivious to his presence. To be precise, it seemed like Night Spirit didn't see anyone at all. "Boss, this girl Night Spirit," Ling Xiao said softly. Su Chen nodded subtly and followed Wu Cheng and the other 2. "Welcome Su Chen from the Jianghai City Shelter. Former Mayor Wu Cheng of Jianghai City and Chairman Chen Muzin of the Chen Group." Yi Mu Ji's voice was pleasant, ethereal with a hint of coldness. Like a fairy who does not partake in the mortal world, she spoke the words of welcome, yet her expression was extremely indifferent. "Ling, you know Su Chen, greet him." Yiling paused for a moment, as if awakening from a dream, and nodded. "Su Chen, hello." Su Chen's breath hitched. He was unwilling to admit it. But Night Spirit had never seriously called his name. She was either a scumbag or a jerk. Night Spirit was acting strange. "Miss Night Spirit, hello." Su Chen deliberately raised his voice. Night Spirit glanced up at Su Chen, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she quickly lowered her head again, showing no further reaction. In fact, Night Spirit and Su Chen were both special individuals with dual abilities. "We have been dedicated to researching the awakening conditions of dual abilities, but we haven't achieved any results. One of your abilities is electricity. What is the other ability?" Night Mugu suddenly smiled. When this woman smiled, she was truly stunning. But Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It was hard to comprehend the incongruity of an icy person suddenly smiling at you. Dual abilities? Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the system wasn't exposed, it was fine. The system was Su Chen's biggest secret. As for the dual abilities, let them think he had dual abilities then. Su Chen revealed a non-committal smile and did not object. Yimugo paused for a moment and then gestured for everyone to take a seat. When the mention of dual abilities came up, Chun Mu's son, who had originally not paid much attention to Su Chen, cast an interested glance. As they entered the banquet hall, members dressed in combat uniforms were bustling about, bringing out exquisite dishes one after another. There were also 2 long tables nearby, laden with food. "Please have your subordinates eat on the sides, and the 3 of you, please follow me," Yimugu said, as those around her dispersed. They walked to the center of the banquet hall, where there was a small table with 4 chairs beside it, clearly prepared just for Su Chen and the others. The exquisite dishes gave Su Chen the illusion that the apocalypse had never occurred. Yimugu sat down and invited everyone to take their seats as well. "Rest assured, all the dishes you see before you are cultivated and raised in my Xingya laboratory, completely harmless, and even rich in nutrition with good taste." Yimugu was the first to pick up a piece of meat and put in her mouth. Seeing this, Chen Mu's son and the others immediately picked up their chopsticks. Only Su Chen remained motionless. "Su Chen, is the food not to your taste?" Su Chen, hearing this, spread his hands and said helplessly, "What if you poison us?" As soon as these words came out, Su Chen then laughed heartily and said, I'm just joking. This isn't a banquet of hung men. Miss Yi, let's be direct. You didn't invite us here just for a meal, did you? The atmosphere at the table instantly relaxed a lot. Yimugo also looked at Su Chen with great interest and after a moment said, Interesting. I would like to ask, what are your views on this apocalypse? The atmosphere immediately became tense again. Chen Muzin and Wu Cheng's expressions visibly darkened. Chen Muzin tossed his chopsticks aside, leaned back, and stared at Yimugo. Now the whole Dragon Country is saying that these ghostly things were created by the Starry Night Laboratory, and you're asking us what we think? Yimuge, you don't really think you're being funny, do you? Chapter 43. Only magic can defeat magic-y. Mugu slightly nodded, then turned her head towards Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng paused and said, Naturally, we are extremely angry. The appearance of this apocalypse has disrupted the peace of the country, causing the people to suffer. After a lengthy speech, it sounded very official. Chen Muzin directly slammed the table to stop Wu Cheng. What about you? Everyone at the table turned their attention to Su Chen, who was focused on eating. Su Chen was taken aback, wiped his greasy mouth, and smiled. Honestly, this food is really delicious. As for how it looks, I can only see it with my eyes. Everyone's perspective is too high. I'm just an ordinary person. Looking with your eyes? No problem. The group continued to eat in silence. After a while, feeling full, Yimuge had no intention of beating around the bush and directly took out a tablet, placing it in front of everyone. What was displayed on it were isolated zombies, with people in white coats recording data. Most importantly, the date shown was from last year. To be precise, just after the new year, that date should actually be from the year before. The apocalypse broke out in October last year. Yet the appearance of zombies was nearly a year earlier. As you can see, zombies appeared quite early, and back then, their lifespan was short, with their functions not as developed as today's zombies. Our Xingya laboratory discovered the zombies and was dedicated to unraveling the secrets behind their emergence. Unexpectedly, videos of our experiments leaked out and were used by malicious individuals to tarnish our reputation. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, our Xingya laboratory has never had the intention of being enemies with humanity. Everything you see in those videos was deliberately fabricated by those with ulterior motives and has nothing to do with our Xingya laboratory. Yimuji's expression was sincere as he put away the tablet and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Su Chen's expression was grim. Is this a game of crisis public relations? One moment, the virus is said to be spread by the Starry Night Laboratory, and the next it turns out that the Starry Night Laboratory is the savior. This group of upper-class people is quite extravagant. Wu Cheng still wore a smile, but Chen Muzin had already stood up, pointing at Yimuge. Damn the Starry Night Laboratory. My Chen group has invested half of its assets into this. How much profit have you brought to my Chen group? You speak so grandly. You are researching viruses, doing scientific research, but it amounts to nothing. In the years since I took over the Chen group, I have come to realize that the previous chairman invested hundreds of billions into you, and I cannot understand this behavior. It was clear that Chen Muzin was still filled with anger. The apocalypse had only just begun, and their ingrained beliefs had not yet changed. The hundreds of billions wasted were incomprehensible to Chen Muzin, and he was extremely furious. Wu Cheng stood up to mediate, smiling as he said, It's no big deal. The apocalypse has erupted. Wealth is just an external matter. Hundreds of billions is just a number. Suchenadi thotfeli. He really wanted a string of such numbers. I know that if it weren't for this damn apocalypse, I would have flipped the table already. Yimuge had enough. Just tell us why you invited us here. Chen Mu's son sat down, but his eyes were still filled with anger. Yimuge had no expression on her face. I inform you of all this just to let you know that the Starry Night Laboratory has never expected your understanding. You don't need to know the significance of everything we do. After all, we see the world from different perspectives. As the chief of the Jianghai branch of the Starry Night Laboratory, I am about to launch a massive purge and reconstruction operation in Jianghai, and inviting you here is solely for this operation. Chen Mu's son narrowed his eyes and retorted, Are you saying that our existence is blocking your purge operation? Yimuge showed no signs of being tactful and nodded immediately. Then, she turned her gaze towards Su Chen. Due to someone's actions, the purge operation prepared by the Starry Night Laboratory has been postponed, and it will take at least another 6 months to restart and achieve the expected results. We cannot afford a delay for 6 months, so I hope there is only one voice in Shanghai City. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Good grief. Why not just report Su Chen's ID number directly? The cleansing operation? Could it be that those B-type and C-type zombies before were the result of the cleansing operation? Only magic can defeat magic, so they use zombies to defeat zombies? Indeed, those zombies are powerful in combat and under controllable actions. Eliminating zombies is not a problem at all. In fact, because they're also zombies, they can delve into the zombie horde without being attacked. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wonderful, truly wonderful. But just at that moment, Chen Muzin stood up directly. After all that nonsense. It turns out you want us to invest in the Starry Night Laboratory. Sorry, I won't agree. I am not the former chairman of the Chen Group. To be toyed with in your hands, throwing hundreds of billions down the drain. My decisions now will affect the lives of thousands of people under me. It's impossible. After saying this, Chen Muzin waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to leave. Although Wu Cheng did not express his stance, he still stood up with a smile, cupped his hands in farewell, and then followed Chen Muzin's footsteps out. The banquet hall suddenly became much quieter. But at that moment, the doors of the banquet hall closed. Next to each maid brigade stood 2 people from the Starry Night Laboratory, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Su Chan was still boasting about his food, seemingly unaware of this. Yi Kuang walked over, stood behind Yimu Ge, squinted his eyes, and examined Su Chen. Su Chen wiped his mouth and looked at Yimu Ge. I have a question that I want you to answer. Yimu Ge chuckled and said, I've already told you what I do is to eliminate zombies, which is why those artificially modified zombies appear. That's what I just said. You understand that it was your killing of those zombies that affected my plan. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand. The emotions were straightforward now, directly criticizing without any twists. Right? I know. So, I only have one question. What does divine being mean? As soon as this was said, Yimu Ji's expression turned cold, and a hint of cold light flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes. He had already placed his hand on the dagger at his waist. Su Chen, however, had his hands behind his head, casually resting his feet on the table, appearing fearless. After a moment of silence, Yimu Ge slowly said, It seems that Ling still can't compete with you. I had a feeling the first time I saw you. You're one of us. Su Chan said helplessly, I'm not as good at playing as you guys. Don't say random things. Yimu Ge also didn't object, taking a deep breath and slowly saying, What is called a deity, to be precise, is the deity virus. Chapter 44. Yimu Ge's Yandra Attribute. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he leaned forward, staring at Yimu Ge and asked, Divine virus? Yimu Ge smiled, but didn't continue. Actually, it's not that I can't tell you. As long as you join the Starry Night Laboratory, I'll tell you what the divine virus is, Yimu Ge suddenly said. Su Chan spread his hands and said helplessly, Joining the Starry Night Laboratory is not out of the question, but what benefits do I get? What do you want in return? Yimu Ge likit hadips. Showing an expression of interest. Women? Yimu Ge glanced at Ling Xiao and Fei Yin behind Su Chen. Su Chen nodded non-committally. In fact, if it were you, I could also join the Starry Night Laboratory. It's a deal. Yimu Ge said, and unexpectedly, she really found an agreement from the tablet and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the tablet, his face darkening. Are you serious? Yimu Ge looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Of course I'm serious. To me, emotions are a result of hormonal secretion, and marriage is the outcome of forming a community of shared interests. Based on my rational analysis, your appearance, figure, and abilities all belong to an excellent level. From a genetic standpoint, our combination would be more beneficial for the next generation. By the time you mentioned needing me, I had already listed a series of experiments to be applied to our next generation. Su Chen heard this and slowly stood up. He looked at Yimu Ge as if she were an idiot. Indeed, Yimu Ge was right about one thing. Their perspectives on the world were different. He said nothing and simply turned to leave. Yimu Ge watched Su Chen's back, her eyes flickering. She didn't understand. The next generation resulting from her union with Su Chen would definitely be an excellent experimental subject. Su Chen, Chen Mu's son, and Wu Cheng could leave. But the choice I give you is only one. Join the Starry Night Laboratory by any means necessary. Yimu Ge suddenly stood up and waved her hand. In the next moment, the people from the Starry Night Laboratory acted without any hesitation and directly made their move. Su Chen's maid army rebelled. turning the entire banquet hall into chaos. Yi Kuang was the most direct, transforming into a fireman and rushing toward Su Chen. But halfway there, a white blade of energy suddenly cut through the air. It was Fian making her move. Yi Kuang abruptly stopped, leaning back at an incredible angle to avoid the blade, then accelerated again. Zzz. A surge of electricity struck him in the chest. Suddenly, the doors of the banquet hall swung open, and a large number of zombies surged in. Meanwhile, the combat vehicle had already appeared at the entrance of Jianghai Restaurant. Li Jia, who was stationed outside, saw Chen Yuzhen and Wu Qing leave. But Su Chen had not come out for a long time, so she immediately brought people to provide support. Su Chen and the others quickly broke through, and with the zombies blocking their way, the people from Xingya Laboratory couldn't fully unleash their strength. Before long, Su Chen was standing on the combat vehicle. He made a flying kiss gesture towards Yi Mu Ge. Then the combat vehicle started, crashing through the zombies and driving away. De Hua Mao appeared from the side at some point, colliding into a large number of zombies. Yi Mu Ge watched this scene with a gradually darkening expression. Charge! Catch up! Yi Quan roared, leading his team out. Stop! Yi Mu Ge called for Yi Quan to halt, quietly standing in place, watching Su Chen leave. Go! She took the lead in heading in the opposite direction. The blood-red smoke bomb was thrown out again, attracting a large number of zombies. Thus, the people from Xingya Laboratory left Jianghai Restaurant without any major incidents. This banquet ended on an unhappy note. At night, in Xingya Laboratory, Yi Mu Ge sat in front of several screens, surrounded by futuristic silver metal walls. Among the dozens of screens, one was aimed at the exhibition hall. This was the Tianyin system, which could observe everything happening on Blue Star from far out in the universe. The combat vehicle had already stopped at the entrance of the exhibition hall. Perhaps due to the noise from the combat vehicle, there were still large groups of zombies outside the exhibition hall at this time. Many people stood on the city walls, using automatic crossbows to kill zombies. Yi Mu Ge quietly watched, her gaze fixed on the exhibition hall, as if her eyes could penetrate the walls to see Su Chen inside. Su Chen, I didn't want to care as long as I could research the ability you have to revive female zombies. I could create a large number of suicide squad warriors to cleanse the zombies in Jianghai City. But why is my interest in you growing stronger? Su Chen, you really are a man full of secrets, but it doesn't matter. No secret has ever escaped me. Yi Mu Ge. Yi Mu Ge extended her hand, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Soon, all information about Su Chen appeared on the screen. Orphan, happy orphanage, trace back, genetic comparison. Yi Mu Ge's fingers danced like lively sprites, never pausing for a moment. Xingya Laboratory was dedicated to genetic research, and without the higher-ups in Long Country knowing, they established a vast gene bank using their medical institutions. Soon, photos of a middle-aged couple appeared on the screen. Genes don't lie. Su Chen, I found your parents. As an orphan, you must be looking forward to seeing your parents, right? Authorization, activate the Tianyin system, facial recognition program. Yi Mu Ge's lips curled slightly, and under the dim light, her eyes seemed to glimmer coldly. The images displayed on dozens of screens changed. Not only Su Chen, but also Chen Jiai, Li Jia Fian, Ling Xiao Long Zaiyan. As long as they were people close to Su Chen, their information appeared on the screen. Interesting. Yi Mu Ge seemed to go mad, leaning over the keyboard and licking her lips. This was in stark contrast to her icy beauty during the day. Perhaps this was her true self at this moment. A scientist with a sickly obsession. In the exhibition hall, the strangeness of Yiling, the video presented by Yi Mu Ge, the divine virus. All of this was like a spell, swirling in Su Chen's mind, preventing him from sleeping all night. At this moment, Long Zaitian walked in. He was holding a tablet, seemingly video calling someone. When the tablet was placed in front of Su Chen, Yi Mu Ge's figure appeared in his view. Tuptik Wadantasim, Lidakian. Chief of Xingya Laboratory Su Chen took a deep breath. As expected of the Starry Night Laboratory, they were still able to video call under the circumstances where signals were blocked. No wonder the higher-ups of Long Country were so wary of the Starry Night Laboratory. There's a saying from Commander Liu that still resonates in Su Chen's mind. Technology has regressed at least 50 years, and the only entity unaffected is the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen adjusted his emotions, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, displaying a playful smile. "Oh, great scientist. Chen, I have some information in my hands that you might find very interesting." Suddenly, the figure of Yi Mu-ge disappeared from the screen. In its place was a weathered middle-aged man, covered in blood and smeared with large chunks of rotting flesh. He carefully navigated through a crowd of zombies, making not a sound. "This man is your father, Li Daqiang. 24 years ago, Li Daqiang and Su Ernyo had a pregnancy checkup. 10 months later, Su Ernyo gave birth in the hospital and then disappeared without a trace. The hospital couldn't find her, so they could only send the child to the happy orphanage." Does this name sound familiar? Su Chen suddenly stood up, his fingers crackling with electricity, instantly piercing through the tablet. He trembled all over, his hands pressed against the table, gasping for breath. The Xingye laboratory, how terrifying. Whether it was fabricated or not, Su Chen clearly remembered that the orphanage he was in was called the Happy Orphanage. Why? Su Chen lost his usual calm. For 23 years, he had searched for his biological parents, but there had been no news at all. After being adopted by his foster parents, they abandoned him in a strange city just a few years later. He struggled to get through all those years. Now, the Starry Night Laboratory had actually put his father in front of him. How could he stay calm? Long Zaiqian also heard the voice from the tablet and hurried over. "Su Chen, don't get too excited. This might all be fake, right?" "No, it must be fake. The Starry Night Laboratory is deliberately releasing this to disturb your mind." But at that moment, someone from the base walked in. He was holding a silver-white drone. "Boss Su." This drone suddenly landed on the city wall, and it also brought a mobile phone. What does this mean? As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang, and the caller ID showed Yi Mu-ge. Su Chen finally understood what it meant to be haunted by an unrelenting spirit. He picked up his phone, thought for a moment, and ultimately answered Yi Mu-ge's video call. "Don't be too excited. The next piece of news will be even harder for you to accept. Li Daqiang, who was originally the chief of the Xingye Laboratory branch in Longzhong City, had disappeared without a word 10 months ago, severing ties with the Xingye Laboratory." Yi Mu-ge's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed in Su Chen's ears repeatedly, filled with mockery and teasing. He didn't know how much time had passed. Su Chen clenched his phone and shouted with all his might, "What does it have to do with me?" On the other end of the line, Yi Mu-ge gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief. "This is your biological father, and he has such an identity." I said, "What does it have to do with me? I'm just an orphan. Are you playing some kind of fantasy game with me?" Su Chen shouted angrily, "Are you trying to say that my biological father, blood is thicker than water, but he has never raised me? What kind of moral kidnapping is this? Let me tell you, Su Chen, have no morals." Su Chen launched into a tirade, leaving Yi Mu-ge stunned. After finishing, Su Chen didn't give any room for discussion, crushing his phone in one hand while using electricity to directly destroy the drone. "Next time, if you see this thing, just shoot it down for me." "What the hell is this?" Su Chen said this and directly turned to leave. "Su Lauda." Long Zaiqian directly held down the person who was speaking and shook his head. He couldn't understand what Su Chen was thinking. The amount of information contained in just a few short sentences was simply beyond imagination. An orphan suddenly sees his father appear right before him. That would be one thing, but that father is actually the chief scientist of a certain branch of the Starry Night Laboratory. He left without a word, stealing zombie virus samples. And then the zombie virus outbreak occurred. Even Long Zaiqian was stunned, directly questioning whether this was a story fabricated by the Starry Night Laboratory. Long Zaiqian took a few deep breaths. He felt it was necessary to contact Commander Liu again and have an open and honest discussion. Meanwhile, Su Chen jumped onto the city wall. You, and you form a team and come with me." "What are we going out for?" "To kill zombies. There are so many zombies. If we don't kill them, are we waiting for the exhibition hall to be surrounded? Besides, if we don't go kill zombies, how will you awaken your special abilities?" Su Chen cursed and was the first to rush out. Electric currents surrounded him, and his powerful ability level made it impossible for the zombies to get close. Ling Xiao, Chen Jiai, and Li Jia exchanged glances and simultaneously led their teams to follow. Su Chen's mind was in chaos. Upon suddenly hearing this, his first thought was that Yi Mu-ge was just talking nonsense. After all, this was something that happened more than 20 years ago. How could the Starry Night Laboratory know about it? The Tianyin system? Or perhaps the famous human gene bank system of the Starry Night Laboratory. Chen scratched his head. Damn it, he originally wanted to refute Yi Mu Ge. But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that what Yi Mu Ge said was true. He just had that kind of intuition. He couldn't control himself from overthinking, and the thoughts in his mind never stopped for a second. Could it be that he really had the genes of a scientist, curious about everything, instinctively wanting to speculate and eager to verify those speculations? Go away, go away. Chen was extremely irritated. System, activate detection function. In an instant, the surrounding female zombies were marked. Doctors, not in short supply for now. Dancers, increase flexibility and then unlock more new poses? It's something to consider. Suddenly, a new bond appeared in Chen's vision. Esports. 3 people increase the host's finger agility. 5 people increase the host's hand speed. 10 people have hands that move like the wind, experiencing a feeling like flying. Talented girls. 3 people are good at boasting. 5 people are good at playing and singing. 10 people have skills that only seasoned talent understand. Holy crap. Chen cursed under his breath. The system is getting more and more ridiculous. Is it really serious about this? What else with the singing and playing? Is the threshold for esports girls that high now? Yet in front of him, there were more than a dozen female zombies, each wearing big headphones, giving off a strong esports girl vibe. Some even had keyboards on their backs and were dragging mice in their hands. With a 10-person bond, they were all set. Chapter 46. Esports Girls, Showcase Your Talent. Chen opened the system panel and checked the recruitment numbers. Previously, the recruitment quantity had exceeded the limit, but after losing a few maid members while breaking through a horde of zombies, he decided not to continue upgrading the recruitment level. Upgrade recruitment level. Current recruitment, level 9. Requires 4,500 points to upgrade to the next level. Recruitment points 90. Randomly increase 5 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment number 110-120. Chen frowned slightly. Why did this time's upgrade only increase the recruitment limit by 10? After thinking for a moment, he decided to directly recruit the 10 esports girls in front of him. After a while, there were 10 girls with different styles behind Chen, each holding a crossbow and killing zombies. Along with the recruitment, their physical fitness was raised to 20 points, along with basic skills in combat, cold weapons, and shooting. Nowadays, it is certain that zombies are evolving. If they still have the physical quality of an ordinary person, they wouldn't even be able to kill an ordinary zombie. Speedy hands? Chen held the crossbow as if inspired by a sudden flash of insight and began to shoot rapidly. His fingers moved nimbly, pulling the trigger much faster than before. He effortlessly replaced the bolts with one hand and pulled the trigger without any pause. He managed to make the crossbow feel like a machine gun, spinning like a top and shooting 360 degrees without any blind spots. The atmosphere among the group of esports girls suddenly changed. Several of them leaned against an abandoned car, holding the crossbow at a 45-degree angle and striking various poses as if taking selfies. Meanwhile, the bolts arced through the air, accurately hitting the zombies' heads. A few other girls wrapped their legs around a lamppost, moving gracefully up and down, but their speed in taking down zombies was anything but slow. Chen covered his forehead. What kind of recruits did he gather? The threshold for esports girls is really high now. Is this what they call talent? If only there were more talents like this. Seeing that the recruitment number was once again insufficient, Chen had no choice but to choose to increase the recruitment quantity. Now that the team is large, it can bring him more than 10,000 points every day. As long as he doesn't upgrade his abilities, he won't run out of points. Current recruitment level 10, 5,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level. Recruitment points 100, specify to increase 5 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment number 120-130. Did he only increase the recruitment number by 10? Chen was a bit confused. Was the system planning to have him take the elite route? But before he could ask, the system notifications flickered again. Recruitment level 10, binding skill upgrade. Maximum binding quantity 4, 40 attribute feedback available. Detection skill upgrade. Range expanded to 10 kilometers. New bond attributes appear. Please explore on your own. Sword user. 50 people have a chance to inflict a sword energy piercing effect. 10 chance. Note that the attached sword energy is not as strong as the sword energy ability made. 50 people made combat suit effect enhanced. Style changed. Martial artist, 50 people's basic attributes increased by 100. Su Chen exclaimed, "What the heck?" The maid, the swordsman, and the martial artist are the most basic bonds. All that is needed is to wear a maid combat outfit, have the basics of cold weapons, and fighting skills to form the bond. However, the previous bond effects were not this outrageous at all. Su Chen waved his hand, summoning the maid members, and everyone retreated while fighting. He wasn't in the mood to kill zombies anymore. He just wanted to see how much this wave of enhancement would actually be. Once the bond attributes of the 50 people came out, their overall strength completely soared to a new level. Su Chen opened the system mall and member panel. He saw that the maid battle uniform, which originally cost 3 points, had changed to 300 points each. Maid battle uniform, elite stamina 10, defense 10, boulder style, and not easily damaged or soiled. The previous maid battle uniform was indeed cheap, but after every battle with zombies, he had to change a large batch. Now, with the properties of being less prone to dirt and damage, the maid battle uniform is more durable. As for the boulder style, Su Chen has already seen the transformation of the outfit. The white stockings have turned into fishnet black stockings, and the short skirt has changed into leather pants, while the upper body remains in a white shirt. As for the shoes, they have changed from the original small heels to black combat boots. The overall look has begun to exude a sense of a minimalist aesthetic. In Su Chen's mind, an image suddenly appeared of the maid army picking up whips. He quickly shook his head. The image was too inappropriate. This change would only make combat more convenient. Su Chen affirmed his thoughts and couldn't help but nod. Moreover, on the member panel, there were new changes to the basic skills. The original basic skills were still there, but now there were proficiency skills that required 500 points to learn once. Driving basics, able to drive most vehicles. Driving proficiency, proficient in driving most vehicles, including but not limited to land combat vehicles, tanks, airplanes, fighter jets, cruisers, etc. Su Chen was taken aback. Even a cruiser had been achieved, but he didn't have a cruiser at all. However, since even a simple driving proficiency had led to such a significant change, he imagined that skills like combat proficiency and shooting proficiency would see even greater transformations. He was convinced that the system intended for him to cultivate a group of elite troops. However, the points required for investment had increased 100-fold. This enhancement dispelled the frustration in his heart. Although he could only recruit a little over 100 people, this number was insignificant compared to the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of zombies worldwide. However, a group of elite-made troops capable of taking on 1,000, or even more, who could warm his bed, sing, and possess formidable combat capabilities. What man in this apocalypse could resist? It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. It seemed that as the recruitment level increased, the system's strengths would gradually reveal themselves. Su Chen felt that it was no longer necessary to invest points in himself. There are 4 slots for binding skills, each providing a 40 attribute feedback, which is a comprehensive attribute feedback. By enhancing the ability levels of these 4 individuals, his own ability will also be enhanced. In total, that's 160 attribute feedback, making it a complete waste to invest points in himself. As for the other slot, Su Chen tentatively decided on Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao's ability is Wind Blade, and enhancing this ability can increase mental attributes. After all, he has a lightning ability, and a high mental attribute and ability level are necessary to unleash greater power. It is reasonable to bind another slot that can enhance mental attributes. Not long after, at that moment, Su Chen noticed 2 unfamiliar teams appearing in front of the exhibition hall. Long Zaijian was confronting these 2 teams, and the atmosphere seemed a bit tense. Chapter 47. Spring begins, welcoming new hope. Su Chen jumped down from the combat vehicle and walked forward. With a light exclamation, she realized that these 2 teams were not unfamiliar. They belonged to Wu Cheng and Chun Muzin, respectively. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded to Long Zaijian. Everyone, let's talk inside. The rest of you, clear out the zombies. Thank you all for your hard work. The crowd marched towards the exhibition hall. However, only 2 representatives from the 2 teams stepped forward, while the others helped Su Chen and his group to clear the zombies. After all, their arrival had caused the zombies to follow, so they naturally bore some responsibility. In the conference room, The representative for Chen Musen was a young man from the Chen family named Chen Dongdong. The representative for Wuqing was named Su Jisheng. As soon as they arrived, both expressed their intentions simultaneously. Boss Su Chun, you are the leader of the Jianghai City Shelter. Our leader has no intention of opposing you, and we come here with sincerity, eager to cooperate with you. I represent the mayor of Wuqing and share the same sentiment. Then, the two clapped their hands, and the people beside them brought forward 2 iron boxes. When the boxes were opened, one was filled with precious cigarettes and alcohol, while the other contained shell casings, crop seeds, and evolution cores. These were all valuable resources in the post-apocalyptic world. Although precious cigarettes and alcohol seemed somewhat trivial, the factories producing these items no longer existed. When the time came that these items were truly lost, people would long for them immensely. As for the shell casings, they could be used to manufacture ammunition after acquiring gunpowder, making them extremely valuable as well. Su Chun frowned slightly and said softly, "Why cooperate?" Chen Dongdong, clearly more eloquent, exchanged a glance with Su Jisheng and smiled as he began to speak. Our two families believe that the Xingya laboratory is always a threat. They are very strong, and it would be fine if we could coexist peacefully, but the incident at Jianghai Hotel has indeed shown that they want to eliminate not just zombies, but also dissenters. Yimuge has mentioned before that she hopes there's only one voice in Jianghai City, which would facilitate their plans. This woman is very purposeful. This can be seen from how she dug up Su Chen's background. If we don't take action now, it's likely that they're just biding their time. Once the Xingya laboratory strikes, it will probably be a thunderous blow, taking down our 3 forces one by one. Mr. Chen's meaning is very simple. We each send 100 people to cooperate in breaking through the Xingya laboratory, with the supplies divided into 3 parts. As for those scientists like Yi Mu-gu, keeping them under our control is the best choice. Chen Dongdong coughed lightly, picked up his water, and observed Su Chen's attitude with his peripheral vision. Su Chen had also collected some information. There are about 10 survivor gathering places, large and small, in Jianghai City, but only 3 of them can reach a scale of 1,000 people. As for the Starry Night Laboratory, it is too mysterious, and it is still unknown how many people are in that building. It is feared that about 80 of the survivors in Jianghai City are under their control. As a result, it has become difficult for Su Chun and his group to search for supplies. However, the 3 parties seem to have an unwritten understanding. They do not approach each other's territories to scavenge for resources. Cooperation is, in fact, a first. Su Chun was somewhat vigilant in the apocalypse. People's hearts are not to be trusted. The tacit understanding among the 3 parties was merely due to a desire to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Now, that cooperation was necessary. They had to consider the possibility of being schemed against. Moreover, they were targeting the Starry Night Laboratory, which would undoubtedly result in significant losses. They had a type of smoke bomb that could attract hordes of zombies. Their people had high combat proficiency, and they also possessed B-type and C-type zombie weapons. Su Chen laid out the information he had obtained, which was also his sincerity. Even if they couldn't reach a cooperation in the end, he could still keep the supplies brought by these 2 people based on this information. Chen Dongdong's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, "This information is indeed very important. But we have also considered the difficulties of the Starry Night Laboratory. However, Boss Su, are you willing to take the gamble?" Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Dongdong. What were they betting on? It was nothing more than betting on the likelihood that the Starry Night Laboratory would take action against them. As soon as Chen Dongdong saw Su Chen's expression, he immediately added fuel to the fire. Being passive meant falling into a disadvantage. Should they just sit and wait for death? Just as you said, if they had smoke bombs that could attract zombies, as long as they threw a few towards the bases of the 3 of us, a large number of zombies would swarm us. Chen Dongdong paused, then smiled and leaned back in his chair, choosing not to continue. He left enough room for Su Chen's imagination. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he was moved. Moreover, he wanted to ask about the things Yimugu had mentioned earlier. He was an orphan, but it was only a few days ago that he discovered his biological father was still alive. No matter what, he wanted to confirm whether Li Dechong was his biological father. If not, then there would be no further action. But if he was, Su Chan really wanted to find Li Dechong and ask him just how heartless and unfeeling one could be to abandon their own child and not care for over 20 years. He outwardly claimed it had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't convince himself of that internally. It was like a moth to a flame. Knowing it was inadvisable and not worth doing, he still wanted to give it a try. Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, "Time?" Chen Dongdong smiled and extended his hand to Chen, saying, "Pleasant cooperation." As for the time, what Chairman Chen meant was to clean up the Xingye laboratory before the beginning of spring on the last day of January, to welcome new hopes in spring. Chen was taken aback. These words truly struck a chord with him. Winter was very cold, colder than in countless previous years, with frequent heavy snow and everything withering away. With the arrival of spring, hope was on the horizon. Perhaps it was the moment everyone had been anticipating since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Chen is no exception. Spring begins, sowing seeds, and everything comes back to life. Spring is good, spring is good. Chen murmured. Then, he scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Isn't it just a few days until the last day of January?" He didn't have a calendar, and he had no time to keep track of the days. He was just taking it one day at a time. Chen Dongdong stumbled a bit, and the smile on his face froze. He took out an electronic calendar and handed it to Chen. It showed 128. Chen, the boss, really was unconventional. On 1/31, gather outside the Starry Night Laboratory at 7 o'clock a.m., Chen Dongdong said with a smile again. Chen also extended his hand and shook hands with Su Jisheng and Chen Dongdong. A pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. And with the arrival of spring, there is new hope. Chapter 48, Legendary Figure, Li Daqiang. Chen Dongdong and Su Jisheng left. Long Zaiqian walked in, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he finally broke the silence. "I had a conversation with Commander Liu." "Oh, what did he say?" Chen appeared indifferent, but he had already guessed what Long Zaiqian had gone to discuss. His slightly clenched fist betrayed him. "Commander Liu intended to communicate with you again, and only you." Chen was taken aback for a moment, then gently nodded. He instructed everyone to clear a path directly to the Starry Night Laboratory. Additionally, one must always be on guard. We are closest to the Starry Night Laboratory, and this is our home ground. If they want to attack the Starry Night Laboratory, they will need to send out 100 people, but we can set up defenses along the way. I'll leave this part to you. Chen finished speaking, stood up, patted Long Zaiqian on the shoulder, and turned to leave. He could see the evasive meaning in Long Zaiqian's eyes. It seemed that Long Zaiqian had already had an in-depth conversation with Commander Liu and learned some information. However, there were still some things that Chen wanted to understand for himself. Xingye Laboratory. Yi Kuang stood beside Yi Mu Gu, and in front of them, the screen displayed several red exclamation marks. Then, the screen changed to show a shining, multicolored pentagram. A processed voice came through. "Take the data away. The Jianghai branch can be abandoned. Come to the Kyoto branch. Your experiment is over. It has been proven that your direction is wrong. Do not." Yi Mu Gu directly cut off the communication. The screen once again displayed red exclamation marks. Yi Kuang, feeling anxious, said, "Miss, now the laboratory apart from area has completely fallen. I can lead a team to open a retreat route to the top floor, where there are helicopters available for the two ladies to evacuate." Yi Mu Gu looked at Yi Kuang coldly, without saying a word. Yi Kuang broke out in a cold sweat, lowered his head, and dared not continue speaking. Yi Mu Gu turned her head and quickly typed out a series of codes on the keyboard. On the screen, strange-looking zombies appeared. The place they were in was clearly the laboratory, surrounded by silver metal walls, with a lot of experimental equipment on the tables. B-class and C-class loss of control were minor issues. But why could Yiling no longer control A-class? Did her bioelectric current undergo a new mutation? Or, during the evolution process, did the zombies abandon the bioelectric current and let the virus entity completely dominate their behavior? Yi Mu Gu muttered to herself, continuously gathering one piece of data after another, burying herself in the investigation. Seeing this, Yi Kuang quietly exited the laboratory, leaving Yi Mu Gu alone. As soon as he left the room, the surroundings were filled with piercing alarm sounds. "Captain, there are B-class zombies trying to break through Area C. Seal off Area C. No, aside from the area we are currently in, seal off all other areas," Yi Kuang frowned and said. "If it weren't for our own troubles, Chen and the others would have been wiped out long ago." It's ridiculous what shelters and bases are, just a group of weaklings gathering together. As Yi Kuang spoke, he drew out a dagger. An orange-red flame rose from his dagger, with extremely high temperatures causing the surrounding air to start distorting. His ability had become much stronger again. Exhibition Hall. In front of Su Chen was a radio communication device. Unlike the Starry Night Laboratory, which had satellites and could use video calls to communicate, they only had radio communications. As I said, Li Daqiang's personal information is accurate. I can even tell you that he once joined the Supreme Research Institute of Long Country. He used his marriage to Su Erniu as an excuse to give up his research project and sign a confidentiality agreement, but secretly joined the Starry Night Laboratory. However, someone above suppressed this matter. A voice from Commander Liu came through the radio. He paused and said again, "The Starry Night Laboratory is researching the zombie virus, and global leaders are aware of it. However, the zombie virus is not that contagious. We did not anticipate today's outcome. And the Global Alliance also has constraints on the Starry Night Laboratory, with very strict control over the zombie virus. Su Chen, you don't need to worry. The shelter in Longzhong City is currently searching for Li Daqiang, and the truth will eventually come to light." Su Chen wasn't anxious. He just felt very irritated. Li Daqiang was not a fabricated person. Even his ordinary name belonged to someone with a legendary life. At 17, he was in the youth class. At 19, he attended a prestigious academy in Kyoto, graduating with dual degrees with excellent grades. At 21, he published a famous paper and obtained a master's degree in bioengineering. At 22, he published a renowned paper in genetics and earned a master's degree in genetics. At 24, he focused on genetic engineering and was recruited by the highest research institute in Kyoto. After 1 year of employment, he married Su Ernia and signed a confidentiality agreement to leave the highest research institute. At 25, his wife Su Ernia went missing, and Li Daqiang secretly joined the Starry Night Laboratory. Due to Global Alliance restrictions, the following year, the incident of Li Daqiang taking samples of the zombie virus was reported, exposing the truth of his secret involvement with the Starry Night Laboratory. At the same time, the Starry Night Laboratory was held accountable, and the higher-ups in Longzhong City's Starry Night Laboratory were also held accountable. After that, Li Daqiang reappeared, looking 10 years younger, as if he had returned to his youth, and published a theory of human evolution, shocking the scientific community. However, because the theory was so astonishing, it was suppressed. "Commander Liu." Su Chen let out a sigh and slowly said, "I only have 2 questions." Commander Liu sighed and interrupted Su Chen. "I know the questions you want to ask. Currently, this matter has resurfaced, and the higher-ups indeed have 2 speculations. The only ones with the zombie virus are the Starry Night Laboratory and Li Daqiang. The outbreak of the apocalypse is related to them. Additionally, the police system in Longwood does have a gene bank, but it cannot help you compare them at the moment, and it cannot determine your relationship with Li Daqiang. However, if I find Li Daqiang, I will inquire immediately." Su Chen covered his head with both hands and slowly lowered his head. He had a conversation with Commander Liu, but his confusion remained completely unanswered. The only thing he knew was the information about Li Daqiang. But once a problem arises, how can it be ignored? Su Chen admitted that Yi Mugei's skills were indeed impressive. If he couldn't deal with the Starry Night Laboratory and wanted to know the truth, he could only choose to join the Starry Night Laboratory. Very well. Su Chen indeed does not like to sit and wait. "Commander Liu, please tell us about your mission." "Here in Jianghai City, we are about to take action against the Xingya Laboratory in conjunction with Chen Yuzhen and Wu Cheng." Su Chen chose to hit a wall. Good. Commander Liu laughed. Chapter 49. Is this how you speak to a colonel? The next day, Su Chen walked out of the meeting room, and Long Zaiqian had dark circles under his eyes, with cigarette butts piled up at his feet like a small mountain. "How is it? Is this how you talk to a colonel?" Su Chen teased. Long Zaiqian laughed heartily, reached out, and hooked his arm around Su Chen's neck. "You brat. Finally not so stubborn. What is there to be stubborn about? Dealing with the Xingya Laboratory is one thing, and as for Commander Liu's task, it's just a matter of convenience. Taking on this colonel rank is just temporary." Upon hearing this, Long Zaiqian immediately stood at attention and saluted. Long Zaiqian, Major of the Dragon Kingdom, salutes the colonel. Su Chen and Long Zaiqian laughed at the same time. then quickly returned to their usual carefree demeanor, putting their arms around each other as shoulders, smoking as they left the conference room. Time passed. January 31st. At 6 in the morning, winter 6 o'clock. The sun had not yet risen. Su Chen and the others were already prepared. Chen Jia sighed and said, Chen, I hope you can forgive me. Su Chen was taken aback and asked, What forgiveness? It's nothing. Chen Jia suddenly burst into laughter. For this operation, Chen Jia had originally planned to stay at the exhibition hall, but her mental network was crucial, and she also had a skill called mental shock. Therefore, Su Chen rejected Chen Jia's proposal. Currently, Chen Jia's ability level was 31, capable of connecting a consciousness group of 15 people, and her mental network could cover an area of 1,500 meters. Chen Jia was indispensable. Su Chen checked her points, which were down to 4352. Behind her, a 50-member maid army exuded an aura of restraint, all dressed in eye-catching black fishnet stockings. Investing points in the members of the army significantly boosted their combat power. Although not everyone possessed supernatural abilities, their physical stats were all above 35, making them exceptionally strong. Su Chen knew that this mission was very important. The points he earned were only for exchanging for crossbow bolts and ammunition. The combat vehicle was activated, and 2 tanks followed behind. This was indeed a benefit of his colonel rank. Commander Liu had sent 2 tanks to assist with this operation. The combat vehicle led the way, and whenever zombie cats and zombie dogs appeared, the tanks would bombard them directly. A swift figure flashed by from the side. It was Su Chen's calico cat. With such a luxurious lineup, Su Chen did not believe there would be any unexpected issues in this mission. Since they were going to take action, they would naturally give it their all. The zombies on the road could no longer pose a hindrance, as a path had already been cleared directly to the Xingya laboratory. Before long, the sky gradually brightened. Cars drove in. It was Chun Muzin and Wu Cheng's people arriving. Chen Jia was stationed in the combat vehicle, directly connecting the high-level officials of the 3 factions through the mental network. Xiao Su, this psychic ability is really impressive. I have someone under my command who has awakened a psychic ability as well, but it hasn't been very useful yet. Your subordinate's psychic ability level must be quite strong, right? Wu Cheng still wore a smiling facade, and even during the mental conversation, it seemed one could sense a smile. At first, psychic abilities indeed had little effect. They could only connect a few people, and the range was still very small. However, as the ability level increased, the usefulness of this ability became apparent. In future battles, psychic abilities would definitely be indispensable. Chen Muzin suddenly said, The Xingya laboratory has 5 areas, from Area A to Area E, with the surface buildings being only in Area E. The laboratory has a vast underground structure. I'm not clear on the specific map, but this was funded by my Chen group. There are a total of 2 entrances, one at the back of the laboratory and the other at the elevator shaft inside the laboratory. Wu Cheng pondered for a moment and said, Let us enter from the back of the laboratory. The elevator shaft is probably very dangerous. Su Chen smiled and said, You go from the back, I'll go from the elevator shaft, attacking from both sides. The mental network connection range is sufficient, and we can provide support anytime if there's a problem. After all, the main force has already arrived at the entrance of the Starry Night laboratory, so we won't delay everyone. Su Chen immediately led his team to charge towards the upper structure of the Starry Night laboratory. Meanwhile, Wu Cheng and Chen Muzin's group moved in a grand procession around the building, heading towards the rear. The maid army took the lead, with some members of Long Zaiqian assisting from the side to help break through. The people from Long Zaiqian, being from the military, had more experience in breaching, providing support to ensure the safety of the operation. The main gate was blasted open. However, what awaited them was not the personnel of the Starry Night laboratory, but a group of D-level zombies. These zombies were grotesque in appearance, with some even having 3 heads and 6 arms. Damn, why are there zombies inside the Starry Night laboratory? Xiao Su, be careful over there. News also came from Chun Muzin's side. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out, causing the group of zombies to go berserk and charge towards the maid army. The classification within the Starry Night laboratory was very clear. These D-level zombies were stronger than ordinary zombies, yielding more points upon defeat. However, they were still not as strong as sea-level zombies, making them manageable. Soon, Su-Chun entered the building. It resembled a laboratory building in a school, divided into various labs, each clearly labeled. But the one thing missing was people. Here, there were only large numbers of bizarre zombies. Su-Chun and the others were only on the first floor, but there were quite a few zombies coming down from upstairs. Many of the zombies were wearing white lab coats, seemingly former staff members of the Xingya laboratory. With Ling Xiao and her team leading the way, they encountered danger but managed to avoid any real peril. Su-Chun stood in front of the elevator and reached out to pry open the elevator doors. Inside, the elevator shaft was dark and deep, confirming that Chun Muzin was right. There was indeed an underground structure. Dim lights flickered in the shaft, and it seemed very quiet. Ling Xiao and Zhang Xiao exchanged a glance, simultaneously grabbing the cable and jumping into the elevator shaft. A dozen or so mates followed closely behind. It was safe below, but the elevator was obstructed, and we're trying to find a way to cut through the elevator. Ling Xiao's voice echoed in their minds. The elevator is secure. We are on a -2 floor, the elevator is hovering, and the doors are about to open. Su-Chun looked around and saw that the zombies had been mostly taken care of. He nodded to Zhao Quan. For this operation, Zhao Quan was in charge of Long Zaiyan's team. Zhao Quan immediately led his men to attach new nylon ropes and made several hand signals before leading the team down. Ling Xiao, get ready to open the door. Be careful. Boss, there's zombies. Zhao Quan, sup, boss? Voices of communication quickly echoed in their minds. Su-Chun also pulled Chun Jiai and jumped down the elevator shaft together. At the same time, the current flickered, illuminating the elevator shaft for everyone. Previously, the lighting was dim, and Su-Chun couldn't see clearly. Now, he could finally see that there was some unknown, slimy substance in the elevator shaft. When they reached the bottom, the suspended elevator had a large opening cut into it, allowing 3 people to pass through together. Below, the sounds of battle could already be heard. Just as Su-Chun was about to drop down, he heard a series of gasps from above. Chapter 50, Convergence. The girl under the light. Su-Chun raised his hand, and a current surged upwards. Soon, Su-Chun discovered that there were actually 4 or 5 lickers in the elevator shaft. Like the lickers in Resident Evil, they were on all 4s, resembling monsters, with long tails adorned with barbs. The difference was that these lickers had sharp blades protruding from their bodies like those of a stegosaurus. Quickly descend. Do not fight the lickers in the elevator shaft, Su-Chun hurriedly ordered, while continuously using electricity to disturb the lickers. The lickers could cling to the walls of the elevator shaft and move with great agility. Even though Su-Chen's orders were given quickly, 2 people were still swept by the lickers' barbed tails, their fates unknown. Chun Jai quickly spread the psychic net over them. However, it was already impossible to contact those 2 maids. The death of these 2 infuriated Su-Chun. This Starry Night laboratory was simply insane, raising zombies in their own base. Suffering losses right after entering, Su-Chen's gaze turned cold. Su-Chun, we've lost 12 people on our side. How about you? Chen Muzin's voice came through. 2. Su-Chun said, it seems that the situation on Chen Muzin's side is also not peaceful. We are currently on -2 level. We need to regroup quickly. All right, this place. -1 is Zone D, -2 is Zone C, and so on. It seems we need to go to the very bottom. Everyone quickly exchanged information in the mental network. Suddenly, a loud noise came, and the elevator behind them rapidly descended, with 6 lickers slowly crawling out from it. They were even larger than the zombie cats. Su-Chen fronith. Due to the large size of the big tabby cat, he left it outside to assist. Now encountering such a massive creature was indeed a headache. However, the combat capability of the Maid Corps had improved significantly. They had directly replaced the crossbows with submachine guns, creating a rain of bullets. Whenever a licker approached, the melee team would rush into block, working in perfect harmony. Zhao Quan led the way at the front, fighting as they advanced. The lickers seemed to know that this group was not easy to deal with, scattering and disappearing into the complex corridors. The underground structure was lined with silver metallic walls, but now they were covered in blood and rotting flesh, extremely disgusting. Numerous laboratories divided the area, and the passageways were intricate, with crossroads at every turn, resembling a maze. After a full 2 hours, They finally regrouped in front of a safe passage. Chen Yuzin's team was extremely exhausted. They were a large group of 200, and even so, they had lost quite a few members. Damn it, what is the Starry Night Laboratory doing? Why are there so many zombies? Everyone calm down. Yi Muge will definitely not give up on the Starry Night Laboratory, and there is a wealth of information here, as well as the authority to mobilize satellites. We still need to go to area... Wu Cheng looked like a peacemaker. Su Chen glanced at Wu Cheng with interest. This person's mission was quite similar to his own. He was also tasked with searching for virus data and seeing if he could take control of the satellites to restore basic communications. Therefore, Su Chen had brought along a few esports girls and a computer expert for this trip. Let's take a break here, Chairman Chen, Mayor Wu. We need to be prepared. There are likely more zombies beneath the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen's expression grew serious. The passage to floor -3 was sealed off. That was Area B, and they had no idea what they were about to face. With the loss of more than a dozen people, Su Chen and the other two felt extremely pained. This time, everyone had come with their elite forces. Su Chen's maid also invested a large amount of points, and losing even one made him extremely uncomfortable. On the contrary, Zhao Quan and the others, although lacking in strength, had ample experience in dealing with emergencies. Su Chen's maid was not afraid of seeing zombies, but she still lacked the ability to respond in this regard. Like in a previous elevator shaft, when they discovered a lick eater, Zhao Quan's men quickly let go and fell, even though their palms were cut by the nylon rope. The maid army was still climbing down, which caused them to lag behind and be killed by the lick eater. Yes, it was more complicated below, with a large experimental area. This mission is not easy, but you also know how many secrets the Xingya laboratory hides. We are contributing to the people. Chen Yuzhen looked serious, while Wu Chang continued to speak in an official tone. After a half-hour break, everyone opened the locked gate. A harsh alarm sounded. However, aside from the alarm, there was nothing else. The -3 floor was much more spacious. Indeed, as Chen Yuzhen said, it was all large experimental areas with massive equipment. At least Su Chen couldn't recognize what these things were. Chen Jai followed closely behind Su Chen, clutching the corner of his clothes. She looked at Su Chen with a very complicated expression. Surrounding them were many signs of battle, with charred and mutilated zombie bodies. Su Chen and the others continued to move forward. Suddenly, the lights turned on. They saw a little girl appear ahead. Su Chen took a closer look. This was no little girl, it was clearly Night Spirit. Night Spirit was entangled in wires, connected to a complex device. Her eyes were hollow. Upon closer inspection, Night Spirit was biting her lip tightly, the veins on her forehead bulging, clearly in immense pain, yet she made no sound. Aiken, Night Spirit. She seems to have a psychic ability too. As they shared the same type of psychic ability, they could sense each other. When Chen Jai mentioned this, she suddenly clutched her head in pain and squatted down. When she lifted her head, blood suddenly flowed from her nostrils. Another scream rang out. A man with glasses beside Wu Cheng also fell to the ground, convulsing all over. Su Chen and the others thought they were under attack. However, after being on high alert for a while, no attack occurred. The light only illuminated the area they were in, while there were still large areas of darkness surrounding them. Su Chen could faintly hear footsteps coming from the darkness. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the Night Spirit. Night Spirit, I am Su Chen. Don't you remember me? Su Chen approached Night Spirit and suddenly felt his body stiffen. He possessed lightning abilities and could clearly sense a strange current coursing through him. These bizarre currents seemed to be able to control his body. He raised his hand, and bolts of electricity suddenly erupted. Hurry up, Night Spirit whispered. Su Chen couldn't hear clearly and hurriedly asked, What are you saying? I am Su Chen, a scumbag, a bastard, Night Spirit. Out of control, Su Chen. Night Spirit suddenly bled from all 7 orifices, looking extremely tragic. Chapter 51. Su Chen, I'm sorry. Night Spirit slowly collapsed to the ground. Su Chen felt the strange current in his body disappear and immediately rushed forward to embrace Yi Ling. I'm sorry, Su Chen. I shouldn't have. Yi Ling murmured. Her bilet gradually becoming weaker. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and just as he was about to do something, he noticed that Yi Ling's hand had dropped. He waved his hand urgently and shouted, Doctor, doctor! Suddenly, Gunshots rang out, and numerous zombies surged out from all directions, relentlessly charging towards Su Chen and the others. Cries of alarm, gunfire, piercing screams, and the sound of flesh tearing mixed together, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Su Chen held on to Yiling, and electric currents gradually appeared on his hand. It was his first attempt at electrocuting, and he didn't know if it would be successful. However, just as his hand was placed on Yiling's chest, she suddenly opened her eyes. A scream rang out. Su Chen felt his whole body stiffen, and he involuntarily let go of Yiling's hand, while Yiling quickly jumped out, just as she was about to enter the darkness. She suddenly turned her head and glanced at Su Chen. Her eyes were blood red, with no pupils, only the whites of her eyes. Yiling had clearly mutated. This was proof that, earlier, Yiling had indeed died. Su Chen hurriedly chased after. Although Yiling was dead, she had not yet been recruited, and could be revived through recruitment. But at that moment, the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. In the darkness, the sounds of screams echoed. Su Chen just felt a strong wind rush in and was blasted away by an unknown force. He got up, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. It should be noted that he had 4 binding slots, and all 3 of his attributes were above 50. He just usually didn't bother to take action. Now, being injured and bleeding from a single attack was enough to prove the strength of the monster lurking in the shadows. Su Chen raised his hand, and currents of electricity suddenly spread out in all directions. At the same time, gasps of surprise echoed in his mind. Soon after, everyone turned on their flashlights. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken arms. In just those dark 10 seconds, the team had already suffered significant losses. Retreat, retreat, find a suitable place to fight. Xiao Su, have your people use their abilities to give orders, please. Wu Cheng's voice sounded in his mind. Retreat. Su Chen immediately responded. At the same time, Chen Jia was also working hard to construct a mental network to issue commands to the squad leaders in the team. The main group was instantly scattered by the numerous zombies. The number of zombies wasn't actually that many, but at least they were all classified as sea-level zombies in the laboratory, possessing extremely formidable strength. Although it was said that the quantity wasn't large, there were still over 100 of them. With such an onslaught, their team truly couldn't hold on. Su Chen could only try to bring the maid army and Zhao Quan's people closer together, but in the end, only half of them gathered to escape. As Chen Yuzhen said, on level -3, there are a large number of large experimental fields. The area here is quite vast. As everyone ran, they got separated, but they also managed to shake off the zombies. Su Chen and others rushed into a testing ground, closed the gate, and kept the zombies outside. They leaned against the gate, breathing heavily, while their flashlights scanned the testing ground, but most areas remained in darkness. It could only be described as temporary safety. Su Chen looked around, and Ling Xiao and Zhao Quan were missing. Only Chen Jia and Fian were by his side. Facing so many zombies, it was difficult for Fian to exert her strength. Moreover, in such chaotic scenes with bullets flying everywhere, charging in would be seeking death. He needed to regroup. Su Chen looked at the group of more than 50 people, some from Chen Yuzhen's side and some from Wu Cheng's side, when they gathered together to break out. There was no time to care about faction issues. Jia, middle net. Chen Jia nodded slightly upon hearing this. However, after trying for a while, she covered her head and said, I was just attacked by the Night Spirit's mental abilities, and after that, I used the mental net multiple times. I need to rest for a while. Su Chen held down Chen Jia and directly activated the system's recovery function. Restoring damage related to abilities requires a large number of points, and for someone like Chen Jia, whose mental abilities caused the injury, it directly deducted 1,000 points. However, fortunately, Chen Jia recovered. Su Chen spent 3,200 points again to upgrade Chen Jia's ability by 2 levels, expanding the coverage of her mental network. The main reason was that this area was too vast, and Chen Jia's mental network might not be able to connect with everyone. Chen Jia felt her improvement and nodded at Su Chen. She had level 33 mental abilities, enough to cover a range of 1,600 meters, an increase of 100 meters compared to before. Soon, Chen Jia pulled everyone into a consciousness communication. Is it you, Xiao Su? Where are you now? I'm in a testing ground, and I don't know what this research is about. Based on the coverage of the mental network, we shouldn't be too far apart. Su Chen immediately decided to find Wu Chang to regroup. Just at that moment, a low, guttural roar echoed. Everyone quickly pointed their flashlights toward the direction of the sound, and a completely black monster appeared in their line of sight. This creature resembled a humanoid zombie, but it had some small tentacles on its head. If one had to describe it, it looked like the snake hair of Medusa. Those tentacles suddenly stretched out, piercing into the darkness. Sparse sounds began to emerge from around them, spread the light of the flashlights. As Su Chen shouted, he also shot his electric current into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. On the ground, the tentacles crawled slowly like snakes, seemingly weaving into a large net. Within that net were Su Chen and the others, the prey. Thunderbolt. The electric current split into 3 and then separated again. Everyone began to take action, clearing the tentacles. But at that moment, a scream was heard as the zombie charged in at high speed. Don't shoot recklessly. Su Chen shouted. Although the others hesitated, they still put away their firearms. In the next moment, Fian darted out, drawing her long knife with incredible speed. If it were a one-on-one fight, Fian's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Waves of blade energy crisscrossed as she unleashed her strikes, each hit tearing away large chunks of flesh from the zombie. Before long, the zombie collapsed to the ground, chopped into pieces. Su Chen stepped forward but did not find the evolution core. He was somewhat puzzled. Usually, a zombie with such strong abilities should have an evolution core. The points reward was only 500, which wasn't too much. He looked around and suddenly noticed someone hiding in the corner. Just as he was about to take a closer look, that person quickly crawled on all fours up the wall and disappeared from sight. Chapter 52. The team is dispersed. Su Chen was a bit confused. He always felt that this person resembled Night Spirit, because of her petite figure, which was similar to Night Spirit's. However, he couldn't see her face clearly, so he didn't know if she was Night Spirit. Thinking of Night Spirit, he felt a bit melancholic. This adorable girl had abruptly died in his arms, and they had just met, only to be separated by life and death. Fortunately, he could still recruit her using the system. He was somewhat relieved that he hadn't been able to recruit Night Spirit before, perhaps in some way. It was waiting for this opportunity to recruit and revive Night Spirit. Su Chen took a deep breath and contacted Wu Cheng again. It is estimated that they have left the coverage area of the mental network, Chen Jiai said slowly. Su Chen nodded. The only plan now is to fight our way out. The zombies are separated, chasing different teams, which is also an opportunity. Once we get outside, be careful. Jiai will still be responsible for the mental network coverage. We'll try to move in a straight line to cover a wider area. Su Chen gave some instructions and then slightly nodded to the maids. As for the others, they could only follow Su Chen and the maids, going with the flow. As soon as the door opened, a licker suddenly darted in. However, the first to react was Fian, who drew her knife again and directly executed the Fian slash, severing the licker's 2 hind legs. Following that, the maid army surged forward, drawing their long knives to strike down the licker. The blade energy crisscrossed, leaving streaks of blood on the licker's body, and soon it lost all signs of movement. The bond of 50 knife wielders could trigger the piercing blade energy, and the probability was not too small. With a dozen people striking down, it was bound to trigger the blade energy at least once. Fian glanced at Su Chen, her eyes containing a mysterious expression, causing Su Chen to be momentarily stunned. However, this was not the time to think about such things. Su Chen led the team forward, killing zombies along the way. They fought their way through and also gathered the scattered teams. Su Chen flipped through the system's points notifications, which numbered in the hundreds. But there were still zombies continuously charging out in front of him. Clearly, there were only a few hundred zombies before. The number of zombies had obviously increased significantly. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, and in the dim environment, the red light was blindingly bright. Damn it, there weren't this many zombies before. Su Chen cursed and swore. At the same time, they still had to continue killing zombies, and, in the process, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. -4 floor. Starry Night Laboratory, Area A. This area was far less complicated than the others. It was the living area for the higher-ups and contained many important documents. Yi Kuang stood in front of a room, his eyes flashing with an unusual light. Behind him, a team of 30 had gathered. This was the last 30 people in the Starry Night laboratory. Together with him and Yi Ge, there were only 32 survivors in the Jianghai branch of the Starry Night laboratory. Captain, the chief is not in a state suitable for disturbance right now. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang turned around and glared at the team member behind him. I know my place. Monitor the entire laboratory, open up all areas, and use sound to attract the zombies to -3. After confirming that all the zombies have entered -3, completely seal off the entire area. After saying this, Yi Kuang pressed the button to open the door and walked into the room. Inside the room was a supercomputer, dozens of screens, and a massive mainframe, with circuits as complex as a spider's web. Yi Ge was sprawled in front of the supercomputer, drooling, looking mesmerized. Indeed, it's like this. The divine virus, how wonderful. They are all a bunch of mediocre talents. The direction I am researching is the correct one. I am right. No, Li Daqiang. This is his theory of human evolution. Yi Ge suddenly adjusted her state, fingers continuously tapping on the keyboard. Ulsi, Sunun Dai Tien Musen, and Chen Jia must be brought here. Clarify your tasks. You cannot let your personal emotions interfere. Before the words were finished, a crisp slap echoed. Yi Kuang's face darkened as he slowly lowered his hand. That slap was delivered to Yi Ge. The second young lady is dead. I know. Yi Ge adjusted her glasses, but her eyes did not leave the computer screen. Normally, when someone gets slapped, they would at least express anger or ask for a reason. But Yi Ge showed no reaction whatsoever. I said, Yiling is dead. She has turned into a zombie. Look, I don't believe you can't see the laboratory surveillance. Yi Kuang shouted frantically. Yi Ge finally stopped her actions and glanced at the time. I have 5 minutes. Yi Ge, I know I'm just a child adopted by the Yi family, a protector raised to help you and the second young lady grow, but I grew up with you. Yi Kuang slowly knelt on the ground, his eyes red and bloodshot. You can use the second young lady. You can strip her of her will, but why did you let her die? Why? Yi Kuang suddenly stood up, grabbing Yi Ge by the collar. From childhood to now, he was closest to Yiling, while Yi Ge had always maintained a master-servant relationship, a superior-subordinate relationship that had never changed. Yiling's death dealt a heavy blow to Yi Kuang. This is an experimental project. Indeed, people with abilities, after dying, mutate into zombies with a higher starting point, clearly devoid of consciousness. Yet they can still use their abilities clearly. Ling's ability is mental and biological current, relying on the mind to establish neural connections and using biological current to control biological behavior. But previously it lost its effect. I thought zombies abandoned neural actions, dominated by the virus. But the facts prove that after Ling's mutation, controlling zombies became instinctual, and even the burden decreased. Do you understand what this means? Yi Ge's lips curled slightly. Only when facing experimental subjects would she show an interested expression. Yi Kuang suddenly felt that after watching Yi Ge for over 20 years, she appeared as terrifying as a demon. Besides the experimental project, do you have no feelings at all? As soon as the words fell, Yi Ge's smile froze, her face obscured in darkness, making it impossible to see her expression. Feelings are the result of hormone secretion. As for Ling, she is related to Su Chen. If Su Chen can resurrect those zombies with no connection to him, why can't he resurrect Ling? Her mutation provides us with accurate data, and there will be no loss to her. Why not? After saying this, Yi Ge turned her head, and her fingers began to move again. Lines of complex chemical formulas and precise data appeared on the screen. Subsequently, they constructed a viral cell. Yi Ge stared at everything in front of her, lost in thought. Chapter 53. I know Su Chen is here. Yi Kuang couldn't understand. He also didn't intend to comprehend everything Yi Ge was thinking. After all, Yi Ge's catchphrase was, "We see the world from different perspectives." Unable to resonate in harmony, his anger towards Yi Ge felt like playing the lute to a cow, utterly meaningless. However, Yi Ge's words reminded him, Su Chen, this person with the ability to resurrect female zombies, is his last lifeline. Currently, they have 2 pieces of information. Su Chen can resurrect female zombies, and only female zombies. Furthermore, once the female zombie resurrected by Su Chen dies, she is truly dead and will mutate back into a zombie, possessing formidable strength. It's unclear if there are any limitations to Su Chen's ability, but this is the last chance to resurrect Yiling. The Xingye laboratory has been researching the virus for over a year, but still cannot reverse the effects caused by it. This is why Yi Ge has such a strong interest in Su Chen. Yi Kuang walked out of the room, his eyes flickering. He gathered the team members and changed the orders, opening all blocked areas, guiding the zombies below with alarm sounds to the outside of the laboratory. Meanwhile, drones were activated to release lure smoke, attracting nearby zombies to over 5 kilometers away. The team members looked at Yi Kuang, somewhat confused. However, Yi Kuang is the captain and holds supreme power in the security team. Captain, those two things have already reached -3. Yi Kuang's gaze sharpened. It seemed that Miss Yiling, after mutating into a zombie, actively attracted those two entities, bringing them to -3. Mentioning Yiling caused a change in Yi Kuang's expression once again. Quickly do as I say, set the program, and seal off Area A. Also, gather at the passage of Area A in 10 minutes. After Yi Kuang finished speaking, he was the first to walk towards the passage. He drew a dagger, which was engulfed in flames, burning fiercely. -3. Inside the passage, the lights flickered, and then one by one, they gradually illuminated. Su Chen looked around in confusion. The sudden light alleviated the crisis. It is known that fighting in darkness, even with a flashlight, is still prone to zombie ambushes. Now that there is light, it is much safer. Spread out. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, finally able to disperse the team and move. At that moment, voices echoed in his mind. The lights turned on, and there were signposts for guidance. Boss, we followed the signposts and finally got in touch with you. I'm here too. Just as the voices in his mind were fading, Chen Muzin came running over with a group. They looked quite disheveled, with only about 30 people left, indicating they had lost quite a number. Su Chen simply stopped in place, waiting for everyone to come over. Before long, the team was fully assembled. The group that had originally consisted of 300 people now had only about half of its number left. Su Chen clicked, and his 50 elite maid team lost 10 members. Fortunately, the maid bond itself has hundreds in number, which can make up for the loss of the bond. At that moment, a flame rose up. Su Chen immediately became alert. It was Yi Kuang from the Starry Night Laboratory, and I knew his abilities. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately took a defensive stance. However, the flames were extinguished, and Yi Kuang raised his hands, approaching Su Chen and the others with his teammates. He stopped directly when they were still 10 meters away from the group. Su Chen, Chen Musen, Gu Qing, Dun Dun. Yi Kuang slowly placed his dagger on the ground, indicating that he meant no harm. Su Chen and the other two exchanged glances and then walked towards Yi Kuang. As the leaders of the base, they still had a bit of courage. The four of them met in the middle. Yi Kuang looked at the three of them and suddenly lowered his head, speaking in a deep voice. I know about the issues regarding our positions, but this time, I genuinely want to seek your cooperation. Especially you. Yi Kuang raised his head and looked at Su Chen with an almost pleading gaze. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then asked in response, because of the night spirit? Night Madness nodded heavily. The second miss is actually a very kind person. Please be sure to use your special abilities to save her. Su Chen remained non-committal and said in a deep voice, even if you don't say anything. Based on my relationship with Yiling, I must save her. But right now, I can't find her anywhere. Chen Muzin and Wu Cheng exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. They knew this was not the time for too many questions. That little comrade, since we are going to cooperate, shouldn't you provide us with all the information? Also, Wu Cheng said with a smile. Yi Kuang sighed and said, I know what you want from the Xingye laboratory, but unfortunately I can't do it. The entire base is controlled by a supercomputer, and the only authorized person is Yi Ge. Su Chen Kin noticed that point. The way Night Crazy was address changed from Miss Yi to Yi Ge. Coupled with Night Crazy's current plea for help, everything is self-evident. The events happening in the Starry Night Laboratory are beyond Night Crazy's control, and he is also experiencing conflicts with Yi Ge. Perhaps it is because of Yiling? Su Chen confirmed this point and looked at Yi Kuang with less vigilance. You mentioned cooperation. Could it be to break through Area A and seize control of the supercomputer? Chen Yuzhen asked. Yi Kuang shook his head. What I mean by cooperation is survival. A team member behind him took out a tablet and whispered a few words in Yi Kuang's ear. Yi Kuang's breath caught, and he said in a deep voice, "All right, go to number 1. Then he looked at the three of them and said, I'll explain the details on the way. Soon you will understand what it means to survive. He immediately signaled for everyone to follow him. Su Chun and the other two exchanged glances and decided to trust Yi Kuang, signaling the team to follow. On the way, Yi Kuang explained the situation at a very fast pace. Su Chun let out a startled cry. Can your Starry Night laboratory do anything from the mortal realm? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed behind them. The entire laboratory floor began to shake violently, even cracking, and large chunks of the ceiling started to fall. Go to the No. 1 test site. It's an atrium connecting to the ground. Yi Kuang shouted again, picking up speed. Without needing Yi Kuang to say it, everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace when they saw the massive creature behind them. That was a zombie dinosaur. Chapter 54, A One Zombie. Screaming, which the gigantic zombie dinosaur moved like a small mountain, with metal spikes protruding from its body. A huge letter was engraved on the dinosaur's body, followed by the number 0. Wherever the zombie dinosaur passed, the passageways collapsed and the ground shook continuously. Its sheer size was enough to shock anyone. This third level was already a large test site, with a ceiling height of over 10 meters from the ground, and the zombie dinosaur, with its head lowered, was over 10 meters tall. Such a colossal creature could crush everyone with a single step. Soon, a large iron door marked with the number 1 appeared in front of everyone. Yi Kuang's team used a tablet to open the heavy iron door and rushed inside. After some control, the ceiling of the test site gradually opened. As everyone could see, this third level was 42 meters above the ground, and the atrium passage connected to the ground. Activating the elevator could take them up. However, it could only transport 25 people at a time, and with their number, they would need at least 7 trips. Yi Kuang said in a deep voice. He had blocked everyone's escape route. The zombie dinosaur was right behind them, less than 100 meters away. Would they have enough time to ascend 7 times? If Chen Yuzhen and the others abandoned the others here and went up themselves, that would truly chill the hearts of the people. With their identities and status, they absolutely could not do that. Here's the situation. Everyone, those without abilities and with poorer physical conditions, please leave quickly. The rest of you, buy some time. Su Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Kuang wasted no time and pulled Su Chen aside. Did you see the 2 figures on the zombie dinosaur? They're the A1 zombies, the Screaming Witch. Her original form was a member of my team who awakened sonic abilities and eventually mutated into a zombie. Her mutation is peculiar. Her head has transformed into a large loudspeaker. Su Chen looked at the surveillance video on the tablet and couldn't help but curse. It's no wonder he had such a shocked reaction earlier. This Starry Night laboratory is truly outrageous. They don't do anything that even remotely relates to the real world. Not to mention those bizarre zombies before. Just look at this zombie dinosaur. What kind of insane person would cultivate something like this? Oh, it's Emu Ge, and it's no big deal. And then there's this Screaming Witch, tall and slender, her long legs easily over 2 meters away. Where her chest should be, it has turned into 2 loudspeakers. Her head is featureless, also a massive loudspeaker with a ring of folds inside that seems to move, looking extremely creepy. But the most important thing is that Yi Ling is right on top of the zombie dinosaur's head, and her lower body has already fused with the zombie dinosaur. Su Chen was also unsure if the night spirit would still be intact after pulling it out. If the upper body was cut off, could only half of the night spirit still be recruited? He took a deep breath. Compared to Chen Yuzhen and Wu Cheng, he had even fewer options. He had to kill the zombie dinosaur to save the night spirit. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a faint scream echoed around. Don't listen. It will burst your eardrums. Night Fury suddenly shouted. He saw the team members led by Night Fury each take out a sharp object and stab it directly into their ears. Blood flowed from their ears. And this scene was extremely shocking. After stabbing himself, Night Fury immediately turned to attack Su Chen. Su Chen had not reacted yet when the screams suddenly grew louder. In an instant, he felt his mind go blank, and large patches of white light appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit him. However, the group of people who hadn't acted stood still. Some of them even raised their hands and began to choke their own necks. Others directly stabbed themselves with a knife. Ah Chen, I have connected you all through the mental network. You probably can't hear anything right now, right? Chen Jiai's voice suddenly rang out. What the hell is that? The screaming witch. Her voice can directly attack the nerves. Fortunately, she can only attack through sound, so if you can't hear it, it won't work, Night Madness quickly explained. Buzz. A strange ripple suddenly spread out. Su Chen opened his mouth and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That's right. Not being able to hear only means that the nerves won't go abnormal, but sound waves will also attack the internal organs. If one's physical fitness is strong enough, they will gradually adapt. Yi Kuang added again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 people's bodies exploded in succession. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Is this what they call gradually adapting? People are getting shattered directly. What the hell? Hurry. Those with weak physical abilities take the elevator to leave. Some people attract the attention of the zombie dinosaurs, while the ones with strong abilities charge forward with me to deal with that screaming witch first. I saw Fei Yin taking the lead, already charging towards the zombie dinosaur. Su Chen had no choice but to give the order for everyone to follow closely. The sound waves came crashing in. Most of the people without special abilities had already collapsed on the ground, suffering greatly. In fact, without the decisive actions of Yi Kuang and the others, Su Chen and the rest would have already become food for the zombie dinosaurs. Those who were fast moved ahead, using firearms and automatic crossbows to attract the attention of the zombie dinosaurs. The others positioned themselves from the sides, waiting for the right moment to act. Su Chen climbed with a dagger, and the zombie dinosaur seemed to have no sense of pain. The dagger pierced into it as if it felt nothing at all. However, for a creature of the zombie dinosaur's size, the wounds caused by the dagger were lighter than a tickle. Soon, Yi Kuang, Chen Muzhen, Fian, and Su Chen appeared on the back of the zombie dinosaur. Su Chen was the first to stab the dagger into the body of the zombie dinosaur, and currents of electricity suddenly spread out, attacking the screaming witch. Upon closer inspection, the screaming witch's body was covered in wrinkles and was slightly vibrating. It seemed that she was using this method to spread the sound waves. It was unclear where her vital point was. Su Chen tried recruiting. After all, it was a screaming witch. Recruitment failed. The mutant is male. Night Madness. Damn you. Su Chen fell helpless. What the hell was that male zombie called? The screaming witch. 100 points went down the drain. Night Fury, engulfed in flames, charged towards the screaming witch, but suddenly heard that sound and was equally puzzled. However, in the midst of battle, one naturally couldn't lose focus. As he approached the screaming witch, the flames surrounding Night Fury began to tremble. And as the frequency of the sound waves deepened, it actually extinguished the flames on his body. Night Fury's 7 orifices bled, and he suddenly flew backward. Su Chen stepped forward and grabbed Yi Kuang, his expression serious. The zombie dinosaurs below were still running rampant, and the battle environment was already unfavorable. Chairman Chen, if you're not a ranged attacker, you might as well go down. We'll handle the rest. Su Chen reminded everyone and once again unleashed a burst of electrical current. With the enhancement of thunder, he struck the screaming witch at an incredibly fast speed. Chapter 55. Chen Muzhen's ability, Gravity. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that Su Chen's ability level was so high. The electrical current seemed to be free, directly turning the screaming witch into a charred, tender mess, blackened all over. However, the screaming witch's vitality was also extremely tenacious. Even after becoming a lump of carbon, she still emitted sound waves. Transparent ripples spread out in circles, surprisingly managing to block Su Chen's abilities. Protect our output. What are you standing there for? Su Chen muttered to himself. Chen Muzhen reacted, pressing down with both hands, and an invisible force suddenly acted on the head of the screaming witch. The screaming witch's body emitted creaking sounds. Her long legs snapped directly, and she fell to the ground. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. What exactly was Chen Muzhen's ability? Such powerful might. Previously, he had only seen Chen Muzhen using a gun, rarely making a move. Now, looking again, Chen Muzhen's action resembled telekinesis, but seemed somewhat different. Suddenly, Chen Muzhen jumped in place and instantly leaped over a dozen meters. He roared and once again raised his hand to press down. Crack! A crisp sound came from the zombie dinosaur. Gravity ability, very strong. Night madness, suddenly said. Indeed, compared to fire, it was indeed very strong, Chen replied calmly. However, he was also surprised that Chen Muzin's ability was to control gravity. No wonder he was so formidable. Fortunately, Chen Muzin did not have a system and could not awaken skills. In fact, everyone else's abilities were like this. They could only use them superficially and could not comprehend skills like Su Chen and the others to better control the characteristics of their abilities. For example, Chen Muzin, right now, was merely changing the gravity in the area. He reduced his own gravity, allowing him to suddenly leap far, and increased the gravity of the screaming witch, causing her legs to break. At this moment, getting closer to the screaming witch further crushed her into a lump. Even the zombie dinosaur beneath his feet was affected. Su Chen said, and directly unleashed a lightning strike. Lightning strike 10. The screaming which exploded immediately. Not dead yet. Continue. Lightning strike 20. Su Chen gasped heavily, finally hearing the system prompt after enduring a total of 35 lightning strikes. Kill special zombie. Earn 3,000 points. Reward 2,000 points. The screaming which directly awarded 5,000 points, which was 10 times that of the previous zombie cats and zombie dogs. However, the screaming which had turned into a pile of dust, yet he still did not see the evolution core appear. Su Chen roughly understood that the zombies in the Starry Night laboratory didn't have evolution cores. After dealing with the screaming witch, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearing had not yet recovered, so they could only communicate through thoughts. They were clearly talking, and their mouths were moving, but no sound could be heard. Everyone had just gotten used to it. Chairman Chen, use your supernatural ability to envelop the zombie dinosaur and cut off its mobility. Su Chen suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, an awkward expression appeared on Chen Muzin's solemn face. How could he possibly do that? Oh, it turns out Chairman Chen can't do it. Su Chen elongated his tone. Immediately, a few people on the zombie dinosaur started to laugh. I can only cover part of his body. Chen Muzin interrupted everyone's laughter with a darkened face. Su Chen squinted his eyes and stroked his chin in thought. With fewer people below screaming at the witch's threat, it was temporarily not a problem. The speed of this zombie dinosaur wasn't fast, so they could still maneuver a bit. The key point was that they posed no threat to this zombie dinosaur. Su Chen raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down, only peeling off a layer of skin from the zombie dinosaur. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on Night Spirit. It seemed that the only option was to bring Night Spirit out. As for the zombie dinosaur, it could be buried. Chen Muzin's eyes flickered as he slightly nodded and said, Your target is that little girl, right? But since it can't be done, I choose to withdraw. Chen Muzin was a pragmatic person. The zombies here lacked evolutionary cores, and their goal was to destroy the Starry Night laboratory, which they could still achieve. As for the zombie dinosaur, it was not within his consideration. Under the limited circumstances, we will attract the attention of the zombie dinosaur while retreating. After finishing his words, Chen Muzin adjusted his gravity and slowly fell downward. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. He knew that something like this would happen. Previously, they dealt with the screaming witch solely because she posed a direct threat to everyone. Now that the situation has been resolved, it is only logical for them to choose to withdraw. Su Chen and Yi Kuang exchanged a glance. I must take the second young lady away. I know, but haven't you noticed something? Since just now, there's been a strange current flowing within us. Su Chen said helplessly. It wasn't that he wanted to stand here and talk. He was just unable to move on his own, his body gradually becoming numb, and his feet no longer obeying him. Yi Kuang wanted to move, but also found himself unable to. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, The second young lady's ability is bioelectric current. According to Yimu Gu, she is a perfect mutation, inheriting her abilities through a zombie body, making her powers even stronger. Su Chen snorted coldly and couldn't help but frown. Perfect mutation? This term made him very uncomfortable. Damn, if only the Night Spirit could be separated from this zombie dinosaur. Su Chen Matev. He had tried recruiting before, but the Night Spirit was now in a state of fusion with the zombie dinosaur, and the recruitment had failed. Tell me about this zombie dinosaur, Knight said, opening up. The zombie dinosaur is a mutant clone from the combination of the zombie virus and ancient dinosaur genes. The project itself was a failure. The zombie dinosaur was only the size of a dog and extremely weak, reportedly due to genetic defects. However, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the zombie dinosaur grew rapidly. After being fed a large number of zombies, it developed into its current form, but it remained uncontrollable, always in a frozen slumber. Yimuge has always had the night spirit try to control this zombie dinosaur, and now it can be considered a successful experiment. But in this way of fusion between the night spirit and the zombie dinosaur, Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If it's about using the night spirit's abilities to control, then I have a way. Even zombies can't have infinite stamina, right? Yi Kuang was taken aback. He rarely played games, and didn't he understand what Chen meant? Controlling every action of a zombie dinosaur should require stamina. Once the night spirit can't hold on any longer, and we are able to move, we'll immediately take action against the night spirit, separating them and killing the night spirit if necessary. Chen looked at the figure in front. Indeed, he could let the others come up, for example. Ling Xiao also had that ability. However, if Ling Xiao came up and was also controlled by the bioelectric current, then it would really be dangerous down there. Especially in the current situation, Chen Yuzhen wanted to take people away, and Wu Cheng was also a smiling tiger, not trustworthy. Chen can only take a gamble. Chapter 56. The mental network is disconnected, losing contact. Chen quickly made arrangements in his mind. Although no one could hear the sounds now, communication was completely unaffected due to Chen Jiai's ability. The people below were drawing attention, and we couldn't be idle up here. We could try to struggle. The sooner we regained our ability to act, the less danger the people below would face. Chen said this, and then activated the lightning ability. As a fellow user of electric powers, Chen felt as if he could move. He tried to move his feet, but after a long time, he only managed to take 2 steps. Looking at Yi Kuang, his face was flushed, and he remained frozen in place, unable to move. Chen never expected that Night Spirit's ability would be so extraordinary. Now that their nervous systems are under control, they're completely unable to move their bodies. Even if Night Spirit is conscious, it can still control them to perform a series of actions. Moreover, this dual ability is truly like a domain. Just getting close to Night Spirit causes Chen and the others to lose their ability to act. He doesn't even know if Chen Yuzhen has left. Why hasn't there been any information coming through? It's so frustrating. They can't even help. Night Madness, hold on here for a moment. Let me see if I can move away. Chen saw Yi Kuang's mouth moving, as if he was speaking. Consciousness communication, the mental web. Chen couldn't help but shout in his mind. Yet, Yi Kuang suddenly slowed down his movements and formed a sentence with an exaggerated mouth shape. The consciousness connection is broken. Upon seeing this, Chen quickly shouted in his mind. Could it be that Chen Jiai is in trouble? Chen instantly became anxious and began to retreat with all his might. His steps were awkward at first, but gradually became more agile. He pulled out a rope and threw it out. After several attempts, the rope finally ensnared Yi Kuang, and then Chen suddenly yanked it, pulling him out. Yi Kuang also regained his mobility, his lips moving as he clearly tried to say something. Chen couldn't understand it all. He made a downward gesture, intending to go down and see what happened to Chen Jiai. Yi Kuang spread his hands helplessly and followed behind him. Chen plunged a dagger deep into the body of the zombie dinosaur, tied a rope to it, and jumped down directly. When the rope tightened, he let go, rolling upon landing to dissipate the force and landing steadily on the ground. However, as soon as he landed, Chen's expression became extremely serious. Many people were lying around in disarray. Among them were several members of the maid army. Chen hurriedly rushed forward. Since there were no fatalities, he activated the system's healing function immediately. As a result, the eardrums of some of the maids were restored. However, with the threat of the screaming, which now gone, the restoration of their eardrums made communication easier. The speed of the zombie dinosaur seemed to be gradually increasing. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's speed, combined with the significant boost in physical abilities from the frenzy, how could he possibly be knocked away by the zombie dinosaur? Chen rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes on the zombie dinosaur's head as if they were free. The zombie dinosaur paused for a moment. In that brief moment, Su Chen dragged Ling Xiao out and activated the healing function. Boss, this zombie dinosaur's speed is gradually increasing. It also has self-healing abilities, Ling Xiao said anxiously. Su Chen shook his head, as he could no longer hear Ling Xiao's words. He couldn't hear them, but he could still speak. He just couldn't hear the words he was saying himself. Su Chen took over Ling Xiao's position, directly attracting the zombie dinosaurs. Soon, Su Chen understood the reason why the zombie dinosaurs were moving faster. Previously, their movements were restricted because the area was limited in height and width, making it difficult for the large-bodied zombie dinosaurs to move around. However, now the obstacles have been forcibly cleared by the zombie dinosaurs, allowing them to stretch their limbs, which naturally increased their speed. Su Chen ran in circles, while the others around helped to attract the attention of the zombie dinosaur. Fortunately, this heavy creature didn't seem very smart, allowing everyone to maneuver. If the zombie dinosaur had started rampaging directly, they would have probably been dead by now. However, this situation couldn't continue. Before long, Fian and the others ran to Su Chen's side. Everyone attacked the zombie dinosaur together, but the effect was minimal. What the hell should they do? Su Chen looked around, but found no trace of Chen Jiai. Boss, Ling Xiao tapped Su Chen. She made a few gestures and pointed ahead. In front was a passage that was much narrower. Su Chen roughly understood that they couldn't win and could only choose to run inside to hide for a while. He immediately waved his hand and pointed to the passage ahead. However, Yi Kuang immediately shook his head and pointed at the zombie dinosaur, or rather, at the night spirit on the zombie dinosaur's head. Su Chen grabbed Yi Kuang and stared at him intently. Now both of them were deaf and couldn't communicate at all. But from that gaze, it seemed Yi Kuang understood Su Chen's meaning. They were not a match for the zombie dinosaur at all. Their numbers were dwindling, while the speed of the zombie dinosaur was still increasing. If they continued to stalemate, there was only one possibility: total annihilation. At that moment, a large screen suddenly lit up. The voice of Yimu Gu echoed. Ling, the divine virus is perfect. I know your consciousness is still there. Break free. The data collection is sufficient. I will destroy A0. You have 5 minutes. Ling, you're a member of the Yi family. Think of our outstanding parents. You are just as outstanding. Su Chen understood it as well. Indeed, he understood it directly. Yimu Gu had thoughtfully provided a string of subtitles. But at this moment, he panicked. If he remembered correctly, the big flower cat was also destroyed by the program, with its head blown open. But now, Yiling was right on top of the zombie dinosaur's head. If it were to be destroyed, would it affect Yiling? He still had time. He could make Yiling tired, and then take action to bring Yiling down. Yimu Gu, you bastard! Su Chen roared, though he couldn't hear his own voice. He felt he had fully expressed his anger. However, Yimu Gu couldn't hear it. A blood-red countdown appeared on the screen. Chapter 57. Yiling, you are indeed not good enough. Su Chen's breath caught in his throat, and he suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. What was he getting angry about in front of screen? However, he was no match for this zombie dinosaur and couldn't save Yiling. The crowd was packed in a narrow corridor. From the previous 100 people, only about 40 or 50 remained. Most of them were members of the Maid Army, and among the people Zhao Quan brought, only 4 remained, including Zhao Quan himself. Each maid's face was smeared with blood, and their eyes were filled with exhaustion. This battle had been extremely brutal. At that moment, Su Chen and the others could only watch helplessly as the countdown continued to tick away. Yi Kuang's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had fallen into madness, with crimson flames erupting from his body. However, Su Chen and the others were blocking his way, and he couldn't break through. 5 minutes, neither long nor short. Countdown, 0000. Su Chen's breath caught in his throat as he saw Yimu Ge's figure gradually appear on the screen. This time, Wu Cheng's figure actually appeared on the screen as well, holding a stack of documents, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. Ling, the Yi family only needs me. Su Chen, if Wu Cheng joins my Starry Night laboratory, I can tell you that this is the wisest choice. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to join the Starry Night laboratory? On the big screen, Yimu Ji's expression was emotionless, but Su Chen felt as if Yimu Gu was looking directly at him. He turned his head and glanced around, discovering some surveillance cameras. He sighed. Indeed, all his actions were under someone else's surveillance, and that feeling was truly unpleasant. On the screen, Yimu Ji's mouth twitched slightly. Su Chun, Ling belongs to you now. In fact, she was never suited for the Starry Night Laboratory. Yi Ling, death. Yimu Gu declared, as if pronouncing a sentence, extending his hand to press a red button in front of him. The next moment, a loud explosion erupted. The neck of the zombie dinosaur exploded, and, in the distance, there were continuous explosions. At that moment, Yi Kuang seemed to go mad. Ignoring everything, engulfed in blood-red flames, he rushed out of the passage. Boom! The explosion came, directly engulfing the entrance of the passage. Su Chen looked around. He couldn't hear the explosion, but he could clearly feel the vibrations all around him. Obviously, this was not just about destroying the zombie dinosaurs. It was also about blowing up the entire Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen glanced again at the blocked passageway, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He had always been laid back, not competing or fighting for anything. But this time, seeing Yimu Ji's actions, he was genuinely furious. Yet he didn't hate Yimu Gu, even though Yimu Gu had ruthlessly used Yi Ling. Even though Yimu Gu took advantage of Su Chen's weakness, he just couldn't bring himself to hate him. He only felt that Yimu Gu was very contradictory. He couldn't explain why. It was just a gut feeling. Yimu Gu presented himself as someone absolutely rational, reducing emotions to mere hormone secretion. He could list 100 rules for having a boyfriend. Yet, after Su Chen confronted him, this seemingly rational person showed a strange expression. Su Chen raised her middle finger, her mouth twitching, but she quickly regained her composure. Unable to understand, Su Chen didn't want to delve deeper. Let's go. Su Chen waved his hand and led everyone to retreat. The passage was shaking continuously, and the walls were collapsing. During the most severe moment, an explosion occurred less than 2 meters in front of Su Chen. The violent shock wave hit him, causing his internal organs to churn violently. His head was heavy and dizzy, and for a moment, he lay on the ground, unable to move. It was Ling Xiao and the others who carried Su Chen on their backs and quickly moved forward. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if his head was about to explode. He looked around. The flashlight's light was dim, and they were in a passage blocked on both sides by collapsed walls. There were concrete, steel structures, and a large amount of soil and stones. Dust and smoke filled the air, and he couldn't help but cough after taking a breath. Damn it! Su Chen's ear was a bit painful, but he still heard some faint sounds. His hearing was gradually recovering. After all, with a high physical fitness level, amid an overall improvement in physical quality, and his self-healing speed was also increasing. Boss, Ling Xiao shouted. Su Chen nodded slightly and said, "What's the situation now? Although Jia has left, we still have the walkie-talkie and have contacted Long Zaiyan. But the signal is intermittent, and we don't know if Long Zaiyan can find us." Ling Xiao quickly reported the situation. Su Chen covered his ears, his eyes full of confusion. Wait, Jia left? She was taken away by Chun Mu Sr. It was very chaotic at the time, and I couldn't see clearly whether Jia went willingly or was forcibly taken away. Su Chen immediately felt more headache, as Chun Jia had been behaving very strangely lately. With absolute loyalty, Chun Jia would never betray him. Moreover, even without the system's restrictions, Su Chen did not believe that Chun Jia would betray him. Once he got out, he would go straight to Chun Muzin's base. Su Chen's gaze turned cold. After acquiring the exhibition hall, he simply searched for supplies, killed nearby zombies, and lived a laid-back life. But for some reason, there were always people provoking him. Yimu Gu was one, throwing Li Chong in front of Su Chen. Now Chen Mu's son had come again. It would have been fine if he had retreated on his own, but he actually kidnapped Chun Jia. Su Chen believes that it is only possible that Chun Jia has been kidnapped. Since they don't want him to lie flat, he will stir things up. With the system in hand, at worst, he will turn this apocalypse upside down. Su Chen slowly stood up. What did Long Zaiyan say? Ling Xiao took out the walkie-talkie, but it was just filled with the buzzing sound of electrical currents. He had contacted them once before. He went to the Xingye laboratory, but it had completely collapsed. He was thinking of a way to dig out a path. Su Chen felt helpless. At this moment, it would be great if Night Crazy were here. However, it seemed that Night Crazy's entire team had been wiped out, and Night Crazy himself had charged directly into the explosion, likely leaving his fate uncertain. Seeing you faint and the path ahead blocked, we dared not act for the time being. However, now that you are awake, we can try to move these things and find a way out, Ling Xiao said solemnly. Su Chen was a bit conflicted. They didn't understand architecture. And what if moving things caused a secondary collapse? But staying here meant they couldn't do anything at all. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the sidewall. Su Chen was taken aback and quickly stepped back. Chapter 58, buried deep underground, a critical moment soon the wall collapsed. A person was seen struggling to crawl out, dragging half a body behind him. The body was no longer recognizable, with only one leg visible, and it was covered in charred marks. Su Chen. A whisper came. The person fell to the ground, their breathing gradually weakening. Su Chen stepped forward to take a look. This was Yi Kuang, who was already on the brink of death. Fortunately, there was a doctor in the team who immediately rushed forward to provide rescue. As for the remaining body, Su Chen guessed it must be Yi Ling. He hurriedly approached and placed his hand on the charred figure. Recruitment. Recruiting, restoring consciousness, reversing the zombie virus. Recruitment successful. Points minus 100, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound came through. The charred person coughed once and moved their body slightly. Su Chen's eyes lit up as the system prompted that it had marked the information of Night Spirit, confirming it was indeed Night Spirit. Activate healing function. Limb regeneration. Points minus 2,000, restore entire body for burns. Points minus 3,000, insufficient points. Please treat remaining injuries later. The white light dispersed. Night Spirit's body reappeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen hurriedly stepped forward and helped Yi Ling up. I said, we've been unlucky for a long time, so good luck is bound to come. As Su Chen's voice rang out, Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes. Yi Ling had indeed recovered, and Su Chen patted her shoulder, looking at Yi Kuang. As for Yi Kuang, we could only see if he could hold on until they got out. As long as they could get out under the right conditions, Yi Kuang should be able to survive. After a long while, Su Chen finally pushed Yi Ling away, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and looked at her with tenderness. Yi Ling stared blankly at Su Chen, her big eyes misty, and with her little lowly face, she looked pitiful. After a moment, slap! A crisp sound rang out as Yi Ling let go of her hand, blushing and saying, "Pervert, scumbag, you hugged me and took advantage of me." The maid members around them burst into laughter. Su Chen said innocently, "You clearly jumped on me yourself. So when I jump on you, you can just hold me? You really are a pervert." Yi Ling turned her head away, her expression very unnatural. "Pervert? Thank you," Yi Ling said awkwardly. Su Chen sighed, stood up, and shrugged. "The most important thing now is how to get out. You're more familiar with the Starry Night Laboratory. Do you have a way?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ling wiped her face and slowly got up. She looked around and suddenly ran to a wall to examine it. The underground structure of the Starry Night Laboratory utilizes a honeycomb design, supported by a large number of steel frames. "Haven't any of you studied architecture?" Su Chen spread his hands and decided to go all out with the mess. Looking at the pairs of eager eyes, Yi Ling completely lost her composure. This meant that even in an explosion, the hive could still leave behind intact structures. Behind Test Site No. 1 in the supercomputer room in Area was the main structure of the hive, which generally would not be destroyed. The supercomputer room was the most important, and the likelihood of it being intact was the highest. Plus, we weren't far from Area A. Everyone looked bewildered. Yi Ling chose not to explain and directly commanded everyone to start digging a tunnel from the ground. Fortunately, the physical fitness of the group was quite good, and they quickly dug out a long tunnel. Yi Ling then instructed them to dismantle supports from the sides to ensure the tunnel wouldn't encounter any problems. Soon, Su Chen and the others emerged from the tunnel. This was area which stored extremely important data, and since it was underground, the self-destruction program was designed to bury Area A entirely. Yi Ling, with her hands behind her back, led the way ahead. The preservation in this area was indeed good, although the ground and doors were somewhat deformed. Soon, the supercomputer appeared before Su Chen, looking at this complex and precise machine buried in dirt. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Commander Lu's mission had completely failed, but at that moment, Yi Ling sat down in front of the supercomputer, brushing away the dirt covering the control panel. After a series of operations, the supercomputer surprisingly powered on. "Don't just stand there. This is a supercomputer with an independent power system, and the main components are protected by aerospace-grade materials. Each one is expensive, and the Xingyao laboratory wouldn't want to destroy this thing. Yiling said as she jumped behind the control panel, unplugging many wires, and began rummaging through to connect various hard drives. This should be enough. My sister's login password is the same for everything, so I should be able to find some data. Yiling busily continued her work. Su Chen watched in astonishment as Yiling inputted a 56-character password, switching between uppercase and lowercase letters, including punctuation, with absolutely no discernible pattern. He truly admired her. A genius's mind must be different from theirs. After being resurrected, Yiling seemed to have become more talkative. While independently operating the supercomputer, she kept mumbling to herself. Su Chen's hearing has not fully recovered, and when Yiling's voice is too soft, he can't hear her clearly. However, this is understandable. Yiling has been resurrected and is definitely anxious. She is using this method to reduce her feelings of anxiety. Su Chen watched from the side. After a while, the words Gene Bank appeared in Su Chen's eyes. "Stop," Su Chen said anxiously. Yiling glanced at the gene bank and nodded thoughtfully. She split one screen to display the gene bank, while the other screen was still doing something else. "What's wrong?" Yiling's expression gradually darkened. "Then help me find my information. By the way, is it true that your Starry Night laboratory has a gene bank?" Su Chen asked. Yiling looked at Su Chen with a gaze that suggested he was foolish. After a moment, she suddenly thought of something and said solemnly, "Indeed, Starry Night Laboratory has substantial financial support, with countless health examination institutions under its wing, even conducting welfare health checks. During the health checks, blood will be drawn. Part of it is used for blood tests, while another part is recorded in the gene bank. Over half of the global population is recorded in the gene bank." As a university student, Su Chen naturally knew what genes represented. "So, can you help me do a paternity test?" Chapter 59, Gene Matching. Father-son relationship. Yiling was a bit puzzled upon hearing this, and then laughed. "You actually doubt that you're your parents' biological child?" Su Chen nodded expressionlessly. In his memory, his parents were his adoptive parents. His adoptive parents, for many years, were unaware of what was wrong with their bodies and thought they were infertile. As a result, a few years after adopting Su Chen, his adoptive mother became pregnant. His adoptive parents had a conversation with Su Chen, hoping that he could leave the home once he was able to be self-sufficient. They were quite tactful about it. But the gist was clear. They were about to have a biological child, and given the family's already limited resources, they could no longer support Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen was just an adopted child. After that, Su Chen always acted cautiously, worried about offending his adoptive parents. He didn't realize that perhaps the sense of inferiority he developed towards Chen Jiai during college originated from this time. But when his younger brother was born and gradually grew up, Su Chen overheard the conversation of his adoptive parents. They did not want Su Chen to stay at home any longer, and were even planning to take Su Chen to a strange city, pretending to get lost with him and abandon him. Su Chen also has pride. During those days, when his foster parents took him on a trip, he naturally got lost and never sought them out again. Now, he really wants to know who his biological parents are. He wants to question them why they abandoned him. "Who are you comparing to?" Night Spirit seemed to realize she had misspoken and asked cautiously. "Li Daqiang." Su Chen directly interrupted Night Spirit's words. He already had someone in mind, just wanted to confirm whether Night Mu Ji's words were correct. Night Spirit was taken aback, then quickly entered the name Li Daqiang. In the gene database, there were many people named Li Daqiang, but the one at the top was marked with a top-secret label. Su Chen pointed directly at the person and said in a deep voice, "It's him. Compare." Yiling paused for a moment, her finger lightly tapping, and a new page appeared. This person had already been compared with you once. A line of big letters appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Gene match, father-son relationship. "Do it again," Su Chen said slowly, unable to help but clench his fists. Yiling hurriedly controlled the console, even forgetting what she was supposed to do. Lines of letters rapidly jumped, and two gene strands appeared on the screen, gradually overlapping. Gene match, father-son relationship. Su Chen's breath hitched, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What Yimugu said was actually true. It made sense with such a vast gene database. Yimugu could indeed find his real biological parents, and there was no need to lie or deceive. This was also the heaviest blow for Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the text that appeared on the screen, asking Yiling to openly Daqiang's profile. Most of the information was marked as top secret. However, the few revealed snippets highly overlapped with the information disclosed by Commander Liu. An ordinary name, a legendary life. Su Chen slowly stepped back and slumped to the ground, his thoughts in disarray. The maids gathered around him. Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Night Spirit, whatever you need to do it quickly. I want to get out of here. It feels really stuffy." Night Spirit nodded slightly, but quietly downloaded the recent gene comparison records. One of the reasons she came here was to download data. She also had doubts in her heart about whether the Starry Night Laboratory was the culprit behind this apocalypse. Soon, a red exclamation mark lit up on the screen. Night Spirit's gaze sharpened, and her fingers moved even faster on the keyboard. Has my sister already gone to another Starry Night Laboratory? She suddenly jumped up and pulled out the hard drive. Quickly, the screen flickered, and a line of warning messages kept popping up. Night Spirit frantically clicked on the control panel and then pressed a red button. Suddenly, a large door slowly opened, revealing an elevator inside. "Su Chen, go!" Night Spirit called out and rushed into the door first, starting to operate the controls. Su Chen also realized that the situation was urgent and immediately called everyone to rush into the door. This passage was very similar to the courtyard of Test Site No. 1, but it was much narrower, and they were all squeezed inside. Damn it, the power supply system is damaged, and the elevator is out of service. Night Spirit said helplessly, "It's fine, as long as it leads to the ground. That's all that matters." Su Chen took out the walkie-talkie, and Long Zaiqian's voice came through. "Boss, I see the ground is cracked open. Are you down there?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Here, drop the rope and pull us up." 3 days later, at the exhibition hall, thanks to Long Zaiqian's rescue, the remaining people also emerged from the Starry Night Laboratory, but they were heavily injured. Long Zaiqian was furious and wanted to find Yi Mu-ge to settle the score, but was held back by Su Chen. Yi Kuang could be considered a miracle. Although he had not woken up, his life was saved. In the conference room, Yiling brought out 4 computers and simultaneously turned on the projector. Yiling scratched his hair, which looked like a bird's nest, and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Su Chen pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I'm quite interested in the gene database. Yi Mu-ge once mentioned that she compared the genetic information of many people around me." Yiling fell silent, not expecting Su Chen to immediately want to see such sensitive information. "Well, first of all, it's the scumbags." She pulled up 2 sets of data, Li Daqiang and Su Ernia. Su Chen had already met Li Daqiang, and as for Su Ernia, she looked like an ordinary peasant woman, with no unique qualities and a very simple smile. Su Chen saw Su Ernia's photo for the second time, and he let out a sigh, waving his hand. "I understand, Su Ernia must be dead, right?" Yiling shook her head and said, "According to the facial recognition comparison from the Tianyin system, there is no record of Su Ernia. She may not be dead yet." Su Chen hummed in response, appearing quite calm. "Let's get to the point." Yiling opened another document, which contained a photo of Chen Jiai. "Didn't you say that Chen Muzin took Chen Jiai away?" "Well, Chen Muzin is Chen Jiai's uncle." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 60. The news brought by Yiling Chen Jiai turned out to be a rich second-generation heir, and she is actually the daughter of the Chen Group, a well-known financial conglomerate in Haishan. This information was quite overwhelming. Su Chen remembered that during their university days, Chen Jiai often worked part-time at a milk tea shop during the winter and summer breaks. He had a good relationship with Chen Jiai back then. While she worked at the milk tea shop, he worked at a nearby fried chicken restaurant. He often brought her fried chicken, and she would bring out milk tea for him. Those holidays were the happiest times for Su Chen. They would often sit on the benches in the square, eating leftover fried chicken and what seemed like watered-down milk tea. But Chen Jiai was actually a rich second-generation heir. Chen Jiai's father was the previous chairman of the Chen Group, Chen Mulian, who was the older brother of Chen Muzin. Later, Chen Muzin took over as chairman, cut off the funding to the Starry Night Laboratory, and marginalized his brother, sending him to Jianghai City. Yiling paused, not continuing. He suddenly understood that Chen Jiai's odd behavior was all to avoid Chen Muzin. Chen Muzin's unprincipled withdrawal at that time was likely to seize the opportunity to take Chen Jiai away. Had he been pretending not to know Chen Jiai all along? The machinations of these people were truly frightening. Then, Yiling also presented numerous genetic comparisons. Ling Xiao, whose real name was Lin Xiao, had a father who was the head of the security team at the Zhanghai branch of the Starry Night Laboratory and died in an accident. Ling Xiao changed his name to move on from the shadow of losing his father and did not delve into the reasons behind the accident. Bai Lin's parents worked for a health check organization under the Starry Night Laboratory. It turned out that many people in their team had connections to the Starry Night Laboratory, though the depth of those connections varied. Rather than coincidences, it was more accurate to say that the Starry Night Laboratory was pervasive. Health check organizations, research institutions, supported by 18 large conglomerates. These conglomerates were involved in various industries, each having some form of laboratory technical support. Su Chen felt a headache. Previously, Commander Lu mentioned that Li Daqiang had signed a confidentiality agreement. In fact, the confidentiality agreement stated that Li Daqiang could not re-enter private research institutions to seek benefits from the same subject. If Li Daqiang joined the Starry Night Laboratory, it would be acceptable, but there must be supervision, and he cannot be involved in research topics studied at the Longhua Research Institute. However, Li Daqiang had secretly joined, and there were still people at the higher levels of Longhua suppressing this matter. This shows just how powerful the background of the Starry Night Laboratory truly is. How much do you know about the divine virus? Su Chen changed the topic. Probing into the extent of the Starry Night Laboratory would only undermine his confidence in finding Yimuge. Yiling organized her thoughts and succinctly told Su Chen what she knew. Generally speaking, viruses only possess RNA and do not have DNA. But the divine virus contains both RNA and DNA. It is more akin to a fully functional cell with the ability to evolve autonomously. Being infected by the divine virus will result in possessing genetic traits of animals, plants, and humans simultaneously. The zombies are neither dead nor weary because of cellular mutations, enabling them to perform functions similar to photosynthesis. Their madness and bloodlust stem from having the genetic traits of carnivorous animals. At the same time, they were once human. Referring to the divine virus as a zombie virus is not entirely accurate. In addition, the divine virus exhibits characteristics of a zombie virus, which is the most common manifestation. Are you saying that we are all infected with the divine virus? Su Chen asked in surprise. Yiling swallowed hard and then nodded with difficulty. The reason it is codenamed divine is that we have never thoroughly researched this type of cell or virus. According to my sister's research direction, a certain transformation can be achieved between humans and zombies, which is why she is particularly interested in you, as your abilities confirm the correctness of her research topic. The reason we haven't turned into zombies, according to my sister's research, is also due to our mutations and the awakening of our abilities. Su Chen took a deep breath. He suddenly had a bold speculation. If Yimu Ji's research direction is correct, could there be a type of person who, after being infected by the virus, can freely switch between human and zombie? Or rather, they haven't turned into zombies yet, but they all have hidden potential that could suddenly erupt one day, turning them into zombies? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more he felt a chill all over. Scumbag Su Chen? Yiling stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Su Chen. The directions were different, and it seemed that every topic had some research progress. But I don't know much. The only thing I can tell you is this. Yiling took a deep breath and continued. The reason this virus is called deity is because of its unique and mysterious nature, which exceeds our understanding. I understand now. Su Chen regained his calm. He gave a self-deprecating smile. What was he really worried about? If scientists couldn't fully understand it, then his wild guesses were meaningless. Now, in the face of the apocalypse, all he needed to do was live each day well. Su Chen looked at the calendar, which showed February 4th. It was exactly the beginning of spring. Yiling, it's the beginning of spring, Su Chen suddenly said. Yiling was taken aback for a moment and then smiled. Indeed, it is the beginning of spring. Su Chen looked out the window, as if he could see the warm sun gradually rising. Starry Night Laboratory, Yimu Ge, Li Daqiang, Lucy Ling. It seems that only by reaching the same height as you can I have an equal conversation with you, right? Su Chen whispered softly. Then he slowly stood up and called for Li Jia, Bai Lin, Zhang Xiao, Fei Yin, and Ling Xiao. Yiling, somewhat confused, asked, "Are you planning to do something?" Su Chen turned around, spread his hands, and said, "Actually, I've always just wanted to lie flat, but they just won't let me. This is my biological father. I have to ask him, why did he leave me behind?" Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Since he didn't want to lie flat, he would let everyone know just how much power Su Chen, truly had. First, let's start with the only shelter in Jianghai City. Chapter 61, 1 Month Improvement. On the streets, zombies were rampant. Fine crossbow bolts shot out, accurately piercing the heads of the zombies. After a wave of attacks, a group of maids wielding long knives and dressed in fishnet stockings surged forward, quickly eliminating the remaining zombies. Su Chen stood at a high place, electricity continuously shooting out in all directions from his hands. The zombies had become increasingly powerful, according to the classification standards of the Starry Night Laboratory. They were at least D-level zombies. Su Chen's expression was serious. In the past few days, he had been clearing out the zombies near the exhibition hall. Within a 5-mile radius, the number of zombies was visibly decreasing, and now this was the last street. However, this street had a commercial area, and the surrounding residential areas were extremely dense, resulting in a large number of zombies on the street. The mutation rate of zombie cats and zombie dogs was indeed high, probably because many people had been keeping cats and dogs in recent years. Li Jiao walked up to Su Chen's side. "Master, have you noticed that the killing efficiency of the automatic crossbow has been gradually decreasing recently?" After saying this, Li Jiao raised her hand and shot an arrow from the crossbow. The arrow flew and hit the zombie's head, but the zombie paused for a moment and continued moving forward. Su Chen also noticed this, his eyes flickering. He quickly dashed in front of the zombie and directly killed it with an electric current, then drew out the crossbow arrow. He discovered that the arrowhead was severely deformed and had only penetrated shallowly, so it hadn't completely killed the zombie. The evolution level of the zombies was increasing, but fortunately, our team was also gradually becoming stronger. Su Chen finished speaking and turned to look at the maid army behind him. A total of 150 people, all possessing strong combat capabilities, with only a small portion being logistics personnel. If clearing the battlefield doesn't work, everyone can just use firearms in the future. I'll see if I can get the Night Spirits to research how to manufacture bullets. He opened the system panel. Su Chen, Centurion Defense, 62 Stamina, 64 Spirit, 75 current recruitment level, 14, 6,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level, recruitment points, 140. Designated to increase 7 points in basic attributes, current recruitment count, 170 current Legion members. Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia. Current bond, sleight skills, exploration, binding superpower. Level 44, Thunder Strike, Thunder Chain, Thunderbolt, lightning activation points, 22220. His personal attributes were already quite impressive. He felt he could crush a zombie with his bare hands. Unfortunately, compared to Big Flower Cat, he still had some gaps. Of course, Big Flower Cat was his subordinate, so it was naturally impossible for her to attack him. The level of superpowers increases by enhancing the superpower levels of Zhang Xiao and the others, and receiving feedback afterward. Upgrading superpowers above level 10 requires 400 points each time, 800 points for level 20, 1,600 points for level 30, and now for level 40 and above. Each upgrade requires 3,200 points. Even Ling Xiao and the others were stuck around level 40. The recruitment level has already reached level 14. Su Chen guessed that reaching level 15 should bring some improvements, but he needed to use those 20,000 points. So he had no choice but to put it on hold for now. The logistics personnel were still a bit lacking, with only 10 people, while the remaining 150 were all engaged in combat. Su Chen muttered to himself, stroking his chin in thought. The next step should be to bring in some logistics troops. Within a team, the division of labor must be clearer. The zombies are evolving, and the virus's infectivity is gradually increasing, so the involvement of doctors is essential. Su Chen was lost in thought when a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. A group of girls dressed in nurse uniforms stood in a line, holding syringes, stethoscopes, and so on. In soft, sweet voices, they said, "Master, can we check your body? Master, what are you thinking? You're smiling." Li Jia's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Su Chen's thoughts. Su Chen hurriedly coughed and said seriously, "I was thinking that as the virus infection rate increases, There are times when I can't help my team members recover in time, and they have already turned into zombies. Li Jian nodded thoughtfully and said, according to what Xiao Ling said, although this zombie virus is not entirely a divine virus, it can still evolve on its own. So it's understandable that the zombies are becoming stronger and the infection rate is increasing. Su Chen sighed. He suddenly remembered several members of the Maid army. Because he was unable to rush over in time to rescue them after they were injured by zombies, they ended up mutating into zombies. After the mutation, their strength increased by at least 10 times, and those with special abilities turned into special zombies after the transformation. Su Chen defined zombies with abilities similar to human superpowers as special zombies. Su Chen immediately said. He waved his hand and led the group towards the exhibition hall. While they were still on the way, he had already exhausted his 20,000 points. Team members needed 500 points to awaken their abilities, and it cost 300 points to change the maid's combat outfit. This amount of points was really not enough. Not to mention, mastering skills of various types also required a significant amount of points. Among the 4 he was bound to, enhancing attributes and upgrading abilities also required a considerable number of points. Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. The points were simply not enough. He needed to clear out more zombies. Soon, in the exhibition hall meeting room, Long Zaiqian, Yi Kuang, Yi Ling, Li Jia, and Li Meiling took their seats. How is the base in Wu City? Su Chen asked. Previously, Wu Cheng conspired with Yi Mu Gu, and then they disappeared together. Chen Muzhen quickly consolidated this base. Now, aside from those small gathering places, there are only 2 major players left in Jianghai City, Chen Muzhen and Su Chen. Su Chen's exhibition hall has now attracted many survivors seeking refuge, and its scale is gradually expanding. However, in terms of sheer numbers, it is not as large as Chen Muzhen's base. Recently, Commander Lu's attitude has also been somewhat ambiguous, Su Chen suddenly said. Long Zaiqian paused for a moment and nodded helplessly. Commander Lu has recently hinted that I should visit Chen Muzhen's base. And he even mistakenly said before that Chen Muzhen's place is the shelter for Jianghai Shi. After saying this, Long Zaiqian looked at Su Chen with some trepidation. Su Chen spread his hands, looking indifferent. Most people in the upper echelons prioritize their own interests. Chen Muzhen's base has more people, which naturally brings more benefits. Moreover, Commander Lu had previously supported him with 2 tanks, and he hadn't transmitted much information in return. Chapter 62. Commander Lu's change of attitude. Night Spirit is seen as a dead person by the outside world, and she rarely ventures out. Su Chen didn't know what it felt like. He just had a gut feeling that he couldn't reveal the situation with the divine virus. This could also lead to Commander Lu's dissatisfaction. It seemed that Commander Lu still wanted to support Chen Muzhen's side. Su Chen squinted and chuckled softly. As the youngest colonel in Long Country, he was probably going to be dismissed. Moreover, Chen Muzhen had also been restless lately, frequently coming to their territory to collect supplies. Although the surrounding resources had all been taken to the exhibition hall by them, Li Meiling took out her notebook and handed it to Su Chen. It outlined an area, roughly centered on the exhibition hall, within a radius of 10 kilometers. This place belonged to Su Chen and his team. Previously, there had been a tripartite division, and the Xingye laboratory didn't care about territory at all, so everyone had been quite tacit. Now, with only Su Chen and Chen Muzhen left in Jianghai, Chen Muzhen naturally had more ideas in this situation. This behavior was a kind of test. Yi Kuang, how is the development work at the Xingye laboratory going? Su Chen turned to look at Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang was familiar with the Xingye laboratory. Although it had been destroyed, they could still find some supplies. We have opened up part of the area from -1 to -2 and excavated 100 firearms from it, including 20 submachine guns, 15 pistols, 40 tranquilizer guns, and 25 stun guns. Yi Kuang stood up, paused, and then continued. It's not very meaningful to keep digging. Indeed, Long Country had strict control, and it was understandable that there were more tranquilizer guns and stun guns. Su Chen nodded slightly. He glanced at the calendar, which showed March 1st, nearly a month since the beginning of spring. With the tranquilizer guns and stun guns taken, that street would be cleaned up in a few days. Let's put in some effort. In 4 days, I will send a message to Chen Muzhen to discuss things. Su Chen waved his hand, intending to end the meeting. Su Chen, I think we need to pay attention to a problem. Yi Ling suddenly stood up. She spoke, and those who were about to leave stopped. Cats and dogs can mutate into zombies, and as the weather gradually warms up, mosquitoes will soon appear. We need to be cautious, and it would be best to search for some insecticides. Su Chan frowned upon hearing this. But Yiling was still reviewing the research materials from the Starry Night Laboratory, so her understanding of the virus was undoubtedly deeper than theirs. All right, I'll have someone keep an eye on it. And one more thing. Never mind, I might be overthinking it. Yiling smiled and slightly bowed to everyone, indicating that they could leave. Su Chan sat alone in the conference room. After a month, he really started to miss Chen Jiai. However, there had been continuous feedback from Chen Jiai, even though Su Chen hadn't used any points to enhance her abilities. After all, with the system in place, he believed that Chen Jiai wouldn't betray him. I know your temperament. You definitely have your own difficulties that you want to handle by yourself. But with me around, I won't let you suffer any grievances. Su Chan slowly clenched his fist. He hadn't forgotten what he had said to Yiling a month ago. In Jianghai City, there should only be one voice. Jianghai City, East District. This is the high-tech zone of Jianghai City, with towering buildings stretching endlessly. However, it is also a sparsely populated area of Jianghai City, and Chun Muzin's base is established in the high-tech industrial park of the East District. The industrial park is already surrounded by iron fences, which, after simple processing, have turned into towering walls. Abandoned vehicles are piled up together, forming a solid defense line. Inside Chun Muzin's base, people come and go, giving a sense of prosperity. Among them, many are dressed in suits, sitting on the street, drinking coffee, and enjoying afternoon tea time. From the perspective of the base alone, it seems as if the apocalypse had never broken out. But just a wall away outside, there are countless zombies baring their teeth. Chen Muzin and Chun Dongdong stood on the wall, watching the nearby zombies, their brows furrowed. The zombies are growing stronger, and our combat forces are decreasing sharply. The death toll reached 18 yesterday. Chen Dongdong couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. He looked back at the base, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Chen Muzin seemed to know what Chen Dongdong was thinking. He laughed and patted Chen Dongdong on the shoulder. This son still lacks a broader perspective. In the short term, killing zombies and surviving is indeed the most important. But now, as gathering places and shelters take shape, we need a longer-term vision. Do you know why Commander Liu wants to support us? Is it just because of the capabilities of the Chen Group? No, it's because we can win people's hearts, and we are allowing society to gradually restore order. Chen Muzin grabbed Chen Dongdong's shoulder and slowly rose into the air, floating toward the depths of the base. His control over gravity had reached a level that allowed him to levitate people, which indicates how powerful he is. Along the way, everyone nodded and greeted Chen Muzin, their eyes filled with smiles. Did you see? This is where people's hearts lean. Su Chen's base is too focused on survival. While from some informants we've sent in, they have no fixed regulations in their base. Su Chen's base lacks order. Everything is centered around Su Chen and the higher-ups to judge right and wrong. Chen Muzin spoke slowly. Beside him, Chen Dongdong nodded thoughtfully. After dealing with zombies, the biggest goal for Longhua is still to restore normal social order. In their current base, there are clear divisions of labor. Those with abilities can enjoy better treatment, while workers remain workers, and those without skills can only join the combat forces. It's like they are working for the whole base. This is the social order before the apocalypse, aligned with Longhua's long-term development goals, which is why Commander Liu wants to support them. No wonder. I previously saw Su Chan with tanks and thought Commander Liu was supporting them from behind. Now it seems Commander Liu leans more toward us. Chen Dongdong said thoughtfully. Chen Muzin slightly nodded, turned his head, and smiled at the people below. The reason these people can enjoy such treatment may be that they have management skills, or perhaps they have technical support. To be precise, they have a knowledge system in their minds that supports them, and Longhua does not want these things to disappear with the apocalypse. Therefore, their base is more valuable than Su Chen's. By the way, is Chun Jai doing well? Chen Muzin suddenly asked. Her ability is indeed remarkable, but without her mother and sister, I'm afraid. Chapter 63. Everyone has a weakness, everyone has a weakness. For Chun Jai, she rarely received her father's attention because she was just a girl and could not inherit the Chen group. Moreover, Chun Jai's mother had given birth to 2 daughters in a row, making her status even lower than Chen Jiai's. Given their family background, they had maids at home, but Chen Jiai's mother lived like a maid. Therefore, Chen Jiai distanced herself from the Chen group and relied entirely on herself. Unexpectedly, Chen Muzin controlled Chen Jiai's mother and sister to threaten her. That was why Chen Jiai left Su Chen and came to Chen Muzin's base. At this moment, Chen Jiai was killing zombies, her consciousness spreading out to issue commands. A team of 30 was retreating in an orderly manner, entering a high-rise building to temporarily avoid the zombies. Chen Jiai glanced back discreetly. Someone in the team suddenly put away what was in their hands and turned to look into the distance. She knew that this person had been sent by Chen Dongdong to monitor her. Team Chen, we got 4 evolution cores today. A good haul, a girl said cheerfully, sitting beside Chen Jiai. The others around also praised Chen Jiai. Over the past month, Chen Jiai hadn't done much. She just led these 30 people through life and death, doing her utmost to protect them. She even secretly hid some evolution cores to help them awaken their powers, just to win their hearts. Team Chen, what about that person monitoring you? The girl beside her whispered. The few people gathered around Chen Jiai were chatting among themselves, but their eyes involuntarily turned toward her. Chen Jiai said discreetly, "There's no need to worry about it. It's normal for the Chen family to be wary of me. Let them monitor." The others were openly discussing the gains from this outing, but secretly, they were taking the opportunity to whisper among themselves. "We've naturally isolated him. Team Chen treats him well, but he harbors ill intentions. Team Chen is too kind. If it were up to me, I would just deal with him. What are you thinking? If we deal with him, the Chen family will send someone else. Once this person is exposed, we can control him better. Team Chen, I have some news about your mother from my sister." Chen Jiai's gaze sharpened, and upon hearing this, she forgot to conceal her excitement and hurried over to the person who spoke. In the apocalypse, experiencing life and death together easily fosters deep friendships. In the team, apart from the person monitoring Chen Jiai, the rest were charmed by her charisma. Plus, Chen Jiai's situation wasn't a big secret in the base, so everyone knew. When she first arrived here, Chen Jiai wanted to find her mother and sister, but could only see the videos sent by them. She was dissatisfied and caused a scene, but unfortunately, she was too weak and was suppressed. Afterwards, Chen Jiai was assigned to the combat team, going out to search for supplies, luring zombies, and sharing the pressure on the base. However, Chen Muzin and Chen Dongdong were not completely at ease with Chen Jiai and sent someone to monitor her. Meanwhile, the news of Chen Jiai searching for her family had also spread within the base. Chen Jiai gained the friendship of this group of people and received their sincere help. You all know my sister is a psychology expert, right? Who would have thought that we, who fight zombies every day, have no psychological pressure, while those big shots in the base all have psychological pressure? That person laughed. However, it was also because of this that the person's sister learned about the whereabouts of Chen Jiai's family. There are only 2 places in the base that require a pass to enter. One is where Chen Muzin and the higher-ups reside, and the other is the base's prison. The prison is too conspicuous. It is clearly not a hiding place. The high-rise residence consists of 7 floors, and the basement is specifically guarded. Previously, my sister tried to find an excuse to go down, but was directly turned away. The most likely place is the basement. However, unexpectedly, there is another entrance to the basement, but it requires going through the pipes. I am currently trying to find a way to gather information. Team Chen, we need to wait until Chen Muzin and the others leave. Chen Jiai nodded in response. However, executing this plan is quite difficult. Now that the base situation is gradually stabilizing, the combat troops are mostly outside, and Chen Muzin will not leave the base. Just then, the intercom rang. Upon hearing it, Chen Jiai stood up and discreetly put an evolved core into her pocket. She relied on the evolved cores she hoarded from each battle to continuously enhance her strength. I understand, Chen Jiai replied, and, under the mental network's coverage, signaled everyone to get up and leave. There is a strict rule in the base that prohibits carrying firearms. Chen Jiai shook her head and said, "I know the rules, I don't have any. If someone were turned into a zombie in the base, it would cause chaos." Soon, Chen Jiai was taken to the high-rise residence, the 7-story building. All the way to the rooftop, there is a huge office. This is also where Chen Muzin resides. As soon as she entered, a plain-looking woman came into Chen Jiai's view. "Mom." Chen Jiai immediately rushed over. Chen Muzin smiled and said, "Jiai, I know you've been doing very well lately, so I brought your mother here for you to reunite." Chen Jiai hurriedly asked about her mother's condition. Her mother kept smiling, saying she was doing well. "Nonsense, Mom. Look at you, your complexion is not good." After saying this, Chen Jiai stood up and looked at Chen Muzin. Chen Muzin spread his hands and helplessly said, "Jiai, you can't blame me. It's your aunt who has been worried about you, unable to eat or drink." Yes, your second uncle is right," Tianqing chimed in from the side. She took Chen Jiai's hand, covering it with both of hers, gently rubbing it, her eyes filled with endless concern. "Child, the outside world is chaotic. You must take care of yourself, understand?" Tianqing's voice began to choke up. Not long after, Chen Muzin called for someone to take Tianqing away. "Second uncle, I know you wouldn't act without reason. What do you need me to do?" Chen Muzin paused, sat in the boss's chair, and slowly said, "Actually, I received a message earlier. Su Chen wants to talk to me." Chapter 64. We are all family. Upon hearing Su Chen's name, Chen Jiai's breath hitched, and a strange expression flashed in her eyes before quickly disappearing. "I have no contact with Su Chen anymore," Chen Jiai said calmly. Chen Muzin hurriedly walked over to Chen Jiai, patted her shoulder, and gestured for her to sit down. "Look, you and Su Chen have a good relationship. It's perfectly normal to get in touch. I'm not hostile towards Su Chen. We've collaborated before, right?" Chen Muzin's words were met with disbelief from Chen Jiai. She couldn't believe that Chen Muzin had no thoughts about Su Chen, especially since Su Chen commanded a formidable maid army. This was something Chen Muzin could never cultivate. Chen Muzin sat upright on the sofa, wearing a smile on his otherwise stern face, which felt extremely out of place, giving off the vibe of a cunning old fox. "Jiai, Su Chen is still an outsider. We are all your family." Chen Muzin put away his smile and earnestly advised. "Yes, we are family." Although she said this, Chen Jiai seemed a bit distracted. What family can imprison Tianqing and prevent mother and daughter from seeing each other? Chen Muzin didn't mind. It was obvious to anyone that Chen Jiai was being perfunctory, but he showed a look of relief and sighed. "That's right, family. Of course. Since you have a good relationship with him, I hope he can lead the team to bring our guest over. I also welcome his maid army to come to our base. After all, the young energy in the base is too strong." Chen Muzin finally revealed his true intentions. He actually wanted to bring Su Chen to his base and even wanted to recruit Su Chen's maid army. As for Chen Jiai, she was merely a bait. However, sending Chen Jiai now would likely bring Su Chen into the base. His base has thousands of people, and the combat troops number nearly 1,000. Once Su Chen enters, it would be a den of dragons and tigers. Then Chen Muzin could cut him up at will. What does Su Chen say? Chen Jiai's expression finally changed. Chen Jiai maintained her expression, but secretly clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "Okay, I understand." She stood up and turned to leave the office. Before leaving, a faint blue light flickered in her eyes, quickly disappearing. "Scan," Chen Jiai whispered. She couldn't stay in the building for long and was led out of the office building. As she passed by the entrance to the basement, she deliberately glanced inside. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office, Chen Dongdong walked in. "Dad, no, Chairman Chen." Chen Jiai deliberately glanced at the basement. She probably noticed that place. Upon hearing this, Chen Muzin's authoritative face turned gloomy. Sure enough, daughters always turn their arms outward. "Just like your sister. Chairman, will Chen Jiai do as we said?" Chen Dongdong changed the subject. "She will. She saw Tianqing today, so she naturally understands my intentions. Now I'm just waiting to see what she thinks, whether to give up on Tianqing or go meet Su Chen." Chen Muzin sneered. He then waved his hand to let Chen Dongdong leave. The next day, at the exhibition hall, Su Chen set off with a smile on his face. "Are you that happy today?" Yi Kuang asked. "Of course, I'm going to see my wife," Su Chen replied with a grin. "May I ask which wife?" Yi Kuang said before quickly running away. Ling Xiao actually understood very well that she couldn't monopolize Su Chen, just like Chen Jiai, who offered herself up for the first blood the moment she saw Su Chen. In their hearts, they knew the changing world. Someone as outstanding as Su Chen would definitely not have just one woman by his side. In fact, there were hundreds of women in the base who had feelings for Su Chen. Celebrities like Kuer, the genius girl Yi Ling, And even the beautiful woman Li Miling. Who wouldn't like Su Chen? She liked Su Chen and didn't want him to make a choice among them, putting him in a difficult position. What are you looking at? I actually hope the master has more wives. I can hardly bear it lately, Ling Xiao said, rubbing her waist with a look of helplessness. The master is too strong. Ha ha ha. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. Having you all is enough. Ling Xiao rolled her eyes at Su Chen and said, Coder was pacing in front of your room last night. I don't believe you didn't notice. Su Chen was taken aback. He truly hadn't noticed. He and Zhang Xiao were in the room discussing the specific uses of flexibility, which were indeed profound and high-level questions. Ling Xiao ignored Su Chen and secretly made up her mind. I'll take a good rest for a few days and find a time to spar with the master for a whole night. It's time to give that foolish master a proper punishment. Su Chen nodded and said solemnly, Chen Yuzin's invitation for us to go over is not simple. The fewer people there are, the more wary he becomes of us. He then slapped Yi Kuang on the forehead. Moreover, I've recently brought you over 100 evolution cores. Is all this investment in vain? Hearing this, Yi Kuang chuckled awkwardly. It's certain that abilities vary in strength, and Yi Kuang's fire ability is indeed powerful, especially considering he's quite ruthless. In the ruins, he dug a path with his bare hands to bring Yi Ling out. That's not just being ruthless, that's being a werewolf. Naturally, he is worth cultivating. However, my ability is improving more and more slowly, and I feel that the purity of the energy contained in the evolution cores differs. I need better evolution cores. Yi Kuang mumbled. Su Chen nodded slightly and said, Don't worry, everything will be fine. Moreover, perhaps we will be able to move to a different place. Su Chen looked into the distance. As the number of people in the exhibition hall increased, it began to get crowded. If Chen Yuzhen didn't make a move, it would be fine, but once he did, things would get exciting. Chapter 65. You cut your long hair after Su Chen and the others left by car. The combat vehicles and tanks began to move out. They had previously been clearing out the nearby zombies, and the density of zombies had greatly decreased. Now that the vehicles were moving out, the way was clear and unobstructed. The speed of the combat vehicles could also increase. As they advanced, they soon entered the eastern district of Jianghai City. Suddenly, a voice came to mind. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. Jiayi, Chen, you shouldn't have come. Chen Yuzhen has already made arrangements and is going to take action against you. Chen Jiayi's voice was very urgent. Don't worry, I know you have your reasons. This time I've already made arrangements. Trust me, as long as I walk in, Chen Yuzhen will definitely have to carry me out in a grand sedan chair. Su Chen's gaze gradually grew colder. Soon, a team of over 100 people appeared ahead, and Su Chen's team quickly retreated, with only one of Su Chen's vehicles moving forward. Chen Jiai spotted Su Chen. They had already communicated in their minds, but seeing Su Chen standing in front of her, she could only clench her fists and suppress the urge to rush over and hug him. This past month had been very difficult for her. Su Chen. So many words could be said, but only a simple name remained. Su Chen stepped forward, nodded slightly at Chen Jiai, and also nodded to the team of over 100 people behind her. From the crowd, a bearded man stepped out. Hello, Su Chen. I am Wang Dadong. Chairman Chen sent us to take you to the base. As he spoke, another person walked out and nodded at Su Chen. The newcomer was Su Jisheng. Su Chen was not surprised. During the previous operation, Wu Cheng did not bring Su Jisheng along, which suggested that Su Jisheng was not really one of Wu Cheng's trusted subordinates. When Chen Yuzhen took over Wu Cheng's base, he naturally took Su Jisheng with him. Long time no see, Boss Su. Yeah, long time no see. Su Chen also greeted with a smile. Boss Su, aren't you bringing your people along? Wang Dadong asked. Su Chen shook his head and said, Aren't you all here? Besides, if I rush over with hundreds of people, who wouldn't think I'm going to attack your base? Wang Dadong quickly smiled, feeling awkward, and said, Boss Su is joking. This is not the time for human infighting. Su Chen smiled ambiguously and then turned to walk into the team. Wang Dadong also signaled the people in the team to move forward. Along the way, Su Chen saw large groups of zombies moving in one direction, his eyes flickering, perhaps due to the large number of people gathered. Chen Yuzhen's base often suffered attacks from zombie hordes, but most of them would be drawn away by the combat troops using sound. However, it wouldn't be long before the zombie hordes would strike again. Chen Jiai's voice suddenly echoed in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen didn't look at Chen Jiai. just a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Previously, Yiling had dug up some information that zombies are not only sensitive to sound. Their sense of smell and even other senses are exceptionally acute. They can even distinguish places where crowds gather and instinctively move towards those locations. So, it's not just about hiding and being silent to avoid zombie attacks. I could have done that too, you just don't believe me. Chen Jiai seemed to be acting like a spoiled child. Jiai, your hair is shorter. Yeah, for the sake of fighting, I can't keep long hair. You're not here, so I have to take care of myself. What if I get attacked by zombies? The two communicated in their minds, expressing their longing for each other. Chen Jiai also unreservedly told Su Chen about her mother, Tian Qing, and that was when Su Chen realized the difficulties Chen Jiai was facing. But I have taken a lot of evolution cores from them, and they also want to train my abilities. Look, I didn't rely on you. How high is my ability level now? Upon hearing this, Su Chen opened Chen Jiai's panel. The words level 41 ability appeared prominently in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen is only at level 44, and Chen Jiai has already caught up, and not by relying on his points. Jiai, I've known since you were little that you're a clever little thing. Su Chen suddenly laughed out loud. Wang Dadong and Su Jisheng, sitting next to Su Chen, both had looks of confusion on their faces. I suddenly saw a zombie. It's so ugly, look at it. Su Chen pointed outside. Zombie, are you polite? Su Chen waved his hand, and electricity flashed, directly taking down the zombie. Do you think it's funny? Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Jisheng and Wang Dadong could only laugh helplessly. In fact, they felt that it was just an ordinary zombie. They really couldn't keep up with the thinking of these base leaders. As they approached the base, the team began to scatter, honking their horns to attract the zombies away. The area around the base had been cleared, and the vehicles could shake off the zombies with speed. Moreover, it seemed there was a fixed path. During this journey, Su Chen and the others really didn't need to take action and simply entered the base. The sun was shining brightly, there was afternoon tea, bread, and pedestrians coming and going endlessly. At that moment, Chen Dongdong walked forward with people and said with a smile, Boss Su Chen, welcome. Our rule here is that we cannot carry hot weapons, so we hope you understand, but we will definitely ensure your safety. Su Chen spread his hands and said, feel free to check. I trust you now. See, I didn't bring any weapons. Su Chen really didn't bring any weapons, but as long as he wanted, he could exchange for them from the system mall in no time. What is there to worry about? I'll take you to meet Chairman Chen right now, Chen Dongdong said, making a gesture to invite him. No ruse, no ruse. Su Chen had a meaningful smile on his face. Time passed, and for 3 consecutive days, Su Chen held back and didn't go to see Chen Muzin. Every day, he just sat on the street drinking coffee, and when he had nothing to do, he would take a nap on a bench in the sun, looking incredibly relaxed. The Night Madness and Ling Xiao he brought had met Chen Muzin once, but they didn't say much. Chen Muzin's mouth twitched. He was caught off guard by Su Chen's series of actions. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. What did it mean to bring Su Chen over? When Su Chen was found, he was nibbling on bread and smoking a cigarette, looking quite lazy. Boss Su, didn't you say you wanted to talk to Chairman Chen? Chen Dongdong said with a smile. Su Chen slapped his forehead, looking suddenly enlightened. So I came to find Chairman Chen. No wonder, it's just too comfortable here. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongdong immediately teased, why not join us? Really? I agree. Su Chen readily responded. Chapter 66. Su Chen, indispensable top floor office. Chen Muzin, Chen Dongdong, and Su Chen sat face to face, and the atmosphere felt quite awkward. Chen Muzin completely couldn't understand what Su Chen meant. He indeed had the intention of bringing Su Chen's base under his wing, but he didn't expect Su Chen to agree right away. Chen Dongdong had just been testing the waters. He thought Su Chen was joking. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's first sentence upon meeting Chen Muzin was to propose joining Chen Muzin's base. Mr. Su, I really can't understand you. Your base is developing well. Why do you want to join our base? Chen Muzin broke the silence, his stern face expressionless, looking quite serious. Su Chen picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, saying, isn't it because your base is good? Unlike my base, which is a hassle, I really don't want to manage it anymore. To be honest, Su Chen stood up directly, grasping Chen Muzin's hand, with a sincere expression on his face. The past 3 days at Chairman Chen's base have been the easiest 3 days for me, without having to worry about the intrigues of those below, and not having to pay attention to the raging tide of zombies outside. Su Chen sighed repeatedly, his eyes filled with a look of difficulty. He seemed to think of something, pinching the bridge of his nose, appearing quite troubled. Chen Muzin and Chen Dongdong exchanged a glance, and both fell silent. In the apocalypse, the dark side of human nature is magnified without restraint. After losing order, people enjoy the taste of freedom, but rebuilding order is not simple. They have re-established order in their base, but managing it remains extremely troublesome. Why does the base need to set up cells? And why must no firearms be brought into the base? It is all to avoid unnecessary conflicts. This matter is not to be taken lightly, but Mr. Su wants to join us, and we welcome him. We just ask that he take a few more days to consider it. To ensure this is a well-thought-out decision before we talk again. Chen Muzin stood up and extended his hand to Su Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen immediately turned and left without any hesitation. Chen Muzin stood by the window, watching Su Chen leave the building, his eyes flickering. Go investigate Su Chen's base. Chen Muzin ordered. Chen Dongdong, puzzled, asked, the relationship between Su Chen and Chen Jiai is unusual. Will he let go so easily if we use Chen Jiai like this? Chen Muzin sighed and turned to Chen Dongdong, his eyes showing disappointment. Dongdong in the apocalypse. What resource is the most important? But have you thought about where these things come from? As soon as he said this, Chen Dongdong suddenly showed a look of realization. Before the apocalypse, supermarkets were stocked with a variety of goods, some of which piled up until they expired without being sold. But now, any supermarket or small shop would be emptied in an instant. Once, countless experts and scholars said that eating instant noodles is unhealthy, that consuming fast food is unhealthy, and that eating too much meat is unhealthy. Nowadays, a full meal is enough. Who can afford to care about so much? In short, it all comes down to people. When the apocalypse broke out, 80 to 90% of people mutated into zombies, and the importance of these resources was magnified without limit. Using a little means losing a lot, so they're crucial supplies. But comparatively, talent is the most important resource. It takes at least over a decade for a person to grow from childhood to being capable of working. How many resources are consumed in those years? Every day, members of the combat team sacrifice themselves. But how long does it take to train a person to the point of being able to fight zombies? Once Chen Dongdong understood this, he immediately realized Su Chen's importance. That's right. Do you remember his ability? He can resurrect female zombies. This is crucial. What will happen when only men are left in the apocalypse? Chen Muzin took a deep breath and patted Chen Dongdong's shoulder. If Su Chen can be controlled, it would be best to have that control in hand, no matter what method is used, whether it is lowly or despicable. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongdong immediately nodded and said yes. Then, he turned and left. In the following days, Su Chen was living the most leisurely life. In the afternoon, he drank coffee and ate bread. Ling Xiao accompanied him throughout, feeding him hand in hand. Su Chen only needed to lie back and enjoy. Yi Kuang, on the other hand, couldn't sit still at all, going out every day with the combat team to kill zombies. Along the way, he even had a quarrel with Su Chen, and then they never saw each other again. Chen Jiai watched Su Chen and Ling Xiao's affectionate behavior from a distance, tears streaming down her face as she turned and left. Chen Dongdong and Chen Muzin witnessed everything. At this moment, Chen Muzin sat in the boss's chair, his eyes continuously shifting as he fell into deep thought. Su Chen is, after all, just a recent college graduate. He was fortunate to awaken an indispensable ability. He may have had thoughts of wanting to dominate this apocalypse, but only by standing in a high place does one understand that it is cold at the top. Chen Dongdong flipped through the materials in his hand and added, Su Chen has relationships with many women in the base, and even because of his handsome appearance, he has attracted numerous women in the base. This has caused many male members under Su Chen to be dissatisfied with him. Now that Su Chen has been gone for several days, his base is in complete chaos. As soon as he said this, Chen Muzin immediately squinted his eyes, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. He had always had a grievance in his heart, which was the relationship between Su Chen and Chen Jiai. Now that Chen Jia sees Su Chen involved with other women, she must be heartbroken. Chen Jia can be used, and Su Chen can also see through it. It's time to close the net. Find a few women in the base, and make sure they are outstanding in every way. But they must be from the base's upper echelon. Chen Muzhen smiled. Lustful people are the easiest to control. Chen Dongdong nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Half a day later, Su Chen reappeared in this office. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 mature-looking women with an ethereal aura sitting on the sofa. They were dressed in professional outfits, black stockings, and red high heels, exuding an alluring vibe. As the saying goes, black stockings paired with red shoes increase attack speed and critical strike chance. As soon as Su Chen entered, 3 women surrounded him, their bodies intentionally and unintentionally brushing against him, captivating him. After waiting for a long time, Chen Muzhen finally walked in. When he saw Su Chen's dazed expression, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Just as expected. Mr. Su, you mentioned joining our base before. Are you serious about it? Of course I'm serious. Su Chen's gaze was fixed on the 3 women, completely ignoring Chen Muzhen. That's great. Chapter 67. You have no way out. Now, Chen Muzhen clapped his hands, and the 3 women turned to leave, causing Su Chen to show a look of disappointment. Seeing this, Chen Muzhen smiled and said, Mr. Su, don't worry. As long as you join the base, that will be your reward. I've inquired, and they all admire you very much. Chairman Chen, what do you take me for? Su Chen suddenly stood up, his expression turning cold. Chen Muzhen, however, remained unhurried and said, just a man. What man isn't attracted to women? Su, my brother, I understand you. Su Chen immediately chuckled, sat down, leaned forward, and had a lewd expression on his face. Chairman Chen, you really know people well. But, well, between me and Ling Xiao, you know what I mean. Chen Muzhen immediately understood, leaned in closer, and whispered, you keep Ling Xiao occupied for a night, and I'll have the 3 of them go quietly. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. On the surface, Chen Muzhen was smiling, but inside he was filled with disdain. Just 3 worthless individuals, who knows how many times they had sold their bodies to survive after the apocalypse. Their ability to seduce men was indeed exceptional. In just a few minutes, they had Su Chen completely captivated. If they weren't somewhat capable, Chen Muzhen wouldn't have given them such good treatment. Let's talk about business. Chen Muzhen changed the subject. Su Chen nodded and said, I know what Chairman Chen wants to say, but the combat troops I can gather right now are not many. I know. Chen Muzhen sneered inwardly. His expression suddenly darkened as he stood up and looked down at Su Chen from high position. Your maids have been harassed by the people you've gathered, fighting fiercely, leaving with supplies while hunting zombies. The rest of the people are running amok in the base all day, haha. Chen Muzhen sneered. He followed the principle of courtesy before force, and now he needed to make Su Chen see the truth clearly. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Su Chen's face was filled with anger and disbelief. Useless, a bunch of useless people, Chen Muzhen interrupted Su Chen with a cold snort, his eyes wide open, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Su Chen, you need to understand that you have no leadership ability. The remaining base has already turned into ruins, and you are homeless. From this moment on, clarify your position. It is not you joining my base, but me taking you in. Su Chen clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them, a look of struggle on his face. After a while, he weakly nodded and slumped onto the sofa. Chen Muzhen withdrew his authority, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he slowly sat down beside Su Chen and patted his shoulder. Your maid squad still has great potential for development. Women, even without fighting, can have a huge impact. Starting today, you need to go out every day to use your abilities to revive the female zombies. Su Chen heard this, looked at Chen Muzhen, and opened his mouth, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a long while, he seemed to resign himself to fate. Drooping his head in dejection, Su Chen said helplessly. Chen Muzhen frowned. Is it really just one evolution core to revive one person? Su Chen felt a bit anxious again. Although it seemed unprofitable, in reality, the zombies were very strong now. Reviving them would weaken them a bit, but they would still possess certain combat abilities. Chen Musin seemed to be moved, his eyes rolling as he constantly weighed the pros and cons. All right, I'll give you 10 evolution cores first. You revive 10 zombies and let me see if it's worth it. After saying that, Chen Musin clapped his hands. Soon, Chun Jai walked in holding 10 evolution cores, handed them to Su Chun without any expression on her face, placed the items down, and turned to leave. Su Chun was surprised to see Chun Jai come in, and then felt awkward. He wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't say anything. Chun Musin's lips curled up slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. Naturally, it was he who left Chun Jai outside to listen to his conversation with Su Chun in order to better utilize Chun Jai. Later, I will arrange for the combat team to take you out, try to pick some strong female zombies. Su Chun was stunned for a moment, then numbly nodded, took the evolution core, and turned to leave. After a while, Chun Jai walked in. Chun Musin sat in the boss's chair, with his back to Chun Jai. Did you see Su Chun clearly? Chun Jai replied. Jai, you need to understand that you and I are family. Do your job well for me, and don't think about Su Chun anymore. Chun Musin turned his head and then threw out a large bag of evolution cores. The evolution cores varied in size and quality. The most basic zombie cats and zombie dogs had evolution cores only the size of marbles. However, the batch of evolution cores Chun Musin gave to Chun Jai was at least twice the size of marbles, with the largest one nearly the size of an egg. As your abilities improve, those small evolution cores become useless. These evolution cores are for you. Use them to enhance your abilities. Chun Jai struggled for a moment and then accepted the evolution cores. Thank you, uncle, she said, slightly bowing, and then exited the office. At night, in the room where Su Chen lived, the curtains were drawn tightly shut. There was a knock on the door. 3 women slowly walked in. Su Chen was only wearing a thin nightgown, lying on the bed, and upon seeing the 3 women, her eyes widened in surprise. The 3 women entered the room while slowly taking off their coats, leaving only their sexy and hot bikinis. Bang! The door closed. Sisters, you shouldn't close the door like that. It would be embarrassing to be seen, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The next moment, she darted out and quickly took down all 3 of them. Su Chen reached out to stop her, but it was already too late. Don't, they're almost done undressing. Let them perform a bit. Ling Xiao, with a faint smile, walked to Su Chen's bedside and directly took off her outer jacket. Master, is it that I don't look good? Su Chen's eyes widened, filled with intense passion. He rushed forward and tackled Ling Xiao, and the 2 rolled into a tangle, their shouts echoing far and wide. Outside the door, the few guards on duty heard the commotion and cursed under their breath. Damn, it's so intense. And we still have to stand guard for them. I also need to go to the red light district to relieve some stress. All right, it's already started. No need to watch anymore. Let's go. Before long, inside the room, Su Chen and Ling Xiao stood behind the window, watching the departing figures with flickering eyes. Behind them, the 3 women were tightly bound, and Yi Kuang stood beside them with a whip in hand. Chapter 68. Yi Kuang, you really know how to tie people up. Ling Xiao also nodded thoughtfully. The bindings on these 3 women were quite different. One had her hands tied behind her back, with the rope coming from below and draped around her neck. Ahem, there's indeed some skill involved. Yi Kuang scratched his head, coughed a couple of times, and a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. Then he thought of something and pointed at Su Chen, saying, Are you brave enough to say that if Ling Xiao wasn't here tonight, you would have probably let these 3 vixens ride on you long ago? Su Chen nodded. It's worth a try. Slap. Ling Xiao gave Su Chen a smack on the back of the head and stared at him wide-eyed. Su Chen could only raise his hands and surrender. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao, it's not just you, right? Having 3 more is not a problem, is it? Yi Kuang's words carried a hint of wanting to provoke. Ling Xiao paused for a moment and then said seriously, Think carefully about who is around Su Chen. Yi Kuang was taken aback, about to say something when he suddenly looked enlightened. That's right. They're all the ones who have been through thick and thin with him from the start. If Su Chen really just picked 2 randomly, I definitely wouldn't agree. As Ling Xiao spoke, he shot another warning glance at Su Chen. Yi Kuang nodded, he understood. Li Jia, Chun Jia, Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, all have been through life and death with Su Chen and have built deep bonds. He had been too superficial in his thinking. What about the 3 of them? Kill. After Su Chan said this, he turned his head away. Yi Kwang was silent for a moment and then laughed. Su Chun, you are different now. But that's a good thing. Killing them means they can be revived. What are you worried about? Su Chun said helplessly. Soon, the three women stood in front of Su Chin again. Master, give me a rough overview of your base situation. It took a full half-hour before the three women got up and were arranged to leave by Su Chun. Su Chun, Yi Kwang, and Ling Xiao sat in the room, each with a different expression. Chen Muzin truly lived up to his title as the chairman of the Chen Group, considering many aspects of things. They already had their own food cultivation base, built greenhouses and artificial light sources, sowing seeds shortly after the apocalypse began. Although some crops died due to the cold weather, they have now started to yield results. There are factory areas, food processing plants, and hardware factories, mainly focused on creating weapons to combat zombies. There are red light districts, commercial areas, and research zones. The entire base is a miniature reflection of society, almost achieving the same level as before the apocalypse. Once we secure this base, we won't have to worry during the apocalypse, Yi Kwang said with a laugh. Su Chin shook his head and said, No, Chen Muzin is right. I do not have leadership abilities, and I admit that. The base still belongs to Chen Muzin. Why want us to control Chen Muzin? Yi Kwang pondered for a moment, but felt that this method would be difficult to achieve. Su Chin noticed what Yi Kwang was thinking and said lightly, Do you want to destroy this base? Yi Kwang immediately shook his head, looking at Su Chin as if he were an idiot, and said, Do you know how rare this base is? Su Chin smiled and said, Yes, it's indeed rare. In this apocalypse, such a place is like a paradise. Chen Muzin didn't want to see any problems at the base, but he should also be facing a choice now. Yi Kwang scratched his head, looking puzzled. Su Chin chose not to continue speaking. Class contradictions have existed throughout history, and even in the apocalypse, they remain the same. Chen Muzin, a person in a high position, cannot be unaware of this, but he is not a saint and cannot resolve class contradictions. Assign tasks. Jai, are you there? In his consciousness, Chun Jai's voice rang out. Oh, are you done? It carried a hint of sarcasm and a touch of sourness. Ling Xiao quickly replied with a smile. Jai, I'm right here watching, no problem. Su Chin also coughed and quickly changed the subject. Jai, I'll leave the combat troops to you. Stir up some conflict. Ling Xiao, go to the red light district and tell those women that there's a way for them to live differently. If they're willing, I'll recruit them. If not, that's fine too. Yi Kwang, maintain contact with Long Zaiyin and Li Jia. The others nodded and left Su Chin's residence in groups. A sleepless night followed. Su Chin appeared in front of the combat unit with 2 dark circles under his eyes. This combat unit was led by Wang Dadong. As soon as he saw Su Chin, he grinned, his unkempt beard making him look quite sleazy. Boss Su, this time we're sending you out to resurrect the female zombie. And we want to see it for ourselves. Su Chin waved his hand and said, Let's go, set off. The base gate opened, and the sound of zombie roars entered his ears. Su Chin let out a breath. In that base, there was always a feeling that the apocalypse was just a dream. He could imagine that the group of people raised by Chen Muzin had probably long forgotten the devastation outside, right? Wang Dadong led a team of 30, and their combat skills were quite impressive. Brother Wang, what did you do before? Su Chin waved his hand, and electricity immediately spread out in all directions. Wang Dadong gave Su Chin a thumbs up and smiled. We used to do manual labor. Several people on my team are veterans who, after retiring, had no place to go and ended up doing security work. Su Chin immediately approached Wang Dadong, who had a beard and a buzz cut, giving off a bit of military vibe. So brother, Wang has a high status at the base, right? Look at your squad. Half of you have abilities, and you don't panic when killing zombies. You work together extremely well. Wang Dadong forced a smile and waved his hand, signaling Su Chin to stop. He raised his crossbow and continued to kill the zombies rushing in from all sides. Soon, they reached a safe place. There were many temporary bases near the main base, stocked with supplies that allowed combat teams to rest easy for a while. Inside the temporary base, 10 zombie corpses were lined up. Boss Su, these are the ones we selected. They have good physical qualities, but cleaning them up is a hassle, Wang Dadong said, then gestured for Su Chin to go ahead. Su Chin did not refuse. Walking in front of the zombie, he raised his hand to take out the evolution core and absorbed it using the system. Points 5,000, Previously, there were casualties in the maid group, so there were vacant positions, but now 10 need to be recruited, and the vacancies are not enough. He closed his eyes, seemingly brewing his abilities. In reality, he was silently saying in his heart, "System, upgrade the recruitment level. Points minus 6,000. Congratulations to the host. Current recruitment level 15. To upgrade to the next level requires 6,500 points. Recruitment points 150. Designated to increase 8 points in basic attributes. Chapter 69, recruitment level 15. Unlock skill. Heroine." Su-chan rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited. Every time he reached a certain recruitment level, the system would provide additional rewards. Congratulations, host. Recruitment level has reached level 15. Skill unlocked. Heroine. Heroine. Designate a specific member to elevate them to a hero level unit. After the upgrade, they will gain a special skill that matches their abilities, and all attributes will receive a certain boost. Current designated count 0, 4. New bond added. Heroine. When a team of 3 or more fights together, it boosts morale. When there are 5 members, they gain the skill Valor, increasing the team's combat power by 20 for 10 minutes. Note: hero level units automatically replenish traits. Heroine. Su-chan opened his eyes, and his eyes lit up. This enhancement is quite impressive. In the system mall, there is a lottery similar to drawing cards. By collecting fragments, one can exchange for a hero level unit. However, in that prize pool, there are hundreds of hero level units, with many beautiful women in black and white stockings. Ahem. The key point is that each lottery draw can only yield 1 fragment, and some hero level units require hundreds of fragments to synthesize. How long will it take to collect one? Su-chan focused on improving his existing made units. Now that this skill was activated, it compensated for the shortcomings of the hero level units. Note: hero level units no longer occupy recruitment slots. Another prompt appeared. "Boss Su, what's wrong?" Wang Dadong suddenly spoke, interrupting Su-chan's thoughts. Another system prompt popped up, but Su-chan didn't have time to check it right now. He immediately activated the system's recruitment function. Points minus 1,500. Recruitment successful. Current recruitment count 178, 180. He saw the lying zombies visibly recovering, their faces regaining color, and their hair becoming much smoother. However, perhaps due to the transformation into zombies and significant hair loss, this batch of members all had ear-length short hair, giving them a refreshing look. At the same time, the mental network instantly covered the area. From this moment on, do not call me master. Cooperate with my actions and serve under Chen. However, if he asks you to do anything against your will, you can refuse. Yes, master. The consciousness exchange was completed in an instant. The newly revived women were still quite confused, but due to the system's constraints, they immediately recognized Su-chen's identity and obeyed his commands. Wang Dadong was left dumbfounded. The sight of these zombies instantly reviving and turning into humans was beyond his comprehension. Several team members approached, wanting to touch these female zombies, but they quickly faced a ruthless counterattack. Slap! The crisp sound of slaps echoed, and several team members had red handprints on their faces. They truly showed no mercy. Tell your people to be more respectful. After their revival, they are no different from ordinary people. Do not treat them as tools. Su-chan said seriously. Wang Dadong immediately stood up and shouted angrily. What are you all doing? The female team members came out to take them down, to calm them down and inform them of the situation. Everyone began to work in an orderly manner. Wang Dadong made an excuse to go out and kill zombies. But he left with a walkie-talkie, and Su-chan could guess that Wang Dadong was going to report the situation. If he wanted to make Chen feel concerned and invest more, it was essential to show that this group of members had sufficient combat capability. This group had varying levels of skill. Su-chan opened the panel to check one by one. Most people's original physical attributes were around 20, with some excelling in spirit, but they had not yet awakened their abilities. Su-chan immediately allocated the reward attribute points according to their strengths. It costs 10 points to increase an attribute from 1 to 10, 40 points from 11 to 20, and 80 points from 21 to 30. Just like with the enhancement of supernatural abilities, the higher the attribute, the more points are required for investment. However, the principle of taking from Chen and using it for Su-chan is quite excellent. Su Chen spent points to average everyone's attributes and raised each to 30 based on their strengths. Only 2 people excel in mental attributes, but this type usually awakens good abilities. As long as they perform well enough, it will catch Chen Muzin's attention. I went to report to Director Chen, and he said to immediately take you all to hunt zombies while also assessing your combat abilities. Boss Su, are their combat abilities adequate? Upon hearing this, Su Chen glanced at the group of maids and subtly nodded. Of course, they could do it, as they had already played zombies before and wouldn't fear them. They would quickly get the hang of it. It was just a matter of arming them. Wang Dadong nodded and immediately began distributing the weapons. Su Chen roughly understood that the group of female team members were not only soothing these people, but also brainwashing them, making them aware of the benefits of the base. However, it was a pity that the system limited their loyalty to 100%. They wouldn't betray Su Chen because of these factors. Killing zombies and gaining points. Why not? For 2 whole days, Su Chen and the others wandered outside, killing zombies. Due to the lack of bonds and the maid combat suits, their performance as a team of 10 was not outstanding, but for Chen Muzin, it was enough. Their cooperation was sufficient to hunt zombie cats or zombie dogs. It's worth noting that zombie cats and zombie dogs, like zombies, were gradually becoming stronger. After gaining points, Su Chen immediately invested in these 10 people to help them perform even better. Every time Wang Dadong contacted Chen Muzin, he had a smile on his face, as if he had received praise. At night, at the temporary base, Wang Dadong couldn't help but praise Boss Su. No wonder the girls under your command are all so strong in combat. This group is truly impressive. You guys are not bad either. Chairman Chen treats you well, right? Su Chen probed again. Perhaps due to the 2 days of interaction, Wang Dadong opened up. Boss Su, to be honest, our status isn't high. It's not much different from working before the apocalypse. We eat pancakes every day until we're full, but what's more difficult is that we're now fighting for our lives. Wang Dadong paused, hesitant to continue, then sighed deeply and said no more. Su Chen seized the opportunity and leaned in, whispering, Brother Wang, to be honest, I couldn't even find a job before the apocalypse, and now I'm doing just fine. If we're talking about combat ability, that's the most important thing. Wang Dadong chuckled self-deprecatingly, took a sip of beer, and clicked his tongue repeatedly. You know, ever since people could awaken their abilities, it's been a true explosion of diversity. There are more types of abilities than you can imagine, you know? Chapter 70. Wang Dadong's helplessness. Su Chen naturally knew this. There were quite a few people around him who had awakened their abilities, and the types of abilities were naturally diverse. Wang Dadong took another sip of beer and said with a bitter smile, that's just how luck is for people. If you're unlucky, there's nothing you can do. The reason we are a combat unit is that we are consumables. To be honest, the most common ability is actually beast transformation. Some people awaken as dogs. Some as cats. Do you know what I awakened as? Damn it, a pig. Su Chen complained, Brother Wang, why are you cursing? Wang Dadong blushed and helplessly replied, I'm not cursing you. It's just that my awakened beast transformation ability is a pig, which doesn't significantly improve my physical attributes and provides minimal assistance in combat. Many people in our team have similar abilities. So when you ask us about our status, we don't have much of a status. Wang Dadong muttered to himself, sighed, stood up, and left slowly, clearly not intending to continue the conversation. Before he left, he shot Su Chen a strange look, filled with mixed emotions, envy, anger, jealousy, and mostly helplessness. Su Chen sat in place, staring at the fire pit on the ground, lost in thought. Indeed, some people could be said to have bad luck, as their awakened abilities were of no use at all. The beast transformation ability was the most common, but the types of beasts that were awakened varied. Cats and dogs were fine, as they had some combat power. However, for those who awakened as rabbits, sheep, or even Wang Dadong, who awakened as a pig, it probably had little effect. No wonder Wang Dadong had never used his ability even once. Su Chen has also seen that some people's abilities can make their hands longer. What is the use of that? There are also people who can catalyze fertilizers to promote plant growth, which is actually more useful. Su Chen increasingly feels that he lacks leadership skills. He tries to make use of both useful and useless abilities as much as possible. However, Chen Muzin is different. Useless abilities are treated as consumables, ruthless and cold. So conversely, Useful abilities are all gathered together and given focus training, right? Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he already had an idea in mind. He immediately chased after Wang Dadong as he left. Soon, he saw Wang Dadong outside, sighing heavily. He walked up to him and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, we haven't finished our conversation." Wang Dadong waved his hand and said, "Brother Su, I'm calling you brother now. But don't think of me as a fool. I know you're trying to sow discord, but what can we do after leaving this base? There's more helplessness than anything else. This place is good, and even if there are some downsides, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." Su Chen immediately stepped forward and said seriously, "Brother Wang likes to weigh the pros and cons, so let's weigh them. The reason why your status is low, why you're not respected, and even treated as expendable, is because you have never shown your value." Wang Dadong suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide with anger, and grabbed Su Chen by the collar, spitting at him fiercely. "You take back what you said. Am I not important? Without our fighting teams out there risking our lives, how could the people inside live so well? Several of my brothers have died. Has anyone inside cared?" Su Chen waved his hand lightly, signaling Wang Dadong to calm down. He chuckled softly, his lips curling up in a teasing manner. "Brother Wang, aren't you quite clear-headed?" Wang Dadong was taken aback for a moment, then released his grip, shook his head with his back to Su Chen, and turned to leave. "Brother Wang, I'm giving you a choice. When that choice comes, it will be your moment to showcase your importance. You can also immediately tell Chen Yuzhen what I said. I believe he will definitely value you highly." Su Chen intentionally emphasized the word's heavy use. Wang Dadong staggered for a moment, sighed again, and then left. Su Chen knows that Wang Dadong is indispensable. According to Chun Jiai's intelligence, there are nearly 1,000 people in the combat troops, with 30 people in each team, totaling 30 teams. However, recently, the situation of missing personnel and heavy losses has intensified, resulting in only about 20 combat teams being able to be assembled, with a total of 500 to 600 people. According to Wang Dadong's statement, Su Chen speculated that Chen Yuzhen must be nurturing a group of trusted subordinates, and that these individuals are likely to have awakened special abilities and are existing at a high level of ability. However, since Wang Dadong mentioned luck, this group of people is definitely not large. After all, in people's subjective consciousness, those who are lucky do not make up the majority. Su Chen looked at the night sky and listened to the howling of zombies, feeling increasingly clear in his heart. "Jiai, Yekwang, are you there?" Su Chen called out in his consciousness. Soon, Chen Jiai's voice replied, "Here, approximately 2,400 meters away." With Chen Yuzhen's training, Chen Jiai's ability level has increased rapidly. Currently, Chen Jiai's ability level is 50, with a coverage range of 4,500 meters, capable of establishing consciousness communication for 45 people. As the ability level increases, both the range and the number of people are growing rapidly. According to the previous increments, each level could only increase the range by 50 meters and the number of people by 0.5. However, after Chen Jiai reached level 40, these values became uncertain, especially when reaching level 50, where there was a sudden increase of 200 meters in range and 2 more people. Su Chen could roughly guess that level 50 of supernatural abilities is a watershed. His own ability is currently at level 46, not far from level 50. However, since Chen Yuzhen was able to help Chen Jiai reach this level, it is highly likely that his own ability has also exceeded the watershed of level 50. Su Chen squinted his eyes. "Nightwolf, contact Long Zaiyan and Li Jia. We can choose to enter the base tomorrow. He has been killing zombies all along, clearly restless, and now he's been running outside, while Chen Yuzhen has actually gotten used to it." However, Chen Yuzhen didn't expect that Chen Jiai's ability level could cover such a wide range. On the surface, Su Chen has never seen this group of subordinates who used to be by his side, but in reality, their communication has never been interrupted. "Wait for my signal, Jiai. Remember to keep your scanning ability on frequently," Su Chen immediately said. Mental abilities can be considered 1 in 10,000, or even 1 among millions. And Chen Jiai's new skill is scanning. Scanning, mental power covers a radius of 500 meters. Everything within the 500-meter range is as if it is all in plain sight. Su Chen looked at the gradually appearing light on the horizon, a slight smile on his lips. He was waiting waiting for a decision from Chen Musen. Chapter 71. Chairman Chen, please make the decision for us. Meanwhile, Chen Musen put down the walkie-talkie and looked out the window, his eyes filled with meaningful expression. Chen Dongdong nodded heavily, clearly in agreement with the proposal. By the way, how is the contact with Long Zaiyin and Li Miling going? Chen Musen turned his head and asked again. Chen Musen was familiar with Li Miling, so he naturally contacted her instead of Li Jia. Li Miling prioritized benefits. She believed that as long as enough benefits were provided, it would be fine. As for Long Zaiyin, he was a bit stubborn and held a lot of resentment towards Su Chen. Chen Dongdong felt helpless. These two were really hard to recruit. After pondering for a moment, Chen Musen slightly nodded and said, Li Miling's side is easy to deal with. Since it's all about benefits, we just need to give her what she wants. As long as it brings in enough people. We need to replenish our combat team now. The zombies outside are becoming increasingly frenzied. Also, tell Long Zaiyin that I will help him deal with Su Chen. I will take action personally to control Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongdong immediately showed a look of joy. Only he knew how powerful Chen Musen's abilities were. Controlling Su Chen would definitely not be a big problem. Since Long Zaiyin harbored resentment towards Su Chen, then let's give him an opportunity to vent that resentment. He was still too inexperienced, lacking the broader perspective of his father. Chen Dongdong turned and left the office. Everyone has a weakness. What is Su Chen's weakness? He's an orphan. Tien Musen Pronet. As if he suddenly thought of something. He immediately took out a radio communication device, and after a while, Commander Lu's voice came through the radio. Old Chen, is there any new development? Chen Musen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Commander Lu, I remember you were pursuing someone named Li Daqiang in Longzhong City, right? Commander Lu was silent for a moment before replying. Indeed, we have discovered Li Daqiang's whereabouts, but this person is quite tricky. Chen Musen narrowed his eyes. According to Yi Mugei's information, Li Daqiang was Su Chen's biological father. If he wanted to control Su Chen, he probably needed Li Daqiang. After a moment, Commander Lu's sigh was heard. Actually, Xiao Su is a good comrade. He suddenly changed his tone, his voice becoming firm. Xiao Su still has some ideological issues. He has concealed something from me. In 3 days, we will definitely catch Li Daqiang. Hearing this, Chen Musen immediately laughed. Li Daqiang might just be Su Chen's weakness. By grasping this point, he could better control Su Chen. Although it was only a possibility, no matter what method he used, he still needed to have complete control over Su Chen. After a while, Chen Musen turned off the radio communication. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be blown down by the wind. Su Chen was still too inexperienced. Yi Mugei's move was simply brilliant. Previously, when Yi Mugei left, he had conveyed a message to all major military departments. Su Chen possesses the ability to resurrect zombies, and he is also the biological child of Li Daqiang. This single piece of information is enough to embroil Su Chen in controversy. Commander Lu has no idea about Su Chen's ability to resurrect zombies, and when this news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a stir among the upper echelons of the Dragon Country. But the higher-ups are mistaken. This is the apocalypse. Only by obtaining Su Chen can I propose more conditions. Chen Musen's lips curled slightly. As time slowly passed, days later, Su Chen held the evolution core in his hand and completely absorbed it using the system. Points minus 7,500. Congratulations to the host. Current recruitment level 18. To upgrade to the next level requires 8,000 points. Recruitment points 180. Designated to increase 11 basic attributes. Current recruitment number 208, 210. A team of 40 is ready. In the past few days, Su Chen has fully embraced the idea of taking advantage of Chen Musen's resources for his own use. He has enlisted Chen Musen's people to help fight zombies and obtain evolution cores. After recruiting them, he further utilizes Chen Musen's resources and weapons to hunt zombies, gaining points to enhance the combat power of the maid army. This is simply too satisfying. Su Chen is desperately protecting this small team, and with his unique ability to resurrect female zombies, the eyes of the team members looking at Su Chen are filled with awe. Su Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, "Isn't it about completing Chairman Chen's task?" Wang Dadong's expression changed. He nodded and then turned to leave. He called the team to gather and headed towards a base. Just as Su Chen entered the base, a furious roar echoed. Long Zaiqian stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him, and his whole body expanded in size as he threw a powerful punch towards Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback, and as he raised his hand, a surge of electricity suddenly struck. However, a few people rushed out from the side to block the current. Behind him, there were even blades pointing directly at Su Chen. Bang! A punch landed, and Su Chen felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood that flew out and slid along the ground for quite a distance before stopping. Before he could even get back on his feet, several blades were already pressed against him. Su Chen looked up at Wang Dadong, his eyes filled with disbelief. This expression was extremely complex. He simply couldn't understand why Wang Dadong would act against him without hesitation. Wang Dadong turned his head, avoiding Su Chen's gaze. At that moment, the crowd parted. Ling Xiao slowly floated over, followed by Chen Muzin. Chen Muzin approached and pointed a finger at Su Chen. Gravity descended, directly pinning Su Chen to the ground. Su Chen felt the gravity ability, which was indeed extremely tricky. If his physical strength and defense were not strong enough, he would probably be crushed into a pile of mud by the suddenly increased gravity. Mr. Su, I've treated you so well. Why do you still resort to such despicable behavior as rape? Chen Muzin looked heartbroken. The three women that Chen Muzin had brought before stepped forward, pointing at Su Chen with anger in their eyes. It's him, worse than a beast. Chairman Chen, you must stand up for us. Chapter 72. Su Chen is not suited to be a leader. In the cell, Su Chen was locked up. Chen Muzin's ability seemed to last much longer. Even now, he could still feel the gravity pressing down on him. Even without any torture instruments, he could only sit on the ground, unable to move. There were still rules in the base. The three women accused Su Chen of forcing them, so he was considered to have committed a serious crime and was locked up. Ling Xiao was sentenced to the crime of being an accomplice for assisting Su Chen. In the cell, there were quite a few people, all looking fierce. Most of them were men. When Su Chen entered, he saw two women who looked very gloomy, almost like perverts. He stared at the small window of the cell, lost in thought. After all, this wasn't a real prison. The window was just sealed with iron plates, leaving a small opening. At that moment, the voices of Chen Jia and others echoed in his mind. Boss, are you all right? Long Zaiqian asked anxiously. Of course I'm fine, very fine. This punch is somewhat personal, isn't it? Su Chen asked, pretending to be fierce. Long Zaiqian immediately burst into laughter. Chen Muzin must have strict control over you too, so be careful, Su Chen advised. Li Jiao also laughed and said, Master, how does it feel to be slandered like this? Su Chen looked helpless, but he had known about this plan for a long time. The three women had already been recruited by Su Chen. As soon as the plan was announced, the three of them immediately informed Chen Jia, who then passed it on to Su Chen. Chen Muzin was mistaken from the very beginning. The relationship between Su Chen and Chen Jia was not something he could instigate. Jia should maintain contact while avoiding any overt interactions. Give Chen Muzin some time to react. Su Chen said slowly. The crowd discussed in their minds for a while, and then gradually dispersed. From the very beginning, Su Chen knew that Chen Jia's abilities had many uses. The connection through pure consciousness was extremely secretive. Chen Muzin probably never imagined that Su Chen and the others had been in contact all along. In the following days, Chen Muzin was very busy. He continuously brainwashed the 40 people recruited by Su Chen while promoting the benefits of the base to Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling. On the surface, he was very courteous to Long Zaiqian and the others, but secretly, he was breaking up their team and incorporating them into combat units. In the office, Long Zaiqian and the others sat on the sofa, enjoying rich coffee. I know you were originally under Su Chen, but now that you have joined my base, I'm truly happy. To be honest, Commander Liu is also very pleased with your joining, with the military commander backing this base. How could he not win over Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling, especially Long Zaiqian, who was originally a subordinate of Commander Liu? As for Li Meiling, she was once a businessman like Chen Muzin and surely understood the importance of interests. People like her had probably maneuvered through countless deals in her business career. Chen Muzin immediately took out a radio, and Commander Liu's voice soon followed. Today is indeed a good day. The Shanghai City Shelter has officially been established. Tian, you have not disappointed me. From now on, assist Chen well, understand? Long Zaiqian immediately stood up, excited. Yes, I knew the commander hadn't given up on me. However, Long Zaiqian's military mindset was deeply ingrained, and this time, he did not salute Commander Liu. Li Meiling also immediately expressed her stance. Chairman Chen had enough prestige and social status before the apocalypse. We naturally feel at ease with him controlling this base. Su Chen is not suitable to be a leader. Chen Muzin was very satisfied upon hearing this. Li Meiling's words were sincere and clearly not a lie. Just as Commander Liu was present, Chen Muzin expressed his attitude. Now, there are still many zombies in Shanghai City. However, I will work hard and do my utmost to clear the zombies. Of course, I hope Commander Liu can provide some support. As expected of Chen Muzin, he started to put forward conditions. Commander Liu laughed and said, I will apply to the higher-ups for support in terms of talent and resources. At the same time, he also hoped that old Chen would quickly expand the base, as our ultimate goal is to reclaim a city. After a round of formal pleasantries, Chen Muzin finally hung up the radio. He was very pleased with Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling's reactions. After all, the apocalypse had not been long, and someone as significant as Commander Liu was enough to intimidate both of them. Meanwhile, the benefits of this base were clear. Only a fool would betray it. After the formalities, Chen Muzin saw off Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling. Chen Dongdong walked out from the partition and immediately smiled. Congratulations, Chairman Chen, on acquiring two great generals. Chen Muzin raised his wine glass to Chen Dongdong. Today, I am your father. Li Meiling brought nearly 100 people, including logistics troops. And Long Zaiqian's team had more than 300 all-skilled fighters. It was time to start clearing the zombies and expanding the base. The talented people I nurture are ready to shine. Chen Dongdong also raised his glass, and the two of them downed their red wine. Soon after, Chen Muzin and Chen Dongdong left the office together and quietly approached the prison. Su Chen was as laid-back as ever. Chen Muzin was quite surprised by Su Chen's calmness. Logically speaking, a freshly graduated college student who faced such treatment would definitely feel discontented. But Su Chen made no fuss, simply eating and sleeping every day. How leisurely. Su Chen. Chen Muzin called softly. He waved his hand, signaling Chen Dongdong to leave. Su Chen agreed with the sound and even smiled at Chen Muzin. You will hate me, right? Chen Muzin pulled over a chair and sat in front of Su Chen's cell. Su Chen spread his hands and said nonchalantly, Do I hate you? Chen Muzin immediately showed an interested expression. Su Chen immediately raised his hand and began to applaud. Just as Chen Muzin was about to say something, his expression changed. His ability should have suppressed Su Chen to the point of being unable to move. How could he still applaud so easily? Chen Muzin immediately stood up, raised his hands, and activated his ability. But at that moment, Su Chen stood up, took heavy steps, and walked in front of Chen Muzin. Chapter 73, Role Reversal. Means above, all Chen Muzin was completely stunned, unable to imagine that even with all his power exerted, Su Chen could still move. Was his ability ineffective? Impossible. Every step Su Chen took was heavy, and his ability was indeed having an effect. Crack! The ground fissured. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hands and said, Stop, stop, stop. Don't activate it, or the ground will collapse. Chen Muzin's expression immediately darkened as he said in a deep voice, Su Chen, your strength has reached such a level. So why were you captured by us? Su Chen grinned and said, Did you notice? If I don't want to come in, your people can't get close to me at all. Chen Muzin's expression darkened. But before he could say anything, Chen Dongdong rushed over. Dad, call me Chairman Chen. Chen Dongdong said impatiently. Chen Muzin couldn't maintain his composure either, pacing back and forth anxiously. His first thought was to get Long Zaiqian and the others to quickly step in, but he hadn't completely trusted Long Zaiqian and Li Meiling yet. Where's our combat team? Where are Wang Dadong and Su Jisheng? Chen Dongdong hesitated for a long time, but couldn't manage to say a word. Su Chen smiled and said, I tell you, Wang Dadong's combat troops are being controlled by the maids recruited by Su Chen, and Su Jisheng's team has no intention of making a move. Upon hearing this, Chen Muzin immediately looked at Chen Dongdong. Chen Dongdong was also stunned in place and took a while to nod. Chairman Chen. Chen Jiai is leading the team and has taken Tianqing away. Also, a large number of zombies are approaching, and there is a possibility of a collapse in the eastern wall. Just then, someone rushed in, panic written all over their face. Chen Muzin completely lost his composure and kicked Chen Dongdong. "Get out, go take charge." Chen Dongdong was speechless and after a while said, "Chairman Chen, you still need to be here to watch over me. I can't do it." Su Chan suddenly said, "Chairman Chen still needs to stay here to look after me." Chen Muzin kicked Chen Dongdong again, and this time Chen Dongdong reacted, quickly running out with the person who had come in earlier. Chen Muzin's expression darkened as he looked at Su Chun, seemingly filled with killing intent. Su Chun appeared indifferent, as if everything he had arranged was for today, and it didn't matter whether he went out or not. He patted the ground and said with a smile, "Come, sit down and talk." Chen Muzin looked at Su Chun for a while, took a deep breath, and suppressed his anger as he sat on the ground. "Do you still remember what I told you before, Chairman Chen?" Su Chen's expression also became calm, neither happy nor sad. Chen Muzin recalled what Su Chen had said before about exchanging situations. Now his base was under Su Chen's control, and it was a critical moment with the zombie assault. He himself was in a desperate situation. Chen Muzin told himself to calm down, looked at Su Chen, and chuckled lightly. "You know that Li Daqiang is your biological father, right? Now Li Daqiang is in the shelter in Longzhong City, under the control of Commander Liu." Su Chen just responded with an "oh" and didn't continue speaking. Both sides were very in sync and fell into silence. Finally, Chen Muzin couldn't hold it any longer and broke the silence, saying, "Su Chen, your biological father is in Commander Liu's hands. Didn't you hear?" Su Chen looked at Chen Muzin with a puzzled expression. He smiled and said, "After the apocalypse, I digitized people just like in a game. Chairman Chen, have you ever played games? People are divided into 3 attributes: defense, stamina, and spirit. Stamina includes speed, strength, and endurance. In summary, it's physical fitness. Spirit is like a mage's mana bar, but defense I've never quite figured out." Chen Muzin listened quietly to Su Chen's theory. Su Chen didn't mind and kept talking to himself. "I suddenly understood that the attribute of defense is not only about countering physical damage, but also about resisting the effects brought by supernatural powers. Do you understand now?" Su Chen stood up and even bounced on the spot a couple of times. Nowadays, Su Chen jumped directly twice, and he really wanted to ask Su Chen if he could respect his gravity ability. Chen Muzin suddenly stood up, and before he could say anything, an urgent voice came from the intercom in his chest. "Mr. Chen, zombies, too many zombies. Let the secret team move out. They've already moved out. There aren't enough people. There are thousands of people in the base. Call them too." This group was crying and panicking, not to mention fighting. They couldn't even face the zombies, and some even wanted to escape. "Mr. Chen, there's a breach in the western wall. Zombies are coming in." Chen Muzin finally couldn't hold it in any longer, grabbed the intercom, and smashed it on the ground. With a loud bang, the intercom shattered into pieces. "What are you trying to do?" Chen Muzin grabbed Su Chen's collar through the fence. Meanwhile, in the base, the cries were deafening. This further attracted countless zombies. From above, innumerable zombies were approaching the base, overwhelming like a tide of flesh and blood. The tide of flesh and blood was about to sweep over this small base. A breach appeared in the western wall, and one by one, zombies rushed in, chasing after the group of people having afternoon tea. Suddenly, a zombie pounced on someone. From the shadows, a crossbow bolt shot out, killing the zombie, allowing that person to survive, lying on the ground, crying out in despair as if resigned to his fate. This group of people had been enjoying life in the base, nearly forgetting the feeling of despair when the apocalypse broke out. Now, with zombies attacking again, despair filled the entire base. They had no experience fighting zombies, and seeing the rotting faces of the zombies had already scared them to the point of weakness. If it weren't for the constant appearance of crossbow bolts and gunfire from the shadows, this base would have long been filled with corpses. A group of girls dressed in maid outfits suddenly appeared, blocking the breach in the wall. At the same time, they stood on the city wall killing zombies. In the shadows, Long Zaitian and Wang Dadong stood together. Wang Dadong's eyes were filled with conflict. He was not being controlled at all. He was now facing a choice. Should he rush out to save these people, continuing to watch them enjoy their lives while he fought desperately? Or should he let them feel the despair of the apocalypse once again, making them understand how hard-earned their seemingly ordinary life was? Wang Dadong chose the latter. Chapter 74. Let's go. I'll show you where you went wrong. Another reason that forced Wang Dadong to choose the latter was to take action against Su Chen. Su Chen's complex gaze pierced Wang Dadong. They had been through life and death together with Su Chen for several days, and whenever there was danger, Su Chen always charged to the front. In the team, at least half of the members had received Su Chen's life-saving grace. However, they had to turn against their benefactor. After the apocalypse broke out, humanity indeed became quite disgusting, but as humans, we still have a bottom line. Those without any bottom line are no different from zombies. Long Zaiyin put his hand on Wang Dadong's shoulder, looking serious. Wang Dadong's eyes struggled continuously, and in the end, he chose to close his eyes. Su Chen truly had this kind of charisma. He was not suited to be a leader, we all knew that, but we were willing to follow him. Because he was always at the forefront, never enjoying the fruits of others' labor. It was not about superiority and inferiority, but more like comradeship. We would try our best to minimize casualties and control losses, but this group of people should learn to respect every soldier, to respect everyone who contributed. Long Zaiqian's words were firm and resonated deeply with the people behind Wang Dadong. At this moment in the cell, Su Chen, tell me, what's wrong with the base I established? How can you bear to destroy this base? Tien Musen soted already. By smashing the intercom, he had completely cut off contact with the outside world, and every minute and second was agony and anxiety for him. But Su Chen remained silent, as if competing with him in patience. After a long while, Chen Musen let go, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. Just as Su Chen said, even they could not bear to destroy this base. The base contained Chen Musen's endless efforts. How could he endure its destruction? But Su Chen had a firm grip on his lifeline. The combat team was restricted, but he still had a secret force. A group of superpowered individuals he had cultivated with a vast amount of evolution cores, all of whom had awakened to powerful abilities. However, even when this group of superpowered individuals was deployed, they still could not turn the tide of battle. He couldn't even imagine how terrible the outside world was. Yet, Su Chen remained unyielding, silent, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. As for Long Zaiyin and Li Meiling, he understood from Su Chen's attitude that these two were the wolves he had invited into his home. At the same time, whatever compensation you need, within reason, I will agree to. Chen Musen was yielding. Su Chen then, I said before that I am not suited to be a leader, and I admit that. But I also understand even more clearly where the flaws of your base lie. Flaws? Chen Musen raised his voice in response. Yes, flaws. Su Chen nodded heavily. You know that abilities vary in strength, and you also know that those with knowledge are talents. But the mistake is that you have made them too comfortable. Is that wrong? Chen Musen's eyes flickered. It seemed he already had an answer, but he wanted to hear Su Chen say it. Looking at the current state of the base, do you understand? Su Chen threw out another question. Chen Musen murmured to himself, his gaze lowered, looking lost. Was he wrong? In some ways, he had indeed done a lot, focusing on cultivating talents, even providing special treatment. But he was also wrong. He treated the lower ranks as expendable, leading to serious class conflicts within the base. He made those talents so comfortable that they even forgot it was the apocalypse. This was his biggest mistake. The people at the bottom are equally indispensable. Every person who can fight zombies has the potential to be nurtured. In theory, his secret team had invested more resources than the entire combat force. But why was it unable to suppress the zombie unrest? 30 people used the resources of 600, yet their impact was minimal. Electric currents surged. Su Chen walked out of the cell. He twisted his neck and stretched his body. Actually, I still have some backup. But I didn't expect this base to be so vulnerable. This sentence completely shattered Chen Musen's confidence. He raised his head and murmured, Su Chen, what do you really want? I want revenge. My woman cut her hair short, and I'm very sad, Su Chen said seriously. Chen Musen was taken aback. Before he could react, his whole body went numb, and his hair turned completely char-black, then slowly fell out. In just a few seconds, Chen Musen became completely bald. He touched his smooth forehead. Is that it? All this fuss just to make him bald? Fine, the great revenge has been avenged. Now I'll let you see just how important grassroots combat personnel really are. Su Chen reached out his hand to Chen Muzin. Chen Muzin stood up, stood side by side with Su Chen, and walked out of the cell. At the entrance of the cell, Ling Xiao was stretching his muscles, as if he had been waiting for Su Chen and the others for a long time. The group of people in the cell had all been knocked out and would not cause any chaos. Ling Xiao spoke, his eyes already filled with fighting spirit. In fact, I could also create chaos by starting from the cell and stirring up trouble for your group of prisoners, but I didn't. In this regard, I believe you did the right thing. Su Chen nodded to Chen Muzin beside him. Before Chen Muzin could say anything, Su Chen had already walked away. His voice coming back. Long Zai-Tian, guard the west side, send a message to Fian, have her lead the team to guide the zombies away. Yi Kuang, guard the east side, those zombies didn't come from us, deal with them as soon as possible. Li Jia Bai Lin, please make sure to guard the south side well. There are quite a few greenhouses there. We can't let the zombies rush in. Xiao Xiao, wait a moment, Ling Xiao will come over to help right away. By the way, distribute the combat uniforms, 50 people per small team. Su Chen directly opened the system panel and designated Ling Xiao, Li Jia, Zhang Xiao, and Chen Jiai as hero-level units. This was his hidden trump card. After designating them as hero-level units, their attributes would receive system enhancements. Moreover, these attributes would reflect back on Su Chen. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Hero-level units can lead the team in battle, and team bond attributes can be separated. It should be noted that previously, the limit for bond attributes was 50 people. Su Chen recruited 208 people, of which 158 could not receive the bonus from the bond attribute and could only benefit from the enhancements provided by the combat suits. Nowadays, bond attributes can be separated, meaning each team can form a bond with 50 people. At this moment, Su Chen's ability level has reached level 52. Chapter 75, The Arrival of the Thunder Pillar. Su Chen felt an uncontrollable surge of electricity coursing through his body, and his physical attributes received a significant boost. He immediately opened the system panel. Su Chen, Centurion Defense, 128 Stamina, 144 Spirit, 175 current recruitment level, 8,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level, recruitment points, 180, designated to increase 11 points in basic attributes, current recruitment count, 204, 210 current Legion members, Zhang Xiao, Ling Xiao, Bai Lin, Li Jia. Current bonds, slight skills, exploration, binding, heroine abilities. Level 52, Thunder Strike, Thunder Chain, Thunder Flash, Lightning Activation, Thunder Pillar Descent points. 18888. The attribute increase was significant, and the recruitment count decreased by 4 because Li Jia and the others no longer occupied recruitment slots. After a long wait, Su Chen finally welcomed his 5th skill. He couldn't wait to try it out. In his mind, Chen Jiai's voice rang out. Boss, the pressure from the east is intense. There are special zombies appearing. I even suspect that the zombies on the east side were summoned by special zombies taking advantage of the chaos. Su Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. This voice also appeared in Chen Muzin's consciousness. At this moment, Chen Muzin had not yet reacted. He was still pondering the question posed by Su Chen. Just then, Chen Dongdong rushed over with a team of 30 people. Chairman Chen. The base walls were breached by Su Chen's people. Chen Muzin looked at the 30 individuals, then at Chen Dongdong, and suddenly a self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the 30 people he had invested resources to train, truly impressive. Before the battle had even ended, Chen Dongdong had brought them over. However, this group, which possessed strong combat abilities, looked panicked, not half as composed as the fighting troops. He was wrong, indeed very wrong. Su Chen. Chen Muzin nodded at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at Chen Dongdong and said, "Keep up. Let me show you what real combat is." Chen Dongdong and Chen Muzin, the father and son, followed behind Su Chen. Previously, Chen Muzin was walking alongside Su Chen, but now he deliberately lagged a step behind, highlighting the difference in their statuses. Su Chen arrived at the eastern city wall. He saw abandoned cars scattered haphazardly, some even pushed up against the city wall. To the naked eye, there were countless rotting human heads. Su Chen spotted a special zombie hidden among the horde of zombies at a glance. He referred to zombies with abilities or powerful zombies as special zombies. This group of zombies even possessed a certain level of consciousness, able to summon ordinary zombies to fight alongside them. The most obvious sign was their sense of status. There would always be a certain space around the special zombies, preventing ordinary zombies from getting too close. It was more like the moon surrounded by stars, with the special zombie being the moon. Take action, especially those with abilities. What are your powers for? To run away when you see a zombie? Chen sarcastically spoke without holding back. Immediately, someone protested. Our abilities are very useful and shouldn't be misused. What a joke. Our abilities meant for fighting or for hatching eggs. Chen sneered. He raised his hand, and countless currents of electricity gathered in the air. Boom! A loud thunderclap sounded as a pillar of dazzling blue lightning formed and crashed down to the ground. The lightning pillar continuously emitted currents, striking down the approaching zombies. This was Chen's new skill, Thunder Pillar Descends. The towering pillar, at least 5 or 6 meters high, spread out arcs of electricity, and wherever it passed, the zombies were instantly turned to ashes, collapsing to the ground. Chen raised his hand, and 3 pillars of lightning struck down in succession. With his single strength, he cleared a large area of zombie-free space, while the lightning pillars stood there, still killing the approaching zombies. In the next moment, everyone dared not hold back anymore, not knowing what it felt like to be struck by those lightning pillars. One thing was certain, it wouldn't be much better than what those zombies experienced. The 4 lightning pillars maintained their form for nearly a minute before erupting with a deafening explosion. The electric current spread out, affecting an area of over 100 meters. This loud sound once again intimidated everyone. Chen felt much more comfortable at this point. His ability was called Thunder Domain, which sounded impressive, but its attack power had always been somewhat lacking. It turned out he had been holding back his ultimate move. Up to 4 thunder pillars could exist at once, but once all 4 appeared together, they truly created a sense of dividing a realm of thunder. In terms of explosion range, it would be a 100-meter by 100-meter thunder domain. Chen rested for a while and waved his hand again. This time, each thunder pillar was spaced 100 meters apart, lined up in a row, creating a 300-meter-long electric net. The zombies that passed through were instantly turned to ash, collapsing in large numbers. When the final explosion occurred, it directly created a 500-meter-long thunder zone. Once everything calmed down, all that was left was a ground covered in charred remains. After 2 consecutive uses, Chen also felt a bit fatigued. His skill could only be released 12 times at once, which meant 4 thunder pillars at a time, allowing for 3 such displays of power in total. Everyone looked at the vast area of charred ground, completely in awe of Chen. Even Chen, Musen, sighed again. He had lost, utterly and completely. The battle lasted a full day. The main issue was the deafening cries from the base, which attracted the surrounding zombies. Even with Fian and Yiling leading outside to draw the zombies away, it was ineffective. However, this time also allowed Chen Musen to fully witness the brutality of the apocalypse. The bodies of zombies piled up on the ground, layer upon layer. Gaps appeared in the base's walls, yet the base ultimately did not fall. This was all thanks to the grassroots combat personnel who held their positions, as their 1,000-strong team defended the base. The 30 individuals he had focused on training played a minimal role, while those grassroots combat personnel consistently held their ground. The 30 individuals he trained could only last a few hours before wanting to rest. In the end, even the grassroots workers in the factories and fields picked up weapons to fight and defend the base. On the contrary, the talented group he had nurtured only sat on the ground, lost, and watching the zombies' bodies while emitting sharp and noisy screams. After one battle, he saw far too many shortcomings. Chairman Chen, did you notice anything? Chen patted Chen Musen's shoulder. Chen Musen's eyes were filled with exhaustion, as if he had aged several years. He stared blankly at Chen and after a while said, "I was wrong, you were right." Upon hearing this, Chen Musen's breath hitched, then he smiled bitterly and nodded. Chen's expression darkened as he said calmly, "So from now on, there needs to be someone standing at a higher place than you, to make you aware of what's beneath your feet. For example, me." Chapter 76. A kiss in front of thousands. Chen Musen was taken aback by these words. He understood what Chen meant. But before he could say anything, A group of people rushed over. Leading them was Chen Jiai, and beside her were Wang Dadong, Su Jisheng, Long Zaiqian, and others. When Chen Muzin saw Wang Dadong and Long Zaiqian with their arms around each other's shoulders, the words he wanted to say were swallowed back. He couldn't say anything. Their base's combat team had already fallen, and now the entire base understood the importance of the combat team. Wang Dadong and Su Jisheng's status had risen significantly. Simply put, his most trusted subordinates were this group of 30 ability users. But the fact was, their combat power was far weaker than that of the entire combat team. Chen Jiai rushed up. She no longer needed to hold back and was cold towards Su Chen. Longing had burst forth. Su Chen opened his arms and hugged Chen Jiai, who clung to him like a koala. Chen Jiai looked at Su Chen with eyes full of tenderness, unable to hold back any longer, and gave him a sweet kiss. Applause and cheers erupted around them. After a long while, their lips parted. Chen Jiai glanced around and immediately buried her head in Su Chen's embrace, feeling too shy to show affection in front of so many people. Wang Dadong walked over, grinning, and said, "Brother Su, look at you, you're quite lucky. Many people in our base are still single. Those girls in maid outfits of yours." Before Su Chen could respond, the maids began to cheer. One of them stepped forward and exclaimed, "In our hearts, there's only Big Brother Su. If you don't mind or think you can squeeze in, we have no objections to accepting your advances." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many maids, who immediately began to cheer and shout. The base was filled with the joy of survival. Although the zombies did not breach the walls, there were gaps in every wall, and without the fighting force's steadfastness, the entire base might have fallen. At this moment, everyone in the base understood the importance of the fighting forces. It was they who protected the base and allowed them to survive. After a day of rest, the base gradually returned to normal. Chen Muzin had been standing on the city wall, his bald head very conspicuous. He and T moved all day. His thoughts were quite complicated, but ultimately he came to understand something. Su Chen has a unique charm that makes people unconsciously regard him as a friend when interacting with him. In this aspect, he cannot compare to Su Chen. Su Chen possesses formidable strength, to the extent that he could become a faith and a benchmark. However, in this regard, he is also unable to do so. Su Chen's layout this time is also very simple, but it requires strong strength to support it. "Chairman Chen," Su Chen said, "let you go to the square. The people in the base are waiting for your speech." Chen Dongdong stepped forward, feeling nervous. "Yes." Chen Dongdong paused, nodded, and said, "He asked me to tell you that the leader of the base is still you." As soon as these words came out, Chen Muzin immediately showed a hint of a bitter smile. He was completely defeated. In terms of ambition, he was less than 1/10,000th of Su Chen. Su Chen had every opportunity to take over this base, yet he still returned the leader's position to him, unchanged. He suddenly understood what Su Chen's words represented. He walked over to Chen Dongdong, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "No need for Chairman Chen. I'm Chen Muzin. Just call me Dad." "Yes, Dad," Chen Dongdong replied excitedly. Chen Muzin walked in step with him, and after several dozen meters, he straightened his back and adjusted his clothes. By the time he reached the square, he had transformed back into the imposing Chairman Chen. Chen Muzin slightly nodded to Su Chen and stepped onto the platform. "This battle made me truly shift my mindset from a time of peace to one of apocalypse." He cleared his throat, his gaze filled with determination. "We all want to restore order, but we have forgotten that the premise of social order is survival. After a shock, the flaws are glaringly obvious. The group of people I have prioritized training to enjoy life. How did you react when facing zombies? Crying and wailing, filled with despair, it was utterly disgraceful." Upon hearing this, many people immediately expressed their dissatisfaction and began to stir. The most representative among them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He raised his arm and shouted, "We lack combat capability because we are different. Our value lies in our brains and the knowledge we carry." Chen Muzin glanced at the middle-aged man and replied blandly, "Oh, is that so? How many of you share his view? Do you think that because you have knowledge in your heads, you can sit back and relax without even needing the most basic ability to deal with zombies?" Originally, many were still making noise, but this statement from Chen Muzin calmed many down. Chen Muzin did not want them to fight, but wanted them to have the ability to confront zombies. This was also a good thing for them. The feeling of helplessness when facing zombies was despairing. Many did not want to experience such a scene again. Chen looked around, and only 7 or 8 people were still making noise. Among them were 2 doctors who were important to the base. Under normal circumstances, he would not have made this decision, but he understood the importance of reform now. We need to restore order, but the premise is that we must survive. When the issue of survival no longer threatens us, we can restore order. I believe this will take a long time. Perhaps it may never be restored, but I am willing to hope and wait. Chen waved his hand and had those who were still making noise taken away. Please, take the knowledge in your heads and do your utmost to survive, and then talk about passing it on to the next generation. The faces of those people suddenly turned pale, and some even began to plead for mercy on the spot. However, Chen did not even look at them and waved his hand again. These 7 or 8 people were thrown out of the walls in front of thousands at the base, landing among the corpses of zombies. They should consider themselves fortunate. Chen spoke again, drawing everyone's attention. Fortunate for what? Chen pointed at the combat troops and said solemnly, "It is they who have killed tens of thousands of zombies outside the base. Otherwise, this group of people would be dead by now." Chapter 77. Let me see your ability to resurrect zombies. Thousands of people at the base looked at Chen and then slowly lowered their heads. However, at this moment, their gazes towards Wang Dadong and others were filled with admiration. Chen went on to make many speeches, with the most important being about reform. Talent was categorized and divided, establishing new production and construction departments. At the same time, everyone at the base would follow one system, the contribution value system. Building the base, planting food, killing zombies, finding supplies, etc. would all earn contribution values. Only contribution values could be exchanged for food and housing in the base. I give you 5 days to adapt. After 5 days, the contribution value system will be posted, and new departments will be established. You can choose departments based on your strengths. Don't feel aggrieved. Before the apocalypse, did you not have to work? Is there a problem with distribution according to labor? Who else has a problem? This is the most suitable system for the base right now. Below, I and Su-chan will merge the 2 bases into the Jianghai City Shelter, the only shelter. Su-chan holds the highest authority, but before Chen could finish his sentence, the sound of helicopter rotors interrupted him. Everyone looked up. A helicopter bearing the Dragon Kingdom flag and camouflage colors flew in, starting to descend slowly as it approached the base. Although there were many people in the square, it was also the most spacious area. It was understandable for the helicopter to choose to land here. However, Chen expression darkened. He knew who was coming. The only person who could use a helicopter to arrive at this time was Liu Jiangwo, Commander Liu. He suddenly had a thought in his heart. Let Commander Liu take Su-chan away, and then the base would still be his, as if nothing had ever happened. But as soon as this thought appeared, he immediately extinguished it. Why was Liu Jiangwo personally coming to Jianghai City at this time? There was only one possibility, for Su-chan. His little tricks could not hide from Liu Jiangwo. He had long been seen through by the military. The helicopter door opened, and agile soldiers jumped out, quickly forming a team and scanning their surroundings. Following them was Liu Jiangwo, accompanied by another man. Su-chan also saw the man. His breathing quickened, and he couldn't help but step forward. The person was Li Daqiang. At that moment, Chen stepped in front of Su-chan. Commander Liu has come for you, and Li Daqiang is specifically brought by him. He previously said he would support my actions, but he actually wants to take advantage of the situation. Now, you must not admit that you have the ability to revive zombies. Chen spoke quickly, patting Su-chan's shoulder and smiling. Su-chan, this is Commander Liu from the military. Let me introduce you. Chen suddenly realized that the military personnel were not supporting him. They were only interested in Su-chan's abilities. Once Su-chan was in their hands, Commander Liu would no longer care about this base. If Su-chan left the base now, many people would scatter, such as Long Zaiyan, Chen Jiai, and others. Liu Jiangwo walked over, casting a suspicious glance at Su-chan and Chen. However, he was also a cunning old fox, and immediately extended his hand to Su-chan. Smiling, Su-chan, we have been in contact before. I am Liu Jiangwo, the commander of the Longzhong battle zone and the military headquarters. Su-chan forced himself to calm down and extended his hand as well. Su Chen, this is our first meeting. Soon, the gathering was forced to stop due to Lu Jiangwo's arrival. In the conference room, everyone was gathered together. Long Zaiqian's expression was also quite strange. On one hand, he had now recognized Su Chen as the boss, but on the other hand, Lu Jiangwo was still his direct superior. Everyone knew Li Daqiang's identity. Yet Lu Jiangwo purposely kept Li Daqiang by his side, without mentioning anything about him. Su Chen, I've heard that your dual abilities are quite unique. I'd like to see them. How about you demonstrate them for me? Lu Jiangwo said with a smile. Chen Muzin was somewhat worried about how Su Chen would respond. Lu Jiangwo was simply a sly character. When Yi Muge transmitted this information, he had shown the video captured by the Tianyin system. Everyone had seen the footage of Su Chen resurrecting the female zombie. Yet Lu Jiangwo was pretending to be clueless? Sure, Su Chen readily agreed. Lu Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and for the first time, Li Daqiang behind him also showed a hint of emotion. Soon, a female zombie was brought up. There were plenty of zombie corpses outside, so finding a female zombie was not difficult. Su Chen stepped forward, raising one hand to press on the female zombie, while the other hand held the core of evolution. Blue electric light suddenly appeared, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When the blue light dissipated, a girl dressed in a maid outfit lay beneath Su Chen's hand. Lu Jiangwo was moved and immediately leaned in closer. But soon, a square-faced man next to him leaned in and said a few words, causing Lu Jiangwo's look of interest to vanish completely. Xiao Su, your magic trick. Su Chen immediately spread his hands and said helplessly, as the leader of the base, I can only come up with some extraordinary things to intimidate everyone. You saw me resurrect the female zombie, but in reality, I used my lightning ability in an instant to burn the zombie to ashes. And among my subordinates, there is one with extremely fast speed, who is lying in the place where the zombie should have been at the moment the blue light appeared. Chen Muzin almost wanted to applaud Su Chen immediately. This response was simply brilliant. He neither admitted to being able to resurrect the female zombie nor denied it. It seemed that Chen Jiai's ability was indeed crucial. Without Chen Jiai's ability, it would have been impossible to stage this trick. After all, Lu Jiangwo's arrival was too sudden, and they hadn't discussed any countermeasures. Lu Jiangwo remained silent for a long time, his eyes fixed intently on Su Chen. After a while, he suddenly turned to Li Daqiang and asked, Do you think it's possible to resurrect zombies? Or is there such a thing as dual abilities? Li Daqiang discreetly glanced at Su Chen and replied solemnly, I don't deny the existence of dual abilities, but you all notice that among the numerous awakened beings, there's never been a second case of dual abilities. Lu Jiangwo sneered and suddenly slapped the table. Is that so? This Lu Jiangwo truly turned hostile faster than flipping a book. Su Chen immediately leaned forward and said slowly, Night Spirit is dead. If Commander Lu thinks I am a dual ability user, I can maintain my identity as one, depending on whether Commander Lu wants to. But to be honest, I really can't resurrect the female zombie. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 78. You and Li Daqiang should go for a paternity test. The atmosphere was heavy, and even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. After a while, Lu Jiangwo broke the silence and said, In my shelter in Longzhong City, among the tens of thousands of ability users, there has indeed never been a case of dual abilities. I do not deny their existence, Li Daqiang added. Lu Jiangwo's expression softened significantly, and he suddenly burst into laughter. All right, indeed, the objective fact is as such. Little Su, you should maintain your identity as a dual ability user. I believe this is crucial. The people from the Xingye laboratory must have their intentions in passing this information. Lu Jiangwo stood up, patted Li Daqiang on the shoulder, and then pushed him in front of Su Chen for comparison. Li Daqiang bore a striking resemblance to Su Chen, with about 70 to 80% similarity. He looked to be in his 30s, not much older than Su Chen, but his eyes were filled with weariness, and his overall demeanor seemed quite despondent. Indeed, you look quite similar. I happened to bring 2 people here. I also checked when I came here. You guys have cleared out the zombies around this area. After going through so many circles, Lu Jiangwo finally revealed his purpose. Upon arriving at the base, he seemed to take on the role of taking over the base. After saying this, he did not give anyone a chance to refute, pulled out a map, and began to make arrangements. This is the high-tech zone of Jianghai City. There's a paternity testing center just 5 kilometers away from here. Little Sue, I heard that your strength is quite impressive. This time, you will lead the team. You and Daqiang will go over together. Once you arrive, start the paternity test immediately. With a wave of Lu Jiangwo's hand, he led the others out of the conference room, leaving only Li Daqiang behind. Su Chen's breathing became increasingly rapid. However, at this moment, Li Daqiang merely glanced at Su Chen and then stepped out of the conference room. Su Chen only felt a pang in his heart. The moment he saw Li Daqiang, he felt that this person was his biological father. For some reason, there was an inexplicable feeling a so-called blood is thicker than water sensation. He couldn't believe that Li Daqiang didn't have this feeling, but he was extremely indifferent towards him, and this attitude hurt Su Chen. It seemed that this so-called biological father had no feelings for him at all. Su Chen knew that he had to go for this paternity test. He just wanted to know what kind of relationship existed between him and Li Daqiang. Lu Jiangwo was decisive, and early the next morning, he selected the team. A total of 50 people were in the team, including 8 soldiers brought by Lu Jiangwo, while the remaining 2 clearly appeared to lack combat capability. They should be the experts for the paternity test. The 50-person team was divided into 3 vehicles, 1 truck and 2 cars. The truck was loaded with a generator, prepared to power the equipment for the paternity test. 30 of the people were from Wang Dadong's 30-member team. The remaining 10 were Su Chen's companions, and this time, Long Ziqian also joined the team. With Long Ziqian present, there was no issue with combat capability. Su Chen only brought Ling Xiao and Chun Jiai, while the rest were the elite members of Ling Xiao's team. The 50-person team set off in a grand manner. Outside the base, many small teams were clearing the bodies of zombies. One by one, they were moved over, stacked together, and directly burned. Accompanied by thick smoke, Su Chen and the others moved farther away from the base. After only covering half the distance, the group stopped again. Next to Lu Jiangwo was a square-faced man named Zhao Taizhu, a rather simple name, and he was just as solid and steady as his name suggested. Zhao Taizhu took out a map and discussed the action plan with his team. Ahead, large groups of zombies were clearly visible. The road was congested, with abandoned cars crashed into each other, and there were quite a few zombies howling inside the vehicles. Long Ziqian and Su Chen exchanged glances and joined the discussion with the team. On the map, there were no small paths here. The Parent-Child Identification Agency was right at the T-junction at the end of this road. No matter which direction they approached from, they had to take the main road. And in all 3 directions, there were large crowds of zombies. The sound of cars had already attracted some zombies over. We cannot advance by car. We can only choose to run there. The cars are obstacles. We need to make reasonable use of these abandoned vehicles, be cautious, and take action. After Zhao Taizhu finished speaking, he began to organize his gear. They were well-equipped, wearing bulletproof vests, and had steel plates on their arms, which could effectively block zombie bites. As for the weight of the steel plates, given the current physical condition of humans, this little weight would not affect their movement at all. Su Chen and others can only cooperate with Zhao Taizhu. They're like 2 teams. The team of 8 people works together with great tacit understanding. However, the number of zombies is still very high. Su Chen nodded, signaling everyone to go up and help. As for Li Daqiang, he seemed to be sightseeing, looking around without any intention of stepping in. Su Chen really wanted to say something to Li Daqiang. However, any conversation would be meaningless until the paternity test results came out. As they gradually approached, a large number of zombies rushed in. Zombies burst out from buildings all around them. The group could only jump onto the car and advance on the abandoned vehicles. Everywhere they looked was occupied by zombies, and the horde moved along with them. Suddenly, 3 or 4 tall zombies appeared. These zombies were at least 3 meters high, their bodies covered in exposed muscle tissue. Automatic crossbow bolts shot out, but couldn't penetrate at all. Zhao Taizhu had no choice but to open fire, but the bullets only lodged into the zombies' bodies. The 3 or 4 giant-like zombies blocked their path. Deal with the zombies. Unleash your powers. Zhao Taizhu shouted angrily, his hands swelling and growing black fur, resembling bear paws. With a leap, he waved his hand, and the abandoned cars blocking the road were tossed aside. This kind of strength was extremely frightening. The two people following Zhao Taizhu instantly transformed as well. One grew a tail, speeding up and becoming much more agile. The other transformed in a peculiar way, with enlarged, pointed ears, though it was unclear what type of beast transformation it was. Buzz! An invisible ripple suddenly spread out, and the zombies that encountered this ripple retreated as if pushed away by an unseen force. The other few people also had beast transformations, but there was nothing remarkable about them. Chen roughly gauged the strength of these people, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. Wang Dadong led his team to break through from the flank to support Zhao Taizhu and the others. Ling Xiao had two zombies that also appeared to be special zombies. Chapter 79, Start of the Parent-Child Identification. The battle layout was complete. Chen also rushed out immediately, electric currents swirling around his body. Lightning strike, thunder, and electrical activity activated in an instant. Li Daqiang stood on a car, watching Chen's back, his eyes showing a hint of unusual emotion for the first time. However, he chose to observe from behind and follow the team forward. Wang Dadong led people nearby to attract the attention of scattered zombies, killing ordinary zombies. Ling Zhao's speed surged, darting into the horde of zombies. Previously, Chen had noticed that among the densely packed zombies, there were two areas that were relatively empty. But no zombies could be seen. It seemed there were special zombies among them. Sure enough, a flash of fire suddenly appeared. A zombie engulfed in flames stepped out, opened its mouth, and directly sprayed flames at Ling Xiao. Strangely, the flames were mixed with green mist. Chen squinted his eyes. The lightning pillar descended. A column shining with thunder struck down directly on the special zombie, then exploded with a loud bang. Countless bolts of lightning spread out in all directions. While Ling Xiao was dodging the flames, he also avoided the range of the lightning. The special zombie that spewed fire was instantly killed by Chen's lightning pillar. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds came from the front. Chen looked over and found that Zhao Taizhu and the others were actually grappling with those towering zombies. He simply covered his head. Are soldiers really that direct? These zombies were like little giants, over 3 meters tall, with muscles all over their bodies. Is this something that can be fought in close combat? Without Chen having to shout, that little giant zombie swung a punch, and Zhao Taizhu surprisingly raised his paw and delivered a similarly powerful punch. As a result, Chen saw that there was no one around the little giant zombie and directly summoned a lightning bolt to strike down. The thunder exploded with a loud bang. The little giant zombie was charred all over, yet it still did not die. Chen fired a few more lightning strikes, finally shattering the head of the little giant zombie. An evolution core about the size of half a fist fell out and rolled on the ground. Chen jumped a few times in the car, casually storing the evolution core and absorbing it with the system. The contribution points from this small giant zombie surprisingly reached 3,000, which truly astonished him. He suddenly thought of his big flower cat, which he had been raising freely, and wondered where it had run off to. There were still 3 small giant zombies left, and Chen directly dismissed the others. I'm going all out. With a raise of his hand, for pillars of lightning fell, surrounding the small, giant zombies within. The thunder flashed, and the area turned into a sea of thunder. Then, the lightning pillars exploded violently. Dust and smoke rose, and countless zombies perished under the spread of the thunder. Chen watched as the small giant zombie continued to move, raising his hand to unleash a few bolts of lightning while fully activating his electrical abilities. He surprisingly lifted a wrecked car with one hand and hurled it towards the zombie. With a physical strength exceeding 100, it was equivalent to the combined strength of 100 ordinary adults concentrated in Chen. Even though his physical abilities surpassed those of beastly ability users, he rarely engaged in close combat. Soon, he obtained 3 evolution cores. She activated her frenzy ability and appeared to be somewhat out of breath. Zhao Taizhu glanced deeply at Chen, seemingly impressed by his strength. Without saying a word, he led the team to continue forward. 2 hours later, they finally rushed into the identification agency. This was a judicial appraisal agency with many offices, but there weren't many zombies inside. Chen and the others closed the door. allowing themselves to take a breather for a moment. Su Chen looked at the leisurely Li Daqiang and snorted, "You're so relaxed." "I also want to take action." Li Daqiang stretched out his hand, and on it was a peculiar tattoo that glimmered with subtle light. This was the first time Su Chen and Li Daqiang communicated. Su Chen was a bit surprised. Zhao Taizhu, who was beside him, stepped forward and said, "Some of us have awakened abilities that can block the use of powers. Li Daqiang has a special identity, and his abilities are sealed." Li Daqiang silently lowered his sleeves, turned his head, and said nothing more. Su Chen secretly noted down this ability. This ability truly has everything. It can even have the ability to seal other abilities. It seems that the luster of this tattoo is somewhat dim. Su Chen didn't say anything further. Although he didn't have any powers, he could keep up with the team. Li Daqiang's skills were also impressive. It's no wonder that Lu Jiangwo felt at ease letting him come out since Li Daqiang's abilities were sealed. A soldier came over and set down the generator he was carrying. They dispersed to search for the paternity testing equipment. Zhao Taizhu gave the order and was the first to step out. The building had a total of 4 floors, and they found the paternity testing center on the 2nd floor. After dealing with the zombies inside, everyone waited outside. "We need 2 hours to get the results. Now we will collect your genetic samples." The professional stepped forward and directly chose to draw blood. Su Chen watched as his and Li Daqiang's blood was sent in. As the professionals busied themselves, his heart gradually began to race. "Do you think you can accept the results of the paternity test?" Li Daqiang suddenly asked. Su Chen turned his head, looking at Li Daqiang with disbelief. "Why is it him who accepts?" He sneered. "Do you think I want to acknowledge a relative? You're mistaken. This question should be asked by me. If the outcome is something I can't accept, what do you think your fate will be?" Li Daqiang glanced at Su Chen with a blank expression. "Then what if I am your father? What do you want to do?" Su Chen squinted his eyes, thinking that perhaps he would kill you because your abandonment made those years vary. "However, I can't do it. After I came here, I suddenly calmed down. If you were my father, I would beat you up, and then we would just go our separate ways. You didn't participate in my previous life, and I don't need you in my future life either." Su Chen spoke sincerely, especially after saying it to Li Daqiang. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. To be honest, he felt that even if Li Daqiang was his father and suddenly knelt down begging for his forgiveness, he would turn around and leave without hesitation. Why bother? Li Daqiang looked deeply at Su Chen, suddenly stood up. Purple thunder instantly spread out. Zhao Taizhu and the others reacted, but it was already too late. The lightning spread over, and Zhao Taizhu's men fell to the ground, fainting. Su Chen was taken aback. What does Li Daqiang mean by this? Chapter 80, Divine Cells, Zombie Virus. Su Chen hadn't reacted yet when everyone around him collapsed. Blue electricity appeared on his body, but it instantly dissolved upon contact with Li Daqiang's purple electricity. He was surprised to discover that he also felt a tingling sensation as if he had been electrocuted. Li Daqiang slowly walked over, staring at Su Chen for a long time before saying, "Don't worry, the people upstairs and downstairs are fine. The others just fainted." "What exactly do you want to do?" Su Chen's face looked very grim. "Is it because I said I was going to beat you up earlier, so you plan to beat me up first?" Li Daqiang snapped his fingers, and purple lightning instantly flickered. He himself also vanished from the spot. Rooftop meeting. Su Chen had no choice but to catch up, and only when he reached the rooftop did he see Li Daqiang sitting at the edge of the building. He was silent. In some ways, they really resembled father and son. The same supernatural abilities, similar appearances, and the habit of sitting at the edge of the rooftop. Su Chen had a tough childhood and thought about ending his life many times, but he ultimately did not give up on this world. So, he liked to sit in high places with his feet dangling, feeling the temperature of the wind. "You're my son." Li Daqiang had no intention of beating around the bush, and his tone was very certain. He took out a USB drive and placed it beside him. Su Chen walked over and sat down at the edge of the rooftop, putting away the USB drive. He didn't know how to respond to Li Daqiang's words. Countless times he had imagined this scene, and without exception, in those fantasies, he had angrily reprimanded Li Daqiang and beaten him up until he was bruised and battered. But sitting next to Li Daqiang for real, he felt that this person was very profound. It was the kind of feeling where one couldn't discern depth at a glance, and his calmness seemed to influence others as well. The answer was in the USB drive. "Now, I have a little time. You can ask any questions you want to know, and I will answer you to the best of my ability. Li Daqiang looked into the distance, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Since you don't want me, why not get rid of me?" Li Daqiang frowned slightly. The answer was all in. His gaze met Su Chen's, and the remaining words were left unspoken. The conditions do not allow it. Only the second girl. Maternal love is great. She overcame countless difficulties and obstacles to bring you into this world. You should be grateful to her and I. He paused again. After a while, Su Chen broke the silence and asked again, "What is the divine virus? Is the zombie virus sample you took something you spread worldwide?" Upon hearing this, Li Daqiang suddenly lauga. "Do you think I could do this alone? But you have a Starry Night laboratory behind you." Su Chen quickly retorted. Li Daqiang pausa, fronat, and said, "It's not me, nor is it the Starry Night laboratory. I'm not even sure who it is, but the zombie virus suddenly spread globally. As for the divine virus, you need to separate it into divine cells and the zombie virus. Divine cells have the ability to repair genetic defects and fill in missing genes. It is something that major countries are committed to developing and want to firmly control. The zombie virus, on the other hand, is a byproduct." Li Daqiang opened up and, in a very calm tone, recounted the events to Su Chen. 3 years ago, in a space project, they came into contact with a strange device that contained a piece of tissue. Within that tissue were divine cells. Through experiments, it was found that divine cells had the ability to repair genetic defects and fill in missing genes. In simple terms, a drop of dinosaur blood, having traversed billions of years, was obtained by modern humans. The genetic sequence contained in that drop of blood is insufficient to clone a dinosaur. However, when combined with the divine cells, it can replicate and complete indefinitely, ultimately forming all dinosaur species. We don't understand exactly what dinosaur's blood that drop came from, but eventually, through divine cells, we produce Tyrannosaurus rex, Stegosaurus, pterosaurs, and so on. Do you understand? Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. This was not difficult to understand, as it was a problem that contemporary science could not explain. Therefore, scientists went against their materialist views and referred to it as divinity. He silently questioned in his heart. The zombie virus can be explained, but the origin of divine cells remains unclear. So system, where are you? The system is just the system. If the host attributes everything unexplainable to divinity, then the system is divinity. Yet it seemed as if it had said nothing at all. Many times, the system prompts exhibited a strong subjective attitude, which proved that the system indeed possessed consciousness, and this consciousness resided within his own body. I can tell you that Starry Night Laboratory is the enemy, but not really the enemy. Who exactly caused the apocalypse is still unclear, yet the high-ranking officials around the world are well aware of this. They merely made a wrong decision and wanted to pin the blame on Starry Night Laboratory. After Li Daqiang finished speaking, he patted his clothes, stood up, and turned to walk downstairs. "Do you still want to hit me, my son?" Li Daqiang stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen helplessly spread his hands and said, "I can't beat you." A wise choice. In fact, you and I are very similar in personality. We won't let the past interfere with the future. By grasping the present and not dwelling on the past, we can move towards the future. It seems that the apocalypse is the future of this world. No one should trust easily. Li Daqiang sighed, and, after saying this, left the rooftop with another sigh. After a long while, Su Chen finally caught up. Li Daqiang was tied up by Zhao Taizhu and others, sitting in a chair with his eyes half closed as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, Zhao Taizhu and his group appear to be on high alert. In this regard, Su Chen was grateful to Li Daqiang. Even in the apocalypse, Su Chen couldn't contend with the remaining power of a country. Professional personnel collected blood samples again before starting their work. They were worried that Li Daqiang might have swapped genetic samples while unconscious. After a long 2 hours, 2 professionals came out, looking at Su Chen and Li Daqiang with complex expressions. "What is the result?" Zhao Taizhu asked. One professional stepped forward and slowly said, "We conducted 5 tests simultaneously, and the results do not match our expectations. The genetic similarity between the two is only 20. They are not direct relatives. In other words, Su Chen and Li Daqiang are not father and son." Chapter 81. The humiliating examination. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was stunned on the spot. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter. He decided to give up, to lie flat and let things be. He couldn't compete with these people. Just a little over 10 minutes ago, Li Daqiang had poured his heart out to him on the rooftop. He had already accepted the fact that he was Li Daqiang's biological son. But now he was being told that the paternity test didn't match, and they were not father and son. Su Chen finished speaking, activated his lightning ability, and jumped directly out of the second-floor window, rushing into the crowd of zombies, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tieju's eyes flickered as he nodded to the two people beside him. The two immediately jumped out of the window, chasing after Su Chen. Chun Jiai and Ling Xiao exchanged glances and subtly nodded, but they did not chase after him. In the base, Lu Jiangwo frowned and said, "Is it possible that Li Daqiang switched the genetic samples? There were a total of 10 test results, all similar, and according to this genetic similarity, even if Li Daqiang is not Su Chen's father, he has a familial relationship with Su Chen." Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. He furrowed his brow and looked at the young officer beside him. "What do you think is the reason?" The young officer, who did not hold a high rank, but was an important scientist in the military, Lin Xiaotian, had the awakened ability to suppress others' abilities, making them unusable. That tattoo was also the result of this young officer's ability, lasting for 40 hours. Lin Xiaotian shook his head. The tattoo that suppresses abilities can last for 40 hours. And I only added it before Li Daqiang left, but I'm also curious, why didn't Li Daqiang run away when he had the chance? He knew Lu Jiangwo wanted to hold someone accountable, so he shifted the topic to another aspect. Lu Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He also wasn't clear on why Li Daqiang did this. He thought suppressing Li Daqiang's ability would allow him to control him. Now it seemed that Li Daqiang could leave at any time. He was just curious about why Li Daqiang came here in the first place. Soon, Li Daqiang was brought into the conference room by Zhao Taizhu. Li Daqiang still appeared calm, only giving Lu Jiangwo a faint greeting before remaining silent. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. In the conference room, only Lu Jiangwo and Li Daqiang remained. "Let's talk why." Lu Jiangwo's tone was flat, but his eyes were fixed on Li Daqiang. "Talk about what?" Li Daqiang raturta. Bang! Lu Jiangwo slammed the table and stood up. "What exactly do you want to do? If you don't want to be caught by us, you could easily escape. Lin Xiaotian's ability cannot suppress yours. You can leave at any time, but why not?" It was obvious that he wanted time alone with Su Chen, but Li Daqiang could have easily come to Jinghaishi to find Su Chen himself. Why do this right under his nose? "No reason. It's convenient," Li Daqiang said, appearing unbothered. Outside, people watched Lu Jiangwo getting angry, while Li Daqiang remained unchanged, staring straight ahead, only occasionally acknowledging Lu Jiangwo. After a while, Lu Jiangwo walked out. He glanced back at Li Daqiang in the conference room, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Li Daqiang still did not leave and was locked up in a cell. These two were the ones Zhao Taizhu sent to find Su Chen. And Su Chen indeed had taken him around for a whole day. Su Chen was covered in blood. As soon as he entered the base gate, he was immediately blocked by someone. Routine inspection. This group of people was also brought by Lu Jiangwo. They directly took Su Chen to a small room and ordered him to take off all his clothes. Su Chen frowned as he looked at the two people. After a moment, he complied and took off all his clothes. Someone immediately picked up his clothes and began to inspect them, and in the end, they directly set Su Chen's clothes on fire. Then, they used a high-pressure water gun to wash Su Chen's body. It wasn't until they confirmed that he had hidden nothing on him that they handed him a set of camouflage clothing. Su Chen didn't even glance at the clothes. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Then, Chun Jai walked in with a set of clothes and personally helped Su Chen get dressed. She looked at the two soldiers, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar expression. Su Chen just patted Chun Jai's shoulder and then took her away from there. As he left, Lu Jiangwo walked in right after. "Have you checked? Is there anything on Su Chen?" The two soldiers immediately shook their heads. "He's completely clean. His clothes were burned down to a pile of charcoal. There's nothing hidden. We chased Su Chen. He killed zombies all the way without stopping for a day and a night. Along the way, we encountered a zombie tiger, which was extremely powerful. Su Chen couldn't handle it and led us to escape. Lu Jiangwo let out a sigh, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Back at the residence, Su Chan sighed and lay on the bed, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Lu Jiangwo was too much. He directly took control of the entire base, and his uncle was just a fence-sitter, always following Lu Jiangwo, nodding and bowing, extremely sycophantic. In his memory, his uncle had never acted like this. Chen Jiai's voice grew softer as she spoke at the end. She was indignant about Su Chen's situation, questioning why he had to undergo such an inspection. Ling Xiao and the others stood by the bed, especially Ling Xiao, who was cracking his knuckles, filled with indignation. The girls chattered and discussed for a long time. Su Chen smiled as he looked at them, reaching out to grab Ling Xiao, Zhang Xiao, Li Jia, and Chen Jiai, pulling them all onto the bed. Ling Xiao flipped over and straddled Su Chen. "Master, are we having a 1-on-4 battle this time?" Su Chen looked around and laughed heartily, taking the initiative and pinning Ling Xiao beneath him. Li Jia stood up with a smile, pulled up the curtains, and locked the door. A day later, when Su Chen went out, his legs were shaking. Ku'er stood outside the door, seemingly waiting for a long time. As soon as she saw Su Chen come out, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Wow, the master is too impressive. Chapter 82, What to Do? Of course. Ku'er hurriedly approached and supported Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, "Finally dealt with them all. Right, Ku'er, what do you need me for?" Gaier swallowed heart. "I feel like my skin is a bit dry. It's like this. Recently the sisters have been worried about the master. While I took the opportunity of some fame before the apocalypse to gather information, Lu Jiangwo has been talking to the high-ranking officials in the base for the past few days, and each person has had at least 3 discussions. Although Ku'er and the others were recruited by Su Chen, they haven't enhanced their physical abilities or anything like that. Even their ability levels haven't really improved. However, as the Ming Xin before the apocalypse, and with their abilities having a special use like inspiring others, they naturally don't need to participate in battles. Their singing seems to bring strength and hope to people. This group can be considered as a logistics team, including Yu Ling and the doctors. Su Chen has no plans to let them participate in combat. It seems that Ku'er and the others are indeed showing their value. For matters that Li Jia hasn't dealt with, Ku'er is also helping to take care of them. You must be quite popular in the base now, right? Ku'er covered her mouth and smiled, which truly was a smile that could captivate City. Does the master not believe in Ku'er's charm? The tasks assigned by the master, Ku'er can also accomplish. Su Chen rolled over and pinned Ku'er against the wall. That smile was truly captivating. "Next time, remember to sing for me outside the door." Ku'er stared blankly at Su Chen, then suddenly leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Ku'er could do more than just sing. Su Chen was instead rendered helpless by Ku'er. This girl, before the apocalypse, was already at the level of a dream lover, with a glance and a smile enough to drive many men to scream in madness. With such a suggestive remark, how could Su Chen not be moved? He coughed lightly and said, "Then you keep an eye on Li Daqiang for me. I always feel that his intentions are not pure." That USB drive. He hadn't looked at it yet. After realizing that he and Li Daqiang were not father and son, he was eager to find out what was on the USB drive. Unexpectedly, just after stepping out, Zhao Tieju's people followed him. This was almost equivalent to tearing off the mask. However, Su Chen had no choice. What was Lu Jiangwo's first statement upon arriving at the base? In our Longzhong city base, among the tens of thousands of awakened abilities, there are no cases of dual abilities. This Longzhong city base had tens of thousands of awakened individuals. Their base had at most a few thousand people, and only about 1,000 had awakened abilities, not even 1/10 of the others. Moreover, with bombers, tanks, and various firearms, how could this small base oppose the power of the military? Not to mention, if the military got angry and directly sent bombers to drop a couple of missiles, what would he do? Ultimately, it came down to insufficient strength. This was the apocalypse. Reasoning with the military? Sorry, the logic is in the hands of the military. And once they flip the table, what do you have to restrain them? Su Chen was very cooperative. Even Chen Yuzhen, the former chairman of the Chen group and a person in a high position, was flattering and fawning, because Chen Yuzhen could also see the situation clearly. Master. Ku'er reached out her hand and waved in front of Su Chen. "If it's not a bother, then I'll be going." Ku'er smiled sweetly and turned to leave. Su Chen looked at Ku'er's back and thought, What a missed opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that they had already battled all day, he would definitely have had something happen with her today. Next time for sure. Chen muttered to himself and turned to leave. In the following days, nothing happened. There were many things in Liu Jiangwo's helicopter, including drones. He seemed to be sticking around the base, busy every day, and didn't pay any attention to Chen. However, Chen could clearly feel that someone was always watching him. As a result, he found it difficult to use the system and could only develop the existing 200 maids. Chen sat on the street of the base, holding a book. It was a book about genetics, and if it had been before, he would have definitely thought it was like reading a foreign language. But now, he simply tossed the book aside. It was completely incomprehensible. He could only sit on the chair and immerse his consciousness into the system. Current points, 112580, 111,000 points, and this was still the result after he invested a large number of points to properly allocate the team. Fian led a team of 50, all-knife users wielding long swords. He had invested a total of 25,000 points in mastering sword techniques. Li Jia and Chen Jia led the ranged attack team. Aside from their abilities being ranged, they were also equipped with shooting proficiency skills. Ling Xiao led a team focused on beast transformation and defense. The remaining team, led by Zhang Xiao, consisted mostly of dancers, known for their high flexibility and speed, excelling in exploration and intelligence gathering. The rest were logistics, led by Yiling. Those with abilities had awakened their powers, while those without had their physical fitness enhanced to around 50, and proficiency skills had all been allocated. Chen muttered to himself, "These points seem to be useless." Suggestion: Host, take a look at the system shop. Chen was taken aback. He had always regarded the system mall as a logistics supply and had never really looked at it carefully. Now that he had enough points, he immediately opened the system mall. The regular firearms and cold weapons were all available in the system mall, occupying the majority. The other part displayed blueprints. The remaining two parts were for lottery draws, hero-level unit lottery, and item lottery. Chen used the free lottery chances he received last time to draw a level 3 battle vehicle in the item lottery. This time, he opened a blueprint page that he had never paid attention to before. Inside, there are levels ranging from level 1 to level 9. He thought he had enough points, but in reality, he could only purchase blueprints for level 3 and level 4. The blueprints for higher levels required hundreds of thousands or even millions of points. The battle vehicle he drew earlier belonged to the level 3 blueprint, which required 35,000 points. Chen carefully examined the blueprint, which turned out to be very useful. Just like in a game, this blueprint could be synthesized using basic materials to create a finished product. The combat vehicle would be extremely useful. So Chen directly chose to exchange for a level 3 combat vehicle blueprint. Soon, a series of system prompts flooded into his mind. Chapter 83. The base is empty. Chaos begins after a while. Chen managed to digest the system prompts. The blueprint was divided into hundreds of modules, and the materials required were quite complex, ranging from steel to car engines. However, in reality, these items were not lacking at all. Abandoned cars were everywhere on the road. The materials needed were all car parts. So he could easily send people out to collect them, and creating the combat vehicle this way would not raise any suspicion. After all, if he just directly materialized a combat vehicle, everyone would definitely find it strange. Previously, it was just Chen and the maid army, so it didn't matter much. But now, with thousands of people in the base, he had to be a bit more cautious. The system cannot be exposed. Chen was very clear about this. Once exposed, he would become the target of everyone. Immediately, he found many types of blueprints in the mall. The food processing plant only required 5,000 points, but the materials needed were extensive. The 4-season greenhouse, equipped with a fertilizer pool, could allow crops to be harvested 3 times a year and only needed 15,000 points. Although they currently had these items, in reality, the food processing plant was like a large kitchen with a bunch of chefs processing food inside. However, with the processing plant, they could produce portable food, which would also facilitate the combat team in hunting zombies. After the apocalypse, the weather changes were somewhat strange. Even though it was spring, the crops planted still sometimes froze to death, resulting in extremely low yields. The greenhouse was also not simple. It even required people with special abilities to work inside to maximize its effectiveness. These were essential supplies for the base. Furthermore, the blueprints exchanged even had bond attributes. Building 3 buildings reduced the chance of attracting zombies. 5 buildings effectively enhance building defense capabilities. 10 buildings can effectively avoid zombie attacks within the buildings. Previously, Night Spirit had mentioned that apart from their vision, zombies had extremely sharp senses. They would even unconsciously gather towards places where people congregated. After a tough battle, the zombies in the vicinity had been wiped out, but now, zombies were gathering again. This clearly proved that Night Spirit's theory was correct. Suchin's current thoughts are very simple. Although he hasn't seen what is on the USB drive, the base must develop, even to the level of a military base. Only then can they live freely in the apocalypse. With Liu Jiangwo's arrival, he has a lot of pent-up frustration with no outlet. He immediately summoned the senior members of the Maid Army, assigned tasks based on the materials needed in the blueprints, and sent them out of the base to gather supplies. These blueprints are also very important, and he only trusts the Maid Army to help. Such a large operation led Liu Jiangwo to seek out Su Chen again. Xiao Su, what are you planning to do? Liu Jiangwo asked, with his hands behind his back, gesturing for Su Chen to follow him. He began to wander around the base, occasionally chatting with Su Chen about his views on the base. Liu Jiangwo clicked his tongue and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. There's no way around it, Commander Liu. The most important thing in the apocalypse is to survive. We can't afford to worry about health. Su Chen was a bit curious about what Liu Jiangwo meant by all this today. Liu Jiangwo, with his hands behind his back, looked like he was inspecting the place. He reviewed everything in the processing plant, making the chefs a bit nervous. Throughout the day, Su Chen accompanied Liu Jiangwo as he inspected the entire base. Liu Jiangwo made hundreds of suggestions, and by the end, Su Chen didn't want to deal with it anymore, just nodding along with mm and oh. Liu Jiangwo smiled slightly and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Little Su, don't be so distant. This is a global disaster. We humanity should stand together. Look at all the problems in your base, and you don't have enough talent. Do you really think someone can help you design a factory? And then there's the weapons factory. Before the apocalypse, it was strictly controlled. Now, having weapons will help you live better, right? Su Chen was silent. Liu Jiangwo was indeed an old fox. As soon as he made a move, Liu Jiangwo guessed his intentions clearly. Of course, he wanted to establish a weapons factory, but without gunpowder, what use would it be to produce some empty shells? For the current zombies, they probably wouldn't even break the skin. And Liu Jiangwo's assistance definitely wouldn't come for free. By gathering people, it was only natural to include some from the military, which would allow him to completely take over the base. The truth was finally revealed. After being silent for so long, this old fox Liu Jiangwo finally exposed his purpose. No wonder he had been looking for people to talk to. He wanted to incite the people in the base to serve him, right? If it weren't for Cook, he really wouldn't have paid attention to Liu Jiangwo's actions. Commander Liu, what you say is indeed good. Su Chen paused for a moment and then changed the subject. But there are only a few thousand people left in our Jianghai city. To be honest, the small groups wandering outside are about the same number. Our small base with less than 10,000 people is not worth your effort and concern. Upon hearing this, Liu Jiangwo's expression changed, and he raised his voice. Little Su, your thoughts are not correct. Once you build your base, well, those wandering small groups want to join you, right? Growing to a scale of 10,000, and then developing toward 100,000. Transforming from a base into a town, and then into a city, it's just a matter of time. Su Chen didn't say anything this time, but he still shook his head. Liu Jiangwo was clearly very angry and raised his hand to slap Su Chen heavily. Xiao Su, this base isn't just yours. We still need to vote and have a leader. I think old Chen would be very suitable as the leader of the base. Su Chen nodded and said, Chairman Chen Muzin has always been the leader of the base. At this moment, both sides fell silent. Su Chen was unusually calm, but his eyes were deep and determined. Liu Jiangwo stared blankly at Su Chen for a while. Xiao Su, it's the trend of the times. You're developing from scratch, and we can help you speed up the process. What's wrong with that? Commander Liu, it's still the same thing. It's not worth it. At that moment, alarm bells started ringing. Purple lightning shot up into the sky. Li Daqiang has escaped from prison. Come quickly. Su Chen fronted slightly. What does Li Daqiang mean by this? They've been staying well for so many days, and now he suddenly wants to run? At that moment, a series of zombie roars suddenly echoed around. Bang! The lightning exploded on the city wall of the base. Chapter 84. Li Daqiang runs away. Lu Jiangwo is furious. Su Chan was taken aback. That was the eastern city wall, where the base's main entrance was located. It would be easy to just go out. Aiken, Li Daqiang has destroyed the eastern city wall, and the zombies are rushing in. In his mind, Chen Jiai's voice echoed. Su Chan hurriedly asked in his mind, "What is going on? Is Li Daqiang trying to escape?" The base immediately descended into chaos. However, it was much better than last time. Those without combat capability quickly sought nearby buildings to hide, clearing the way for the combat team. Previously, entering the base required surrendering weapons, but now those with high contribution values to the base could retain their weapons. Even when gunfire broke out, everyone gathered towards the eastern city wall. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Lu Jiangwo. It was Lin Xiaotian. Li Daqiang's ability is very strong. I have actually never been able to suppress him. Perhaps there is some suppression, but it is only weak. His ability allows him to move at incredible speed, instantly escaping the range of my ability suppression. Lin Xiaotian spoke rapidly, and at the same time, faint streams of light appeared around him. Su Chan tried to use his supernatural ability, and indeed, it seemed as if his power had vanished. To be precise, it didn't completely disappear. Rather, there was a force that hindered the manifestation of his abilities. It seems that if the level and strength of the supernatural ability are sufficient, it can indeed break through the suppression. Su Chen did not attempt to break through, as Lu Jiangwo and Lin Xiaotian were both present. After speaking, Lu Jiangwo nodded at Lin Xiaotian. The supernatural ability once again flowed within the body, indicating that Lin Xiaotian had the supernatural ability. Su Chen keenly noticed that there was still a shimmer on Lin Xiaotian, indicating that the supernatural ability was still in effect. This ability can actually control and suppress its target. Su Chen quietly noted this. "Xiao Su, go chase after Li Daqiang." Lu Jiangwo raised his voice, speaking in a commanding tone. Su Chen felt helpless. Pursuing Li Daqiang? He almost wanted to ask Lu Jiangwo if he was serious. Li Daqiang's purple lightning was completely different from his own. When the purple lightning flashed, it was like teleportation. What would he use to chase? However, since Lu Jiangwo said so, he would naturally follow his instructions. The lightning activity was activated. Su Chen also shot out amidst the surrounding lightning. Soon, he arrived at the eastern city wall. A large number of zombies surged in through a gap, while the base's combat team was blocking the zombies. The bodies of the zombies piled up into a small hill, blocking the gap. However, it also obstructed the ranged weapons. Before long, the gap was breached again, and the zombies crawled over the bodies, rushing into the base. They spread out in a fan-shaped formation. There were too many zombies. They let a few in to fight. Su Chan hurriedly shouted loudly. On the city wall, several figures were entangled together. There were special zombies and some people. The purple lightning was particularly eye-catching, and Su Chan immediately locked onto Li Daqiang. Li Daqiang was fighting with Chen Jiai. No wonder Chen Jiai had only said a brief sentence before interrupting the consciousness exchange. Chen Jiai's ability was not just for support. She also had an attacking skill, and her physical abilities were not bad either. Su Chan suddenly appeared, and a blue lightning bolt struck directly at Li Daqiang. Li Daqiang's eyes flickered, and in an instant, he transformed into a purple lightning and vanished from his spot. Su Chen turned around, and Li Daqiang had already appeared behind him. Purple lightning coalesced into rods, shooting towards Su Chen, and then exploded with a loud bang. Su Chen rolled out from the lightning, holding Chen Jiai. The shock. Chen Jiai shouted. Li Daqiang was stunned, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. He shook his head and knelt on one knee on the ground. Su Chen rushed forward. Before he got close, purple lightning condensed into sticks again, and this time the tips of the sticks had spikes. They floated in mid-air around Su Chen, and the strands of purple lightning wrapped around him like ropes. In terms of controlling abilities, Su Chen admitted he was indeed not as good as Li Daqiang. However, it seemed Li Daqiang didn't use much force. The purple lightning only had a paralyzing effect. He knew Li Daqiang was strong, but he didn't expect him to be that strong. Su Chen, we meet again. A familiar voice came. Su Chen saw Yimu Gu, dressed in tight black leather, appear beside Li Daqiang. With black long hair and tight leather, she looked like she was integrated with her high heels. This version of Yimu Gu was drastically different from before, giving off a unique vibe. Oh, Yimu Gu, I really have to thank you. I remember the favor you did for me. Su Chen's body trembled as he activated his lightning powers, instantly parting the surrounding purple lightning. He landed on the ground, looking at Li Daqiang and Yimu Gu from a distance. Where's Yiling? Dead, and you already know that. Su Chen spread his hands, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Yimu Gu was taken aback, an expression of disbelief appearing in her eyes. She suddenly stepped forward. Why? You had the ability to save Yiling. That's why I turned her into a zombie. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he let out a cold laugh. Regardless of whether I have the ability, even if I do, why should I save her? Yimu Gu, you are the one who pushed Yiling into the abyss with your own hands. How can you blame me? Yimu Gu seemed to be losing her sanity, with a crazed light flashing in her eyes. Li Daqiang, however, gave Yimu Gu a pat. Let's go. It's not safe to stay here. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian and Lu Jiangwo also rushed over, standing beside Su Chen. Lu Jiangwo stepped forward, and a transparent wave of energy spread out. Yimu Gu, Li Dongjiang. You can't leave. His ability turned out to be telekinesis. The surrounding rubble, even some steel plates, began to float, twisting into sharp spikes that shot towards Yimu Gu and the others. Lin Xiaotian roared in anger and tore his clothes apart. In an instant, Su Chen felt his powers vanish again. Li Daqiang and Yimu Gu experienced the same, awkwardly dodging the spikes. After a few jumps, Li Daqiang hugged Yimu Gu, transforming into a purple lightning bolt and disappearing. At that moment, red smoke began to rise from the city wall. The people who came with Yimu Gu were also retreating. In the distance, a helicopter gradually took off, its outline hazy in the night. The helicopter flew over the base. Yimu Gu and Li Daqiang stood by the cabin door, both looking in the direction of Su Chen, unsure if they were looking at him or at Lu Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo frowned tightly. Damn Starry Night Laboratory. Chapter 85. Ripping off the facade. Chen Musen kneels down. The roars of zombies echoed all around. Su Chen couldn't help but remind, Commander Lu, we can't continue to suppress our abilities. We still have to fight the zombies. Lu Jiangwo snorted coldly and glared at Su Chen. Lin Xiaotian. Yes. The glow around Lin Xiaotian disappeared, and he appeared very weak. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand and turned to leave with his men, not even glancing at the zombie invasion. The red smoke made the zombies even more frenzied. However, compared to humans, the zombies seemed more concerned about the red smoke. This also provided the combat troops with better operational space. As the night wore on, the number of nearby zombies was not as many as before, and by the latter half of the night, this crisis was completely resolved. Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. This time during the zombie invasion, he didn't earn many points, mainly because the Maid Corps were all outside gathering materials and using blueprints to synthesize components. Inside the base, there were only Chen Jiai and a few maids. However, fortunately, it was more of a scare than a real danger. The base combat team only had a few unfortunate souls killed by zombies, and not many were injured. The next morning, Lu Jiangwo gathered everyone for a meeting again. I have to leave. Li Daqiang has escaped, and I need to report the support from the Xingya laboratory to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Lu Jiangwo's face looked grim. He glared at Su Chen. Su Chen, there's a regulation. Sign it. Su Chen looked at the blank paper, which simply listed some regulations. Basically, the military would send personnel and teams to the Jianghai City shelter to assist in the construction of the base. Once the base was completed, the Jianghai City shelter would be required to clear out zombies according to military orders, and this would be compensated assistance, with the base required to regularly submit a portion of the evolution cores. The rest were just trivial matters. Su Chen simply glanced at the white paper and shook his head. All right, Chen Musen, it's your turn. Lu Jiangwo looked at Chen Musen with annoyance. Chen Musen looked at the white paper, then slowly extended his hand and tore the document to shreds. Commander Lu, our base is too small. A single zombie attack has cost us dozens of lives. We truly can't bear the heavy responsibility assigned by the military. After saying this, Chen Musen unexpectedly weakened in his knees and slowly knelt down. He tore the white paper, but discarded his dignity by kneeling in front of Lu Jiangwo. Even Su Chen didn't expect Chen Yuzhen to go this far. Killing Lu Jiangwo? What kind of madness would that unleash from the military in Longzhong City? The 10 major command zones and shelters, the 10 commanders. What kind of power is that? Lu Jiangwo quietly watched Chen Yuzhen, surveying the entire conference room. All right, very good. I will report this upwards. The Jianghaishi shelter will no longer be recognized by Longhua, and you can forget about receiving any assistance from the military. With that, he stormed out with his men. Soon, the sound of helicopter blades began to resonate. Su Chen and the others stood in the conference room, looking out the window at Lu Jiangwo leaving the base. Chen Jiayi hurried forward to help Chen Yuzhen up. If she had any resentment towards Chen Yuzhen before this time, his kneeling made her see him as family again. Su Chen also turned his head and bowed to Chen Yuzhen. Uncle Chen, I have said before that you're the leader of the base, and I will say it again. You will continue to be the leader of the base in the future. When Lu Jiangwo took out that set of regulations, it was the moment when the facade was completely torn apart. Why? Because on the day, Su Chen transferred people away from the base. Li Daqiang escaped from prison that very night. Lu Jiangwo must have suspected that Su Chen and Li Daqiang colluded to deliberately leave the base vulnerable, giving Li Daqiang an opportunity. This was a test of Su Chen's attitude. Once the military personnel entered the base, the control of the base would be in Lu Jiangwo's hands. Su Chen refused, and Chen Yuzhen refused. Lu Jiangwo naturally became angry. Chen Yuzhen could bow and lower his stance, but the effect was not enough. He used the most direct method, kneeling down to calm Lu Jiangwo's anger. The situation was pressing. Lu Jiangwo, right? Su Chen looked out the window as the helicopter grew increasingly distant until it completely disappeared. Meanwhile, at the Xingye laboratory in Longzhong City, there were high walls and electric fences blocking the frenzied attacks of zombies. As the helicopter landed, it caused another round of howling from the zombies, making them even more frantic. On the high walls, individuals dressed in protective suits patrolled, ignoring the zombies below, only taking action to kill when a zombie popped its head up. Compared to this place, the Xingye laboratory in Jianghai City seemed like a younger brother. The helicopter door opened, and Yimu Gu stepped out with a cold expression. Why are you stopping me? Yimu Gu scoffed. You're no match for Su Chen. Li Daqiang replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Oh, Yimu Gu narrowed his eyes. You think that without abilities, I can't be compared to you lucky ones? Li Daqiang shook his head. Although you don't have abilities, your strength is considerable. I won't deny that. Yimu Gu actually has no abilities? If Su Chen knew this, he would probably be very surprised. A person who stirs up a storm in Jianghai City actually has no abilities. Did you find out this time? Is Su Chen that person? Li Daqiang stopped and took out a document, handing it to Yimu Gu. The paternity test is out. I am not Su Chen's father. The gene bank was incorrect. I didn't ask you that. I asked you if Su Chen is the product of that plan back then. Yimu Gu took a step forward, staring intently at Li Daqiang, looking as if he wouldn't rest until he got to the bottom of it. Li Daqiang took a deep breath, turned around, and grabbed Yimu Gu by the neck, purple lightning flickering in his hand. That plan has nothing to do with you. If you dare to mention the God-making plan again, I will kill you. My child died because of the God-making plan. After saying this, Li Daqiang released Yimu Gu. Yimu Gu started coughing violently, disbelief evident in his eyes. Impossible. Su Ernyo, as the host, has already given birth to a child. Your child didn't die. Then how do you explain this document? Li Daqiang waved his hand, throwing the document in Yimu Ji's face. Also, I don't like the term host. She is my wife. With that, Li Daqiang stepped away. Meanwhile, far away in Jianghai City, Su Chen plugged a USB drive into his computer. 2 folders appeared on the screen. One of the folders was named God-Making Plan. Chapter 86. Happy Birthday, 12 videos. Su Chen frowned and looked at the next folder, which had no name. When he clicked to open it, he found that it required a password. Happy birthday to you? Su Chen looked at the password prompt and couldn't help but frown. A series of numbers flashed through his mind and finally settled on a string of numbers that appeared before his eyes. It was his birthday. Su Chen tried to input it. The password is incorrect. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Indeed, what was he expecting? Just then, Yiling walked over and announced a string of numbers. 000125. What is this? Su Chen was somewhat curious. After a brief silence, Yi Ling finally spoke. If you're the child of Su Ernyo and Li Dechong, then this number is your true birthday. Su Chen suddenly thought that he didn't have a birthday in the orphanage. Everyone celebrated their birthdays on a specific day, 3 times a year. The first time was in March, the second in August, and the last in December. He had always remembered his birthday as being in March, and that was also the number on his ID card, but it was not the day he was born. That file had disappeared after Su Earnyong gave birth in the hospital. If you were that child, then your birthday should be that day. Night Spirit said again, with a somewhat profound tone. Su Chen raised his hand and typed the string of numbers on the keyboard. 000125. The password was correct. A total of 12 videos appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen took a deep breath and clicked on the first video. The image was somewhat blurry, seemingly showing someone being chased in the mountains, and this was a record of an operation. In the footage, towering trees surrounded the area. In Su Chen's memory, there didn't seem to be such places near Jianghai City, but the neighboring Qingshan province was filled with these continuous mountains. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Damn it, who is this woman? She's 6 months pregnant and can still run in these mountains, not even afraid of losing the baby. You better shut up and pray that child is still safe. The video abruptly cut off at this point. The subsequent videos were similar. This was a record of an operation, with very few sounds and characters appearing. The environment transitioned from the mountainous surroundings to scenes that became somewhat familiar. Su Chen remembered that this should be the place where Hai Province and Qingshan Province meet, a flat area with beaches, which made Su Chen even more certain. In the 8th video, Su Chen finally saw a human figure. A woman, extremely disheveled and dirty, was captured. She had a large belly and curled up on the ground, appearing to be in great pain. She could really run. It had been 2 months. Injecting medication to ensure the fetus was safe, and if it really came to it, a premature birth could be arranged. Get a doctor over. This fetus is a product of that plan, and even if there are physical defects, they can be compensated for. The child must be taken away by cesarean section. Finally, a second person appeared in the footage. That person was dressed in black and wore big leather boots. But just as the camera was about to capture their face, the footage abruptly stopped. Su Chen impatiently opened the 9th video. Damn, Su Ernyo really is the mother body. She still has the ability to resist. Bury her on the spot. The rest follow me. At the beginning of the video, there are 2 people lying in a pool of blood, and they're also wearing black jumpsuits, with heavy boots on their feet and holsters barely visible at their waists. Su Chen paused the video. On the chests of the 2 individuals, there was a symbol. It resembled a big-headed alien, with 2 eyes taking up most of the face. No nose and no mouth. The video halted again as the crowd moved. Su Enyu? Mother body? Su Chen's breath caught for a moment. What kind of power could support a pregnant woman fleeing from Qingshan province all the way to Haixing province? In the end, she gave birth to a child in Jianghai City. The 10th video shows a bustling city, where it's clear that this group of people no longer dared to be too blatant. Su Chen spotted a building, the Jianghai Cultural Palace. That cultural palace was demolished during Su Chen's 2nd year of college because it was too old. The 11th video showed a hospital, the Jianghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Night Spirit interjected, saying, the data indicates that Su Ernyo gave birth here. Suddenly, the footage shook violently, as if the person carrying the camera was running. Su Chen saw a staggering figure running, with a big belly, leaving bloody footprints behind, yet she continued to run. Su Chen remembered that this person was Su Ernyu. She had an unadorned appearance, and the years had left traces of hardship on her face, with 2 particularly prominent nasolabial folds. Her lips were chapped and devoid of any color, but those eyes revealed a fierce glint that sent a chill down one's spine. The video abruptly stopped again. Su Chen clicked on the last video. A face immediately appeared in front of him, that of a young person, half of whose face was obscured by a mask. The mission had failed. Su Ernyu had already given birth, but now the child was missing. Captain, Su Ernyu only went to the maternal and child health hospital once. But we checked that hospital and found no records of her giving birth, and no one even saw her there. The higher-ups will definitely place the blame, Captain. You must survive. We will disguise ourselves as having died in an accident to put a perfect end to this mission. The video shifted, and a young man appeared on the screen. Then the image froze again. Chen didn't know what kind of mood he was in. He was very confused. Is he really the son of Su Erniu and Li Daqiang? If he is, then why does the paternity test show that they are not father and son? What was the final outcome for Su Ernie? What force supported Su Ernie in crossing mountains and seas to protect this child? Maternal love? A word flashed in Su Chen's mind. Li Daqiang once said that maternal love is great and Su Ernie is great, which made Su Chen feel that no matter what, even if he didn't want to have any relationship with Li Daqiang, he must be grateful to Su Ernie. If he were Su Ernie's child, Su Chen believed he should be thankful. It was Su Ernie who overcame numerous difficulties to bring him into this world. Su Chen felt very confused, and at the same time, the word plan kept appearing in his mind. Children are the product of plans, and another folder happened to mention the God-making plan. Su Chen opened another folder with mixed feelings. An encrypted file appeared before him. The first sentence read, "The God-making project aims to implant cells coded as divine into fertilized eggs, in hopes of obtaining children with perfect genes." Chapter 87, The Inhumane Plan. Su Chen and Yi Ling shuddered, and they exchanged a glance, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. "Why? My sister said that 3 years ago they discovered that organization in space, but the date on this document is 30 years ago." Yi Ling exclaimed. As she spoke, her voice gradually lowered, and she looked around. Su Chen made a shushing gesture. This document was too shocking, and it was marked with a red confidential label, even bearing seals from the military and the highest research institute. This was a top-secret file belonging to the Dragon Country. Even though this document appeared before them, many parts were still redacted and encrypted. Unless they saw the original file, they would have no idea what it actually recorded. Su Chen suddenly thought of what Li Daqiang said about the wrong decision. Did this decision originate from this file? Su Chen and Yi Ling quickly flipped through the files, most of which were encrypted. However, from some fragments of text, they could infer the content within. Divine cells could complete genetic defects and even pave the way for human evolution. In ancient times, conditions were extremely harsh, with fierce carnivorous animals, and plants were not as harmless as they are today, such as man-eating flowers and man-eating trees. Temperature, bacteria, natural conditions, and changes in terrain all affected the survival of humans in ancient times. Yet, people back then could hunt mammoths and saber-toothed tigers using only stone tools. Based on the remaining fossil studies from the Dragon Kingdom, the bone density of mammoths and saber-toothed tigers was extremely high, to the point that even metal could not harm them. Did people back then possess inherent strength? Yi Ling's expression changed. As a genius biologist, she was most familiar with this type of evolutionary theory and had the means to study various biological fossils. As this speculation arose, the color drained from her face. Su Chen pointed to the line of text below, saying it wasn't the language of the Dragon Kingdom. It was the language of the Bear Kingdom. This plan involved not just the Dragon Kingdom. Night Spirit hurriedly said. She thoughtfully stared at that line of text and slowly said, "During the evolution process, abandoning advantages. Adaptability, environmental improvement, gradually weakening. Most of it has been encrypted, and we have no idea what it really is." The remaining content only has 2 points. The scientists who participated in the plan used themselves as experiments, only to end up becoming monsters. During the process of the divine cell completing the genes collapsed, producing a byproduct virus that is infectious. Su Chen's expression darkened. Was there a zombie virus 30 years ago? Not necessarily. It could just mean monsters, perhaps monsters beyond your imagination. Genetic collapse. That is an extremely terrifying outcome. When Night Spirit said this, she still had no color in her face. The last piece of information was the method proposed by the scientists. They tried to implant divine cells into a fertilized egg, but it still failed. No newborns were born. After several failed experiments, a scientist suggested implanting half of the divine cells into each parent and then allowing natural conception to pass it on to the next generation. Night Spirit's eyes darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table, clearly enraged. How could they conduct such an experiment? One person can't bear the divine cells. So they split it between 2 people? They were actually using an unborn baby for experimentation. It was simply inhumane. The following content was heavily redacted, with no complete information at all. Chen directly waved his hand, pulled out the USB drive, and then shattered it with lightning. Night Spirit frowned and said, "How did you break it?" Chen took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead, and said, "We're just a group of citizens. This is an international secret. Do you think we have the right to know? Li Daqiang, whether you're my father or not, what do you mean by throwing this thing at me?" Chen was truly filled with. Also, the person in the video looked very much like Lu Jiangwo, the one referred to as the captain. That person was very young, appearing to be just in his early 20s, while now Lu Jiangwo was already over 50, still the commander of the Longwa military. But Chen couldn't help but have this thought that the person was Lu Jiangwo. If so, what role did Lu Jiangwo play in this? If Chen wants to clarify all of this, he must get Lu Jiangwo to speak, but right now, he doesn't have that capability. The last point is Li Daqiang. If he is not Li Daqiang's child, then why would there be a mismatch in the gene database of the Xingye laboratory? Can someone tamper with the gene database of the Xingye laboratory? Chen suddenly asked. Yiling was taken aback and nodded, saying, "The Xingye laboratory has a total of 32 branches established worldwide, and there are only 32 chief positions that can access and modify the gene database." Chen suddenly propped himself up. Li Daqiang, who once served as the chief. If I were that child of Su Ernyo, no. Let's set aside this assumption. Su Ernyo gave birth to the child in that hospital, but initially there was no record, and that group of people couldn't find the child in the hospital. However, suddenly, the birth records of Su Ernyo appeared, and that child was sent to the Happy Orphanage. Yiling responded, "Someone is covering for that child." Chen and Yiling spoke in unison. Chen couldn't help but applaud, asking another question. This really is a huge vortex. So, was this God-making plan successful? If so, where are the children with divine cells now? Is the so-called byproduct virus actually the zombie virus? And how did it spread globally? The Starry Night Laboratory, the scientists from various countries involved in the plan, the Dragon Country Research Institute, the military, and that organization with the big-headed alien logo. The Starry Night Laboratory was exploited, and divine cells, as well as the zombie virus, had appeared a long time ago. Night Spirit also spoke up again. Chen nodded slightly. The two fell into silence. After a while, Chen broke the silence, saying, "This matter is known only to the two of us. Don't disclose it to anyone, including Yimuge." Night Spirit was taken aback and nodded, but there was a look of conflict in her eyes. "Sister will worry about me. Can I tell her that I'm still alive?" Chen decisively shook his head. A hint of disappointment immediately appeared in Yiling's eyes, but she still obediently nodded, intending to leave. Just at that moment, Chen called out to Yiling again. "Yimuge is the only line we have to access the Starry Night Laboratory. Only if she hates me will she come looking for me. Understand? So you must be dead." Chapter 88, Bastard Rogue. Taking advantage of me, Chen knew that Yimuge was worried about Yiling. This woman, who appeared as cold as ice, was actually very contradictory. She had calculated that Chen would definitely save Yiling, but when Chen said he hadn't saved her, Yimuge clearly lost her composure. This proved that despite her constant talk about emotions being merely the result of hormonal secretion, she could still be swayed by feelings. She immediately rushed over, wrapped her arms around Chen's neck, and said, "You scoundrel, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. I didn't misjudge you. That blueprint of yours is great. I have to get busy now." Yiling clung to Chen's neck like a little lowly, resembling a koala hanging onto him. Seeing Yiling so happy was truly like watching a small child. Chen couldn't help but hug Princess Night Spirit tightly, then slapped her on the bottom. Night Spirit's face instantly turned red. "Bastard, rogue, you're taking advantage of me. Let me down quickly." Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the awkward expression on Night Spirit's face. After putting Night Spirit down, they immediately made a face at Chen and ran off. Just then, Chen Muzin walked in with paper and pen. "Finally found you. You need to take a look at this. It's the expansion plan I designed. It can double the area of the greenhouse at the base, but the walls must be extended and made taller. I thought, could we create a moat like ancient cities? That way, it can effectively block zombies from approaching the walls, and we can mix oil and water inside to ignite it directly." Chen Muzin started rambling on. Ever since Liu Jiangwo left, he had been busy establishing various new departments, holding meetings, and discussing the construction plans for the base with this group of people. Every time, Chen Muzin would seek Su Chen's opinions, and it would go on for hours. Su Chen also closed his laptop and carefully examined the plans proposed by Chen Muzin. Some things he could synthesize using the blueprints from a system mall, which wasn't a big issue. What we need now is a small power plant, Su Chen said in a deep voice. Chen Muzin was taken aback. The base does have power generation facilities, but that is the result of more than a dozen generators working alternately. Indeed, but this kind of construction is a bit difficult. After Su Chen finished speaking, he immediately left as if he were fleeing. Chen Muzin raised his head, his eyes filled with helplessness, and could only wave his hand to let Su Chen go. Su Chen also quickly left the base to reorganize the team. Now the base has entered a relatively stable development phase, but sufficient points are necessary for the base to grow. Of course, not everyone in the base can use points for upgrades. The evolution core is indispensable. The combat teams have been changed to consist of 50 members each, reasonably matched according to the types of abilities, similar to the Maid Legion. Su Chen came out and happened to see the Beast Transformation team, led by Ling Xiao, about to leave. He immediately chased after them. Let's go to the power plant. Ling Xiao frowned. We were originally supposed to go east today. There's a small team over there to see if they are worth recruiting. Su Chen waved his hand and said, just take a detour. First go east, then circle around to the North District power plant. Ling Xiao took out a map to compare, realizing that this detour was indeed a big loop. The power plant was not even within the jurisdiction of Jianhai City. They would need to travel more than 20 kilometers outside of Jianhai City. Who told you to be the master? Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao signaled everyone to get on the combat vehicle and leave. The combat vehicle could be assembled from schematics, and, in the past few days, it had been upgraded to a level 3 combat vehicle. Additionally, there is a group of mechanics who added seats inside the combat vehicle and reinforced it with a circle of iron spikes outside, so that zombies could not get close. In front of the combat vehicle was a large iron shovel, like that of an excavator, which could push aside any obstacles in their way and even flip small cars out of the way if necessary. This was not something that could be achieved by schematics alone. It was all thanks to the ingenious ideas of the mechanics. There was a sense of thriving within the base. The combat vehicle moved smoothly, and they stopped along the way to scavenge a few small supermarkets. But the supplies inside had already been wiped clean. Nowadays, zombies seemed to be in a state of dormancy. If they couldn't hear any noise, they wouldn't act collectively. Ling Xiao explained while pointing out the window. As the engine roared to life, several zombies rushed out from the streets, but they could only follow behind, unable to catch up to the speed of the combat vehicle. This made it much safer to be out. Su Chen Pandith. Ling Xiao nodded. That's why many people are unwilling to join our base. They feel more unrestrained outside. Previously, on the west side, a cannibal gang actually appeared. Ling Xiao's teeth were clenched in anger, clearly furious. Su Chen was also taken aback. He thought such things only happened in movies, but he didn't expect them to actually occur. From now on, when encountering such people, kill them, Su Chen said solemnly. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Her eyes already filled with killing intent. After a while, she changed the subject, saying, however, the number of females in the base has increased. Su Chen is aware of this. He occasionally uses his detection skills at the base to identify talented individuals and assign them to different positions. However, he hasn't recruited anyone yet. He is still focused on training the 4 teams at hand. Moreover, he wants to recruit some special talents for the logistics team. For example, doctors whose bond attributes can enhance resistance to viruses and who possess relevant pathological knowledge are very useful. That girl, Yi Ling, has always urged me to find like-minded partners, saying that with our IQ, she feels very lonely. Su Chen spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Ling Xiao had no choice. They were just good at fighting, and sometimes they really couldn't relate to Yi Ling. However, they took good care of this little genius who was like a younger sister. I just remembered that Xiao Ling liked to eat lollipops, so I should find some for her this time. There's a supermarket up ahead. Let us stop and take a look. After saying that, Ling Xiao directly opened the car door, flipped over, and jumped into the car, looking into the distance. Su Chen stood still, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Night Spirit likes to eat lollipops? That's a bit evil. He shook his head and hurriedly dismissed this wicked idea. The combat vehicle came to a stop, and Su Chen opened the door, but at that moment, a sense of crisis surged up. Chapter 89. The Revelation, the Man-Eater. Su Chen quickly turned his head and saw a bullet shooting over, hitting the car door. Su Chen furrowed his brows and looked into the distance. He saw a group of more than 10 people, all ragged like beggars. They were hiding in a corner and immediately opened fire on Su Chen and the others. Soon, gunshots rang out. Ling Xiao's team activated their abilities. In an instant, various beast transformation abilities appeared before Su Chen, overwhelming him. Even among the same type of beast transformation abilities, there are different manifestations. For example, with the cat transformation ability, some people's ears turned into cat ears that stood upright, while others grew long tails. Some transformed their hands into cat claws, complete with soft pink pads. Could these few men withstand that? Ling Xiao had the deepest beast transformation ability. Once activated, yellow and black fur sprouted from his hands and feet, turning into tiger claws. And his ears stood high like a little cat. However, Ling Xiao was filled with a wild aura in some ways. He was indeed passionate and carried a hint of madness. Su Chen looked at Ling Xiao's figure, nodding thoughtfully. Tonight, he wanted to harm his kidneys. Soon, the battle came to an end. It's no wonder Su Chen was lost in thought during the fight. With the current strength of the Maid army, there were only a dozen people, hardly able to stir up any waves. Master, come take a look at this group of people, Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. Su Chen frowned at the sight. A person was brought before him, and beneath his tattered clothes were patches of rotting scars. Is this the zombie virus? Roar. The person let out a scream, his eyes bloodshot, clearly unable to communicate. Looking at their clothes, Ling Xiao said again. Su Chen then realized that this group of people was wearing camouflage uniforms, although they were tattered and worn. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to tell. The firearms they carried were quite similar to those of Long Zaiyan's team. Judging by their skills, they didn't seem to be a military rescue team. Without much thought, it was clear that many rescue teams had perished before, and they might have simply picked up the equipment. Su Chen looked at the person in front of him and slowly leaned closer. Roar. With another roar, the blood red in the person's eyes gradually faded. He looked around, feeling somewhat confused. Who are you? The person unexpectedly asked Su Chen in return. Su Chen was also a bit curious and asked again, Who are you? Let me go. We are the people of the Revelation. If you provoke us, you will surely die. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Xiao couldn't sit still any longer. With a swift strike of his claw, the person was instantly severed at the neck. Blood splattered out, and it was a dark red, putrid blood. Su Chen died swiftly, his eyes flickering. The apocalypse, it's the ogre gang I told you about. These people have no bottom line. They even eat zombies. Ling Xiao scoffed. Leave one alive. Kill the rest. Su Chen waved his hand. Although they had previously escaped from the zombies, this delay allowed the horde to relentlessly pursue them. Soon, everyone sprang into action, leaving only one person who seemed somewhat conscious. The combat vehicle started up again, kicking up dust as it drove away. Large numbers of zombies chased after them. But the combat vehicle had already distanced itself, and the zombies began to wander aimlessly before entering a building, falling silent. In the vehicle, Su Chen looked at the person in front of him, who had similar rotting wounds on his body, but they were not as severe as those of the previous person. Apocalypse? Su Chen wondered. Indeed, that is the code name of the organization. They believe they are the new humans, leading humanity toward a new future, hence the term apocalypse. Su Chen looked at the person in the corner, who seemed a bit trembling and whose eyes were filled with fear as they gazed at him. Why eat people? Su Chen frowned, his expression unfriendly. He felt a deep aversion to such bottomless behavior. No, it's not that I want to, but this is how I can gain power. The person confessed without being asked much, clearly stating what they knew. The revelation, wandering in every corner of Jianghai City. But only the leading group truly belongs to the revelation. Others who want to join must undergo their unique ritual. Some merely seek shelter, seeing the revelation's powerful strength, and choose to join. Before the ritual begins, they know nothing, but even if it looks like a cult, many are willing to join as long as they can be safe. The so-called ritual is just a meal, And only after eating do they realize it's human flesh or zombie flesh. Once it starts, they fall into a kind of madness, constantly hearing a voice tempting them to continue the ritual. Unable to eat human flesh, most people in the Revelation choose to eat zombie flesh, human flesh, or that of special zombies, or even zombie cats and zombie dogs. You all have clearly been infected by eating flesh. Why don't you stop? Chen asked in confusion. Can T stop? The curse, the temptation. The person mumbled, their eyes becoming crazed again. After a while, the person calmed down and continued. They say this is the heart demon. As long as you overcome the heart demon, you can truly step into the realm of the new humanity. We will no longer fear zombie toxins, and we can gain powerful strength by hunting zombies. There are 12 Zodiac warriors in the Revelation, and they all possess unimaginable power. Chen sneered, the power of a fart. That was just the awakening of supernatural abilities. Perhaps he had eaten an evolution core while devouring zombie dogs and zombie cats. No, that's not it. That person became excited. That was the true power bestowed by heaven. They could wander freely among the zombie hordes, switching between zombies and humans at will. Chen stood up abruptly upon hearing this. What the hell? The transformation between zombies and humans? This only existed in his system, so why could this group of so-called apocalypse people do it too? Moreover, Chen's recruitment couldn't be freely converted. It only revived zombies into humans. Are you sure you've seen it? I have. The man replied firmly, his eyes gradually becoming frenzied and blood-red. In the next moment, the man suddenly went mad, transforming his hands into a pair of claws. Abilities? Chen furrowed his brows. He snapped his fingers and unleashed a lightning strike, sending the man flying into the corner. Ling Xiao also acted directly, killing the man and then tossing him off the combat vehicle. Chen's expression darkened. Coincidentally, the east where we were heading was a place similar to a market. Perhaps there, we could still meet the people from the Revelation. Chapter 90, Trading Market, Chen 1. Chen then realized that the eastern destination they were headed to was not a fixed gathering place. It opened once every 7 or 8 days, and scattered teams from Zhanghai City, as well as small teams from not far away, would come here. It was called a market because it was a place for trading. The collected resources could be exchanged for desired items in this market, and behind this market was also a small base with hundreds of people. Soon, the combat vehicle came to a stop. Chen got out of the car, and the area was already filled with the corpses of zombies. There was even a person who had just killed a zombie cat and extracted its evolution core. As soon as they got out of the car, they attracted a lot of attention. There was no helping it. Chen and his companions looked too clean, and the girls in their maid outfits naturally stood out. At that moment, a middle-aged woman came over. She had short hair, half of her head shaved, and a tattoo on it, exuding a fierce vibe. People from the Zhanghai base? She looked at the young man, who seemed unfamiliar, but the group of girls next to him looked familiar. They had caused quite a commotion the last time they visited. With that, the woman directly extended her hand to Chen and said, I'm Chen 1. Just call me Sister 1. Chen also generously extended his hand. Sister 1, I am Chen. Chen 1 smiled slightly and looked at Ling Xiao. You woman, are to my taste, but this time don't cause any trouble. I only have 3 hours, and there are still 2 hours and 15 minutes left, so remember that. After saying this, Chen 1 turned and left, accompanied by a group of tough men, walking into the market. Chen then remembered that this was a building material market in the east, with 2 entrances and quite a large area. Someone was driving a combat vehicle following behind, and they also entered the market. As soon as they stepped inside, the sounds of shouting surrounded them, as if they had truly arrived at a vegetable market. Only about 10 people, including Chen and the others, came down, while the rest stayed on the combat vehicle. However, even so, they attracted a lot of attention, but no one dared to approach and strike up a conversation. In this apocalypse, being clean, well-dressed, and unarmed is a symbol of strength in itself. Chen was surrounded by maidens like a moon surrounded by stars, naturally showcasing his exceptional status. Even Ling Xiao was just following by Chen's side. That's why Chen 1 directly said that Ling Xiao was Chen's woman. In this market, there were all kinds of sellers, even someone selling bullet casings or a piece of dirty metal. At that moment, Chen suddenly noticed a vehicle on the side. There were 7 or 8 people near the car, and in front of them lay a black, somewhat yellowish stone. However, Su Chen remembered that this kind of thing seemed to be sulfur. He nodded at Ling Xiao and walked up to the group of people, where a tall and strong man stepped forward. Sulfur required a gun in exchange. Su Chen crouched down and carefully checked. Indeed, there was the familiar pungent smell of sulfur. He didn't need sulfur, but it wasn't a necessity. Sulfur was used to make gunpowder, which could then be used to produce other things. The current zombies were too strong, and bullets might not necessarily pose a threat. Su Chen finished speaking and actually threw a submachine gun directly to the man. The man looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. About 40 to 50 kilometers away from Jianghai City, there was a sulfur factory that had been seriously polluted and abandoned for a long time. However, everyone there knew that the sulfur factory seemed to have a mind, and even though it was abandoned, it would occasionally operate, with large trucks transporting goods away. After the man spoke, he took out a map and marked the location for Su Chen. The piece of sulfur they had picked up was actually found near that road, and, feeling it might be useful, they took it with them. Su Chen didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise. If there really is a mine, then this gunpowder can be produced in batches. Just a little gunpowder is enough to make a bullet. Most importantly, in the system store, there really are blueprints for a gunpowder factory. Su Chen picked up the sulfur and had someone send it to the car. He said goodbye to the man and then turned to leave. He had just taken a few steps when the man called out to Su Chen from behind. "Did you come from a Jianghai base?" Su Chen nodded slightly and said yes. "Actually, we can take you to find that sulfur factory, but we would like to stay at your base for a few days, no more than 10 days at most." A man walked over and introduced himself. His name was Erdan, and there was a village near the sulfur factory where he lived. After the apocalypse broke out, he had made his way to this Jianghai city. Su Chen looked at the sturdy man, who had a simple and honest expression, seemingly lost in thought. There were a total of 9 people in their group, most of whom had the same simple appearance as Erdan. However, there was one man and one woman who felt distinctly out of place compared to the others. Su Chen closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them, looked at the woman, and nodded. "Okay, but we have something else to do. Wait for us in the back after the market closes." Su Chen glanced at the woman again, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he nodded in greeting before turning to leave. This time, they were not here for a transaction. Su Chen had just activated his detection skill and had indeed locked onto a few good targets. He signaled to Ling Xiao and pointed out those people. Then, Ling Xiao took some people and left the team, while the combat vehicle headed towards the back door. Instead, Su Chen became a solitary figure, wandering around the market. After a while, Su Chen arrived at the market center and unexpectedly found Chen when confronting a group of people. Both sides were on edge, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. He quickly approached and realized that the group facing Chen looked like a bunch of zombies. They were covered in blood, their exposed skin starting to decay, and their eyes were bulging with the whites extremely prominent, with their pupils greatly constricted. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. This group of people must be the ones from the apocalypse. Sure enough, such a trading place can still attract most survivors. "Mouse, if you want to sell zombie meat, go somewhere else and don't come here to cause trouble. It disgusts me just to look at you." Chen scolded without holding back. This remark from Chen indeed resonated with those around, who all angrily denounced the group of people who resembled zombies. Su Chen then realized that under the feet of this group of people lay pieces of what looked like pickled meat. Following the pieces of meat, he was shocked to see a pair of human feet, and he couldn't help but retch. This group of people was truly disgusting. "Chen, I call you sister out of respect, but without that, you're nothing. Isn't this market just for exchanging goods? Isn't my pickled meat considered goods?" A man stepped forward. He was gaunt and very tall, with deeply sunken cheeks, resembling a long-dead, desiccated corpse. Su Chen also noticed that this person's mouth had 2 long whiskers. A rat? Sure enough, in the next moment, Chen lunged forward and grabbed the collar of the tall, thin man. "Rat, I'll say it again, if you people from the apocalypse keep disgusting me, then I definitely..." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen expression suddenly changed, and he let go of the rat and quickly dodged away. Suddenly, the rat's eyes turned blood red, and a foul odor emanated from his body. In a short period of time, this rat actually transformed into a real zombie. This sudden change caused the onlookers around to scatter, with some even fleeing towards the back door in a panic. "Don't be nervous. I'm just trying to scare you." The rat suddenly spoke, but his voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. "You people just don't understand. If you eat this meat, the zombies won't attack you. Why do you want to live so hard?" The rat looked around wildly, appearing almost insane. Chen stepped forward and said faintly, "What's the difference between eating these and being a zombie?" The mouse chuckled lightly, his eyes gradually returning to normal. He looked Chen up and down before saying, "No, we are a level above zombies. Zombies are merely the norm of evolution, and the reason you are attacked by zombies is that you are about to be eliminated. We will not be attacked by zombies. We even possess consciousness. We are above zombies, and that is the best evidence." Upon hearing this, Chen cursed and muttered that the people of the apocalypse are just a bunch of crazies. Chen expressed agreement, making himself a neither human nor ghost being, and even claimed that this was a form of evolution. It's simply laughable. However, in desperation, such statements, once spread, can have a strong seductive power. It's important to know that under the siege of zombies, human survival is extremely difficult. If there is a way to avoid zombie attacks, who wouldn't want to try it? This is an organization of fanatics, a gathering of lunatics. But in the apocalypse, is there a shortage of madmen? Chen walked up to Wen's side. "And you plan to handle it how?" A hint of hesitation flashed in Wen's eyes, and after a moment, she burst into laughter, directly raising her gun and shooting at the mouse. The mouse, with its tall and thin figure, was extremely agile and managed to dodge the bullets with a few quick moves. The people following the mouse suddenly let out a roar, completely transforming into zombies. "Sister One, the zombie horde is very close to us. We need to end the market early this time." Suddenly, someone rushed over to report. In an instant, the entire market was in chaos. This group of people originally belonged to various factions and had no idea about cooperative combat. In the confusion, they even accidentally injured those around them. Meanwhile, the mouse and the others simply stood still with a strange smile on the mouse's face. The mouse glanced at Chen and Chen before turning to leave with his group. Those who had transformed into zombies seemed to genuinely understand the mouse's words. Picking up the cured meat from the ground and following closely behind, Chen wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao had already rushed over with a group of people. There were about 20 to 30 more people around her, some of whom Chen had locked onto using his detection skills, indicating that this recruitment was indeed effective. The team that sold sulfur to Chen had also come along. With everyone gathered together, there were nearly 100 people. However, the surroundings were chaotic, with cars colliding and people complaining and arguing with each other. Chen glanced at the direction the mouse had left, waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. Along the way, they could already see scattered zombies charging in. In the chaos, some people were mistakenly injured, leading to conflicts that resulted in more deaths. Chen is not a saint. In such a situation, getting involved would only lead to greater chaos. Clearly, there aren't many zombies. There's no need to mention unity. They could be dealt with easily. But this group of people, Ling Xiao's tone carried a sense of helplessness. "You gathered so many people at your base from the beginning, so you must not be worried about survival, but others are different." A woman suddenly spoke up. She pushed up her already tattered glasses, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but Chen waved his hand, signaling Ling Xiao to stop. "Who are you?" "Mu Yun." Chen glanced at Mu Yun, and a line of information appeared. Mu Yun, doctor, PhD in pathology, chief of surgery. As the recruitment level increased, Chen was able to see more comprehensive information. "Surgeons like you are exactly what the base needs. Not bad," Chen said with a smile. Mu Yun's expression changed, looking at Chen with some surprise. She had never introduced herself. So how did Chen know all this? At that moment, the number of zombies around them increased. Ling Xiao and the others quickly took action, efficiently dealing with the zombies. This scene left the onlookers speechless, filled with admiration. Chen stood among the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, stepping forward. His target, however, was a group of zombies gathered ahead. Among this group of zombies, there were actually 10 special zombies standing out. The hallmark of special zombies is that ordinary zombies instinctively avoid them. In the dense mass of zombies, the special ones are extremely conspicuous. When Chen and the others approached, The group of zombies let out a roar and charged towards them. It seems that you held a special status before the apocalypse. Muyin still had a sarcastic tone. Chen knows what Muyin means. He doesn't take action because everyone around him is protecting his safety, which is why Muyin has such speculation. I don't take action because there is no need to. Chen looked ahead and whispered softly. A flash of blue light appeared in his eyes, and a pillar of lightning suddenly gathered and heavily struck the ground. In an instant, the electric light surged, blasting a path through the horde of zombies. Chapter 92. The Human Heart, Not to be Gazed Upon. Muyin was filled with surprise, and those who joined later were even more shocked, their mouths agape. Chen stepped into the horde of zombies, and while the zombies around him tried to close in, the team led by Ling Xiao directly activated their beast transformation, forcefully pushing through the zombie crowd into the encirclement. Muyin's eyes flickered. How much confidence must one have to do that? Surprisingly, the area among the zombies felt much safer. There were over 100 people gathered here, and among them were Mouse and others. Chen Wan, who had left earlier, was also here with bloodstains all over her body. The blood was fresh and looked normal, so it probably wasn't from a zombie attack. Oh, another group of people participating in the ceremony? Not bad. How many members can we recruit this time? Mouse said, then let out a sinister laugh. Chen looked around, and to his surprise, the zombies had only surrounded the crowd without attacking. They had fought their way in, but once they entered the encirclement, the zombies actually pulled back. You got it wrong. I just wanted to see what kind of monsters you all are, Chen said calmly. The people around the mouse were crying and screaming, looking utterly desperate. Chen was surrounded by 4 or 5 subordinates, but he also appeared panicked. I heard you don't believe me. How do you explain this now, seeing that I can really control the zombies? Aren't you surprised? The mouse approached Chen, paying no mind to the maids around him who were glaring at him. His face was full of fervor, even more frenzied than before. What is there to be surprised about? You're all just the same kind, Chen smirked, revealing a sarcastic smile. This smile seemed to stab at the mouse. He suddenly lunged forward, his eyes bloodshot. In the next moment, the surrounding zombies became agitated, gradually closing the encirclement. Thousands of zombies approached, the stench of decay drawing closer, the oppressive feeling sending chills down one's spine. Eat it. You are my apocalypse people. You want to be attacked by the zombies. The mouse looked at Chen, and this statement felt more like a demonstration. The group was trapped in the middle, unable to stop pleading for mercy. Save us, please. We will join your base. I don't want to eat. I'd rather die than eat this meat. Death, how easy. After dying, I'd still have to become a zombie and roam around, still needing to eat human flesh. What is the difference? As the words fell, several people actually picked up the cured meat on the ground and began to gnaw at it frantically. The crowd around them scattered, their eyes filled with terror. At that moment, a group of zombies charged in, the sounds of biting accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. The mouse moved his wooden-like hands in the air, like a conductor of a symphony, his face full of enjoyment. Those who refused to eat would be killed by the zombies. After becoming zombies, they would join the horde and attack others. This scene stimulated those who were still alive. Suddenly, many people, as if going mad, rushed towards the cured meat, opening their mouths wide, tearing into it, and even showing expressions of pleasure on their faces. Chen thought of hell, and now this scene is a purgatory on earth. Take action and bring Chen's people over, Chen said. The mouse chuckled softly. He heard it, but seemed unwilling to stop it. In an instant, Ling Xiao transformed into a beast, and a deafening tiger roar echoed all around. The movements of the zombies slowed for a moment. Ling Xiao's eyes turned blood red, and he even went into a frenzy, charging into the horde of zombies and killing everything in his path. In the blink of an eye, Chen Wan and his 2 subordinates were brought over, while the others either became zombies or had remnants of flesh at the corners of their mouths, standing behind the mouse. Strangely, the zombies really did not continue to attack this group of people. Now, only Chen and the others were surrounded by the zombies. Boss Su, you've really messed up this time. We're only a handful of people, and this horde of zombies must be at least tens of thousands, right? Plus those strange zombies among them, not to mention the mouse and his group. I'm done. I want to leave. We have no grievances or grudges with you. Let's go. The 30 or so people brought by Ling Xiao immediately began to discuss among themselves. The mockery on the mouse's face grew even stronger. He enjoyed seeing this scene. Human hearts can never be looked at directly. When despair gradually emerges, it will spread recklessly among the crowd and then gradually accumulate. There will come a moment when despair will cause people to collapse. Watching people collapse is really interesting. After saying this, the mouse burst into wild laughter. Chen looked back and said, "If you want to leave, you can wait for me to take you out, but you will lose the chance to join my base. Of course, if you want to eat meat, I won't stop you." However, when he said the last sentence, Chen's gaze turned cold, and those who met his eyes couldn't help but lower their heads. Eating people is something he cannot do if death is inevitable. Perhaps there is still a way out. How can one kill so many zombies? If I had known, I wouldn't have followed you, but now there is no choice. We must fight together. Out of 30 people, only 6 or 7 walked towards the direction of the mice. The rest clearly had their own bottom line. They may be reluctant, but they were still willing to stand with Chen. Chen slightly leaned forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Everyone a wise choice." The mouse's face immediately showed impatience as it counted to 3. If they didn't join, the zombies would attack. As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding zombies became frantic. 3. Chen directly counted the mice. With a wave of his hand, everyone around him backed up and formed a circle, opening fire. The mouse's expression darkened. Kill. His voice was hoarse, and he once again transformed into that zombie-like figure. Strangely, the people following the mouse were not attacked. Instead, they gathered with the zombies and charged madly towards Chen and the others. Everyone was extremely tense, as there were tens of thousands of zombies surrounding them. But at that moment, Chen took a step forward. Thunder pillars descended. He whispered softly, and then violent currents suddenly spread outwards. The currents converged into 4 pillars of thunder, actually surrounding the zombies within. Boom! The thunder pillars exploded, and the terrifying currents instantly spread out. Chen deliberately controlled the distance. The electric current lost its power and slowly dissipated about 7 or 8 meters away from them. However, 7 or 8 meters beyond that, there was a charred area where large numbers of zombies lay on the ground, emitting white smoke. Chen looked at the mouse, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Are you hungry? I've thrown a barbecue party for you. I think you should be very excited, right?" Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had already brought people who were killing with wild abandon. Chapter 93, they're just a bunch of zombies, after all. The mouse stopped in its tracks. Despite its frenzied demeanor, there was a flash of horror in its eyes. Chen, however, disregarded everything, activated the lightning ability, transformed into a current, and darted out. At that moment, everyone standing beside Chen felt that this was undeniably the right decision. Chen's move surprisingly took out about 60 to 70% of the zombies, and the female soldiers around him were incredibly strong. Bang! Gunshots rang out. A combat vehicle sped in, with 2 heavy machine guns alternating fire, and the zombies outside kept falling one after another. This was combat capability. Everyone immediately joined the fight, but there were only about 20 of them, more like a supporting cast. The mouse led many people to besiege Chen. Chen pulled with both hands, and the electric current surprisingly transformed into a stick, which he gripped tightly. He suddenly thrust the stick into the ground and darted out. In an instant, electric sticks began to appear around the rats, with electric nets stretched between them, leaving them no chance of escape. Watching Li Daqiang fight, Chen understood that skills were for better control of supernatural abilities. But that didn't mean he was helpless without them. By controlling the output of his powers, he could condense them into these miniature lightning columns. And at least 20 of these columns could exist simultaneously. Chen stood outside the power grid, watching the mice. Is it the apocalypse? Eating people, right? You think you're on the right path of evolution, but you've just turned yourselves into zombie-like beings. And you dare to boast about stepping out of the path of human evolution? It's utterly ridiculous. Chen looked at the group of people, and scenes flashed through his mind, all depicting them eating human flesh. He felt waves of physiological discomfort. With a wave of his hand, the electric net suddenly contracted and then exploded with a loud bang. Chen stood outside the range of the electrical current, his eyes filled with indifference. In the apocalypse, Some people just have to be killed. It is said that there are 12 Zodiac warriors in the apocalypse, and it is clear that this rat is one of them. Although it ranks last, its strength is not impressive either. Chen muttered to himself. Following him, the group fell into silence. Yun helplessly said, "It's not that the mouse is too weak, it's that you are too strong." She had always been a proud person, as evident from her previous sarcastic remarks. She was even somewhat excessively proud, giving off an air of superiority. But now, she actually said such words, clearly impressed by Chen's strength. "I'm strong, so are you willing to follow me?" Chen said with a light laugh. Chen looked at Chen again, who appeared somewhat weak due to his injuries. "Yun, help me out." As soon as the words were spoken, a maid approached with a first aid kit. Without saying a word, Yun took out the tools from the kit and went to Wen's side. Disinfecting, stopping the bleeding, and stitching the wound were done in one go. In about 10 minutes, Wen's injuries were treated. "When the time comes, I'll remove the stitches myself. In the apocalypse, there's no need to worry about scars and such." Yun reminded him, packed up a first aid kit, and stood behind Chen. Wen waved his hand at Chen, as expected of Su Lauda. "I admire you. So, don't you want to join our Jianghai base?" Chen asked. Wen thought for a moment, but shook his head. "Your base is too big, with too many rules, and to be frank, how could people like you at the top of the base consider those below?" Chen was taken aback, but Chen went on to mention many bad things about the base. After a while, Chen sighed, saying, "Although our base is tough, everyone is quite happy here. Thank you for your kindness, Su boss." After saying this, Chen was about to leave. Just at that moment, a dozen maids rushed over, blocking Wen's path. Wen's eyes were filled with sarcasm. "It was all the same, if you don't join," one maid said. Soon after, 2 cars arrived, ready to depart. Chen also led people forward. The base has always welcomed temporary residents, even if one cannot adapt to the base. They could just leave on their own. Think about it. Who spread those rumors you heard? Chen was taken aback, but Chen had already walked away with the others. She gave a bitter smile. Rumors stop with the wise. Why did she feel like an idiot? Perhaps she should go to Jianghai base for a visit. Once this thought appeared, it was completely uncontrollable. Chen and others set out again, and along the way, many people separated. The crowd split into 3 groups, with several people leaving together. The number of people on Chen's side has indeed decreased significantly, and there is no crowd in the combat vehicle. Some of Erdan's people have also left first to go to the base, leaving only Erdan and a man and a woman to follow Chen to the sulfur factory. Surprisingly, Yun also detached from the group and followed Chen. The man and woman remained very vigilant. Erdan, surrounded by maids, appeared quite uncomfortable, sitting on the chair as if sitting on pins and needles. However, Yun leaned closer to Chen, wondering if he intended to reuse me. Chen nodded and said yes. "Your ability matches your profession. This is a rare situation." Yun's eyes once again showed a look of astonishment. "I haven't used my ability. How do you know? Curious? Then become my subordinate. There can be no resistance." Chen replied. Yun lowered her gaze, and after a while, she looked at Chen and said, "If I don't become your subordinate, can I still be valued?" "You can still be," Chen honestly replied. Whether recruited or not, Yun's abilities were particularly important. Under the system's prompt, Yun had no secrets. Her ability was called Activation. Activation, a healing type ability that can enhance cell activity and promote healing of injuries. Chen had to supplement a lot of biological knowledge due to the apocalypse. There is much room for operation in enhancing cell activity to resist virus invasion, relying on white blood cells to kill viruses. If the activity of white blood cells is enhanced, does it mean they can kill the zombie virus? However, Chen speculated that even if it were possible, it would require very strong abilities. To enhance the abilities of Yun in a short time, he would need to recruit them under his command and use points for direct enhancement, at least before reaching level 50 abilities. Chen had enough points to invest in this. Above level 50 abilities, each enhancement costs 6,400 points, and currently, only hero-level units' abilities have reached above level 50. Chapter 94. The Temptation of Uniforms, White Lab Coats. Yun seemed to be struggling a bit. Although Chen said they're all the same, there will clearly be differences. Are there any restrictions on becoming your subordinate? Su Chen pointed to the other maids and then looked at Ling Xiao. The meaning was clear. Mu Yin squinted her eyes and nodded slightly. All right, I agree. As soon as she said this, the expressions on the faces of the man and woman showed even more vigilance. They had been silent, seemingly going with the flow, clearly distrustful of Su Chen and the others. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, secretly thinking, recruitment. Recruitment successful, points minus 180. Can specify an increase of 11 basic attributes. Doctors, 10 people. Unlock white coat. White coat. Uniform temptation. Su Chen was drinking water when he saw the system prompt and immediately spat it out. Done. Shitting oposhite Su Chen had a helpless expression on his face. It must be said that the system understands men and seems to be dedicated to cultivating Su Chen's various preferences. For example, a dancer, unlocking new styles. For example, a big tabby cat, capable of crossing racial boundaries. Su Chen was directly impressed. However, he soon noticed new changes in the system. Medical basics. White coat, exclusive, more suitable for injuries caused by the post-apocalyptic world. Many skills exclusive to the white coat appeared, which could only be learned by those wearing a white coat and possessing doctor characteristics. It seems that, aside from the allure of the uniform, the white coat still has significant utility. It doesn't increase attributes, but offers many unique features. 4 skilled healers like Night Spirit and Twilight Cloud. These basic skills might not be necessary, but for other doctors, that may not be the case. Su Chen secretly made up his mind that he must delve deeper into this doctor's ties. He was definitely not motivated by any uniform temptation. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to sense something unique. She was a bit curious, but the system's absolute loyalty restriction led her to automatically ignore these peculiar aspects. Is there a difference? Not much of a difference, but being your subordinate is not bad. Should I call you master or boss? Mu Yun licked her lips, almost like an outright temptation. Su Chen tilted her head, saying no. This temptation must be accompanied by a white coat. Just casual. Mu Yun chuckled lightly and looked provocatively at Ling Xiao, who, however, was completely unconcerned. Ling Xiao had only one thought in mind. Tempt as you like. Even if it's to eat Su Chen, that's fine. With Su Chen's physical capabilities, if Mu Yun dared to try, she would definitely be unable to handle it. She was actually looking forward to seeing Mu Yun severely dehydrated. A slight smile appeared on Ling Xiao's lips as she even took the initiative to give up her seat for Mu Yun to sit next to her. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had no time to think about that. A surge of power emerged within her. Mu Yun, Doctor Defense, 24 Stamina, 18 Spirit, 69 Ability, Activation Current Ability Level, 50 Comprehension Skills, Healing Activation, Hematopoietic Activation, Rapid Healing, Organ Activation. Su Chen looked at the panel, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This Mu Yun was truly a treasure. None of these 4 skills were useless, and just from their names, it was clear they had strong practicality. Generally speaking, a level 10 ability can comprehend one skill, and if it breaks through level 50, it might comprehend a very powerful ability. For example, Su Chen's Lightning Pillar Descend was something he had been holding back for a long time, directly unleashing a group attack. However, Su Chen did not continue to push further. A sudden increase would be too much for Mu Yun to adapt to. Progress should be gradual. One cannot just go for a critical hit right away. Su Chen had a lot of experience in this regard. He moved along, stopping occasionally, but he did not linger too long at the power station, as there was still a more distant abandoned factory to reach. Su Chen just observed for a while. In the power station, there were many special zombies. There was even a small giant zombie, entangled in electric currents, right beneath the power grid. This side of the power station is quite troublesome, Ling Xiao couldn't help but say. At that moment, Air Dan spoke up. These 2 companions seemed to understand power generation. As soon as this was said, the man and woman immediately became alert. Soon, the man stepped forward. Well, I used to be a key technician at the power station, and this is my colleague. Su Chen chuckled lightly. A colleague? He looked at the woman, and a line of information popped up. Lin Mimi, chemist, PhD in chemical materials, PhD in chemical engineering, key technical personnel in military factory. This Lin Mimi had an unusual identity, and the man accompanying her was also not simple. He was said to be a key technical personnel at a power station, but he didn't look the part at all. The man was very strong, with bulging muscles on his arms, clearly not lacking in exercise. A key technical personnel rarely has such a physique, right? The reason Chen brought them along was because of Lin Mimi's uniqueness. However, the man protected Lin Mimi very well, and it was uncertain whether there would be an opportunity for recruitment, but Chen wanted to give it a try. He opened the system shop, and the blueprint option for the military factory stood out before him. It was true that he could synthesize this factory, but after synthesis, without technical support, would this factory be able to operate? Chen did not want to give up the military factory. He wanted to confront those organizations. The military factory was indispensable. He looked out the window. For some reason, he had only watched those 12 videos once. But the stubborn and strong silhouette of Su Ernio was something he could never shake off. Su Ernio was covered in mud, curled up on the ground, but her hands tightly protected her belly. Chen didn't know if that child was his, but he could feel Su Ernio's affection for the child. Finally, they arrived. Erdan raised his voice and leaned towards the window. It turned out that they had unknowingly reached the abandoned factory. Along the way, they had to deal with traffic jams and resolve issues with the nearby zombie horde. It took them a full 3 days to cover this 50-mile journey. Chen got out of the car and looked at the abandoned factory, immediately sensing something was off. This place had very high walls, with electrified fencing on top. If it were just a place for producing sulfur, would there be such tight security? The gate had no signs, not even the name of the factory. Chen stepped forward. The large iron gate showed no signs of rust and was a solid 3 to 4 centimeters thick. He directly raised his gun and fired a burst at it. Clang, clang, sparks flew. At that moment, Lin Mei's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Chen, seeming to want to say something, but hesitating. Chen naturally noticed this. Entering the factory, looking for sulfur, perhaps he could also find nitrate. As everyone pushed open the door, they were immediately confronted by a group of zombies dressed in camouflage. This made Chen even more certain that this factory was not ordinary. That Lin Mei was also not simple. Chapter 95, The Strange Abandoned Factory. However, perhaps because this place was desolate, the number of zombies was not high, and everyone easily entered the factory. The smell of machine oil filled the air, mixed with a strange odor. Chen squinted his eyes, wondering why it smelled so much like urea. The man beside Lin Mei stepped forward and said with a smile, "It's probably an abandoned factory. A lot of homeless people might have urinated inside." Chen nodded thoughtfully, without probing further. In this factory, 3 or 4 zombies would occasionally jump out. Chen sneered repeatedly in his heart. If it really was an abandoned factory, then why were people wearing such coveralls appearing in the factory? After the apocalypse, did people fleeing into factories still wear uniforms? This piece of sulfur truly seemed to be leading to a big treasure. No wonder when Chen showed interest in the sulfur. Lin Mimi and that man looked at him with strange expressions. As the group pushed forward, they found that this abandoned factory was unexpectedly large. It was divided into several workshops, but there were no specific labels on them, which was very strange. Normally in a factory, each workshop would be clearly defined and labeled according to its function, but there were no markings here at all. Soon, they cleared out all the zombies in the factory and reached the depths of the factory. Here, it was adjacent to a small mountain. Shanghai City did not have towering mountains. The only 2 mountains in the city could be climbed to the top within half an hour. This mountain was similar. Standing at the foot of the mountain, one could see that the peak was not high. However, there was a mine here with a pungent smell wafting out, and even a bit of steam rising. Chen was about to step forward when Lin Mimi stopped him. "Don't go in, the air is toxic," Lin Mimi said in a serious tone. Chen glanced curiously at Lin Mimi and said, "This is a gunpowder factory, right? I've heard people say that Shanghai City actually has 2 volcanoes, but they are both dormant and have never erupted. There should be plenty of sulfur near the volcanoes. To produce gunpowder, you need 3 materials: carbon, nitrate, and sulfur, which are all available here." As soon as these words were spoken, the man beside Lin Mimi's expression changed drastically. With a furious roar, he was the first to launch an attack towards Chen. Chen remained calm, activated the lightning ability, and swiftly struck the man, sending him flying. Do I know this is a powder factory? So Chen exclaimed in surprise. Lin Mei hurriedly stepped forward to block the man, waving her hands and saying, "Forget it." Su Chen also stepped forward and brushed the dust off the man named Zhang. From Erdan's few words, I knew this place was not simple. And I also knew that Lin Mimi was not simple either. Su Chen looked at Lin Mimi with a deep gaze. Lin Mimi was not too surprised. Along the way, she had witnessed the conversation between Su Chen and Mu Yun, and many times Su Chen's words had left Mu Yun extremely astonished. She hadn't introduced herself, but was it strange that Su Chen directly called her name? My identity information should be encrypted. How did you know about me? After stopping to Zhang, Lin Mimi clearly took control of the situation. Su Chen spread his hands. I know, you don't have to worry. These things were secrets and controlled before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, Lin Mei nodded, her eyes filled with sorrow. Su Chen is right. Without De Zhang's protection, what good is her identity? Like everyone else, she would just be food for the zombies. De Zhang pulled Lin Mei over and said, as long as I get you to Qingshan province, there's a Qingshan shelter there, and you will live well. Su Chen immediately sneered and said, one person crossing a province, you can't really think you're capable, can you? De Zhang still looked unconvinced, his resolute face showing no signs of change. Su Chen roughly guessed that De Zhang's identity was likely that of a soldier. They are determined in their goals and obey orders. To put it bluntly, some people are just single-minded. Even without you, I could still set up a gunpowder factory, but I think it would be more convenient with you around. How about joining Jianghai base? Su Chen still extended an olive branch to Lin Mei. Zhang suddenly sneered and said, the radio communication has come in. The Jianghai base has taken action against the commander of Longzhong City, resisting military control, and has already been disqualified. Su Chen spread his hands, looking indifferent. This was not much of a secret. Su Chen knew that Lin Mei was moved. Crossing from Hai Province to Qingshan Province's Qingshan shelter, before the apocalypse, it required a 3-hour flight and a 7-hour high-speed train. But after the apocalypse, it was a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. Ling Xiao, you take people to collect sulfur here. Mu Yun, you understand a bit of knowledge, right? Please help out. Su Chen looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun had a helpless expression, wondering what it meant to know a little bit of knowledge. Su Chen smiled immediately and then patted De Zhang's shoulder. Erdan, he also said he would take you to the shelter in Qingshan province, right? I remember this is a national road, and it can lead to the coastal province. Come on, I'll take you to the coastal province. As soon as Su Chen said this, the people nearby immediately showed expressions of surprise. Ling Xiao and Mu Yun both leaned in, seemingly asking what Su Chen was talking about. Su Chen looked as if he had everything under control and waved his hand, signaling for people to get ready to leave. Zhang was immediately suspicious and asked, are you sending us out? Lin Mei frowned and said, we're not going to our deaths either. Su Chen immediately left. This sentence is enough. There are some cars parked in the factory, and there is fuel. Su Chen brought 7 maids, along with De Zhang and Lin Mei, making a total of 10 people. 2 cars loaded everyone up and headed toward the direction of leaving Hai Province. However, after just half a day, Su Chen and the others had to stop. In the distance, smoke and dust were rising, forming a long line. Su Chen and others found Hai Place. He took out a telescope and handed it to De Zhang. De Zhang received the telescope, and soon, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. In the distance, there were actually large groups of zombies, the sheer number of which was chilling. The line was very long, sweeping in from afar, causing countless clouds of dust. Su Chen took out the binoculars again and handed them to Lin Mimi. Lin Mimi seemed to understand what it was and did not take the binoculars. You already knew that we couldn't leave Haisheng, right? Su Chen nodded noncommittally. Our base has drones, and external troops will deploy drones to observe the movements of zombies. This batch of zombies came from unknown origins, but in this direction, they will sweep across the entire Jianghai city. Not to mention the Sea province. Even leaving Jianghai city is something you can't accomplish. Chapter 96, Dispute. Lin Mei joins. Zhang was still a bit skeptical. If we are blocked here, then we'll take a detour, or alternatively, we can go by water. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Lin Mimi and said lightly to Zhang, you are willing to leave Jianghai city, but have you considered Lin Mimi's feelings? What if Lin Mimi is not willing? Su Chen took over Dazhong's words. Dazhong was instantly left speechless. That wasn't actually what he meant, but the words had already been spoken and could not be taken back. Su Chen didn't say much and handed the tablet to Lin Mimi. This is footage captured by the drone. I still stand by my words. No matter how the Zhanghai base is, it won't hurt to take a look. Also, even if you want to leave, help me out first. Upon hearing this, Lin Mimi's eyes flickered. She was indeed tempted. She was not a private possession of the military. And while she had to keep work-related matters confidential before, it didn't seem as important now. Just like how long we use to control firearms. Many people now pick up guns for survival. Some regulations and orders are indeed not that significant. Lin Mimi checked the tablet, and images taken from above appeared before her eyes. In Zhanghai City, the number of zombies had indeed decreased significantly, but they were still clustered together. In some temporary gathering places, small bases, or near large bases like the Zhanghai base, there were still large groups of zombies. Most importantly, there were signs of zombies attacking from 3 sides of Zhanghai City. With just a little thought, Lin Mimi understood. Within the entire Haixing province, there were only 2 important cities. One was the provincial capital Haixi, and the other was Zhanghai City. These 2 cities occupied the coastal regions on either side of the province, with about 60 to 70 of the population concentrated here. According to radio communications, the rescue teams only covered the more populated cities. What about the other cities? When humanity is wiped out, the remaining zombies will start to shift and migrate. That's why there are large numbers of zombies heading towards Zhanghai City. She suddenly understood the meaning of Su Chen's words. If that's the case, she decided to help Su Chen, or more precisely, to help the entire Zhanghai base. Images of a thriving base sprang to life before her eyes. It wasn't that everyone was happy, but it was clear that everyone was working hard for the construction of the base. This kind of life felt fulfilling and inexplicably brought a sense of calm. Outside the car, Dazhong and Lin Mimi were arguing, both red in the face. While Lin Mimi's gaze was unusually resolute, it wasn't until dusk that Lin Mimi dragged the reluctant Dazhong to the front of the car. Su Chen, I'm willing to help you. Get in. Su Chen said nothing and left after the 2 got into the car. On the way, Dazhong snorted coldly, saying that they were just going to take a look, not to join his base or become his subordinates. In the system store, there are blueprints for small power stations, and the materials needed must be found at the power plant. He has been thinking a lot lately. The system's function is more focused on building a legion, and the items in the system store are quite basic. There are firearms, but the variety is limited, and there are no bombs. The blueprints are diverse, but they progress incrementally from basic to military level. The points needed to upgrade a maid also increase gradually. Their 3 attributes can go up to a maximum of 50 points, and if they continue to upgrade, 10 points of attributes will require 6 for 100 points. To reach over 60 points, 10 points of attributes will cost 800 points. To upgrade the ability level, the points required are 10 times the attribute value. This doesn't seem like much, but if there are 200 maids together, that number becomes quite astonishing. Currently, half of the evolution cores in the base have been absorbed by Su Chen, and he has already occupied many resources in the base. As for the direction of his next upgrades, he is indeed a bit confused. As soon as Lin Mei got out of the car, she found Su Chen. Just as you said, this was originally a military-grade powder factory. Although it seems abandoned, there are still quite a few pieces of equipment that can be taken away. However, I'm not an expert in disassembly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt secretly pleased. Lin Mimi's transition from indifference to now offering opinions was already a significant improvement. Winning over Lin Mimi was just around the corner. It was just a matter of recruiting Lin Mimi. Su Chen immediately smiled and said, "It's nothing. My people have already taken care of it." The reason he took Lin Mimi and the others away was to make it easier for Ling Xiao and her team to work. Before leaving, he had already given the blueprints of the gunpowder factory to Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao also stepped forward, saying that the items were already loaded, but they could only find 2 trucks, so they couldn't take too much sulfur. Lin Mimi leaned in, saying that the other materials were easy to find, but they should take more sulfur. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao glanced thoughtfully at Su Chen, then smiled and nodded before turning to leave. That night, everyone rested in the abandoned factory. The next morning, the combat vehicle led the way, with the two trucks following behind. Chen was calculating all the way. The materials needed for the power station blueprints were relatively few, and they didn't necessarily have to confront the zombies at the power plant head-on. Those strange zombies looked difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao approached and saw Chen frowning, so he reached out to gently massage his temples. "What should I do if I need to invest too much in one direction?" Chen asked. Ling Xiao was taken aback and replied, "The simplest solution is to change direction." Chen nodded, acknowledging this reasoning. However, increasing the number of people in this direction doesn't seem to have much effect. Will you still pursue this direction? Chen considered the recruitment level. Nowadays, the number of recruits was sufficient, so he did not continue to raise the recruitment level. Instead, he focused on improving the quality of the Legion members. The quantity would lead to a qualitative change. Mu Yun interjected. Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed the case. After reaching a certain level, the system would provide rewards or enhancements in other areas. For example, the number of bonds. When the bonds increase, the attributes would also see a significant boost. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. I had really overlooked this point all along. Chen immediately had a direction for improvement. Recruitment level. Boss, the power plant has arrived. Upon hearing this, Chen no longer thought too much. He led the others to park, while the large truck carrying supplies continued to move forward, avoiding damage caused by the battle. There were only about 40 people around Chen. He looked at the power station in front of him, lost in thought. At that moment, the zombies outside had already noticed the group, roaring as they passed through the gap in the fence and approached the crowd. Chapter 97. Unexpected discovery. There was no time to think further, and Chen immediately issued combat orders. The maids raised their guns and opened fire while simultaneously activating their beast transformation to flank from the side. However, as soon as they made contact, the maids realized something was wrong. The zombies carried electric currents, and when attacking the zombies, they also felt a wave of paralysis. Seeing this, Chen immediately unleashed his abilities. He sensed that all the zombies here were carrying electric currents. It felt more like static electricity. As soon as there was contact, the current would conduct, causing everyone to feel numb. Moreover, like static electricity, it would linger on the body and wouldn't dissipate. Step back a bit. Let me think of a solution. But at that moment, a series of roars erupted. The electric current suddenly spread outwards. In an instant, the leading few maids were charred all over and flew out. It was as if they had been struck by lightning in an instant. Chen flashed out and only used the system to save 3 people, while one person couldn't be rescued in time and had already died. The remaining maids also moved stiffly, clearly affected by the paralysis caused by the electric current. Only those maids with higher physical fitness were not affected. Chen looked over. The zombies that had been roaring before all appeared to be special zombies, with streams of electric blue light coursing through their bodies. They looked very much like Chen when he activated his powers. He suddenly understood that the static electricity was like stacking buffs. Once the layers were sufficient, it would immediately erupt. That's why those few had suffered so badly. Step back, step back, Chen shouted. In the next moment, he also felt a tingling sensation, and in an instant, his whole body went numb. Chen took a step back, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand, and a layer of electric net appeared, making everyone behind him feel much more comfortable. Looking back, he saw that everyone was incapacitated, unable to take care of themselves from the shock. Even as he retreated, there were still many zombies chasing after them. Moreover, in the distance beneath the electric net, the small giant zombie was also on the move. Seeing this, Chen could only reluctantly choose to retreat temporarily. The electric current buff was really troublesome, and this time he truly wasn't prepared. Soon, everyone met up with a big truck. Ling Xiao helplessly said, "There are just too many zombies in the power station, and the number of special zombies is astonishing." Chen lay there, looking utterly disheartened. The difficulty lay in the continuous accumulation of electric currents. Once it erupted, the power would be astonishing. The ones triggering the electric outbreak were those zombies, their bodies entwined with electric sparks, and there were quite a few of these zombies. Chen was also uncertain. Without this special zombie, the electrical current would not erupt. What if it accumulates to a certain extent and erupts anyway? If it really doesn't work, we can only gather more people to clean it up bit by bit, Mu Yin suggested. Su Chan shook his head. No. The zombie tide is getting closer, and we don't have much preparation time left. Moreover, if we gather more people, we might as well launch a direct assault. At this moment, Lin Mei pulled De Zhang aside. De Zhang understood and reluctantly said, "It's just about conducting electricity. This problem can be easily solved. Look at how worried you all are. Just find a bundle of copper wire, wrap it around the place where we attack the zombies, and connect one end to the ground." Su Chen looked at De Zhang, his mouth twitching. The ground wire? It was indeed easy to solve, but he had to complicate the issue by thinking in terms of supernatural abilities. The reason those zombies were strange was because they were in the power station. The current they carried might have nothing to do with supernatural powers. Cuphead White. This stuff is easy to find. All right, let's take down the power poles. After all, the entire city is already without power, and the power plant must not be operational anymore. Soon, everyone returned to the power station, and this time, De Zhang reluctantly followed along. The maids had coils of copper wire wrapped around their hands, dragging a long strip on the ground. The battle resumed. They first dealt with the zombies that were crackling with electricity. There must be some mutations on them. De Zhang reminded once again. Su Chun stepped forward, patted De Zhang's shoulder, and smiled. "Thanks, brother." De Zhang turned his head away, but the awkwardness on his face diminished significantly. The special zombie was dealt with first, and then the small giant zombie approached with heavy steps. Without saying a word, Su Chun unleashed a lightning strike, but the effect was rather disappointing. It seemed that the supernatural ability wasn't very effective and could only be used in close combat. "Ling Xiao, let's go together." Just then, De Zhang walked over. "My supernatural ability can help you too. Let's do it together." As soon as he finished speaking, De Zhang's body became fully metallic, and he directly charged towards the small giant zombie. He didn't do much. He simply hugged the small giant zombie and drove his metallic feet into the ground. Su Chan was taken aback. The humanoid power line? Indeed, the current from the little giant zombie spread along Zhang's body and dissipated into the ground, eventually vanishing completely. This was a good opportunity. Su Chen immediately moved in. He only activated the lightning ability and did not use any other lightning powers. Ling Xiao instantly went berserk, truly resembling a fierce tiger, incredibly ferocious. In terms of physical ability, Su Chun was not inferior to the berserk Ling Xiao. The two coordinated perfectly and attacked simultaneously, gradually wearing down the little giant zombie. After a while, the zombie's head flew off, and its 3-meter-tall body collapsed with a loud thud. Zhang recovered. His crew cut was already charred black, and when he touched it, he found he had turned into a big bald head. As he walked, his body would occasionally shudder. Seeing this, Su Chun couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. As he laughed, everyone else started to laugh as well. De Zhang, who was initially upset, soon found himself unable to hold back his laughter, and, as he laughed, he ended up convulsing and falling to the ground. Mu Yun hurriedly stepped forward and used her abilities, which helped De Zhang recover. After this battle, De Zhang felt a sense of belonging to the team. With the surrounding zombies mostly dealt with, everyone headed towards the power station, where De Zhang's bald head was particularly noticeable in the sunlight. He was indeed very familiar with the power station, leading everyone straight to the center. The equipment here was quite complex, with numerous cables laid out on the ground. Many zombies were even entangled in the cables, struggling on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. In this situation, collecting materials wouldn't be easy, but the power station was an essential factor. He rubbed his chin. It seemed he could only rely on professionals to handle this. With that thought in mind, he immediately activated his detection skill. Chapter 98, XXXL, truly a first encounter. Soon, the detection skill locked onto some female employees within the power station. However, the number was very small, and none of them were core members. Perhaps due to the harsh working conditions at the power station, there were very few female workers. Su Chen couldn't help but frown. Could he only rely on De Zhang? But at that moment, a blue light suddenly shot into the sky, then flashed and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was astonished by this blue light. Su Chen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Be careful, De Zhang. What is the place where the blue light appears for?" De Zhang frowned and replied, "That place is for some core components. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Basically, after generating electricity, The current gathers there and is transformed into high-voltage electricity above 100,000 volts through the collar. Su Chen waved his hand. Be careful. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately took the lead in that direction, while Su Chen intentionally lagged behind a bit. As he passed by the zombies marked by the system, he chose to recruit them directly and had them change into maid outfits to blend into the team. There was no other choice. After the base built the power station, it needed professionals to operate it. As he walked, he suddenly stumbled. Looking down, he saw a half-corpse in front of him. Su Chen was about to say something unlucky, but the half-corpse emitting electricity was a bit special. To be precise, this half-corpse was wearing the work uniform of the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen's heart sank. What were the people from the Starry Night Laboratory doing here? In his impression, anything related to the Starry Night Laboratory would immediately become complicated. Suddenly, a startled cry came from ahead. A maid rushed over, anxiously saying, "Master, you need to come up front quickly." Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately quickened his pace. Along the way, his emotions became increasingly complex. There were many people from the Starry Night Laboratory on this road, and their deaths were extremely tragic. They were charred all over, with only half of their bodies remaining, and their heads severed from their torsos. The reason he could recognize them was because of their distinctive pentagram logo. It was made of a special alloy that began to emit a spectrum of colorful light under illumination. Even on the charred corpses, the pentagram remained completely undamaged. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the gathering place. There, he saw large electric nets, and as he approached, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Su Chen looked closely and found a huge coil in the middle of the power grid. On the coil lay an egg. To be precise, the current had gathered in the shape of an egg, encasing a strange water tank. Inside the tank, the current shimmered, making it impossible to see what was inside. Suddenly, the tank shook. A face appeared, pressed tightly against the outer wall of the tank, followed by pale and transparent tentacles extending out of the tank. Those tentacles resembled jellyfish tentacles, completely transparent, but with currents swirling within. Most importantly, the tank bore the logo of the Starry Night Laboratory. Su Chen's expression darkened. He waved his hand, and we couldn't get closer. Ling Xiao, take the Zhang and the others to gather materials. Ling Xiao understood, exchanged a glance with Mu Yun, and directly pulled De Zhang away. Lin Meimei leaned forward to observe carefully. Did you find anything? Su Chen asked. Lin Meimei nodded, but then shook her head. I'm not too sure either. I'm not an expert in this area. However, I remember a senior from my PhD days who was expelled for his strange research. I recall that he was studying the hybridization technology of marine biological genes with human bodies. Su Chen had a puzzled expression, thinking, such an anti-human thing? Didn't they say that genetic research cannot involve cross-species hybridization? Lin Mei shook her head. I'm not too sure either. Anyway, he crossed the line and got expelled. But that face just now, I can't quite remember. Su Chen frowned. After all, anything from the Starry Night Laboratory was not simple. In this water tank, there seemed to be a person, but also tentacles of a jellyfish. Wasn't this exactly the research topic of Senior Lin Mimi? He tried to take a few steps forward, and the electric current suddenly became violent. Su Chen's hair suddenly stood on end, and then he began to convulse violently. He quickly stepped back and fell to the ground, his body still twitching unnaturally, while blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth. Mu Yun hurriedly stepped forward, and beams of green light appeared, merging into Su Chen's body. After a while, Mu Yun's face turned pale. Was it that serious? Organ vitality. Su Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision went dark, and he fainted. Mu Yun panicked, picked up Su Chen, and quickly left with Lin Mei. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly woke up. Mu Yun, wearing a white coat, stepped forward, looking haggard and noticeably thinner. Master, you really almost drained me dry. As the doctor in the team, I have to warn you to do less of this next time. Su Chen only felt pain all over his body. He never expected such a result. He had just gotten close when a powerful electric current surged into him. In an instant, his organs felt as if they were being scorched, burning with pain. When he saw Mu Yun approaching, he could no longer hold on and fainted directly. His body was wrapped in large pieces of gauze, and when he casually tore a piece open, he saw a stitched-up wound inside, resembling a long centipede crawling on his body. Su Chen helplessly waved his hand to tear apart the pieces of gauze, and sure enough, it felt as if his whole body was covered in centipedes. Am I injured that badly? Su Chen said helplessly. Moyunis mont tvichit. And he directly pushed Su Chen down, leaning in close with an extremely serious expression. You have to thank your strong vitality. Do you know that all your organs were scorched by the current in an instant? When I cut open your skin, your body was emitting white smoke. Can you believe it? De Zhang said, that current was very strong. Your condition is really no different from being struck by lightning. You must be careful in the future and don't make any vows, understand? Su Chen? Mu Yun said, then slowly got up and carefully helped Su Chen bandage the wound. Mu Yun's hands were a bit cold, lightly gliding over the skin, causing Su Chen a slight tingling sensation. Suddenly, those hands moved down. Su Chen shivered. What are you doing? Are you hurt anywhere? Mu Yun, however, had a serious expression on his face. Are you questioning my professional competence? In front of a doctor, gender is irrelevant. What kind of organs have I not seen? The next moment, Su Chen felt a cool breeze blowing through his lower body. Mu Yun's eyes widened, and then his face turned completely red. Su Chen coughed, suppressing the embarrassment in his heart, and pulled up his pants. So, have you seen this organ before? I've seen it, but this XXXXL size, it's my first time. Chapter 99 Professional Ethics. Can't hold it anymore. Mu Yun hurriedly turned her head away, feeling her cheeks flush, a different sensation arising within her. In front of her as a professional surgeon, her professional ethics had taken a hit, a slap in the face kind of hit. It was said that men and women are equal. How could she feel shy? But this was XXXXL. Mu Yun hurriedly chuckled awkwardly to cover her embarrassment. I need to check it out. Just in case there are issues elsewhere apart from the internal organs, that would be problematic. Looking at the bulging area, Mu Yun nodded seriously. Okay, no issues, everything is fine. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Su Chen hurriedly sat up. Fortunately, your ability is vitality. How long have I been in a coma? 5 days. I've also learned about this base. It's not bad, but the leader of the base is a scumbag. No wonder he got struck by lightning. Su Chen felt helpless. Why do they always say he is a scumbag? However, being struck by lightning was indeed uncomfortable. He was nearly killed just by getting close to that electric net. So it was not hard to imagine how strong the current would be in the core area S water tank. What kind of experiment was the Starry Night Laboratory conducting? Judging by the situation at that time, the people from the Starry Night Laboratory must have arrived long ago, and the traces they left had already been covered by dust. Once that thing comes out, it's likely that Jianghai City will fall into chaos. He got dressed, although he was seriously injured. With Mu Yun's ability and his own strong physical condition, he felt that he had already recovered quite a bit. In 2 or 3 days, he should be fully healed. If this is a test subject from the Starry Night Laboratory, then the people from the Starry Night Laboratory will come back. That is fine. As long as he can make contact with them, he will have the chance to see Li Daqiang again. The God-making plan. Su Chen murmured to himself. You want to know if he was really Su Erniu's child, which required the strength to engage in dialogue with these high-ranking officials. Li Daqiang entrusted this to himself, and his intentions were obvious. Li Daqiang succeeded. Su Chen now has a goal. He needs to understand the God-making plan in order to clearly know his origins, and whether he should seek revenge on those who pursued Su Erniu back then. Su Chen closed his eyes, and in his mind, he kept seeing Su Erniu running through the mountains with her big belly, giving birth to a child while being relentlessly pursued by those people, and then dragging her weak body to create conditions for the child to survive. At the end of the video, Su Erniu's fate is a mystery, but that group of people clearly captured Su Erniu, which means they knew her escape was a deception. So who helped cover up the truth for Su Erniu's child? Su Chen shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts. Without the base developing, he wasn't qualified to explore these secrets. Raise recruitment level. Points minus 8,000, current recruitment level 19. Upgrade. Points minus 8,500, current recruitment level 20, points minus 9,000. Current recruitment level 21, continuous system prompts sounded. Current recruitment level 25, 14,000 points needed to upgrade to the next level, recruitment points 250. Designated increase of 18 points in basic attributes. Current recruitment count 210, 280. Congratulations, host. Detection skill improved. Bond attributes changed. Please check yourself. Chen upgraded from level 18 to level 25, receiving 2 rewards along the way. After reaching level 20, the points required to level up increased to 1,000. What he was most concerned about was the change in bond attributes. Soon, he noticed that the maximum limit for made attributes had increased, resulting in a bond attribute for 60 people. Made 60 people as all attributes increased by 10, although a 10 increase may not seem like much. Most of the Legion members had attributes around 50 points, so an increase means 5 points. Martial Arts Expert, Master of Combat Proficiency, 10 people S Evasion increased by 20. 30 people S Destructive Power increased by 15. Martial Artist, 60 people S Destructive Power increased by 15. Swordsman, Master of Cold Weapon Proficiency, 10 people S Cold Weapon Destructive Power increased by 15. 30 people S Cold Weapon Sharpness increased by 15. Sword User, when 60 people trigger Sword Energy. The piercing power of the sword energy increases by 15. Some commonly used bond attributes have become stronger, and some advanced bonds have been added. Archer, Master of Shooting Proficiency, 10 people S Ranged Weapon Accuracy increased by 15. 30 people S Ranged Weapon Power increased by 20. Singer, 3 people singing together, cheering for the host in battle. Esports, 15 people with agile fingers, feeling more comfortable. Chen watched as the scene began to shift. He unexpectedly thought about how, when he was sparring with Ling Xiao and the others, Ku would be singing with a few friends nearby. This image was somewhat amusing, yet he suddenly wanted to give it a try. That esports girl, why was she always improving her speed? He wasn't a single dog and didn't need to train, right? However, the overall improvement was still quite good. The appearance of the Archer Bond attribute was truly a pleasant surprise. All along, Li Jia's range team hadn't performed particularly well, and was even starting to lean towards becoming a melee team. This bond attribute only had 30 people, so there was definitely room for improvement. The range team was indispensable as well. Chen slowly got up and temporarily leveled up to level 25. He walked out of the infirmary, and immediately 2 little nurses approached him. "I just went for a stroll. Don't worry, I'm feeling much better." Chen greeted them, but the 2 nurses were still not at ease and followed him on the left and right. In the medical room, everyone had changed into white coats. This feeling was really quite nice. Chen chuckled and walked out of base. A few days were enough for the base to be completely rejuvenated, with the most important development being the construction of the power station. Previously, the entire base relied solely on generators, but now, with the power station in place, the electricity supply had been upgraded significantly. In the distance, singing could be heard. Chen immediately felt that his injuries had improved a bit, and he was full of energy. He knew it was because Ku and the others were singing. When one is exhausted from fighting, a song like this could probably alleviate a lot of fatigue. This was exactly why the people in the base did not feel oppressed. In the apocalypse, where could you find a base that held a concert? Even those military shelters probably wouldn't have such treatment. Chen squeezed into the crowd, and everyone was smiling in the ethereal sound of Ku's singing. What's wrong with that? The oppression and despair brought by the zombies were swept away by this song. Chen's thoughts, which had brought him, gradually dissipated with the song. As the wind blew, he felt particularly cool. He looked at the electronic calendar displayed in the square. June 1st, today is still Children's Day. Chen chuckled lightly, realizing that unknowingly, summer had already arrived. Chapter 100, The Dilemma of the Base, the Zombie Tide Approaches. After Chen finished watching the concert, he left with the crowd and passed by the conference room where the higher-ups of the base were gathered, looking troubled. He was taken aback, realizing that his carefree attitude was too relaxed. The higher-ups were having a meeting late at night, so what reason did he have to be complacent? After a while, Chen fell into a deep sleep in the conference room. Chen Muzin and the others looked helpless. Yi Ling and Mu Yun stood at the front and cleared their throats, which finally woke Chen up. The previous matters were trivial, but what followed was important. As the weather gradually warmed up, I had discussed with Mu Yun that the rotting flesh of zombies could easily breed bacteria. Most people's physical abilities had improved, but there were still quite a few who unexpectedly got infected and developed fevers, raising our concerns about the potential outbreak of infectious diseases. Yiling's expression was extremely grave. Even with Mu Yun's involvement, the overall medical facilities were not very good. Now, with the looming threat of infectious diseases, everyone was feeling a headache. Li Miling stepped forward and said, "The base currently has 285 people, with 448 having awakened their powers, while nearly 4,000 have not. However, if everyone awakens their powers, the base is likely to descend into chaos." Su Chen listened carefully, and he already had an idea in his mind. This is a very important decision, which is why everyone is hesitant. Even if he hadn't passed by tonight, he would still encounter this issue. However, 4,000 people awakening their powers is not a small number. It just so happens that only those who awaken their abilities will gradually improve their physical fitness. With the support of the evolution core, they can follow this trend of evolution. Su Chen suddenly froze, recalling the concepts of survival of the fittest and natural selection. Perhaps those who don't possess any special abilities should be eliminated? The crux of the issue is this: we can bring 4,000 of evolution cores. But what should we do with those who fail to awaken? There have been sudden, unpredicted mutations within the base, and this person is one of the cases of awakening failure. Chen Muzin's tone became even more serious. In fact, if you can't make a decision— Su Chen waved his hand, interrupting Chen Muzin's words. This decision was something he had to make. The problem was already laid out on the table. Those who could not awaken their abilities would face issues even with basic survival. Germs and zombie viruses, if accidentally contacted, could be deadly. Even if he chose not to eliminate this group of people, they would ultimately be eliminated by the current environment. As for the overall ability awakening of the base, I don't need the evolution core for now. Su Chen waved his hand decisively. Previously, he had used more than half of the evolution cores from the base to exchange for points, enhancing the strength of the maid army. However, the base is a whole, and the remaining 5,000 people are also indispensable. Since Su Chen has decided to establish a base, he will not treat this group poorly. Li Miling, give the order for the Fian team and the Li Jia team to conduct tactical cooperation, focusing on collecting evolution cores. Li Miling nodded and noted the order in her notebook. Long Zaitian, however, helplessly said, "Do you remember the zombie tide? It will arrive in at most 3 days, and our base is on the inevitable path of the zombie tide." Su Chen frowned. This time, the zombie tide far exceeded the previous scale. Before it was only tens of thousands, but this time it was at the level of hundreds of thousands, even millions. He had personally gone to investigate before, and the zombie tide stretched out in a long line, stirring up clouds of dust. This number was extremely terrifying. Su Chen stood up and tore off the gauze on his body. Muyan rolled her eyes. "I've helped you bandage it twice today." Su Chen initially wanted to show off, but unexpectedly, this sentence left him at a loss. He coughed once. Fortunately, the high-ranking officials in the conference room were all familiar faces. The zombie tide crisis was imminent, and it seemed that Chunwen was still at the base. It would be best to ask her opinion and see if she could bring people over. That night, everyone in the conference room engaged in brainstorming to prepare for the zombie tide. In the photos, there were actually huge zombie balls among the tide, countless zombies wrapped together, forming a spherical mass rolling on the ground. There were also many mutated animals among them. Cats and dogs were nothing. But the most troublesome were the gigantic zombie animals exceeding 10 meters in size. Everyone at the base was busy. Those who wanted to participate in the battle would first awaken their abilities, and those with stronger powers would receive training. But they would also need to go directly to the battlefield. The engineering department was to go out with the Flying Swallow team today to establish obstacles on the road to divert the zombie tide. The base needed to install electric fences, and the walls in that direction needed to be raised and thickened, with the engineering department also sending people to help. No more departmental divisions. Anyone who could lend a hand should join in, and the engineering department could just coordinate a little. Everyone was like a contractor now. Shouts echoed as everyone threw themselves into combating the zombie tide. Chenwen stood beside 2 people, and following Su Chen's suggestion, she came to the base to get a feel for it. Today, she also received an invitation to fight against the zombie tide. In fact, the cohesion of this base was very strong. I thought we were free, but in reality, we were a scattered group. Chenwen sighed. She watched the busy people throwing themselves into their work, They might not have abilities or might just have some strength, yet they were still doing their best. This news reached Chen and made him happy for a long time. Wen's base also had many people, and importantly, Wen was well connected. All the various groups in Jianghai City knew her. Once Wen joined the Jianghai base, the impact would be immeasurable. Chen arrived at the city wall. Just as he wanted to chat with Wen, a piece of rotting meat flew over and landed right at his feet. In the distance, a large truck was approaching, with a group of people standing on its roof. Chen's gaze sharpened. He recognized this person as the mouse from the apocalypse. He never expected this person to be alive. At that moment, everyone on the city wall also saw the truck approaching and raised their vigilance. The mouse brought people to a stop 10 meters in front of the city wall. He jumped up and stomped his feet. The truck's doors opened, and pieces of cut-up, rotting flesh slid out from the container, making one feel extremely nauseous. Chen, the mouse shouted into a megaphone. Your base has only 5,000 people. How many can actually fight? Admit it, the apocalypse is the future of the new humanity. You can't stop the tide of zombies. I'll give you 3 days to consider. If you don't join the apocalypse with your base, I will actively control the zombie tide and flatten your base. Chapter 101. A big fight in response to the mouse was completely threatening Chen and the entire Jianghai base. Drinking blood and eating flesh was nothing compared to this. However, the predicament facing the base was now hundreds, even thousands of times more desperate than before. Back then, there were only tens of thousands of zombies. What about this time? The zombies were coming in overwhelming numbers, and it was impossible to estimate just how many there were. Chen's expression was grim. The threat of zombies was already incredibly annoying, and now this rat had a medal. I don't want to deal with your revelation anymore, but this time, if Revelation dares to target my Jianghai base, then I will spare no effort in killing every one of your Revelation people. Especially you, rat. Chen stepped forward, and lightning erupted, spreading outwards. Bathed in the thunderous light, his gaze was sharp as he directly locked onto the mouse. When the mouse's eyes met Chen's, he couldn't help but shiver, but suddenly, as if he thought of something, his confidence returned, and he faced Chen without flinching. You don't doubt our ability to control zombies, do you? The mouse's face was full of mockery, his arms spread wide as if embracing something. Behind him, smoke and dust rose. A large group of zombies came howling in, densely packed and astonishing in number. Chen's expression was serious. Incoming, prepare for battle. He activated his lightning ability, and in a flash, he seemed to transform into lightning, quickly appearing on top of the truck. The mouse saw Chen charging at him and hurriedly retreated, his eyes filled with panic. He had not forgotten that the last time Chen unleashed his ultimate move, he had wiped out thousands of zombies with incredible strength. The zombies surged forward like a swarm of locusts. Yet, strangely, they bypassed the large truck, seemingly unaware that there was someone on top. Chen watched everything, his expression gradually darkening. The last time he witnessed the control the rats had over the zombies. This time, it seemed that their abilities had improved once again. Do you still doubt my strength? The rat, hiding behind the crowd, still did not forget to make his arrogant remarks. I admit, Chen, you are very strong. You can kill thousands of zombies by yourself. But don't forget, the number of zombies in this world is in the hundreds of millions, even billions, hundreds of billions. The rat shouted loudly, his expression becoming increasingly frenzied. And when he was in high spirits, his eyes would turn blood red, just like a zombie. Chen had been silent all along. It must be said that what the mouse said was not false. The base was developing, and its strength was increasing day by day. Yet even in a city like Jianghai, there were still millions of zombies. Now, 7 or 8 months have passed since the apocalypse began, and they have been continuously exterminating zombies, but the number of zombies in Jianghai City still seems unchanged. Moreover, zombies from other cities are now migrating here. With this cycle repeating, when will it end? Before the apocalypse, the global population was estimated at 8 billion, and pets like cats and dogs likely outnumbered humans. Pets can also mutate into zombies, not to mention the various creatures in nature. The apocalypse revealed the truth. We are the new humanity. We consume zombies and can control them, just like humans once stood at the top of the food chain. We do not need to fear zombies. They will become our strength. By consuming zombie flesh, you will discover that this is indeed the right path. Su Chen. The mouse roared, raising its hands to the sky, resembling a madman. Su Chen sighed and looked around at everyone on the car roof. Do you all feel this way? As his gaze swept across them, everyone nodded. You're all sick. Su Chen's eyes were filled with pity, but that pity was fleeting. He looked at the group again, his expression cold. The mouse suddenly stepped forward and rushed towards Su Chen, but he did not make a move. He only looked at Su Chen with a fiery gaze, then held out the zombie meat with both hands, as if presenting a treasure to him. Eat it, and you'll live easily. Eat, the mouse said, and began to eat it himself without hesitation. Watching the rotten chunks of meat and seeing the mouse devour it with delight, Su Chen couldn't help but feel nauseous. He turned his head and could not stop gagging. How delicious! This is the power of evolution. This is the new. Before he could finish, Su Chen grabbed the mouse by the neck. The uneaten rotten meat bits fell from the corners of the mouse's mouth. Just a little bit touching him was enough to make Su Chen feel extremely disgusted. Is this the apocalypse? Su Chen raised his hand and gave a slap. Living freely and comfortably, huh? Eating zombie meat, right? The power of evolution? Su Chen said a word and raised his hand to slap the mouse, directly leaving it bruised and battered. Control the zombies to attack our base? Upon hearing this, the mouse was filled with panic as he sensed Su Chen's killing intent. So close. So cold. Su Chen grabbed the mouse by the neck and walked towards the group of apocalypse people. Zombies were once humans. After all, you are eating human flesh. Thunder flashed. Lightning, thunderstrike. Every flash of lightning represented the disappearance of a life. Su Chen's eyes were filled with indifference. The disappearance of any life in the base would stir his emotions. But this group before him, Su Chen could not bring himself to call them human. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen was the only one standing on the roof of the truck. Damn it, Su Chen, you're asking for trouble. The rat roared. The next moment, Su Chen slammed him heavily to the ground, lifting his foot to step on the rat's chest, slowly applying pressure. Bolts of lightning spread out from under Su Chen's feet, and the rat struggled desperately, but it was of no use. At that moment, a series of roars erupted as the zombies began to attack the truck. The truck shook violently, and the rat took the opportunity to flip over and escape from under Su Chen's foot. You just don't understand. We are the new humans. Since you don't want to join us, then A pillar of lightning fell from the sky, crashing down on the rat, and then exploding violently. The words you didn't finish, I will never hear again, but sorry, I never wanted to listen to your nonsense anyway. Su Chen walked up to the charred mouse. It must be said that this mouse had an extremely tenacious life force. It survived a lightning strike and was still alive. Perhaps it had escaped in the same way last time, but Su Chen would not give it another chance. Crack!